Yo, the boy them round the shot off him out with about 100 man dog. Yo, you hear me? Yo, you hear me? Yeah. Just lying up one of the lines to them, full clip, and the car was the big belly one. God, that's how that. I do them drinking, me no want some them drinking. Why them violate? I feel like standing on the gas. Yeah, me, coward, G blocking this bitch, cars I'm a set, coward. Nah, we do. Yeah, man, the realest team, the hardest, the biggest, the baddest. Mm. Trust me, girl, them say we are the realest thing. Oh, I've had the most queen, this king. And I witness. Yeah, and I will make you thing. And the girl them feel this thing. Girl them say we are the realest thing. Oh, I've had the most queen, this king. Yo, come on, you know how we do. Got a phone call, man. Fucking shit don't stop, B. What about funky? Yo, y'all got.
Yeah, man, back up. 2 meters, man. See this queue here? This is perfect. This queue here is perfect. Perfect. And then one big step forward. That's it. One big step. That's it. Yeah, man. You got to take control in these situations. You know, bro, I had to bad up some woman the other day in Sainsbury's, but she pissed me off. Yeah, bro. Like I put, you know, the divider that you put on the conveyor belt to say, yeah, look, this is the end of my shopping. Yeah. I put two of them. I put two of them on the conveyor belt, but I put them lengthways so that there was a good like meter. The fucking woman put it aside. Yeah, I was like, yo, what you doing? You need to get distance from me. You gotta deal with it. How you doing? Yeah, man. I just thought, nah, people are pissing around with their health, right? I'm not gonna lie to you. I need to self-isolate Velly. Let me tell you now, and remember, I'm rarely wrong. This thing's gonna explode. This thing's gonna explode. I'm telling you, if you can, stay on for 3 weeks straight. If you can, stay on for 3 weeks. Don't.
I gotta stay for 3 weeks still, but man.
You can. This forego certain luxuries, man. That's the problem. Is no one's willing to compromise their lifestyle, and I'm like, huh? Like, oh yeah, no one's willing to compromise their lifestyle. It's like, man, come on.
If you want, man, everyone's staying there. When I go to a customer's house, yeah, they're opening the door. I leave you 2 meters distance.
Yeah.
Get back. Everyone's masked up. I went into a man's house and everyone had a mask on. You get me, lad?
Yeah. See, the problem is somebody. I have to watch at you this video. Something called like Patient 31. Some Chinese slice went to fucking Korea. Yeah, feeling fine. She got into a minor car accident. Went to hospital and she had a slight temperature. They said, "Oh, let me test you for corona." She's like, "No. It's just a slight temperature. I had a car accident. I'm fine. I got no broken bones. Crack on." Yeah. So she went to church, some big church gathering on the night for something, and then she went to another one like 7 days later, and then she went. The symptoms started. The corona symptoms kicked in, and then fucking she got tested and she come up positive for corona. But check the mad thing. Just before she went for testing, She went for a buffet lunch in her hotel.
Oh, shit.
So it turns out that this one Chinese slice is responsible for 80% of all the cases in fucking Korea.
Is it?
Mazza Metelia. Neb, can you please get the door for me, please? I ain't
know
got
what
any
it is,
jobs.
You haven't got gloves?
No.
That's it.
No. I've got gloves, but they're in my bag upstairs.
Oh, yeah, but what I'm saying,
Yeah.
you said your girlfriend is pregnant. You
Yeah.
said.
Why?
Yeah. Stay home.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I'm starting to feel a bit twingy.
Yeah, but stay home.
No, I think I will.
It's important.
No, you're right. You're right. No, 100% right. I know. Sorry, Veli. Yeah, I'm gonna WhatsApp you the video, yeah, just because I might have done the story a bit of a bad justice. But give me 2 seconds, yeah.
How about now we do? G-Block in there, mate. Just me. We not set nobody up. Them can't back me up. Area center, them can't back me up. Area center, them can't back me up. Oh, we not afraid of double but not a big anger. Copy your conquer. Trust me. Yeah, mate. We in there, mate. What we saying? 1 sec, yeah? Deep. Yo. Yeah. You hear me, yeah? Alright. Yeah, man. So we in the building, B. Get me. Regulators. Yeah, man. Yo, question of the day today is, how should you react to someone trying to regulate your speech? Man, should you shut your mouth because some voice cunt tries to tell you to shut up online? Hell no. No regulation, B. Yeah, man. Yeah. Some man need to regulate their own feelings, B. You hear me? Regulate your little bitch moist feelings, fam. You can regulate anything right there. You can't regulate nothing. Yeah, man. You hear me? Can be a pop shop and you hear me? With a pop shop will be a do it and you hear me? Yeah. So if we got my life funky, we got all the people them in the building. Outside, Mr. P. Someone, yeah, shout out Mr. P, shout out King H. Get me? Shout out Ultra Funky, shout out Guys True Zama, big up yourself,
Come
P.
on.
Come on, it's the funny team in the building. Outside Analyze Donia in the building. Good to see you. Yeah, alright, yeah, man. So pick up everyone in the building, mate. Man, everyone's emotional about G-Block, man. There's another emotion, another week, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, there's another tear, another day, bro. Like, right now, yeah, we got like fucking, we're selling like fucking 20-liter jugs of fucking tears, salted tears of G-Block victims. Yeah. Jeez. All that man like scientific method. MET-HOD, man. MET-HOD, man. Yo. Man. Yeah, man. Right now we're selling salty 20 liters of water. That's how much fucking tears and salt we got right there. You get me? Man. Yeah, man. Haters.
Yeah.
Haters.
Who's tried to regulate?
What are you telling me, Ocean, man?
Yeah, who's trying to regulate?
Huh? Who's trying to regulate?
Yeah, who's trying to regulate?
When
Huh?
I say that, boy, you just can't. There's things that you kind of can't say in it online. Man is telling you
Oh.
you can't say this, you can't say that, or go to this area and say this. What's his name? Sacco was saying to me in the chat yesterday. Go to Tottenham and say, what was James's comment? You know, the pinned comment where he's saying, if Yahweh and Allah regulate slavery or something like that, or whatever, then ban Yahweh and ban Allah, you get me? He's like, yeah, why don't you go to someone and say that? I don't know what.
That says more about.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what ends you think Tottenham really is. Yeah, I don't live in Tottenham. I live in South Village still, so.
Bro, listen to me. Listen to me carefully. Threats or physical violence and/or intimidation because you hear things you don't like makes you a pussy. I'm not gonna lie to you. You just need to think about the type of people we're dealing with. You need to think about the ideology that they're following. This is why people get up and start thinking, well, hang on a second. Who the hell made up this rule that says I can't? Who made that rule up and when did I find out?
Is it the people? Like, because sometimes, what's annoying is everyone, the religious people, they say, well, it's in our thing, we have to do this, rah. When you don't really have to do nothing, but you got to decide it.
All right, well, let me take a big shot then. Let me take a big shot. I'm guaranteeing you a week's wages, the people trying to regulate you ain't shears.
Oh, shit.
So just take a minute and let that sink in.
Oh, shit. Take a minute and let that sink in. Yeah, man. You get me? I got some dudes, man, that made millionaires, milling around, spilling the feelings in the air. You get me? Oh, shit. Yeah, man.
But imagine, listen to what we're dealing with, right? We're dealing with people so fragile, their only response to hearing things they don't like is acts of flippancy, threats, violence, and/or intimidation. Now think about the type of people you're dealing with here. You're trying to use something to Jedi. But I'm telling you, it's mad, bro. It's mad. But like I said, just stay sharp. Oh my God, who's that chubby dude? No way. He looks like Santa with a skinhead. Looks like Santa Claus with a skinhead. Wait, that's not Dave Smith. Do I hear his voice? That's not him.
How's it going?
Oh my God, that is Dave Smith.
What's that?
Your voice does not fit the face, man.
Yeah, man.
You are a chunky slice. Hey, fucking hell.
Only I got a question for you.
Yeah, go on.
Are your bosses busy or is it literally just dead?
It's a ghost town.
Right. So how long will they keep the buses on where like it's losing that much money? I think will they start?
They're not going to stop. Boris Johnson, he came out and said key work will not stop. Public transport, emergency services, post office, pharmacies, post office, hospitals, emergency services, public transport. They won't stop. I can only speak for London. I'm assuming that's nationwide.
So how much money do you think the buses are losing at the moment?
We're not losing anything because TfL.
Yeah, but they're not getting fares, are they? And they're still running.
No, but You don't. London buses don't get paid by fares.
Oh,
It's
right,
like
okay.
it's a pyramid scheme from TFL. Like TFL contracts out the route, each individual route to each company, and if the company make the targets, we get paid. Yeah, but we haven't taken fares for like years now.
But they obviously do around the country, don't they?
Yeah, I believe other bus companies take fares and keep the money. If you're not under TFL's banner, then yeah, any fare that's ever been taken goes straight to TFL. Like apparently, there was a point where TFL was getting £1 trillion a year.
What?
Yeah, listen to me carefully.
$1 trillion.
Fuck's sake, £1 trillion a year. Madness. But that's not just from fares. That's from like all type revenue streams. All revenue streams. £1 trillion a year.
So the buses won't stop running. Yeah, they're gonna keep going.
Yeah, keep going. What they have done is they put a Saturday service in, which means fewer buses and longer wait times. But when I say longer, I mean like instead of waiting 4 to 6 minutes, you'll wait 5 to 8 minutes.
Yeah. So when this recession hits, you guys are gonna be good, aren't you? Because you're still getting paid.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've got people out here calling me a hero because I'm putting myself on the line to get doctors and nurses to and from work.
Yeah.
I gladly accept that title as hero. In fact, my life.
It's very modest of you. It's very modest.
Yeah. No, I'm honest. I'm honest. I would like to be hailed as a hero. But I'm not going to lie to you. I said to Belly about 10 minutes ago, the UK's fucked because we're 2 weeks behind where we should be. Nobody should be leaving their house for about 2 to 3 weeks so we can get a curb on this thing.
Alright, good. You stay there until
People are going to die. And it's so sad. It's mental.
Who's talking? It's like got 4 different conversations going on.
Yeah, nah, Ultra's in, I don't know where he is, man.
Oh, sorry, I'm in the bus garage. Sorry, man.
Kind of loud still.
So how's your business doing, Belly? You still getting business? Is it?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, man. I'm always at Essex now, mate.
So anybody making income right now, when they come out on the end of this, they're gonna be the ones on top. It's the people who obviously, they're gonna get hit by this recession harder than anyone else.
I won't lie to you. That is true to an extent, right? And I personally believe the bottom 4% of this country, it's going to take them years to recover from this, and it's only been a couple of days. By the time this is ended, or we're through it, the bottom 4% of the country, it's going to take them ages to scrape.
Yeah, but it's not just the bottom 4%. If you look at like boxing promoters, boxers, people who are in the self-employed industry, all these kind of things, they're going to be hit hardest.
My wife as well. She's a driving instructor. She's self-employed. We're fucked. Like, I'm back to one income again.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of businesses go bust.
Yo, big up with this. You got yourself, bro. Yo, what is there? Yeah, good talking about age, though. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Okay. All right. Anyway, man. Yo, so Ultra, I already asked you the question of the day, yeah?
You did, and my answer is you have to look at the type of people we're dealing with. # they're not Shias. Yeah, and even though that hurts people's feelings, Like, it's the truth. And this is the problem: is people don't like the truth for some reason. Oh, let me get out of there. People don't like the truth, and I don't understand why. I'm not going to do this whole thing about every. I'm not going to do the Shia Issa thing where like he just fucking lambasts all Sunnis and just takes the piss with all of them. But I'm saying to you, the people trying to regulate people's speech are not Shia, or Christian, or atheists, or Sikhs, or Hindus. Like, show me the evidence of people using threats of physical violence or intimidation or lies and deceit and guilt to try to curb the facts. Show me the
Antifa, the left.
Yeah, Antifa, yeah, they're guilty of that. But so is the right. So is the right.
Oh yeah, the right, of course, yeah.
Yeah. Show me the group.
When it comes to free speech, though, you got to fight for your free speech. You got to fight for your own free speech. That's what you got to do.
To be honest with you, like, I'm not going to lie to you. I try to be responsible with my words. I have many feelings and many thoughts. However, I choose what I'm going to share online. Now, and this is the thing, I make a conscious decision to remind myself constantly that for me, this is only entertainment. I'm not willing to let this YouTube shit cross over into my like real life, like my personal life. Nah, we're gonna keep it online. I mean, obviously, I went to the Motive a couple of times. That was sick. Like, if you weren't there, then you're pissed or whatever. Yeah, but it has to remain online. And what I can't stand.
Let's not forget boycott.
Yeah, and who's that? Walter, free Walter himself, man. Mr. Worm Food himself. Oh my god.
The worm food.
Did you find God yet?
Hey,
Did you find God yet during these days?
Do you know what's funny? I haven't.
Not yet. Huh? Okay.
I have not. But I'm not gonna lie to you. If I'm
at least light a candle.
I don't want to die. I lit a candle this morning, but that's because I did a number 2. Yeah, sorry.
God's on your self-isolation.
Yeah, no, self-isolation is a must. And I'm telling people now, if you look at all the places that didn't lock down when they were supposed to, #Spain.
By the way, let's light a match, I think.
No, I lit a candle, and then because it was scented, it was really nice. And I blew it out, and it has the same effect as lighting.
You got those scented candles there in the bathroom.
Yes, sir. I've got a wife who's into that kind
romantic.
of shit. No, that's not me. That's the wife, man. She likes that stupid shit. If it was me, I would drop and go. I don't give a fuck. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, no. But basically, it's just like, look at all the places that were supposed or should have locked down earlier than they did. Then look at their death rates. I mean, what I'm not prepared to do now is look at recovery rates, because yes, people are recovering, but that's not my concern right now. I'm saying, if you leave your house, you are at risk of getting corona. You may indeed recover. And, let's hope you do.
Shut your face.
But I'm saying, stay at home, reduce the risk. No, in fact, if no one in your house is sick, you all but eliminate the chances of you getting sick and dying. And for me, if you think about how sobering that is, how sobering is it to know that if you leave your house, you could fucking die. Now, I understand why some people will struggle with that, because you probably haven't seen it yourself personally. I would just urge you all to look at the facts. Don't worry about if you hate scientists. Don't worry if you believe this one and vaccines and all this bullshit. Fine. All I urge you to do is just look at the facts. People are dying.
Bro, people are going to die anyway. So fuck scaremongering. They're going to die anyway. Like, come on, man.
On top
relax with all of that shit talk.
Freddie, this is on top of the flu. The flu's killing thousands of people a year anyway. The coronavirus is additional deaths, bro. And you're telling me to stop
People,
scaring?
people
No,
probably
I'm
gonna
telling
buy and fucking die from starvation. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because there's people going hungry before this.
Freddie, I get that.
You know
I
what I'm saying?
Freddie, I do. If I'm honest with you, Freddie,
Because
I
there's
saw
people hoarding up bag of shit for no reason.
statistics the other day where they were breaking down like how people get all up in arms about deaths. They were saying you have to have 50,000 people die of starvation for people to care, and only one person to be murdered by a volcano before everyone starts to care. It's I've seen this, I've seen the stats, I've seen the statistics, I know what you're saying. I'm not arguing with what you're saying, Freddie. All I'm asking you to do is protect yourself and your family until this thing passes. That's all I'm asking.
No, I hear you, Oach, but trust me, it just feels like we're scaremongering each other. Like, we're saying, look, are you frightened, more frightened than me? Like, fuck this, man. Like, come on, man. The biggest contributor, guess what the biggest killer is apart from this?
The biggest killers, what? Sorry, Freddie, I missed that.
No, I'm saying, what's the biggest killer, Oach, apart from this?
To be honest with you, there's many killers, like in the
I
black
think
community,
it's
especially
stress.
amongst
I
men.
think it's stress.
Especially amongst men,
Yeah.
mental health.
Well, I'm
Mental health
saying,
is
I
a
think
silent killer.
stress is most death, and it's all like stress is big contributing factors, isn't it? So let's not stress each other out with all of this. You know what I mean? Let's
No, Freddie,
uplift
listen,
each other and
no.
think
See,
about
that's
the
the
good
thing.
things that's been
No,
happening
Freddie,
whilst
I'm not burying my head in the
this thing's
sand.
going on.
No, I'm not
I'm not
burying my
saying
head in the
bury your
sand.
head in your sand. You just said look after yourself. Fair dues. We've heard it.
Mm,
Let's move
mm.
on now. Because
Yeah, I
there are
agree.
other good things happening on the earth besides this. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, there was birds over China, and there's been less killing in Jamaica. And there's things to talk about if we look at the bright side of shit. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
No, and if I'm honest with you, that's a good balance, right? That is a good balance. I was thinking, what the fuck is Freddie talking about? But then I thought to myself, wait, hang on. No, if I'm honest with you, Freddie, that's one thing that I've noticed, especially on the online community, there isn't enough balance. What I found is too much tribalism. There's too much this side or fuck off. And that what you just brought to the conversation was a good balance, actually. Yes, indeed, there are other things to talk about. And I'm very much the type of person where, right, if we're a team, right, I'm gonna get team A to go and handle that. I'm gonna get team B to handle fucking PR. I'm gonna get team C to handle finance. We're all the same team, but we're all doing different jobs. And I think that kind of ties back into the question of the day. There isn't enough balance amongst people, especially online, especially those of, I'm gonna have to say it, a particular religious persuasion. It's like
I'm
there's
gonna
not-
have to say that
Yeah.
of people from a typical political persuasion don't want you to say anything. If they do, they will take your liberty, yeah, as well as your life. Do you know what I'm trying to show you? So, like, it's all round the board. If we speak about a typical section of society with curls in their head, you can be ostracized. Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, there's nobody that likes how can I put it? Nobody that likes slander put onto their faith or their people or their whatever. Do you know what I mean? And if you're not from that denomination, all you're gonna see it as is slander. Even if it's truth, rights, justice, whatever. You know what I mean?
But if I'm honest with you, Freddie, let me add balance to that. That says more about those people than it does about anyone else. If you're hearing something that you don't like, but it's true, where do we go?
Guess what? If you mix the truth with 20 lies, I can't fuck with you. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's what keeps happening, Coach. We get
No,
one truth.
if I'm honest with you, Freddie, I'll be honest. If I'm honest with you, remember, I'm an atheist, innit? And obviously, I get religious dons taking shots all the time. But remember, for me, atheism, I'm not like emotionally invested
I call
in it.
you Umar Bunky sometimes, and I call him Bilal.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
And then we got, we got Jaffa Jones.
Jaffa Jones. Yeah, I'm telling you. And I tell you, Freddie, for me, I'll tell you the truth. The one thing to me is when you listen to certain people talking, certain people, right? It just makes me sad because it's like, essentially, Freddie, people get vexed essentially because they're hearing things they don't like.
Yeah, fam.
And I think to myself, like, do you remember when Mama used to tell you? Remember when Mama used to tell you rare, and it secretly made you vex, yeah? But then because if you open your mouth to Mama, it was a fucking problem. So he just cracked on. Yeah, he just cracked on. Yeah, he just cracked on. And then twos now, when you take a stop and look at it, all she's really asking you to do is tidy your room.
Yeah,
Like,
Mama's the only person that. Mama's the only person that could make me cry, you know, as a big man.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, when she's ready to go down that road there, she can make you feel like an ant. You know what I mean?
You say dry cry, even there.
Bro, you know how the thing goes, bro. When she starts cussing you, bro, I'm telling you, bro, you want to get back in your car and drive off London Bridge.
But you have to suck it up, though. Yeah, I like you have to be a grown up and say, listen, like throughout history, normally, like 9 times out of 10, everything you asked me to, even though it was annoying, I didn't want to hear it. It was for my benefit. It was for my benefit.
Facts, man.
That's what I'm saying. And that's why I think
that's why
what happened to men,
what you're saying about the balance is important still, bro. It is. It's definitely important. You get me? That's why I always just try and look at it from the fucking other side. You know what I mean, big man?
Yeah.
Like, you get me? I can't do it. I can't do it all the time. But
Freddie, what's happened to men where we will hear something, might not like it, but you analyze it, assess it, and then make a decision based off of that? What happened to like critical analysis? What happened to, do you know what? Fuck's sake, that's really annoying. Is there any truth in it? If there isn't,
but
then,
guess what, fam? We don't even reason no more. We just score point on each other now. And that's where the fuckery's coming into it. Because more time, if we'd have a good reasoning, we could come to a conclusion at the end where everybody's satisfied with the debate. But where it's just like a discording, oh, I'm smarter than Ultra smarter than Veli, or Veli smarter than the both of us put together.
That's the thing. That's the thing, Freddie. I totally agree with that. This thing is now, I've noticed. The thing is political point scoring and pandering to your group and trying to score points and look at your group. And if I'm honest, that's what I said. This is why I don't get emotionally invested in this online thing, because if you just suss the type of people that are occupying this space, if you just take a step back, and a lot of the time, what I urge people to do is remove the person's religion if you can, and look at the person. Right, and then
definitely, man.
And it's coming from, and there's some people who are irredeemable. There are some people who are wolves. There are liars. There are charlatans. There are people who genuinely believe something, and Morpheus from the Matrix when he said, like, there's people when you remove them, you tend not to do it because it could be dangerous because these people cannot let go. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Like, you can't unplug certain people because they cannot let go. And for some people, it's dangerous. But if somebody, Freddie, I don't know if you remember, but Ralph said he wants my mum to get nigger fucked up the ass. Yeah. Now,
but you see, Ralph, I guarantee you, fam, if you ever saw him in the park, he'd be apologizing to you 1,000 times.
No,
and he'd say, no, I didn't mean your mum. Honestly, chap, come on, chap, let's have a coffee.
Even if he doubled down, bro, even if he doubled down, remember, he's just said something that's really offensive. But guess what? Because I'm not emotionally invested in him or anything he has to say, it's like, he might as well have said to me, go and drink water. Like, it would have been respect. You see what I'm saying?
Because he's a walking duppy to you, isn't he? He's like an idiot. Hey.
Right, and now, bro, imagine that, I'm saying, these guys are saying highly offensive things to me personally, but if you just analyze the person you're dealing with, you can understand what it is, and then you realize, I might as well just go and get a cup of tea, because like your words, they have no weight, they mean nothing. The only time I see people reacting is when someone says something that rubs them up the wrong way. And I'm like, wait a minute, if you're an adult, grow up. Like
No,
the
I hear
internet,
you, man.
the internet is the place for fucking like people to just talk all kinds of reckless fuckery and porn. That's it.
Yeah, we'll talk.
That's it.
And business as well. Don't rule out business as well. It's done a lot. It's gonna be moving that way.
Third on the list. But the internet's a place for people to talk all kinds of crazy, reckless bullshit and porn. That's it. I mean, there are other things like business, obviously, but that's it.
Well, I want to get it to a place where we don't have to fucking go through the reckless talk, and we can get to a place where we're using this for what it's really meant to be.
The reckless stuff is fun. The reckless stuff is fun, and then you get to argue your point, and then you get people up in their feelings, and then they start to boycott you, but then they still come back to the channel.
You see, if I come on to argue with you and Vel, I'm wasting my time, you know, bad man. I swear to God, if I come on to argue with anybody and back and forth and da-da-da-da, I'm wasting my time. Because there ain't no money in that. You see what I'm saying? I'll come on to reason. So therefore, we can come to a conclusion at the end of the fucking thing. Do you know what I mean, King? That's all it is. You know what I mean, brother? If we get that format back, we'll win, blood. Because yesterday you had a brother on the show. I loved him, blood. He's vibes, Bank Boy, blood. Blood, I love these vibes. These vibes was cool, shit, man.
Bank Boy's cool. Huh? But imagine, Freddie, imagine this. I just looked in the chat and I'm seeing Young Ottoman. Now, I'm seeing this is another guy, a clear example of someone who's in their feelings. Like, sometimes when you say things to people, it rubs on them like coarse sandpaper. But do you know what I say to people like that? If you're an adult, grow up. That's it.
But be careful though, Ulch, as well, because you're such a nice man. Like, I'd like to think so, innit? I don't know you, but I'd like to think our interactions. I agree. You get what I'm saying? So I'm saying, you see the energy that you're pushing, the same as Vel. To me, you man have got a good aura, innit? And this fucking the energy you man are pushing. Protect it. Protect it. Don't push that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Do this, yeah?
Yeah.
This is our righteous behind G Block, yeah? Everyone that's trying to offend G Block, we forgive you.
Come on, fam. That's the way. That's the righteous way. Set by example. Yeah, because you set this thing by example. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? It is what it is, fam.
You're welcome right there as well, you know.
Bruv, guess what that is? That's being a bigger man, innit? And setting your thing by example, innit? You get what I'm saying? Because you know that you've actually, you get me? You can give as good as you get as well. So you know, going that route, it's only going to bring negative energy around you. So let's just go the peaceful route where fuck everybody there. Do what you're doing. Come here, go there, whatever. I don't care. Fuck it. Do you know what I'm saying, family? That energy is better energy to send out rather than the negativity back and forth vibes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so you're doing the right thing when you're doing that, man. Because it's all about protecting your energy. You know what I mean, fam? Yeah, bro. It's not even a Christian move or nothing. It's just a fucking common sense move, isn't it? Why would you continue to argue with people? You might as well just fucking show them the better side or the better thing or just show them what they should be doing, innit? Yeah, man.
Worry,
but I think
if you didn't have a religion, you'd be more like me and Ultra. You know what I mean? Like,
no, you know what, fam? Trust me, blood. You and Ultra are Sunni God-believing people. I know this. You get me? And I guess what you lot's faith is Sunni.
No.
Yeah.
Don't Esau.
Huh?
I said, don't tell Esau.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, man, Esau's gonna have to get along with you lot in the last stuff when it comes to like, you get me, and you lot accept Islam for real. Esau's gonna have to get along with you lot. You get me? It might not happen in this 10 years time, but soon that somewhere down the line, If you keep calling up Allah's name, you can accept him.
Listen, yeah, we don't even really call that God's name that much around here still, yeah. But we say that we say we forgive them for they not know what they do. You get me? Yeah, man. You get me? Because we're so righteous.
I hear you still.
We're so
What, you on the road
righteous.
today? You on the road today?
Yeah.
I was supposed to do, bruv, I was supposed to bring man food and all that to supermarkets, but I can't be asked, bruv. I'm not even in it. I'm trying to isolate. You get me?
Yeah, I'm on
Because
that.
I had to do it. I had to do a fucking job for UK Mail, blood. And when I got into their depot, you know, like backed up, I went and got a coffee, blood. I come out of there and I was fucking wheezing, blood. Like my chest is so dusty in there, blood.
Yeah.
Fuck. Yeah, man. I just jumped back in the wagon. I was gone, blood.
Yeah.
I thought, yeah, I'm falling back, man, because fuck this, blood. I don't want to catch anything outside, you know what I mean? Might as well just fall back and watch some movies and listen to rap music and to R&B, go in the R&B cage and get out some old school classics again, and isn't it?
Yeah, mate.
Man.
Get me, mate. So, yeah, mate. Definitely, that was
But
it,
what?
mate.
They got you on half days and all that, don't it? They got you on half days, yeah? Is it full days?
Yeah. Nah, that's 2 days, man. But it's light work, though. So.
Oh, that's all right, then, man. That's all. And you're more or less isolated anyway, because I was self-isolated before all this shit anyway.
Yeah, you know them ones.
Yeah, it's just me in the wagon, isn't it? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? So I was good. Huh?
Like, nothing like us usually give man space and just things there anyway, man. So, you get me? I'm like, bro, bitch, get out the way. You get me?
No.
Yeah, man.
Hey, bruv, I was thinking to burn some tunes on there, man. Man need to set up a little channel and start spinning some music, man.
Yeah, you know what it is, yeah?
Yeah.
You can play music on your channel, yeah, but you can't monetize your channel if you just play music or whatever.
Fuck the money, man. I don't care about the money, man. I just want to spin to your tuning. What the?
Then, yeah. But even that, yeah, it's like certain music, if you're playing it and you're playing it for long enough, yeah, they'll mute it or shut the stream off.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. That's all I wanted to know. So you have to go into the old school reggae crate for them to even really, you know what I mean, not log on to you, innit? Because a lot of people get away with ragga, innit? Old school ragga and that. But that's not really my genre. I like everything, modern shit as well. Yeah, all right, cool. I'll scrap that idea then.
Yeah, but there is music you can play, like, that's unlicensed music. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, but it's just not popular, and no one knows what it is.
Yeah, most def. That's why niggas be getting. That's why people. Sorry, that's why people be getting away with the old school ragga, innit?
Not even that, yeah. All that's licensed, bro.
Oh, okay.
All the old
so they'll be
licensed, bro. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say
only some. I think only certain freestyles. Some of the freestyles ain't licensed.
Freestyles, you know. That's a laugh.
No, it's mad. Some of the remixes that might not be licensed. Depends on who's made it and when they made it and so and so. It's mad, bro.
I hear you, man. Yeah. Wait, what does that Bank Boy brother come to the park?
I'm not sure, you know. I don't think Bank Boy comes to the park still, but yeah, Bank Boy's a good guy still, man.
I wanted to reason with him still, man. Cause trust me, what he came on and said, I like people that come on and can help people or try at least to try and help people. I can't stand people that come on there and chat shit, bro. And he came on there and just said, yeah, I can help you do something regarding poetry books and getting books published. I'm like, okay, because I've written a couple books. Like, what the else?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
dope still. If like,
yeah,
my
man.
friends might jump on today still, man. He usually comes up like around midday sort of thing, innit? We don't usually jump on
Yeah,
first.
most def. I'm gonna try and jump back on if I see him again. Still, it's just that yesterday I had my hands full, so I couldn't really deal with it. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna try and jump back on, man, and just meet him in the park one day. You get what I'm saying? And take numbers or whatnot. Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah, man, that'll be a good vibe. Cause we do need. Huh?
Yeah, man. Obviously, any links that you can make to fucking start publishing books and all that, then that's a good link, man. I'm saying that.
Yeah, definitely, broski, man, 100%, blood. Cause I've been rhyming from when I was a youth, blood. You know East London, Cockney, and all that.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm saying, man's a poet, and we don't even know it. You know what I mean? So it's like, obviously, man's been putting certain things together from a long time. I'm just wondering how you actually go about it. I was probably gonna do it in retirement ages, you know. I'm gonna wait till them times when I got mad free time and I'm on the island somewhere.
you
You know what
from
I'm
now,
saying?
bro. You get me?
Yeah,
Fucking
most def.
release some hit classics, boy.
Bruv.
Yeah, you might be the bait.
We might get zombies in Hackney or something. Might get zombies roaming around Dalston and that. You never know. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know what.
Hey, we got man like so, my covered. Yeah, man. Like, no, I'm too bad. Listen, yeah. Hey, so, yeah, pick up yourself, bro. We had Flat Earth week this week, you know. We done one day and not one Flat Earther jumped on, G. You hear me? Freddie, your camera's on, fam. Hey, Freddie, your camera's on, fam. I'm gonna add you when you turn your camera up, innit?
Get one of them texts to say that someone mutated, Donny. Yeah. I said we could get that text saying that someone mutated.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, I swear, bro. We could get any old texts now, so right now it's an unpredictable time, bro. You know when you have to go and dig up the thing and defend your family because there's zombies on the loose.
Yeah, man. Like I was saying to Phil about the we was gonna do Flat Earth this week, yeah. But enough Flat Earth man was talking some garbage about the size of the sun and so and this, that, and the other, yeah. So I forwarded about 4 videos to Brad, yeah, and we dumped everything, yeah, in about like less than 10 minutes, yeah. For the rest of the day, no Flat Earth jumped on. You get me? The man has Flat Earth is cancelled.
But you know what? I got sad because remember that debate started this whole fucking YouTube chat off thing. You got to try to show you that was like 2-3 years ago. So I got kind of sad. I got kind of sad from it from then. Do you know what I'm saying?
That was like, when we used to be
that's what I'm saying. Remember?
And fucking, and then you guys the Flat Earth, and then going fucking religion and shit.
Yeah, you remember?
Yeah,
you remember?
That's before we used to do live shows like this.
That's before Lions Den. That's before all of these channels, Surfers, all of these channels. That's before everything, ain't it, fam?
Yeah, man, we used to chat about live, man. Yeah, respect pushing with it. And Jedi live channel.
Yeah. Raspek had a channel, but it weren't Lions Den. It was some other shit. And then I swear Jed had a channel. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Had their channels before.
Nah, you're right. You're right. Still, Jed's had a channel when I linked him, innit? I swear he did.
Yeah. something to eat food as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because he had these cop videos and all that up there, innit?
Yeah, that's the one that went viral, isn't it? The police.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Them man have been ahead of the game still, man. All right. Yeah, I'm saying, but yeah, man, it's going that way. I'm glad that you man have got a channel, blood, man. Serious, bro. I'm so happy every one of the man them's got one, because obviously it's things to listen to. Like I ain't going outside the camp unless it's you,
Yeah, you know what it
the
is, yeah?
guy.
Man, just like listening to the daytime shows of just normal people giving their opinions on whatever, anything, everything, yeah. And then, like, the same thing, yeah, I was listening to the Madden's channels and all that, yeah. But everyone's channels are always on every day. And then, man was listening to certain channels who are funny in it, that. So it's like, man don't really want to give too much of them fun about too much energy and all that fun. You get me? Like,
Yeah, bro.
Maybe it's going to do my own one. You get me? Like, obviously, it's going to start off slow, like 6 people watching, first of all.
Yes, man.
But it will just go from there, innit, man? Fuck it. You get me?
Definitely.
So,
Definitely.
yeah, just like in 4 hours in the morning, and then more people started, like, there was a morning crowd, and then, like, it started to grab an evening crowd as well, you get me? So then we just left it till the street just runs out, and it's not bad to get it.
Blood, I'm happy how you man's things worked out, man. I'm not gonna lie with you, bro. That's why I'll always support anything the man is doing, bro. Cause right now, this is progress, isn't it? This is like man them that actually man half know, and you get me, man, can have a good debate with, and that's it, isn't it? That's blessings in itself, bro. You know how much people are bored and ain't got no one to talk to, never talk to no one, and these type of things help them and save them. You get what I'm saying? They're not like the man them where we've all had friends before and we all got families and people that we check for and girlfriends and da-da-da-da. Some of the people ain't got shit on here. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah,
Right,
they
like
just
that man says, yeah, everyone's opinion is welcome, yeah, but that's like nothing's endorsed, innit? I just don't endorse anyone else's speech or whatever, innit? Like, everyone's speaking for themselves or whatever. Even if they're probably gets pinned or whatever, that's them speaking for them, innit? Yeah, I'm just like, I'll put it on the street. Get me?
No, come on, man.
Like that. But anyone and everyone can jump on as long as you ain't gonna show your batty hole. Yeah, as long as you ain't gonna fucking try to violate or man a strike or anything like that.
No gay shit, yeah.
Yeah, any gay shit or even like I love girls and that, yeah, but like no nudity or anything like that. Yeah,
no, man don't even need to do that. Yeah, no, bro, I rate that. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. For the same reason why I said there's people that's in their yard and they never get a say. Like in life, society, anything. If they step out their house, they're nerds, they're pricks. No one cares about them, and they can come on here and have a say. That's a good thing. That's amazing. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I mean? You might even that might even develop them and turn them out of some of the fucking social awkwardness they got. You know what I'm saying? They might develop a personality on there. You never know. I don't know.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's been some funny conversations on here. There's been some serious conversations. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's been some stupid talks. It's been everything right here, man. It's bad. So.
It's just like the topic today. You get me? I think everyone offends everyone. Velman. Do you know what I mean? Like, we can't keep singling out people, fam, because you see the people on the other side, they feel it sometimes. You know what I mean? They might not be able to brush it off like the man them. Do you know what I'm saying? I think that's a universal thing as well. Because if you offend black people, I might take laugh at you, but my brother might take you on.
But see that Ultra said, yeah. You see, like some of the things that might be typed in the comment section or whatever and stuff like that, yeah. It's like, bro, you can't take that too seriously. You can't make that
Nah.
affect your actual real life. Yeah, it's something that's so. You listen, yeah, really and truly, yeah. If you, Freddie, you know, yeah, if you end up in jail for a fucking, it started off as something someone said, type something on YouTube. You're a dickhead, bro. Like that's face cut.
Fam, you're a waste man. Even if you interact with some of these people online, to me, if you even interact with some of these people online, you're a waste man. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if you go and check them and all that, like can get them too close. Like sometimes I think you're a waste man. You know what I'm saying? Cause where do you know these people from? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. I mean,
So I just take everybody as they come. I just respect everybody, even if my personal views, I don't like you. I still show you love. Do you know what I'm saying? And just keep it humble.
listen,
Cause
yeah, people say shit I don't like every day, and I ain't killed no one yet. So,
bro, man. Bro,
man.
if you kill someone for something they said, you're a weak nigga, bro. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? But obviously, everybody's mental capacity ain't the same, bro. So I can't assume that from everybody. Do you know what I'm saying? In a little way, I have to just, you know what I mean, fam? Take it as it is. All right, brother, I got to take this call, fam. I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, man. So I was saying, man, you shouldn't be regulated, man. Or you shouldn't feel like you have to regulate your speech, man. Yeah, you should say how you feel, man. Say you mean for say, oh, we have to have a for say, right for shot say like real say, I hope God I got feel with say, yeah, man. Some of the argument is right, but yeah, that's true, man. That's the world we live in right now, man. Mine is right now, bro. Right. So, chat shit to try and box the fed, man. They'll just rush you more. So, man. Is what it is, man. Yeah, don't take that up, man. Don't take regulations, mate. Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, we got Just Me, we got yourself, we got the sensible one, we got that like Jack with the humongous back, yeah. Getting upgraded, yeah. From big to humongous. Alright, see that. Fucking, yeah, pause as well, man. Trust me. Man, after you say your name, you gotta say pause. Right. Fucking, yeah, man, listen, it's quiet out on these roads, you know. Literally quiet out on these roads right now. It's quiet out empty. Oh, shit. Man, you know when you miss a turn. So, he's going to join the conversation today, man. And as they say on this regulation, should your speech be regulated online? I don't mean should you go out and purposely try to speak on people to take the piss out of them, to wind them up and to get a reaction like you want to get them angry so they flipping want to fight you and shit. That's dumb, innit? That's dumb, innit? Like, obviously in times when you're asking questions, it might be different still. Man should have tried to regulate your speech like that. But people should regulate their own speech. You should regulate your own speech. Man, don't regulate your speech and tell you what you can and can't do. You should regulate your own speech. Yeah. That's good. Get me. Yeah, that's good. People would tell you, you can and can't, you can't, you can do this, you can do that, you can't do this, you can't do that. Shut up, man. Don't. You should regulate yourself, though. Yes, people out on the roads. I've got an electric heater fix, man. Hey, big up Zion MC, big up yourself, sis. Yeah, big up yourself, man. Welcome to the block. Yeah, man, hopefully a couple of people are going to come and join us. Keep the stream floating, and then yeah, it goes. It's about participation. Yeah. Should be. Yeah, I don't know about just saying reckless shit just for reactions. Yeah, that's dominant, man. You should no one should really be going around doing that. That's what I'm saying. You should regulate yourself. You should regulate yourself still, but like you should never make anyone come and tell you, right, you can say this or you can't say that. You should talk about this or you can't talk about that. No, that's dumb still. Especially if you're asking sensitive questions about stuff you don't understand. And if something agrees with something that you don't stand for, you should be able to say to that person why you disagree with that. If something, what's it, vice versa, and if it's something you agree with, you should be able to tell them that. Big up everyone still, man. The mad thing still, fam. Coronavirus. Or what we know about it. So it's mad still. Alright. One man saying it's the end of the world. You know, that's a bit dramatic still. It's dramatic still. If it's the end of the world, it's not the best time at the moment, though. Yeah, man. So, this thing's mad out here still. There's the rest of the gang, though. You to come true, man. Jump on, man. Make the stream live. Yeah. Jump on, join the chat, have some chattings, and now we do. You start talking about it in the comment section. It's the end of the world, yeah? Or you believe it's the end of the world as well, just me? You think it's the end of the world as we know it? I don't think so, still. I don't think so, still. I don't think that's self, trust me. Everyone's saying quarantine. Trust me. Quarantine seems bad still. Be careful, be careful. Be clean, be careful. Alright, well, it looks like you're gonna have to come with this job still because stream up, fucks up your battery, bro. Trust me. Yo, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo. I need to knock on this customer's door. Right. You know what, yeah, sorry. I had to go on mute for a sec, yeah, while I was knocking some
They was in the front still, I can't lie. But yeah, they're coming down to open the gates so I can park up my van and shit. Yeah, man. Boy. Now the thing set right there, B. Yeah. You gotta come true, man. Come true and chats with the man then, you get me? Hold the stream up until I get back. You know, it's no, man. Yeah. This notification thing trying to crash the thing, you get me? Cause yeah, half the squad don't get notifications. But they were quarantined, no one even jump on the paddle yet. He said corona free. But yeah, man. Suck. Yo, Ultra, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, what's the bizzle?
What's going on, man? Yeah.
Alright, listen.
Bro, listen.
I just went pound shop.
Well,
they got Dettol spray that kills coronavirus.
Wait, it says it kills coronavirus on it, yeah?
Yeah. I don't know if you could.
Yeah, we got Ultra, man. Got me. Pick up. Prince Charles has got corona. Isn't it? Mad thing. Yeah, right. Prince Charles. Them man's doctors are high grade. Private hospital and shit. You get me? No NHS. So,
Yeah, Veli, can you see this? Hold on. I'm trying to get the camera to focus. Look. 1, 2, 3, the fifth line down.
coronavirus.
See what I'm
Oh, man.
saying?
They're taking the piss, man.
Yeah, no, listen, you know what I'm saying, yeah? My daddy, Papa Ultra, you know what he told me? He said, Junior, go and do an IT course or a plumbing course. I said, no, I'm playing Xbox right now. And then after he finished being disappointed, he said, protect yourself at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Yeah? Like, this virus thing is fucking serious, bro.
I'll go on mute for 1 second.
Yeah, go on mute. Let me just do a quick rant, yeah? Hear what I'm saying, people. I don't know if there's anyone in the chat. I can't see the chat at the moment. But I'm saying, listen. People are dying. Now, people die every day, yes, granted. People are dying every day, yes. But this corona fucking virus is killing people on top of what we're already having to deal with. If you've got someone you love, or somebody elderly, drop a care package off at their door, tell them you love them through the letterbox and then duck out. Because I'm saying, listen, the story of patient 31 of the Chinese slice that went to fucking North or South Korea, I can't remember what the fuck it was, it's just put the shits up me. Because I'm thinking, raw, motherfuckers will be symptomless until it's too late. Until it's too fucking late. And I'm saying, listen, I get that we're all on different teams and theologically, ideologically, I'll get the word out. and we're all on different teams, and we're gonna start scrapping it out. Mikey, finished? Oh, all right, okay. Yeah, we're all gonna start arguing, and we're gonna get angry at this person, and we're gonna get angry at that person. We want to punch this one, and we want to slap this one, and blah blah blah. Listen, let's just get through this first. Yeah, let's just get through this first. Yeah, and once we somehow scrape through this shit, then we can get back to fighting each other. It's like, look, fuck, there are bigger things going on than your personal petty little bullshit rivalries and feuds. It's nonsense. Now, I get the argument. Someone said to me the other day, just shut up. If God has ordained me to die, then that's it. But I'm saying, okay, but how selfish is that? First of all, yeah, I get it. According to your team, you've got the afterlife to look forward to and all the rest of it. And that's great. But in the meantime, you potentially could be infecting others. That is incredibly selfish. And I urge you, please, if you can, stay at home. If you can, don't leave your home. Stay at home for 2-3 weeks. I'll tell you why. If you don't leave your house, you're all but eliminating the risk of you being infected with this fucking poison. Because that's what it is. Whether it's 5G secretly poisoning us, whether it's actually coronavirus, whatever the fuck, people are dying. Yeah, none of us are microbiologists. All we've got is fucking theories. But all that we do know, all that we can prove, yes, brother, all that we can prove, yes, sir, people are dying. Now, I don't understand how the preservation of life doesn't take priority in this fucking situation. Doesn't matter what you believe. It doesn't matter what the cause is, where it started from, who's eating bats and who's eating dogs, and American fucking vaccines and all this fucking nonsense. Listen, people are dying. We're dying. We are dying. The UK's Prime Minister has told us on TV to our face, people we love are going to die. That is sobering. Just like, come on, whether you've got the afterlife or not, surely you understand the significance of having them here alive and well. Surely that doesn't need to be explained. The preservation of life over everything. The preservation of life over everything. Everything. I don't. It's stressful.
It's come on.
Salut. Chefach.
My brother.
Chefach. Salut. Hey. It's Flache Chocolata. That's my Romanian don't speak. Fuck it up. Yeah, fucking, yeah, man. Listen, there's bigger fish to fry out here. Do you know what I mean? Certain times. I just wish, because I can't pray, so I can only wishful thinking. I just wish certain people could just like chill the fuck out. Chill out. Let's get through this, and then we can commence fighting. How about that? We'll call a truce temporarily. They got these. Tony, come in. What does this say? Does that say coronavirus?
What is it? Well, human coronavirus.
Pound shop. They got loads of them. Hold on.
I'm gonna go.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. No, my throat's hurting me, man. Hold on. Huh?
No, he's still sneezing.
Hold on.
Stay away from him.
Hold on. Gee, look. 5th line down. Look at the 5th line. What does it say? Tell me what it says.
Well, people, yeah, I know. I read it. Human coronavirus.
Now, hear what I'm saying. Protect yourselves
Human coronavirus.
at all times.
All the details.
Slide it. Nice one, G. Listen, the pound shop has these. Huh? Yeah, of course I've got Netflix. Who hasn't got Netflix? So what do you do when you want to chill? Netflix. But not when the kids are around. That's why she's pregnant, bro. Too much Netflix, man. Chill. What you saying? I should sue Netflix, innit? For like my last child. It's their fault. No, man. Netflix should have done a better job of protecting me, man. Fuck's sake. Just text me whatever the show is, man. Just text me. Oh, you tick all the boxes? Alright, come, let's go and see the boss. Leave that there. Let's go see the boss. What's it called?
I'm trying to find the name for it.
Just text me.
It came on 2018, yeah?
Yeah.
It talks about coronavirus.
Yeah, but coronavirus isn't new. This new strain of it is what's killing us. But coronavirus is not new, bro.
But they know about it.
Of course. But listen, hey. Anyway, listen, let's get out of here. Let's go see the boss. Belly, listen, I need to go on mute for like a minute to see the boss. Just give me a minute, yeah?
Yes, I'm in. Can anyone hear me? Boom.
That's right, let me get it.
Oh, you can hear me.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey,
Yeah. What's going on?
I'm fixing the heater right now still, man, so...
Yeah, okay. So there.
Yeah, I'll replace this real quick, so... Yeah, this needed,
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, Soil, did you do you know what did you think about the interview? Because yeah, I was gonna share it to my dad in it, and I also watched another thing on I forgot I think it was State Clearly or something like that. Let me find the video.
Yo, I'm gonna be back in a bit, yeah, because I need to do this
no
heater
problem.
real quick, yeah?
Yeah, don't watch that, man.
Alright, big off, fam.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, I was watching an interview. I think it was what is it? It wasn't an interview. It was like a little Clearly. I sent it to my dad. Wow. Where does it? Wait, let me check still. Ooh. Yeah, it was like I think it was where do viruses come from, innit? So there was in relation to the coronavirus. Can you hear me, by the way? In the chat, people in the chat. Put a 1 if you can hear me. Put a 1 if you can hear me. Yo. No one can hear me now. All right. Rasta got soul, bringing the rock in my hole. No one can hear me there, so speaking it. Stress. It's how it feels to be lonely. Lonely. I miss them. Oh, you can hear me. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I was about to say, ooh, is that who's M Brown? Is that M.A. Brown with the red, black, and green there? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I was saying I watched I don't know if people have heard of Stated Clearly. It's like this little science page on YouTube, yeah. And basically they were talking about um there's a video called Where Do New Viruses Come From, innit? And they're basically breaking down the whole Corona 2. This was put out 3 weeks ago, and they were talking about how instead of just coming from bats, it probably come from a pendulum or something like that. So yeah, already know. Yeah, so what do you think?
I think we should all stay home. Your brother texts me, you know. He's got some dirty videos. Oh my god. Okay, fill that in.
Sure.
Let me see what you got. I'm gonna talk on the phone. I'll give you 5 minutes. No, take your time. 10 minutes. Yeah. Renegade, what you saying, my brother?
No, Maggie, what's going on?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm at work here, but like I don't want to be. I want to go home and I want to self-isolate for 3 weeks. Yeah. So that, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a microbiologist, and I will concede that this is just like a guesstimation at best. Hold on. But from sources that I've looked into, the UK is set to get naughty unless we all stay home. If we all stay home, there's a chance we can get through this thing unscathed. There's a chance. And like I said, I'm not educated enough in microbiology and vaccines and with the science to make some sort of fucking, like statement of fact. All I can do is tell you the things that I've looked into. If they are correct, like unless we start changing our behavior, our lifestyles, our way of life, things are gonna get sticky. And I don't want anything to get sticky. I just want to be comfortable and I just want to live.
So wait, what sources did you look into?
To be honest, I tried to look at most sources. Obviously, my go-to is Neil deGrasse Tyson, but he said something about something that made me think, oh, I don't know.
Wait, say that again?
It's like,
Cut off there.
Oh, sorry. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah. And then like I went to the World Health Organization website, NHS website, Harvard Health, couple YouTubers.
Which YouTubers?
There's Star Talk, A Different Bias, Maximilian, I can't remember the surname, it's Respiratory or something like that. I've got all the names on my YouTube list. I can't remember the names, but I'll put some of them in the back chat in a second, right? But if and obviously the news as well, right? Now I'm firmly of the belief, just a belief, that anytime the news reports something, don't just swallow it whole and say, yeah, this is gospel. Don't do that.
No one does that. Like,
obviously. No. Yes, they do, brother. That's the problem. Do you know how many people read the Sun and say, no, that's how it goes. That's what it is. Exactly how it happened. This is the problem with sheep. For me, what I try to do is, obviously, as an atheist, I have to question everything. And I'm not going to lie to you, Renegade. It just gets exhausting at times. It's exhausting at times. Like, remember, for me, when Boris Johnson, he's top 20 biggest cunts on the planet. But he told me with a straight face, we're going to lose loved ones. Boris Johnson, Prime Minister.
Boris Johnson?
Yeah. He
So
told
you
me,
met him and spoke to him.
told me to my face that we as a nation are gonna lose loved ones. When he said that, I took him seriously. I mean, let's be honest, bro. What prime minister comes out on national TV and says people you love are gonna die? I'm sorry. That for me was like, right. You know what? I'm taking this shit seriously. And
Okay.
that's the thing. And this is the thing. This is the thing. Even if he's lying, by taking precautions, where's the harm? Even if he's lying, by taking precautions, tell me where the harm is. By isolating myself from society, by isolating my wife and children from society for a couple of weeks, I'm going to take a financial hit, yes.
Yeah.
But tell me where the harm is in terms of like my family.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not saying there's no cause to concern, but obviously, a lot of the time, I feel like it's not like this is precaution. Obviously, they have to exaggerate it so that what's it called, in case it does get bad, innit? But in terms of what's going on right now, when you look at in terms of deaths compared to people who are getting better from it, it does seem like it's not as bad, but I'm not saying, obviously, like if you know about these type of viruses and whatnot, they don't just go away after 3 weeks of isolation. Like this is going to be around until probably
No. But remember,
December.
I'm not saying that 3 weeks of isolation is gonna cure me or cure my family. No. I'm under no illusions. For me, like I said, the things that I've looked into, the news reports, the YouTubers I've looked into, if we compare what's going on the European continent to what's going on here, remember, we're 2 weeks behind where Europe is now in terms of full scale lockdowns. Yeah. Now I'm saying yes. I've got a website here.
So what's the
I sent it.
lockdown going to do?
No, because that reduces the spread of the virus. That reduces the spread of the virus, and it gives it time to dissipate. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, and this is quite morbid, but if Boris Johnson is right, so if people have the virus, there are some people that are going to die, right? But by isolating, if those people die, by isolating, there won't be any more spread, and the virus will have time to pass. Now, I'm not saying that this virus is some fucking fairy and it's just gonna just go away with the wind. Like, it's gone. No, but if we can just curb the spread of infection, not only does it ease the pressure already on a already strained NHS, but it means there's less chance of the rest of us being infected. And I'm sorry, if there's no other plan, that is the best strategy at this current time. Now, I'm not gonna lie, this ain't some ego thing where I can't be corrected. I will stand to be corrected. If someone's got a better plan, please put it forward. Let's talk about it. Let's discuss it. But the NHS is already strained. So what can we do to ease the pressure on the NHS, like for people that actually need it? Like, for instance, my wife's pregnant, like, and we can't even have a home birth because certain complications. It's mad, right? So we need to ensure that as a nation, we're doing what we can to ease pressure on the NHS. What can we do to ease pressure on the NHS? Stay home, self-isolate for 2 to 3 weeks. What that does is then reduce the risk of anyone else being affected or infected. That means less people will use the NHS. And remember, this coronavirus is on top of everything else that's going on. So people still need A&E. People still need operations. People still need their hips replacing. They break that. Bro, yesterday, some old dude fell over. When I arrived, it had already happened. But he fell over.
Veli, sorry. Wait, hold on. Veli, Walter, I think, and Malik are in the back chat. So yeah, I don't know if they want to come on.
We got Walter and Malik. We got Chris. Walter and Malik. Yeah, like I'm saying, it's like, bro, for me, I just want to live, innit? I just want to live.
I'm just saying, like, because if you look at it, it was like one person infected, and said that one person isolate themselves from humanity. No, they're gonna like. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but the thing is, though, the reality is that virus is still gonna linger, and even if you were locked down for 3 weeks, like after the 3 weeks is over, someone's gonna come out and still be having that virus around it. It's still gonna spread, and I'm just saying that these viruses last for about 6 months because of the seasonal, like not because of the seasonal, but just in general, like when people.
You know what the weird thing is, Ultra? The percentage of people that are taking up the beds are all above 65 years old. Hello?
Yeah. I can hear you.
You guys hear me? I'm surprised that there's not more of a mandate to keep the older folks at home and the youth to protect them. Because those are the guys who are taking up all the beds are these older folk.
Did you hear the news?
What's that?
Wait, Walter, are you saying the elderly, the OAPs of our society
are the ones who are getting impacted much harder? Well, they're the ones who should be saying we should be telling them all. I mean,
Walter, where have you been?
I've been listening to Italy's, the people that have all been dying in Italy.
Don't you hear about in 20s and 45s?
Okay, but listen, it's not the majority. There obviously are cases of people that are young that
that's what I'm telling you.
And those are the ones. The
most reports say the ages between 20 and 45.
That's not what most reports say. What are you talking about? Where have you been? All nation boards are saying people of 65.
Brother, I'm sorry. Big up, brother. Big up, Ultra.
I went to Canada. I went to Canada. I went to US. I went to all the boards of the countries, and they're all saying the elderly are the ones that are more at risk. Then it's just another category. Then it's another go. Now, obviously, there's going to be right now who the people that are getting hurt the hardest are the elderly. So why, if anybody, like say who's working at 60 should stay home, guaranteed. No if, buts, whats. These retired people that work all stay at home. And the kids stay away from them. Lock them up.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah. Sorry, man. I'm talking over you. Sorry. Yeah. Have a conversation, man.
Watching you guys are watching.
We just came in and took over.
No. Even because I'm actually doing I'm supposed to be
talking to the
what assignments to do for uni, innit? So I'm supposed to be like, I just come in here to support my brother Belly. You get me? Yeah. So
cool.
Basically, I've got assignments to do. So I'll just sit quietly and just continue.
Cool. Well, but Walter, from what I've heard.
From what you heard, I know what you heard, but you got to go to the countries sent. All countries have their coronavirus websites. If you want, you go to each one. You go to UK coronavirus site. You go to Canada coronavirus site. You go to US coronavirus site, and they all have who's at risk, who's minority, who's slower, as the peak goes up. And you will see that the highest percentage of at risk are our elderly. Starting at 60. Now, if your father is going to work at 60, even if it's an essential job, why? Why are we sending our elderly to work when we know the percentage of youths can handle it a lot better? And even if one gets sick, your elderly are protected.
Right. I know what you're saying. When you say high risk, I could say the elderly people at the higher risk.
They should be all quarantined, locked up, and no anybody at 30, 40 years old shouldn't be getting close to them.
Right. I know. And if you're saying I'm talking about everyone. I think everyone should be in isolation. But when you're talking about when you're talking about most affected right now, most hospitalized is between ages of 20 and 45. Maybe I'm talking about New York. Maybe I'm talking about New York. Well,
you got to show me the stats. Do you have the stats for that?
I was watching the news. I'm not talking about a website. I'm going by what they said in the news. But if you're talking about most highly at risk,
Of course, it's gonna be the elderly people. Is of
I,
course.
I understand that, but the most people that are dying are the older. Even the guys who were crying on the YouTube site, you saw they were all talking about the elderlies, how they have to remove it from an older person to put it to a younger person because it's definitely the older person who's going to end up dead,
Yeah, but it's also
even
killing
with
young
the
people.
respirator on.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but it is what it is. I think we all should be isolated anyway.
We could all be isolated, but there's obviously some essential workers that have to be done. For instance, guess who they're all calling to come and help the hospitals? They're calling all the old retirees. But seriously, are you serious? Or are they calling the old retired people, 67, and put them on it? Serious? Like call the students at McGill or Harvard and all that who are like almost a year before their term to come in.
But they ain't trying to die also.
Yeah, but guys, there's a risk of there's a potential the risk of a well good in shape young is very low. You guys just look at the boat, and also look at the boats that were contaminated. There was 2 boats. They're almost finished. There's a high call, and the percentage that died was 1% at the end.
Yeah, I know. It's common sense when you look at old people. They have more
You shouldn't be calling the retired. You should be calling the interns that are in all the schools to come out and help the doctors and everything. Because they're even if they get it, they probably won't even affect them a touch.
Yeah, but they might be
Anyways,
saying,
what's the point of talking about this? Government's crazy. These governments are all nuts.
Yeah, that's the same way I feel. That's exactly the same way I feel. I felt like ever since China has been, been in isolation, we should have started, preparing. They never prepared for nothing, and that's why it's gonna really hit us so bad. Also, just like I hope we don't be like the Italians, but trust me.
Yeah, but the thing about the Italians is the Italians are what 60? How many people in Italy? What 60 million?
Yeah,
there's 60 million people in Italy. They got
almost.
let's say 60,000 persons who are sick. Okay, which is still even a drop in a bucket when flu. A lot of people get the flu. I'm pretty sure over 60,000 get the flu easy.
Yeah.
The problem is all the people going to the hospital at the same time. That's the killer because they don't have the beds, the respirators for all this stuff.
Yeah.
But the thing is why are all these older people getting sick? Why are they getting contaminated? Kids, get away from them. Guys, 20, 30 years old, you see one walk away, stay past him because you could be a carrier. Say, sir, what are you coming to me? Get down there. Stay away from me.
Yeah, but we don't listen. If you look at the news, they still talking about people going to the park, people walking dogs, people playing and whatnot. I said, yo, these people don't know what's coming. You can't be outside for no freaking reason. That's how I feel. I
personally believe that if you see I'm telling everybody, there's not many people watching anyway, only 80 people, 90 people. But I mean, if we see elderly, just walk away from them, stay awake, stay clear, because like even you right now at 30 years old, I don't know how old you are, you could be a carrier and you're not even affected. You don't even know it. Right. You're walking around, your body's eating it up like nothing,
Right.
And then all of a sudden you just pass by somebody and who's like 60 years old and or something, and who knows? He might go into it. It still doesn't mean that the old person is going to get the old person is going to die or anything. But at the percentage that the people are getting sick and being in critical condition, it's still at that 1-2% is still a lot of people that are going to the hospital. So how do we do? We got to protect our elderly from getting into the hospital. They're walking around. They shouldn't be walking around. Half of them are retired anyways. Why are they retired? Why are they walking around for?
Trying to spread it around.
All right, listen. Spain has got 3,400 dead.
Wow.
3,400 extra deaths. And remember, people, this is my thing. This is on top of what the other stuff we're already dealing with. you see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
dead. Carol, give me a nice quick short job tomorrow, Friday. Huh?
Oh. Lazy Walter. Why didn't you go to work?
I am at work.
Oh, okay. I thought you was talking to your kids.
No. Essential job, so.
Yeah, I know. Me too. I'm at work. But the thing, I'm happy. My job is like
Yeah, in front of a
I'm
computer sometimes. So whenever I'm doing my work on a computer, I could be. Sometimes somebody will call in and then I'm cut out. So I'm sorry if I do that, guys.
shit, I'm almost by myself, so I really love it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm lucky here too. We're like we got like a small team, so we could play. What do you call it? We could have our 2 meters apart. We could do a lot of cleaning, a lot of door handle cleaning, a lot of phone. Anytime. Even though we're always washing, because you never know
It
who's
looks like
coming
a
in.
urine sound.
Excuse
This
me.
shit is crazy.
What?
Urine sound?
White rum, lime, and bay rum,
The canteen's closed.
and the urine sound.
You ought to say
What? He got the mask on.
What is it?
Who has the mask on?
Don't you hear his
Ultra?
voice? Yeah,
Ultra has the mask on. That's
yeah.
good.
He's talking he talking to his coworker. He quickly put the mask on.
He has no choice. He's constantly talking with people.
I know.
It smells like
Plus he has.
What is it?
Plus I think Ultra is one of our elderlies, right? I think Ultra is one of our elderlies. What was Ultra? You're 60 years old, what?
Yeah, he's 72.
Ultra, the old man. I think I'm older than all of you guys.
How old are you? You can't be 72.
No, I'm like 54.
Okay, so Walter 72. By May 25, he's gonna be 73.
Yeah. So just saying, I mean, that's what they should be doing out there. I mean, obviously, if we see that the elderlies are the ones who are getting more into critical condition, tell them to stay home,
Right,
lockdown,
listen, Walter,
put them in another room.
this is what I'm saying, yeah?
Do you got stats on
Look
who's
after yourself.
the more at risk in Spain?
Oh, no, apparently 3,400 people in Spain dead.
I know, but who are the people that were more at?
It's always
If I'm honest with you, like obviously early reports were like old people are being murdered, yeah, by this coronavirus. But because young people heard that, I thought, we're immune. Young people started congregating, infecting themselves, and now younger people are getting the virus.
That's my
point. But the young ones will get the virus, but the virus. The young body is capable of handling it better than the older body.
Yeah, it's capable, but that don't mean that they can die from it.
Like
we could all die from the flu. This one, obviously, we could all again die, but yet again, there's a percentage. I mean, obviously, the young guys could die. Maybe a guy at 30 years old with an underlying condition, because there are a lot of young guys today who are out of shape and totally like but usually a good, healthy person should be able to cope with this.
No, Walter, do you know what the coronavirus is and how it affects you?
Well, it affects you in different stages, depending on how it gets you.
Yes, but all right, let me post a video in the back chat, and I need you to watch it, right? Because people are saying the immune system is what's going to protect you, and that's actually not the case.
It's still your immune system, even that it's working. It's just it depends how long it takes for your immune system.
No, but bro, this is the thing. The coronavirus tricks your immune system. Bro, I'm gonna send you the video. Hold on 1 second.
But then, how is that possible when you know that there's people that are being healed, and whatever heals the person is an immune system?
Yeah.
Wait, hang on a second. Do you know that for a fact, or is that what you believe?
That's a fact. Whatever happens to you in life, your immune
is your immune system that fights everything you have in your system.
Yeah.
So is that why
it's obvious? What's happening is that it's overworking.
He's saying that old people are dying because their immune system's weak.
Yes. 9 out
Yes.
of 10 times they have low
Their
immunity.
immune system cannot figure it out, and they're constantly doing the same thing. Whereas the younger immune system figures it out quicker, is a
Yeah. Do you know what? Actually,
antibody.
let me
It's a
just
stronger antibody that kills it.
yeah, because I haven't heard of any children that have died yet. I haven't.
Knock
And
on wood.
apparently, I haven't heard of any children that have died. Let me just post this thing quickly for what. But if anyone could pull up some stats
I think I saw that. I think I
of
saw that
people
video.
dying. If anyone knows a website, we could quickly check like the NHS World Health Organization on the stats of the age groups that's dying. I did see something, but I can't remember the video's name. I can't remember what video it was. So.
Yeah, I don't watch a whole bunch of crazy videos, man. I don't watch a whole bunch of videos about this shit in any other video of my life.
I mean, you can't only watch a video. You got to watch 20 of them because one of them is totally. Sometimes they're all different. You got to put them all together to see, you know. But usually that's the way a virus works. That's the way a virus works. The virus attacks your cells.
Yeah,
It
it's
attacks.
basically a fight.
It needs your cells in order to move, to multiply.
Yeah.
And it goes in, and then it releases itself, and then your antibodies kick in. And
It's a war between the good cells and the bad cells.
Exactly, and if we have if a person has enough, if a person has enough strong immune system, means it can produce
soldiers. Yeah.
It could eat it faster, take it out faster.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it won't even allow it to get to that level. You know, that's what the whole report is, or else. You know, even cancer, our body fights cancers. Even our body fights the worst diseases, but they lose.
Yeah, sometimes they lose, sometimes they win.
You know, when you die of cancer, what happens? Because your system couldn't fight it. Then they give you something to help you try to beat it, help your immune system work with it, right?
Yeah.
When we got someone's and then hopefully that puts us on the other side.
Cancer eats up your cells. It eats up
right.
the good cells.
So.
And once all the good cells have been eaten up, that's it. That's how people.
We're not doctors here, but we have a little bit of an idea.
The private chat here. There's a video. Just when you get a second. All right, listen, Malik, big up, bro. What go on? All this corona stuff and people dying, and you forgot to hail me up, bro. What go on?
Man, I'm scared, but I think this is gonna be. I hope it's not what it is that I'm thinking. Because if I'm looking at the Spanish flu and the history about the Spanish flu, I felt like, yo, the world's about to get hit.
Bro, listen.
The world's about to get hit. The world is
all
hit.
You have to do is look at all the previous flus. Like, look at swine flu, mad cow disease, Spanish flu, regular flu, coronavirus. Bro, listen to what I'm saying. Protect yourselves at all times. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've been trying to do.
How can you protect yourself with this pestilence? Just came out of nowhere.
Listen, you need to do some boxing, bro. If you put your hands down, then that's you. And somebody did that to Floyd Mayweather. He put his hands down, and Floyd Mayweather knocked him the fuck out. Remember, the ref says, protect yourselves at all times. And if you well,
can lose guard. What I do? Let me tell you what I do this day. Actually, before the New York shutdown, I've been listening to Chinese people and how they deal with it, and I've been trying to stock up my house with whatever. But the only thing I feel in getting is the mask. Right? I got the wrong mask. I got the dust mask anyway. And when I went back, it was done. Nobody had this mask in New York. But what I'm trying to say is, I have like adequate alcohol. I have spray bottles. I come to work. I spray myself. I disinfect, and I spray the air also. Right.
That's another thing about. Sorry.
And when I go home, we have this thing that we do during when somebody's having a fever. We boil water. We put like balm in it, and then we cover ourselves up with towels. So you inhale the heat, and then if you keep doing that, you get well after a certain time. So I started doing all of that like as a precaution, but that don't mean nothing though. If you get it, you might die the next day. But it's just not trying to lose guard. So I've seen people, boil oranges and inhale and a whole bunch of shit. But that's the thing. Whatever you hear that you think is worth it, just do it. That's my advice for people. They say, oh, if you think about this and it's not gonna go against your health. Like if somebody says you could drink freaking 91% alcohol, you're gonna die from it, so you better not do it. But if somebody's saying, drink hot water, do this, stay away from people, wash your hands, cover your nose, even though you don't have a when I never had I've been using this mask for like 3 days now, and I've been doubling it with bandanas. I cover up myself. So when I never had it, I was using bandanas in covering up myself. So it's better for you not to stay exposed. It's better for you to use something.
That's another thing. I'm sorry to cut you off for a second. That's another thing. They have these masks that have these special filters that are capable of lasting up to 3 to 4 months. They're more like a gas mask.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why aren't we passing this out to our healthcare system so that they don't need to throw masks every 2 seconds out?
You're talking about throwing masks away every 2 seconds. We don't even have one.
But I'm just saying, the health professionals, why aren't they got these nice masks that they have the special filters that could last up to 3 months?
Oh, I see what
why
you're
aren't
saying.
Why are they walking around with these little paper things and just after a minute throwing them out? They should be wearing the masks like if they're a gas mask. I know it's scary shit, but at least it lasts. Get even the ones for gases, because this is an N95. So N95 is one side. You have another set that goes even to gases. So even gases you have different type of filters. They could use them all.
1 second. Veli. We have Black Telek, Day Dawn, and a whole bunch of people trying to keep up the show, Veli.
Yeah, Veli, bring them up because I can't talk that long.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, go ahead.
Black Telek, he's a great talker. He could go for hours and hours. And James Jones.
Yeah.
Let's not forget the shift.
Crazy. Yeah, you were saying something.
Yeah, I was talking about the masks. There's like certain masks.
Yeah, right.
The ones that they use, let's say, they're like more of a rubber, and then you just change the side filters. Those side filters, if I'm assuming, because in my industry, they last. If you don't want to constantly be buying the N95s and throwing them out, because you buy this type of and it'll last longer. The filters you put them on, it's a little weird and everything. Yeah, people relax there, but at least they come, they clean it, they finish, they put it in their bag.
Right.
They put these filters on, and there's sets for gas, there's sets for N95. So what?
Right.
But if they go even better than N95. So if you
Right.
have, let's say, 20 physicians,
right,
and they all have their mask, and they could all have these filters for 3 months, you save like thousands of dollars. Well, thousands of dollars. Sorry, thousands of masks.
Right. I think they're all full of shit, just like you said. I don't know what's going on.
Let's be smart about it. I know that people on the street want their regular masks, but our healthcare give them the best.
True.
It's like when you go to war. Like it takes 3 weeks to figure out which product you should be giving your soldiers on the battlefield. Hello.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love.
It's
Peace and love. They done.
Yes. I just sorry if I can just get to a point made by Beefy or Grossler TV, and he says, meanwhile, laws being passed keep you in your homes and to be detained without question worldwide. Beware what you ask for. So is anyone aware of this? These laws being passed to detain you without question.
How do you
know about that?
What actual law passed?
That's what he's saying. Either they're pushing them through or suggesting them. I mean,
the way I see it is what they're doing now is kind of getting us used to being. What's to stop them from saying, look, you know what? Ever since everyone's been at home, everything's run a lot smoother. Let's just carry on like this. Like, what's to stop them really from doing?
Well, the point is that they can't afford to keep paying for people to be at home, can they? If you've got to work and things will start.
I thought about that as well, And
wait a minute. Are they saying?
Let me just reply to that. Yeah, I thought about that same thing. Then I thought, you know what? If we're staying at home, and cash is to be removed, and like it's all happening at once, it's all just digi. They could just pay you by writing a number. Like if they're writing everyone a number, no one's really getting paid anything, and just a little calculator is making you feel like you got money now.
No, but you also got the factor of there needs to be physical work done for food to be put in the on the shelves.
But the thing, what my question to whoever was asking that question is, are we supposed to be running around?
No. I'm saying there's a difference between laws specifically for these type of situations and bringing them in, and then they use them in any way they want. So, for instance, one of the first most popular times that we saw, imagine one of the terrorism laws enacted was when a white man who is on like a talk, there was like a talk being given, some speech by, I think, the prime minister or something. And this man must have been like in his 70s. And like he kept saying, you're not answering my question or something like that. And the police just bent him up and were gripping him up under the terrorist laws.
Wait, who is he asking what to?
Like, imagine, I can't remember what it was years ago.
What was it that don't tase me, dude? That guy.
I can't remember. I know it's a white guy.
Don't tase me, bro. He just asked a question, normal question, and they started tasing him.
It might be. I don't know. All I know was it's like in the venue, it's like it goes up, so the chairs go up, quite steep.
Yeah, and there was like some sort of governmental figure or something, and people were asking him questions. Yeah. That video popped, man. There's loads of videos like that, man. Like someone comes and asks the president a question, and you see the president like kind of just ignores the break, kind of flicks his wrist on the side, and then when you can like kind of find other angles where people come and just swarm to this brer and just take him out of the venue, and God knows where he ends up, man.
Well, this is my point, where that was supposed to be about terrorism, but they're using it elsewhere. So my point is that once they bring it in, can they also use it for other reasons other than when you have this lockdown based upon a virus?
Yeah, they definitely will, man. I mean, look at a baton or a taser or handcuffs. Look at handcuffs, yeah. I personally have been put in handcuffs so many times with definitely no aggression, no, like, you know what I mean? It's like if it's there and someone wants to misuse it, they will.
Well, they're always. I mean, what they're going by is this: that some people, when they don't put them in handcuffs, at first they seem polite.
Yeah,
and then they question more. The person, and also, black people, we talk by moving our hands at the same time, or some other culture as well. And because other people have done that, and they've kind of like ignored that, and then they've got slapped in their face or boxed up. So the police are like, okay, just solve the problem, put them in handcuffs if we feel. But I mean, obviously,
that's the first thing to do.
They abuse that power. I mean, I've seen it too many times where they're so quick to do it to certain black people, and then certain white people come over here and have a word. Like, one of the things they like to do to black people is to make sure that everyone can see. Whereas with some white people, I've seen them like make it more conspicuous, like, let's have a word over here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, subtle on the side. Yeah, I've seen that.
They love having black people, like, so that it can perpetuate the stereotype that, we're always committing crime and all them things.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, man, it's just right. So let me do a question of the day. How should you react to someone trying to regulate your speech? I would suggest you ask them what it is they have a problem with, and why, and what the effects. So obviously, someone trying to regulate your speech, they're generally coming with their own principle, moral system of what's right and what's wrong and stuff like that. So you have to go from there, I guess. You'd find out what it is, why, and you could be in the wrong possibly if they're trying to regulate your speech, or you could be in the right, and it could be like them dumb pagans that don't and therefore, they're at risk of their culture.
You cut off a little bit still.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I said it could be like certain people who present an idea, a culture, as though it's a religion. And when you are questioning or refuting and challenging their culture, they have a problem with it. And therefore they want you to stop speaking in that way. So yeah, that's a real problem. I mean,
I say do some la 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 just like you at the park.
huh?
I say do some la 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 just like you at the park.
Yeah. Nah, bro. What you have to remember is there's many
La la
different
la 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 la.
there's many
La la
different
la 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 la.
Oh, when I do the female thing, yeah. La, 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 la.
Yo,
La la la
Veli.
la.
Veli, Ultra's in the back trying to get on Veli. If you can hear me, Veli. Yeah.
Yeah.
When
So,
people are not trying to make you talk. Say, shut,
oh
shut,
yeah.
shut, shut. La 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 la
No,
la
I've always tried to do that thing though, you know. La 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 la. But I don't know how
There
they
you
do
go.
it fast. Like you
No.
gotta have the fast tongue to do it, or there might be a technique in it. Like la la
I
la 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 la.
No, I'm not
Oh,
talking about the female one. I'm talking about just blabbing at people when they're not trying to make you talk.
Mm.
oh yeah, man. Just
No, but I mean,
There
boy,
you go. La la la.
hey,
setting
Malik,
you
you're
up, you
talking about
gotta
the
shut
park.
them up. So
You're talking about the park. I think the park gonna be locked up for a while, boy. Serious,
yeah,
bro.
it's gonna be
Yeah, I know.
that
I'm just saying that's how some people do. You know, when you're trying to talk and they're not trying to make you talk, they just keep talking shit or just keep repeating what you're saying. So that way you get distracted and shut up.
bro. I know it's not connected, or maybe it is, yeah. But like, you see how before this Corona thing, that was the first time Hyde Park was ever. I mean, I don't know, was it shut down ever before that in history? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Just
Yeah, but
just like Mecca was never shut down for no reason.
yeah, that's mad,
Just
isn't it?
like a whole bunch of places
Hey,
in
so
this.
what? So
Yo,
you see Mecca, yeah? Like, there's always people there, innit? Like,
yeah,
all around the year.
yeah.
What, right now, is it fully empty?
That shit is like it's not fully empty, but basically it's just empty.
Are you Muslim, yeah?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully in the sight of my creator, if he counts me as Muslim, I'll be happy.
Yo, bruv, you see this? You know about what's going on in Saudi and stuff like that?
A little bit, like what?
I just wanted to ask, what is this big Mordor thing?
Huh?
Mordor?
Yeah. Have you
What is
seen
a
Lord of the
Mordor?
Rings? Have you seen Lord of the Rings? Have you seen Lord of the Rings?
No.
Bro, look, go on Google Images and write Saudi Arabia, not Saudi Arabia, Mecca skyline. Right, Mecca skyline. Tell me what that thing is. That's popping out of the city, like it's like some giant thing, bro. In the like overshadowing the Kaaba.
Regulate people's speech, yeah.
Yeah.
You mean inside a Kaaba?
No, it's
Just
just
type it in, bro. It's like a clock tower. It looks like a clock tower or something.
yeah, it's like a clock tower with like horns at the top and that.
Nah, it's a
Bro,
crescent
look at
moon.
Mordor, fam.
The crescent moon. Crescent moon.
Yeah, crescent moon.
That's
Crescent moon. Yeah, but it's like sideways, so that it's like see how crescent is from the side. This thing is like
No. Loads of people have the crescent at the top as well, like that. But yeah, I mean the horns. Yeah, you could put them both in a because one of the things that they do is they have the horns. I think of a bull or a ox or something, representing the crescent moon as well. So they're saying
yo, Esau, have you ever gone into like ancient alphabets and the actual origin of alpha and beta and
yeah, man. That was cool.
What have you gone into Adamic or language of the birds or things like that?
Language of the birds. What the Quran mentions, you mean?
or Adamic. Have you
Adamic?
come across something called
I've come across the Enochian language. Adamic,
Wait, sorry, the what language?
Enoch, Idris.
Ah, Enochian language. Ultra, mute your mic. You're scratching it up or something. I don't know.
Sorry.
Calm.
Yeah, go on. What you saying?
What? Wait,
I've-
can you find that language, the Enochian language? Is it
No.
still
I'm
available?
saying that's what they call it. I think it's made up, but
Oh.
I would say that the ancient Egyptian script is from Enoch, Idris.
Have
So,
you come across the Bible verse? Actually, someone shared it to me the other time. It's not on me right now, but it was that verse about I think it was on Babylon where people's language all got mixed up.
Yeah. So they were building a tower.
Yeah.
And it was to, what did they say again? To reach.
Yeah,
to reach God or something.
To reach God, something like that. And therefore it says God came down and confounded them in their language, and they couldn't finish the Tower of Babel.
What sense do you make of this story? Like
exactly.
These people...
Well, the first thing is that people were speaking different languages way before that. If anything, there's a lot more to the story anyway.
I know, but I'm saying that me personally, I'm of the belief that at one point everyone did speak the same language. Like there was a language that is.
Yeah, I think so also.
So like, did you get so you've researched this, yeah?
Yeah.
How far deeply have you gone into that?
Well, I mean, I deal with science. I say the Quran's science book, so therefore science. So it suggests that the Bantu language is the oldest language, so-called Bantu, or the Twa. You heard of the Twa people, the Khoisan people?
Yeah.
So their language would appear to be the oldest language. I mean, there are
the one they're using today.
Yeah, because there's no like reason to believe that their language has changed that much, because they're still living the same bush life they've been living for thousands of years. So like language change normally because your lifestyle, your culture, major things change, innit? Like if you're doing the same thing, like why are you going to change? Like what's the reason for the language to change? There were things where they were trying to present Sanskrit as the original. Obviously some of the Hebrews were saying Hebrew's the original.
Are these like vocal languages?
Which Hebrew and Sanskrit?
No.
Oh,
we said before that.
Khoisan. The click. You know the clicking.
Yeah, but there's also throat vibration as well, right?
Yeah, guttural sound. Some
Yeah.
people, I mean, this guy tried to present that Arabic was the first language, and other languages came from it. But most of the time when they do that, they do tend to ignore black languages or so-called African languages. Some people, actually, I can't say most, some people do that.
I think people don't understand what the origin of language is. Like they decide to call it basically the alpha is like when you say A or alpha or aleph or like the thing is actually just That's actually what it is.
It's an sound.
Yeah.
But you have to remember somebody else said alpha beta, which is your Greek letters.
So you think Greek originated the alphabet?
No. I'm saying the English term alphabet, that word comes from the two letters alpha and beta and beta.
But did that come before the Hebrew or after?
No, it would have come after. But
because
what my
the
point is,
Hebrew, their first letter is aleph and their second letter is bet.
Yeah.
Alpha
No, brother, I'm talking about like for instance, the Hebrews do not call their alphabet.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
understand?
That's true. Yeah.
That word came later. That's the English way of.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
yeah. I get what you're saying, but I mean the actual. I mean
yeah,
when you amalgamate it, when you look at the
the letters.
Hebrew, and
Yeah.
you look at the Arabic, and you look at the Greek, they all start with A, then B, then some sort of G. It's either a G sound or a J sound, and then D. Like there's this specific formation that they all follow, yeah.
Hmm.
That indicates to me that there's some sort of like to me, I've seen a pattern between all these languages that they, even though they're different languages, and they even have different symbologies for these letters, they all seem to find out that this letter has the first value before the other letters. Like there was, I think there's some
Well, you
significance
have
to
to
that.
look at nature and the child. Like the letter M is very important, and apparently most words across the world for mother include at least one M.
Yeah.
And the child, you know, the babies when it's cooling down, it's always so it's making the sound itself that relates to being hugged, and you know, and
Yeah.
the ah sound is the cry of like pain. Ah, do you see what I mean? So there's a whole heap of stuff, bro. Trust me, the science linguistics is just deep, very,
I
very
was
deep.
I was trying to
I want to
understand.
get into that, man. I want to,
Dagon,
but I want to get it right.
are
Yeah,
you
go on,
saying
bro.
that the first language was like signs and just vibrations?
They were what?
Yeah.
Like signs and vibrations.
Signs.
Signs is
Well, there's no need for the
vibrations.
signs. They're just speaking at first. They're
Yeah.
just talking. They're using sounds.
Sound.
So they're not
Sound
writing
like.
anything.
Vibration frequency. Yeah, that's what it is.
So can you explain what you mean exactly? Like, give me an example.
Well, I'm saying whatever word you're going to use, yeah. If you're hunting and gathering, right? So you're out there with your bow and arrow, your spear, and your poisonous dart, right? What do you need to write anything down for?
Yeah.
If somebody's coming behind you and you're trying to tell them where you've been at, you gotta write it down so they can see, so they can know. Because at that time you're not gonna be there no more. Yo, turn left, east, west, north, south, whatever.
No, there and then, like,
brother, they've already taught people how to navigate through bush, what to look out for signs for dangerous animals. Brother, it's just, I mean, it's interesting you're saying that. Remember, they'll have their own sounds, like ooh, whatever. So, you know what I mean?
Yes, I know.
They just don't work that way. Do you get what I'm saying? That if you look at, like, that's a burden to, and you're saying write stuff down. Like, why would you waste time doing that if you want to let people which way you've gone? Maybe you just take your whatever and tie it to a tree. You get me? You put a leaf or something on a different leaf or a different vine, tie it to a tree, every other couple of trees, and they will see that flower and they will say, right, he's gone that way because that blue flower is tied to that tree. So that, bruv, I don't think you realize how sophisticated an alphabet is. Cotton Socks says the letter J was not formed until 1524. Sister Cotton Socks.
that is
the letter. What are you going to say there?
The English letter J.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was about to say. The English letter J was not, but the sound J is definitely in older languages than that. But you generally find in the older writings in English are I rather than the J. Do you get what I'm saying? Which is quite interesting because the Y and the I can be seen to have similar sounds in certain words. So the word Jesus, I mean, what were they saying back then before you had J in the English?
Jesus.
But we also have to find out, is it the letter J, literally the script letter, or are we talking about the sound J? Was there no sound J in the English language of pronunciation? So would they have said Jesus instead of Jesus, or Yosef or
I
Osif.
think there was something like that. You know what? Before the letter J, I was reading up about this one day. It was like I think it was DZ was how to pronounce J. Like, see right now to write CH, you say Chuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before the letter J was actually pronounced J. I'm not sure if it was DZ or if it was.
I feel what you're saying, and it does make sense because the more we like progress in life, the more how to say it, shorthand. You can see a whole bunch of shorthands these days that you know exactly what they're talking about. Yeah, so back then, basically, yeah, it could have been DZ, like you said. Like, if we're
No,
talking
but I'm
about this,
saying you go to the libraries, British Library and stuff, places like that, wherever else, and you've got the books, the old scripts. Actually, you can Google it now. You don't have to go anywhere. Yeah, you can see where they've got the I instead of a J, like in these old Bibles and whatever else. So you're like, where's the letter J? And the letter J is not written. But I'm talking about the pronunciation. So as
yeah, you could pronounce it.
But if you got like a transliteration for another language, that might help in getting the actual pronunciation. If they used to do that kind of stuff, I don't know if that's new or what.
If they've got that, I mean,
that's a good one.
That's how you can find out, isn't it? That's how I imagine.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's all deep stuff, man. Like,
yo, but Isa, what would you think of having a like see how we write A basically as a triangle with a couple extra bits, yeah? Like, what would you think of an alphabet where the actual sound you're trying to represent? To write the symbol for it, you would have to write a simplified version of the actual wave form that you find when this sound is manifested.
Yeah, well, you won't find me speaking about those things on there, bro. But yeah, you're on the right track. You're on the right track.
So no, I would love to speak to you about that. Man.
Yeah, man, definitely.
Maybe after this whole Corona ordeal.
Yeah, for real. This is what I mean. You know what, bro? This is some weird thing coming because there was some good plans I got for this year. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, trust me, bro. Yeah, it's deep because they come up with this reversal from Europe. They come out of Europe, and certain things like 2020. I know a lot of people that have put in, like, they've made changes where this is the year.
Yeah,
you get me, including myself. And it's been like there's been things that I've really prepared and I've really, like, you know, for years there's certain things is like, boy, just a talk and bit and then this year was like, bam, yeah, we're gonna do it. And then this bloody stinky virus.
Well, you know, I think it was like that for so many people, you know. But you know what is funny? Someone like, look, do you not know that guy who used to come Speaker's Corner with a crown on his head?
Who's that?
That guy. No, look, there's a guy who used to come Speaker's Corner, and just at the entrance, he would have a big board, and he'd have a fat crown on his head.
I'm trying to think who it is.
Like, he's so bait. He's so, like, he's kind of there hidden, but he's kind of bait. Basically, I went up to him and I go to him, yo, like, are you the king of Speaker's Corner or something? True say he does come once in a while, but he's been coming for years. But he's kind of inconspicuous. I go to him, you know what? I've seen you so many times here. Like, what are you on? The guy told me this was gonna happen. That's the maddest thing about, like, this is still boggling my brain to this day.
Yeah.
He told me in 2020 you're gonna see some madness, and first of all, there's gonna be a war that kickstarts the year. Then there's gonna be a disease, and it's gonna go crazy after that. And then he told me that the world's gonna end. Either 2020 or 2021, those 2 years, I don't know what. So this guy got me thinking.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, but you know what? Like in history, we've had people who could predict the future, though. Like, they could see it coming.
I know, and it's the guys who look crazy who actually know the most. That's the funny thing about it.
You see, the thing is, there's a
world. One second, Telek. I was watching Imran Hussein yesterday, and he talked about it. He said, and that was like years before. He said, they're gonna come with some some type of disease to shut down Mecca, and then you will never. He was basically like caught in an hadith or something. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I wouldn't. What's his name? Imran Mussin, whatever his name is. Khan, that guy.
Imran Hussein.
Yeah, sorry, Hussein.
The old man, yeah. The
Mussin.
old GI.
Yeah, from Trinidad.
Right, that one.
But you have to remember, a lot of these prophecies. I mean, how many different options have you got for the government's big agenda? You're gonna have war. You're gonna have disease. How many different things? So when they make these predictions, like what I mean, it's not a big thing, is it? And normally it's like if you got 4 different things, it's either going to be none of them or one of them. And because there's only 4, it's like, wow, yeah, well, and you want to ignore the other bloody 3 that he said. Do you know what I mean? So, but yeah, flip, I forgot what I was saying now. You said 2020. Oh, flipping out. The guy at the
I was
park.
saying about the king, the guy who is prophesizing these things. And they told me the world's gonna end on that, man.
Oh, the world. That was it. The word "world" is used. A lot of people think that means the planet. Back in the day, like,
I was just saying this to someone a couple of days ago, or yesterday. They were telling me that the earth is flat because the Bible says the earth is flat. And I asked them, does it say the earth or the world?
Oh, no. Well, there you go. That's the next thing again. But what I mean is when we say world, the world is the current, let's say, establishment, the current government that we live in. Do you understand?
The situation we're in.
Exactly. So the world that we know as we know it, if it changes drastically, it's like that world has ended. Do you see what I'm saying? So, for instance, if somebody was under, in communism, like if that fell and then a new government, like the world of the Libyans, for instance, under Gaddafi, because you got like 3 generations that have only known Gaddafi. So their world has ended. Do you get what I'm saying? In that sense.
It's a whole new universe.
So it's because you have to remember. So when they say the world's going to end, a lot of the time it's that type of viewpoint, paradigm, and perspective will end, but not
like
the planet.
I mean, if you want to look at it this way, the world just ended.
Like era or generation,
a month or 2 ago, and now we're in some quarantine world. You get me? It's a whole
I mean, yeah.
Right,
what I'm saying,
I feel you.
Because hopefully it won't get worse. Cotton Sock says Prince Charles only has mild symptoms. She got a sad face. She don't think he even has it, just probably pretending. Like man's just gonna pretend to get attention. Like I haven't been in the papers for a while. Let me pretend that this girl's funny.
Maybe though, you never know, man. That would be funny if that's true though.
Just pretend. Oh boy. I mean,
Prince Charles, man. He's moving away from the family though, innit? Like, I don't think he wants to get involved. I think he knows about Diana and all these things, and I think he wants to stay away from these things. But then again, bro, I don't know what is going on there, man.
I think they're trying to remove dissolve what it means, the whole monarchy thing. And
reunite them with common folk.
Yeah, just say, what it represented before was garbage. And to be honest, I think that is the last thing to go before whatever new world order domination comes in. If you think about it, because conceptually, it wouldn't make sense for any new world leader to be ruling over the Queen. Right now, she rules the world, right? At least as a figurehead. You get me?
Yeah, she basically is the world ruler if you want to look at it in detail.
As a figurehead, yeah. I'm just saying. Obviously, the British Empire never stopped. So, yeah. Good. Wow.
Oh man, my phone won't charge. I'm in trouble.
You can say she can run whatever mission she really wants to run, if she really wanted to.
That's why I use the word figurehead, because I don't think they don't generally leave it up to one person like they used to. Yeah, with you.
I get what you're saying, yeah, but I got this feeling, yeah, that like if anyone just sees the Queen and she says something, like you're kind of like expected to just do what she says. You know what I mean? Like, no one's gonna be like, oh, what? You get me? You
Well,
say, yeah,
that's
but
at
that's
the
the
common
Queen.
level, but she ain't gonna be telling other, like, even the prime ministers and all these guys,
You're talking about what you call the shadow government, if you will.
yeah. I mean, no, it's a common thing where whoever's behind the scenes, whoever's running the show,
Yeah.
is using them all to maneuver them and the masses towards a certain agenda. So, yeah, man, Shivite Jagnath says world equals whirl, tourist field, and hyperboloid. I would
You know
agree.
what?
I mean, the world is about whirling in that sense. I mean, when we get into the flat earth and all this other stuff, you'd be surprised how much of a science you would need to know about human consciousness, and how that's intertwined with the perception of what is flat and what is not. Because human consciousness and perception and the brain and evolution, yeah, bro. A lot of these conversations, they sound like retarded conversations.
Yo,
Because they
Esau,
just,
do you think a lot of these people understand what you say when you speak, bro? Or do you think it just flies over most of these people's heads?
I mean, there are a few out there that obviously pick it up. Others, obviously those of a certain group naturally retarded. So you know what I mean. But because you have to remember that understanding, because they've decided.
Oh wait,
that,
what you said? I thought you paused, man.
Hello.
Yeah. You just cut off for a second.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just heard
okay.
you from. You got to remember that.
Huh?
I just heard you got to remember that, and it cut.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah.
So, I said you got to remember that certain people are limited by their own like frequency range. So, for instance, if they have a certain belief that's cultural, not that they've studied it. So there's two. There's people that study where they are, and they've studied regardless. They've studied in the sense of truth, and truth alone is the goal. Whereas some people, they're studying truth within the context of their own tradition or cultural so-called religious belief, which is absolute garbage. Because at the end of the day, if something is true, it's true regardless of whether it's in your religion or not. Do you get me? Or in your culture or not? It's either true or it's not true. And that's it.
Oh yeah. What I think you're saying is that some people research truth with the lens of their own ideal, and some people see ideals within the lens of the truth. Like some people would either say this is true or not based on whether it's ideal for them or not, and other people would say this is ideal or not,
right?
Regardless, just know
the general point is the criteria.
Sometimes it comes to a level of understanding.
Hold on, let me just say this. The general point there is, my brother, that they done is that the criteria for truth is their own tradition, so it's self-fulfilling. Do you get what I'm saying? So just think
how would you
about
get someone to focus on getting the truth without having that barrier, even like, because it's a difficult barrier for someone to be able to overcome, right?
It can be. It depends.
Now most of them won't see it as a barrier though. That's what makes it the most difficult, that they think this is the only route.
But that's my point. This is why I made the distinction between the cultural and those that study. Because if somebody's coming with what they were just born with, then that's the biggest sign that they're retarded. Because if they're how can you be talking confidently about something that you haven't studied? If you're born into it and you just heard it and you've got no proof of it, you haven't even got the logics of it making sense. You can't even say, well, although I haven't observed it, it makes sense because this add this equals that. But if the foundation is, well, I'm born into this, culture, then you know what I mean. It's bloody ridiculous, man. So I'm saying that
But
one of the
can't
things.
you say the same for something like for science and that? Because we were born into the culture of understanding why we understand science and how it makes sense. Or
You could, but I mean, I don't know which angle you're. I've got that view, but I don't know what angle you're coming from when you say that. So what do you
I'm
mean?
not really coming from a specific angle. I'm just trying to, because me personally, I'm in a stage where I can't really, like, I understand I can't trust my senses. I understand that. I understand I can't trust, therefore, the measurement tools we use based on our senses. And then all our accumulation of A to B to C to Z has all come from this to begin with, and our assumptions have to get involved, and then we have to work on experimentation based on assumptions to make the assumptions fit or not, and the hypotheses work or not, and we're only observing based on what we're trying to find anyway. So, like, a lot of it.
Exactly. So you're correct. You're 100% correct. The difference between that and a religious cultural belief is the standard for truth at the very basic level should be your senses. Because I'm saying that's what makes you you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm saying everything around you in the world relates to how your senses tell you they are, if there is even a world. Do you see what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that when me and you see a wall, unless we literally want to walk into it, we'll walk around it. We'll both do that because our senses tell us that we can't walk through the damn wall. Correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's upon that basic premise that we then say, right, this is the basic standard. So they will call that empirical. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you're using the empirical standard or the empirical basic perspective, you base your science upon that, and then you can go back and say, right, you know, what is beyond this empirical thing? Because now you've got something to study beyond that, i.e., beyond your senses. Otherwise, how are you going to study? What are you going to use to study if what your senses are telling you is right or not? If you don't have a foundation or start somewhere, you have to start.
No, it's true. It's true. You have to start using the lower level information to get higher level information. It's true.
Yeah, you have to make a measurement to.
But at certain points, it gets a bit counterintuitive. Like right now, if you tell me, okay, so everything's made of atoms, yeah.
Yeah.
And this wall is made of atoms, and I'm made of atoms, and then that means atoms are 99% nothing, 0.001% actual matter, and that 0.001% is also 99%. That means everything is made of nothing, really. Why can't I walk through the wall? Then it gets kind of like
fields of energy, electromagnetic fields, quantum fields, positive.
So then we'd be able to resonate with any frequency, though, right?
Yeah, but then you'd be nothing, then, wouldn't you? So it's either you want to be
good or bad thing.
Well, that could be good or bad, but I'm saying it's either you want to be a conscious being, living, you know, in the world you are, or you want to be just vaporous electromagnetic fields. I mean, what do you want to be?
But does it matter really?
Well, of course it does.
It's a matter of preference.
Well, right
It's
now
just a
you can
matter of
interact with the world. You can, let's say, enjoy parts, not enjoy other parts, or you can just be like a plant, like a universal plant, a vegetable, whatever.
Or is that a bad thing?
Well, you won't be alive, so I mean, it depends. Wow,
Would you
man.
call it not alive though? Would you call it not alive though?
Okay, it won't be alive compared to this experience, will it?
This experience has a certain specific taste that
Yep.
you don't really find in too many different experiences.
I mean, what you can do is you can go on an internal journey to experience the different. This is where prophets and sages and religion and spirituality comes in. But even that is extremely dangerous because you're now going into the own hard drive programs in yourself. When you start interfering with them, you could turn mad, bro. So
it's like going on a computer, turning on super administrator mode and fucking around with all the intricate details that you don't know what you're doing.
Yep. Yeah. And that's about it. And the difference is when you're dealing with a computer, at least you're not the computer. So and
Yeah.
the computer's not doing it to itself. Like you can literally start to hallucinate, see things that ain't there, or maybe that are there that you're not ready to see. Do you know what I mean? Stuff like that. Bloody hell.
Do you think this corona is trying to hack into our systems? Do you think it's a bio? Obviously, if I use the word virus, it's not really.
Yeah.
But like it's like a bio hacking tool. Do you think bioengineering and bio?
I think we're definitely at a level of creating where viruses are living creatures in the sense of programs. So they're programs into the body.
Do you think they are capable of being controlled remotely?
Yeah, definitely.
So do you think, for example, like you can create a strain of very highly infective viral matter, and then since it's so infective, it will infect everyone, and then remote detonate it to attack, for example?
Yeah, I definitely think so, and that's why these mobile phones and their masks and whatever else, they're making us possibly very much receptive to their programs. So they can. This part, maybe 5G might be part of that. So therefore, they can. You've got this thing in your body, and and.
I heard there's like, see, the new generation.
Yeah.
They got this. They've actually mutated some sort of extra layer in their skin. I don't remember where I read this, or it was just some obscure website about some booky stuff. Yeah, but like there was actual studies and references. Like I was actually shocked at how much work this guy put into this thing. If I find it, I will share. But it was like about how the new generation got this different kind of construction, and the conclusions were basically, the guy theorizes that it is based on these waves that are just going through all of our bodies, and they've just adapted to their habitat in a way to protect their own self from these waves. Because but every building you go into has Wi-Fi. GSM's been out since I was born. Like, you know what I mean? 5G's now here. 3G's been out for years. Humans are going to have, because we know these things affect us negatively. So obviously the body is going to do something to counteract that effect. Because if it's waves, then we're waves.
Exactly. It all boils down to your mind and consciousness, bro. That's what it boils down to.
Do you think you can consciously rid yourself of the virus just by deactivating it mentally?
Yeah. You can, but we're so out of touch with our own body and what happens with it. So you'd probably have to go into deep meditation to do that.
But you see people who are too lazy to do that. Like, you see humans, yeah. They kind of have this tendency to lean towards ignorance. Do you have any reason why this might be the case? Do you have any theories?
Yeah, because we evolved, and if you look at evolution, the masses have generally just been there to follow whichever leader comes along and run their mouth. They haven't really shown the propensity to want to generally know the truth or anything like that. They just want to be like sheep. That's what
Yeah,
you
what do you
found.
think causes that? Like, what do you think is there core source drive behind that?
I would say in evolution, why that is. Because you probably would never get anything done if there were too many leaders. If everyone was, because if everyone's a thinker, right?
Yeah.
You're thinking and drawing conclusions at different times of your evolutionary growth. So one will be at 30, one will be, so two people, let's say 10 people all grow up, they're born in the same year. One person might know what's necessary at 25, another person 35, another person 40, etc. Now the one at 25, do they have to wait until the other people know what they know, or do they have to take the leadership and say, right, this is what we need to do, let's get on with it? So it's possible that evolution said, you know what, let's just make a bunch of others listen to whoever has got the knowledge and the know-how. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's ended up here, bro.
Well, I would say
You
that
know what I
isn't
mean?
quite the case. What's made us end up here is more to do with the propensity for running towards gaining wealth. So a lot of the people have what's the word? Titillated, I think, enticed them with dreams of a better world, so to speak.
But a world they're not gonna see though, like, and material. So it's all material based, like.
Material hereafter, it's all kind of different thing, manipulation. Yeah, but it's evolution. That's what I'm saying. You have to just accept that's evolution, isn't it? What are you gonna do about it? It works, man. Sorry, I have to go and get something to eat, bro. You know what I want? I was gonna say, can you play something that? Can you play Reanimator? That is so funny, bro. Oh my God.
I can't on my phone still. You know what? I've did I ask you this question? I've been trying to figure out this question since I was a kid. Yeah, how do you get someone who doesn't listen to listen? Do you think you have an answer for me on that one?
How do you get someone who doesn't listen to it? Depends what you mean, doesn't listen.
Like, say for example, yeah, my friend keeps putting his finger in the fire, yeah, but I keep telling him, you know, the reason your finger always hurts you and is burning is because you're putting it in the fire. But he won't listen, and he put his finger in the fire again.
Yeah, you either have to take them around another angle at looking at the same thing, or if you get someone else to tell them it. Generally, experience of maybe not that fire, but some other fire, or seeing someone else do it.
Yeah. But you know, like certain times you'll get to a point where you actually, like, see when you're not seeing something enough, right, that you're supposed to be seeing, and then you just switch off. Like, there's some people who are switched off, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So no matter what angle, perspective, and
well, meditation, you have to jumpstart them out of it. Sometimes you have to give them a surprise, wake up call.
Oh, give them a little bit of electricity.
Yep. Something to wake them up. Some people don't. You know what I mean? Because whatever it is, that thing that you're warning them about is translating in their heads as not important or not big, or you know what I mean? It's not.
Well, you know what it is? A lot of people are in such an egotistical mindset that they believe whatever you tell them is like a boyage, innit? Like, say I told you, bro, you speak too much, yeah? Like, say if my boy speaks too much and I tell him, bro, you speak too much. And he's in that mindset, he's just thinking, right, my man's just trying to mug me. What do you mean I speak too much, bro? And like, obviously, if someone you're advising them that they speak too much, they're just going to start chatting even more too much, innit? And you end up in like a cycle kind of thing.
I mean, one way is to ask questions. one of my methods is to get the people to teach me. So when you say, right, what do you ask them, what do you think of this? What do you think of that?
Yeah.
As they're telling you, they're going through their own, because some people don't go through their own thoughts. You get me? They don't think for themselves.
Oh yeah, I get you. So you ask
So
them based on them, so they relate it to themselves since they're sort of
exactly.
egocentric. Yeah, that's sick.
So if
That's
you were
actually
to
sick.
say, let's say that same person, you ask them about another person, you say, what do you think of this person that does this and this and this? What do you think will happen if they continue this way? So they now
Yeah.
become the authoritarian and the advisor in the situation, let's say advisor to you, rather than you being the advisor to them. But then by them advising you on that, they now advise themselves. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a sick one, bro. That's clever, man. Reversing the
Inshallah.
whole thing. Sick.
Yeah, man. Just
You see that? You see that picture you got? Yeah.
yeah.
Is that a representation of the Ark of the Covenant?
Yep. Yeah,
Can
bro.
you educate me a bit on that, please?
Yeah, no, it was just well, it's not just anything, it's an extremely important thing. But it's basically from the story in the Bible, Musa was told to build it as a place where they would have direct communication with the Most High God.
Musa.
Yeah.
So what is it, like a physical built thing?
Yeah. It was a wooden box inlaid and outlaid with gold, of a certain specific universal dimensions, and it has a
Oh
lid.
wait. Someone told me something about this. Is that the thing that was that thing that's buried under Solomon's temple or something?
Well, yeah, they say that, and then it was taken by Menelik. The Ethiopians claim that the son of Solomon and Sheba took it to Ethiopia. But
Yeah.
how true that is, we
What
don't.
was supposed to be in it, like books of black magic and that?
No. Oh no. You're
Oh.
talking about something else. You're talking about the thing where the books of magic were supposed to be. Apparently, they put them under the chair of Solomon. No. This is something
Yeah,
totally
you know
different.
what? Because someone connected that story with me when I asked them about the Ark of the Covenant. They said that, and I said, "Are you sure, bruv? Because that's a whole totally different thing." Yeah, and they said, "No, yeah, that's what it is. It was like a box, and then there was something in it, and then you get me." But yeah, tell me, please, take away my confusion, bro.
Yeah, no. This was made in the time of Musa. It was housed in the temple. So when Solomon built the temple, this was right at the center, the core. Like this would be similar to the black stone for us in a sense.
See that black stone inside the pyramid that's made of granite or graphite, was it?
Right.
Have you
Okay.
seen that?
I can't remember, I can't remember if
Like
I've seen a
there's this.
stone. I know I've seen
Oh wait, not a stone. Like maybe not the way you're thinking of
that
it. There's
box.
this thing. Yeah.
What they say is the dimensions of the Ark of the Covenant. There's a story
Yeah.
that the Ark of the Covenant was in there and that it powered the pyramid and that
Yo.
Moses stole it. This is somebody has a theory on that, which would mean he didn't build it from scratch.
Wait, sorry. I might not have been listening carefully, or I think I cut you off. Like, what exactly is in the box?
Inside of it is supposed to be the tablets of stone.
Yeah.
That Musa got from Allah, his
I would.
rod,
Yeah.
and something else. I think, well, his rod and the tablets of stone. The main two things. Yeah, man.
And then they put it inside a temple, or they built a temple around it, or they put it inside the temple.
Yeah, first it was in tents until Solomon built the temple, and then he put the box in there.
Now wait, Solomon.
Yeah, King Solomon. So after Moses, it went to Joshua, and after Joshua, it went on and on until you got to King David and Solomon.
Oh damn! I thought they were like before Moses.
No, afterwards.
Oh, Yeah, that's mad, man. And like, see if you got these tablets and stick. Like, what will like what significance do they have?
What do you mean?
Like, obviously, I know the tablets will have the actual word of God, but what about the stick? Does that have any significance?
What the magical stick that part the sea?
Was it a magical stick? Was there anything special about the stick, or was it about how it was used?
No, it was the stick, and it was Musa. There's a whole science behind it.
Yeah,
Um,
what was so magical about the stick, though, man? Can you say?
well, remember, there's let me see how to put it to you. It's a lot of the things you ask, you generally find people won't tell you, but they will
Yeah,
point you in a
bro.
direction. They will point you in a direction where, because how it
Oh
works
wait,
is this.
you are you speaking generally? Because I thought you were speaking to me directly.
No, I'm speaking to you directly. What I'm saying is
Oh yeah.
that a lot of the questions you're asking are dabbling into or going into things where certain people that have their code or their secret societies, they won't tell you the answers.
I know, bro. That's my biggest problem, man. No one wants to answer my
No,
questions.
but this is how because you'll realize afterwards why.
Okay.
How it works is that if a person is sincere, those people's job is to point you in a direction. If you're sincere,
You'll go
then
that way.
you will see it for yourself. You know, like sometimes you have that thing where all kind of different a picture with all kind of different patterns and whatever else, and the more
Yeah.
you stare at it, then an image pops out at you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's either you've got the vision or you're not, and it normally depends on how sincere you are to truth.
Yeah, but bro, what if you don't know if what you're looking at is what it is to see?
That's what I'm saying. So you have to get a standard. You have to. That's this one of the things you have to realize is, well, where do I start?
Oh, goes mad.
So I mean, one of the places to start is the word truth, what it means and what it actually is. And I suggest from there that will be a very and you basically have to give your allegiance to that. It's either because what happens is a lot of the time you have to look at it like this. We actually know the answers to most of what we're asking. But there are veils that are covering it with a lot of cultural and other baggage or other things that are covering over the actual truth. Do you get me? So there's a lot of things like if you think of what you want to know about anything, what is actually stopping you from knowing? There's been a habit within you to go and ask someone else or go, because there's some people they can just tune into nature, tune into history, tune into stuff, and they just know it. That's because they've removed all of these veils, all of these different blocks. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's the ways of the prophet, so to speak.
But then again, there's just been so much confusion that there's no way to really find out like which way you can go. I mean, look, a lot of people have tried to do what you're suggesting and have ended up like, you know what I mean? look at these people like changing who they are, for example. You know what I mean? Or
I was supposed to go 5 minutes ago. Go on, be quick, go on.
like right now, yeah. Say someone, for example, realizes that thievery is a good thing, yeah, and the only thing that was stopping them from doing it was their cultural or religious shackles, if you will, that was stopping them from doing this, and then they had some realization that being rich is a good thing, and then they realize this is a way to get rich, and or for example, yeah, nature will tell you that homosexuality is wrong. It's just so common sense that you don't get, but some people did somehow come to the conclusion, yeah, regardless of what everyone's been telling them, that this is a good thing, like or normal at least anyway, or decided to change their actual body or whatever, you know what I mean? So like humans got to that conclusion. Those are humans as well, you know what I mean?
No, but what I'm saying is that when you have around you a paradigm where people are saying, well, what is right, what is wrong, what gender roles are there, what should we do, what should we not do, stuff like that. In a place where you don't have them fixed, or at least guidelines for them, then obviously anything goes, isn't it? It's just how you feel at the time. In relation to what you said about, I think you were talking, not to be offensive to anyone, about transgender. Somebody mentioned the other day that a hell of a lot of people were taking, hell of a lot of people are trying, they regret it basically.
A lot of transgenders are trying to turn back to their original gender, and they're finding out they can't.
Exactly. So
yeah, I've seen
what
stuff
my
like
point
that.
is that we're not ruled by wisdom. We're not governed by a wise system, are we? We're governed by a system that's here to manipulate you. You know what I mean? Just keep us busy, over here, over there, to divert our attention from what their real agenda is. Simple as that, bro. It's as simple as that.
Hey, wait, hold on, real quick, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you rewind it for 1 second? What did you say? What was that theory that the Ark of the Covenant powers what?
Oh yeah, the Ark of the Covenant powered the Great Pyramid. So they're saying it was placed in that granite box, and it is said that basically you can see this like a DNA type electrical force burn on the wall. Apparently, obviously,
DNA type. What's that mean?
No. You know the shape of a DNA,
oh,
right?
Like
when
a double helix.
The image of a DNA. Yeah. So the double helix, spiral, whatever you want to call it, they're saying that is going up the wall, and they're suggesting that came from the Ark of the Covenant upwards. I'm just saying this was one. I was just telling the brother this is one of the theories. Like there's a lot of theories floating around of how it came about.
What evidence is there for that?
No, the guy in the book. I mean, let me see if I can remember the book.
There's some guy writing his theories, isn't it?
This was one of his theories. There's been a whole heap. Like for instance, another one was I think was somebody called Eric von Daniken. I think he wrote a book called The Chariots of the Gods. So he started off the idea.
Sounds what?
So I think he started the idea that basically God is a UFO and all it, or sorry, God, aliens or something. And basically, the Ark of the Covenant was given from them to communicate with UFOs. So I'm just throwing the theories out there. You get what I'm saying?
That was a serious question, though. Why are you laughing?
Huh?
I was gonna say, why are you reading that kind of shirt for?
No, this is what I'm saying. This is old information, but I'll read anything.
Do you think that's not good to read?
But hold on, why is it shirt? Hold on, why is it shirt?
Man's trying to say Allah's the alien stuff for Allah.
No, I'm saying what they're saying. Okay, for instance, the angels are speaking on behalf of Allah, right? So the angels can either be UFOs or in UFOs, right? So, but the point is that it says in the Bible that the Most High God will speak, and His presence will be between the wings of the cherubim. So on the cherubim on the ark.
Isa, yeah. One thing I'll say to you, you're a sick guy. You're a bad man still, yeah, but
I know, yeah. Believe in religion and shit, yeah.
No,
why can't Allah be an alien?
Because an alien would be subjected to the laws of creation and subject to death. That would be the first.
But we don't know that. Because it's alien to us. We don't even know what it is subject to and what it is.
Then it would be a god. Then it wouldn't be an alien. It'd be a god. If it's not Issa's definition, then it would be a god.
But what would make that not alien? That's what I'm trying to say.
Bro, what my point
we're talking about creator of the universe. We're not talking about an inhabitant of the universe.
Yeah, the creator of the universe is not very. I mean, would you say you are very familiar with the creator of the universe, or do you think?
No. You're misunderstanding. If it isn't the common understanding of an alien, so you can use the words interchangeably, but the common understanding of an alien is an inhabitant of the universe. What Issa's postulating with his God belief is a creator that's completely and entirely separate to the universe.
Not exactly, but yeah.
Well, it's still alien in the sense of the word, right?
Well, if you want to go with that, I mean, obviously we're talking about UFOs and aliens in reference to that, i.e. UFO crashes. Alien could be taken to Area 51 or whatever it is and dissected. So that's slightly different than.
But can I just say that the reason I burst into a fit of giggles, yeah, is because you're the actual. It's funny you use that term, but you are the actual definition of a shapeshifter.
Who, me?
Yeah, like there is no trap for you because you could just remix any song you hear.
No. You know, bruv, what have I remixed? Give me one thing. I'm always consistent. Let me see.
No, I'm saying, as in, I can say what Muslims can believe in aliens, and you legit can say, yeah, I mean, the aliens could be, the aliens could be angels. You know, we believe in angels, therefore we believe in aliens.
You know what, James? I'm studying Islam, and I've been studying Islam. Yeah, I don't think that aliens is contradictory to Islamic belief.
Yeah. Hold on.
And neither is evolution. You know.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just say this. What I was saying was Eric von Daniken in his book. That's the first point. So from the perspective,
you just rationalized it. You yourself. I don't see why you can't believe it.
I'm just about to address that point. So I'm saying in Islam, not just me, but several others have said, well, the UFOs could be jinn themselves. I.e., they could be beings that are jinn, and others have said it could be angels. All kind of different theories are out there, and they are lawful to have. There's, Sunni, Shia, it doesn't make no difference. It's saying that there are other. The Quran allows for the belief and understanding. There were even companions that said that they wonder if there are other planets similar to this, and if they have prophets exactly like we do, and if we exist, and if we have a Prophet Muhammad. So these are people who were living in the time of Prophet Muhammad who were saying that.
So there's absolutely no need to give all that explanation. You confirmed ultimately what I said, and I'm just saying, and you, like, for example, I watched the debate with Rob's friend Skydive Phil and that Sabor guy, and I know he's a Sunni, so I'm not going to say you got the same belief, but it was just interesting to me that he was like, they were like, do you believe in evolution? Obviously, you can't deny evolution to a degree, right? But then he was like, the sticking point for him was common ancestry, with apes or whatever, and basically saying that without saying it, what he essentially was implying is because there is absolutely no reference, and that is kind of you would think that is kind of a core principle, like the distinction between humanity and other animals, or humans being distinct animals, if you like.
Yeah.
That especially like his friendly literature, he wasn't comfortable making a bold claim that, yeah, I agree, we come from ancestors, even though he knows the overwhelming evidence proves that we do. And it was an uncomfortable, embarrassing debate. The point I'm making is, someone like you just accept this stuff wholesale and defend it afterwards. So look for any kind of vague area and say, well, that could mean that, this could mean that. So the actual information that you're working on isn't the information.
Can I pause you there for a second?
No, but bruv, what are you talking about? The difference.
Can I pause you there as well? Just shout out Veli and Witness got a question for you, Issa, as well. But after James, go on.
No. So this is the thing, yeah. Yeah, James. So as I was saying, when it comes to evolution, right? The main problem with general Muslims is not that other things evolved, is when it comes to Adam and Eve, right? So they're saying, if you're saying there's a common ancestor, you're saying Adam and Eve had parents. Even if those parents were human beings, they're saying that is not represented to them in the Quran. They're believing that Adam and Eve, or Adam at least, was created literally like how we create a bowl or a basin or whatever from clay. He was fashioned out of clay, and then, he was magically brought to life in that way. That's what they think. So, if you study the Quranic verses, there are others that believe that Adam also evolved. But the problem is, I don't know if it's still on YouTube, James, but there was a guy, what's his bloody name? Something Usman or something like that. And he was given a talk on this. And basically the crowd were going to beat him up. So he's imam.
I would imagine, I would imagine that kind of stuff happens.
The guy talking to you, for this. And
what country?
Calm down.
And he's trying to educate them. Like,
what country?
Give a speech. He was invited to give a speech, and they were going to beat him up because he was.
What country? What country is that?
England. That's what I'm talking.
Oh my days.
He's a world famous. Let me see if I can find a thing. Bro, this is hilarious. You know
Wait,
what?
can I just insert this?
Why are
Yeah.
you looking for it? Veli. Man, them in the back chat.
Hey, listen, yeah. One time Ziriab sent me some thing about some Donny that I think he's Saudi Arabian, and he's basically saying atheists can go to heaven, and he interprets the Quran and basically he interprets the Deen, and he's like a really like what's the word, man? It's a really like inclusive humanitarian version of Islam, like a bring a fucking tear to your eye, yeah. And like send it to me, and I was like, because obviously I always take the piss out of Islam being dogmatic and that. And then I was like, oh, this guy's a G. Where is he now? And my man said he's on death row. I was like,
oh, that's
sweet.
That's sweet. Hey, I think what this guy is atheist and Muslim.
No,
What?
he's a Muslim, a sheikh who's like, he studied in Medina and all that proper, like, he's got the credentials, who's basically saying like Islam is not this divisive, exclusive, like, if you don't believe in it, you're going to heaven. He was like, think about it logically. Allah, he made a real, if I find a video, he made a real good case for why would Allah care if you were praying 5 times a day if you were a bad person, like, what he really cares about. And he was basically saying, like, even if you've been told about the deen, the fact that you don't believe in it but are still a good person, that means you believe it. It's basically like, how a good person would describe Islam, like they wouldn't try and make you feel like you're forced into believing or whatever, that kind of shit. And now he's on death row.
That is kind of how Islam it says there's no force or no compulsion in religion or in deen.
All right, I think I found the video, bro. This is bloody hilarious.
Oh, if you could screenshot, that would be so sick. Whatever.
There's one Somali here talking about.
Yeah, Veli comes on, he could do the screen share thing.
What's the link now? I wanna see it.
There's a couple man witness in the back. A witness got a question for you, Esau, by the way.
Start cussing there, like.
See witness, yeah. So I just say
that's an interesting question. I want to ask you that question as well. I wanna. That's an interesting question.
Is this it?
James,
Oh my God. I think this is
ask Esau a scientific explanation of Muhammad talking to Angel Gabriel and Allah in a cave.
Hold on.
Yeah, deal with this first. Did you find that video?
You are?
Did you find the video you were trying to show James?
Yes, right. I'm gonna put it in the back chat. Who else can share it? Malik, if you can share it. Whoever can. I mean, this is
but who's the guy? He looks Pakistani.
His name is Usama Hassan, yeah?
It's understandable because it's why I used to be against the theory of evolution as well.
Bro, they put it on him, bro. The crowd like they want to beat you up, bro.
Could all the great insan have descended from apes? And one answer to that is millions of years before, thousands of years before. It's very similar to believing that all the prophets of Allah, including the prophets of Allah, were created from Ma'in Mahin, despised drops of water. Now, and to me, this is an obvious sign. If you want to declare all the scientists and scholars, Muslim scholars who believe in evolution as kufr on that basis, then perhaps you have to declare kufr on everyone who believes that the Prophet ﷺ was created from Ma'in Mahin, a drop of sperm.
Mahin to Allah, not to us.
Well, that's your tafsir.
Yes.
That's now you can.
No, that's not.
Maybe you had this argument for the first time.
It's already going bad.
Like this guy, I think he goes on TV afterwards and talks about it. He goes on radio show and talks about the threats he received. Like, man, them want to kill him, bro. Just
That's crazy.
It starts mad when your first analogy just gets fucking the clearest objection. What do you mean? What do you mean?
No, you're not getting the point. I'm saying to you, hold on, this is the bit you're missing. I'm saying to you that learned people understand that it's saying this, but there's a cultural bunch of morons that want to go against that. That's what I'm saying to you. But you're not taking the bunch of morons to be the representatives.
You know why that's not the case, though?
Go on.
That's not the case. Because the bulk, the bulk of the sort of information that leads to the conclusion is from modern science. and what you're doing, which is, I mean, it is kind of God of the Gapsy, but I'll refrain. Hold on. I'll refrain from doing that for obvious, like, because obviously the implications. It sounds bad, yeah, but the reality is you're saying that in the absence, so is your Quran at best is pretentious, vague, and ambiguous, yeah, as like the prose, the corpus itself is very vague and it's very ambiguous. So what you'll do is you will supplement any information with real information, yeah. So you'll say, well, this doesn't completely outlaw this. So like angels and aliens.
No, you
We
dummy.
found, so let's look for the textbook definition of alien, for example.
Bro, hold on. This is the problem you're having. How do you deal with
definition of
Al-Jahiz?
alien?
Hold on. How do you deal with Al-Jahiz living in 900? When was it? He was born in 776 AD, and he died in 868 AD. He wrote about evolution. What you got to say now? Like, your brain don't work. I swear.
Say again.
He wrote about evolution. Wow. Good afternoon, James. Good afternoon, Dejan. Good afternoon, Malik.
Yes. Al-Jahiz, right? Just Google it. And he was born in 776 AD, died in 868 AD. Right? And let me see if I can get the quotation. But there's other Muslims.
Kitab al-Haywan, yeah? Kitab al-Haywan, the book of the animals.
Yeah. But that's that's the quote. Then there's another person that was more what's his name? There's another guy that done it a bit more clear.
A charge of plagiarism was leveled against Aristotle himself with regard to certain Asclepiades of Pergamum.
We reading Wikipedia.
Yeah, greatest source of information.
No, it's good. It's got. Where's this? I want to find who's the guy after him that wrote on evolution.
So hold on. So Conway Zirkle writing about
Charles Darwin.
Hold on. Charles Darwin come fucking
working
1100 years.
Oh, you want me to take the sign off?
And mute up, Malik. Conway Zirkle, writing about the history of natural selection science in 1941, said that an excerpt from his work was the only relevant passage he has found from an Arabian scholar. He provided a quotation describing the struggle for existence in the Spanish translation. The rat goes out for his food and it's clever in getting it, for it eats meals. So it eats all animals inferior to it in strength, and in turn it has to avoid snakes and birds and serpents of prey who look for it in order to devour it and are stronger than the rat. Mosquitoes know instinctively that blood is the thing which makes them live. When they see an animal, they know that the skin has been fashioned to serve them as food. In turn, flies hunt the mosquito, which is the food that they like best, and predators eat the flies. All animals, in short, cannot exist without food. Neither can the hunting animal escape being hunted in his turn. Every weak animal devours those weaker than itself. Strong animals cannot escape being devoured by other animals stronger than they. And in this respect, men do not differ from animals, some with respect to others, although they do not arrive. But this is some philosophy. In short, God has disposed some human beings as a cause for life for others, and likewise he has disposed the latter and a cause for death for the former. That, with regards to natural selection, is some philosophical observation of there's always a bigger, badder.
No, you're reading the wrong part, bro. There's some basic fundamentals that he lays down for evolution, but I'm trying to find the other guy that talks about.
So on the Book of Animals, yeah, let's just quickly. There's someone who's actually writing about the history of natural selection science, who's saying that's the only thing that he could cite as a reference. Yeah.
No, but that's. I mean, clearly he's talking. Right. Let me find this guy. Right. So here we go. So 14th century, influential historiographer Ibn Khaldun wrote in the Muqaddimah.
That's 1400. Hold on. That's 800 years after this, Donny.
Hold on. I'm working backwards. All of them. The point is that they're before Darwin, because you mentioned modern science, so I'm saying before Darwin. Yeah. So he says he stated that the Earth began with abiotic components such as minerals. Slowly.
Let me see that. Let me see the reference for that.
Yeah, just Google. Let me see his name up here. Islamic views on evolution. Yeah. Islamic views on evolution, and you come to.
You know what? Like, can I be honest with you? Yeah. Like, obviously, I have to fact check everything you're saying. Yeah. but I'm not really into all of this. I'm not really into all of this.
Proving you wrong. Yeah, I know.
No. Listen, 1500 years of the prophet, a band of merry men get together and revise history. Like, and I'll do the research to prove or disprove what I'm. Hold on, bruv. Just relax. Yeah? Before I substantiate any criticisms. But just if we're working, like, I think it's only fair to work in steps, because you're trying to brush over this quickly. Where does the person you just say, as if you debunked something, this Al Jahiz person who actually is black, mashallah, yeah, where is this person's what's the word, explanation of evolution in the Quran? And before we go way too far, because you you threw that in as a way to sort of derail what I was saying. It is no, you did, and we've gone on a complete side.
All right, let's do it again, right? Hold on.
No, but hold on. We're not just gonna keep. You can't just keep inserting new characters and we get new challenges.
That's what I said. Let's go back to Al Jaiz. Let's deal with that.
I know, but before that, before you even threw his name in the hat, remember, the major point I'm making is the bulk of evolutionary knowledge that you are reconciling comes from the other side. So it's not like the framework of the Quran.
Wait, stop.
Hold on. Above, it's getting everything. The framework of the Quran. Hold on.
Then elaborate.
This is a problem. You will stop. There's absolutely no there's no what do you call it, a clarification of your position that you will accept. So we go around in circles for hours. So let me make my shit. Let me make my point. Listen, don't go too long like this. Listen, you're adult and you're smart.
No, because you're not going to start off with the bulk of my information come from the other side. How do you know?
I mean, you could say that's wrong. Look, you've got a chance to say it's wrong. If you keep stopping me and I never say what I'm saying, then I'll always have to speak more. It's just a waste of time for both of us.
You won't, bro, because then you can start again with the right.
But I'm not. So I'm going to say what I'm saying, and then you're going to say what you're saying, and I'm right or wrong. So all I'm saying is if the bulk of information, DNA, fucking genetics, all that shit, right? If we know now that this is the reason there's proofs we come from this creature and whatever, that doesn't come from the Bible. So the Bible doesn't say, oh, by the way, Quran doesn't say, by the way, chimps are your cousins, and this is the reason why chimps are your cousins. Or if you're ever in doubt of Allah, this is the way that you can prove chimps are your cousins. None of that shit's in the Quran. It's in other texts and other works. So I'm saying, for you, it's easy for you to say, all right, well, this vague, ambiguous portion of the Quran definitely means this, or it can mean this. But the actual real information that you have on genetics and evolution, and you're real certain,
rather than talk. I'm saying, you do not find me accepting evolution because of DNA evidence. You do not find me accepting evolution because of bones found. That's what I'm saying. So you're talking rubbish. That's my whole point.
So why then? Why'd you do it?
Hold on. No, because we have to correct you when you keep claiming.
Okay, I accept that. Why then? Why'd you do it?
No, because you keep doing it. So I'm saying, in future, if I'm stopping you to correct you at the beginning, take the correction, then go from there. The reason why I accept evolution is because the patterns of nature are that the environment affects you. The most basic fundamental principle things is that we are molded by our environment and we change. So it's only natural that what we change with is going to come out in our descendancy. It's as simple as that. The basic. So, regardless of whether DNA says it, tell me about they found some bones of Lucy, and for instance, the idea of Lucy, for instance, how the hell can they prove that the bones of Lucy were not a deformed human being? They could have been a disabled human being that they found.
No, they can. You know why? Because of genetic testing. So if we were to test someone with Down syndrome or something, or if you were to test someone with what's that shit, muscle, that. Yeah. What? No, I don't want to take. I don't know, multiple, some kind of disease that changes your fucking anatomical structure or whatever. Yeah, your morphological structure. They will genetically test that person, and that person will be within the 99%, so have been 99% genetically similar to a human being. Then they may test the Australopithecus, whatever the fuck, and it may be 97%. But then they can also see that I'm gonna fuck this up, but the composition of DNA sequencing in the proteins will be super. So let's say some proteins or some DNA sequences that we share, the order will be exactly the same in creatures. So the more closely, the more like, so we all share the same DNA, right? But there are some structures, some sequences that are so there's a lot of sequences that are identical in humans. Then there's like twins that are almost all identical prior to any kind of epigenetic changes. But when it comes to like other creatures and stuff, the more similar you get, not only the genetics are more similar, but some like the sequences of certain like proteins that we all you know, or certain functions that we all share. I'm not a fucking geneticist, but roughly the idea is like there's certain sequences that are telling of the sort of the more closer you get, and that's why genetics and DNA is the most accurate or the most definitive conclusive proof we have. So natural selection and all of that is.
But James, though, your discussion of evolution, is it exactly the same as Isa's scholar, the Islamic scholar's evolution? Because does that Islamic scholar talk about common ancestor in his
scholar? Hold on, where is this coming from now?
Al-Jahiz, the Al-Jahiz
No, not
guy.
at all. That guy doesn't do anything. That guy doesn't do anything.
So he doesn't talk about common ancestor,
He doesn't
Al-Jahiz.
talk about evolution.
No,
but
he
I
lays
thought-
the foundation of evolution and how it works.
No, he lays the foundation of natural selection, but not in an evolutionary context. He's talking about just the fact that what I have observed, which is a fair observation, is scientific. Every creature, there seems to be a hierarchy of order of creature where predator and prey is decided upon the strength, how strong you are in comparison.
He doesn't address common ancestor, though.
Oh, of course not. He didn't. He wouldn't. First of all, he wouldn't. Can I say one thing? One last sentence. Can I say one last sentence? Just one.
Go on.
Yeah. The reason that I know he wouldn't is because they have a history at that period of the creation story, which you and I can read. It isn't the same as a science book. Isn't the same as Darwin's Origin of Species. It's not the same. So how could he know that if that's what he believed was true? How could he know?
Right. Oh, what's that? What's going on?
But you're boiling it down to like the simplest. Like, see, when Darwin says we came from monkeys, would you say? Sorry, go on.
Well, I can read for you what Darwin says exactly.
You never said we came from monkeys, by the way.
I can read
I
that.
know, but if you want to boil it down, you can boil anything down.
I can boil it down for you right now, if that's what you want, Dayton.
One second.
No,
Hold on,
I
one
wanted to all right, so go on. I'll say after.
Quickly, just before the bloody page resets again. So he says animals engage in a struggle for existence and for resources to avoid being eaten and to breed. Right? He added environmental factors influence organisms to develop new characteristics to ensure survival.
Where's the?
Hold on, thus transforming them into new species. Right? Animals that survive to breed can pass on their successful characteristics to their offspring. That's it.
Where's this?
Yeah, but that's okay. Wait, James. Sorry, James. But that's fine. But does he address common ancestor?
Bruv, I'm saying all of it is in there. Don't you
No,
get?
no, he doesn't. He doesn't. Hey, hold on. Witness.
Where does it say common ancestor? I understand you know, James, but I'm like,
No. Witness. No, hold on 1 second, Isa. Listen, that was the whole point of this whole discussion. Yeah, I don't know if you had to start, but I quoted that Sabor guy or other Sunni Muslims that they accept evolution because it's fucking patently obvious. You can't deny it, but they don't accept common ancestry. Right now, I'm gonna lie. I'll be honest. I need all the references for all the things you're saying because I'm not even comfortable accepting that it's generally that this evolution, like Darwinian evolution, that kind of concept. I'm not comfortable that has been practiced throughout whatever. So
Hold on.
what's that? No. The source.
Hold on, I'm getting it, bruv. Stop, man. That's exactly what I'm
But
doing.
James, that wasn't the original crux of the matter. You were saying because the Quran doesn't say blatantly that evolution is the case, that means evolution. You can't believe in evolution and be a Muslim.
No disrespect, yeah. That's the crux. Because I never said that. That's the crux because of what you understood, yeah.
No, that's what you were originally talking about.
Let me finish.
His crux was that I keep shape shifting stuff. That was his.
Yeah.
I know.
And he's saying, how can you be a Muslim and believe in science and evolution?
You're wrong, and I can tell you why. So I literally started with the premise that Sabor and Rob's guy had a debate. Correct me when I'm lying, Isa. And it's easy for Muslims to accept the evolution part, but not the common ancestor with a monkey for Sunnis. You, Issa, came in and said, yes, I can't remember what your rationalization is, and it was part of the larger argument, which is it's easy, yeah, or Issa's a shapeshifter because when you're left with some kind of ambiguity, then you could just say, oh yeah, that's what it meant. I said it's kind of God of the Gapsy. That's kind of what it is. You're just you're able to say whatever you want because of the failure, yeah, in specificity of the book. That's why you're allowed to do that.
But this is a problem now. So let me speak now. Where you were thinking that my acceptance of evolution is because of DNA and all this other stuff, which you tried to claim, and then I corrected you to you. But someone does say the only thing that's left is evolution. So I agree, your way of looking at things and how you should know something would be, it should be clear like this. But the Quran doesn't teach the information in the way that you're saying. I know how the Quran's teaching it, and I'm following that. And I gave an example of Al-Jahiz. You've now got the reference, and I've read it out, and it deals with common ancestry in the flipping statement. So for witness, it's very clear, animals engage in for resources to avoid being eaten and to breed. He added, environmental factors influence organisms to develop new characteristics to ensure survival, thus transforming them into new species. Thus transforming them into new species. Ancestry.
But then what? No, right. That's interesting. So then, what to tie in Witness's question? So you said earlier, you said that these people can believe, that we believe in evolution, so on and so forth. Yeah. But the reality is, also modern science, it consequently follows that some form of abiogenesis, or I think the theory is called panspermia or something, like some bacteria, in the atmosphere or in a primordial soup or something, constitutes the first organism and single cell organism, and from that cell everything else grows. You don't believe in that too, do you?
Of course.
If you go through the evolutionary scale, yeah, or timeline, what you'd end up happening, if we accept this happens to all other animals.
I'm saying,
hold on, wait. If we accept it happens to all other animals and we are an animal, therefore it would have happened to us. But then we could go further, and then from prior to there being any animals, are we saying that? Are they all saying that? Yeah, with the wisdom of Allah, are they saying that?
I thought it was in there. I'm like, wait a minute.
Are they saying that Allah posited a single set? They created the universe in 14 billion years, then 4 billion years, then 10 billion years after that, created the earth, and then however many million years after that, he put a single cell in this fucking molten atmosphere and created life. Is that what they believe?
I think it's described as 7 days.
Hold on.
Is that what you're saying, David?
No, wait, bruv. Forget me, but many people have associated what you've just said, the single cell, with the verse that says, verily we got every living thing from water, and you, all human beings, we got you from a single soul, a single being, a single self, so to speak.
Give me that reference.
What, the single self? Hold on.
I think that's in the Quran, isn't it?
This is what I'm saying. If they don't believe that, and let's say you do, even though that is a theory, that isn't a fact, like in the same way evolution or common ancestry is a fact, yeah. But let's say they believe or don't believe in that. If they don't believe in that, and there's a modern Muslim that does believe in that, or like someone like you, then arguably the bulk of your understanding has not come from Islam. And then if you're saying they do believe in that, then I want to know why. Why do they believe in that?
I want you to pay attention to what I'm saying to you. I'm not relying on what the Western scientists tell me. I'm saying to you, I've looked at both sides of the story, right? And for instance, where you talked about abiogenesis, what is the connection between non-life matter, so the minerals, etc., and the transition to a cellular being which has life? Explain that one, James Jones. How does that happen? What is the explanation in evolution to that? Do you know they don't have one?
Obviously, I'm saying is that at present, it's that you listen. Unless you got a time machine right now, yeah. There's too many. Hold on.
No, you're not going to do that, brother. All I said was explanation, not play games. What is the explanation?
let's say some kind of bacteria, potentially from there's two varying theories. There's potentially from another fucking planet that's entered into Earth's atmosphere that that has reacted with the atmosphere and created life. If you like.
You broke up. You broke up. Say that again.
Yeah, I said that's something that's entered from outside of like some kind of bacterial, you know, or some kind of bacteria, sorry, has entered into Earth's atmosphere and created and has created life, if you like, for lack of a better word. And the other one is within this primordial soup, some kind of subatomic configuration of particles has created the first cell. I don't like both of them I'm not trying to. That's not me being intentionally vague. That is essentially, when you break it down, that's what the explanations are. And because the issue is like, it's like, think about it logically. It's like the Big Bang, or whatever. You're only going to have theories. You're going to have calculations.
I haven't got a problem with the theories. This is what I'm saying.
Yes, so I feel like you do this a lot. You're missing my point. I'm saying if now, the definitive proof we have that we have common ancestry is genetics, is DNA. If now the understanding of you know the monitoring of actual new speciation happens because we have labs and expert testing equipment, and we can see creatures in their natural habitat that we couldn't see before, you know, insects, whatever. Yeah, like if all of this is the bulk of the knowledge on evolution or confirming now, yeah, and someone like you feels confident and positive that this is the case, it's not because of your book, it's because of that. And the proof of that is because no one had the knowledge. Yeah, no Al-Jahiz knew that chimps were his cousins and shit. Yeah, like none of these people knew none of these people knew what we know now. So it consequently.
No, wait, James. What we theorize now, because we still don't have the knowledge.
So anyone that has true confidence in it and anyone in this period that has true confidence, and anyone in that period that didn't even know some of the stuff you know now, it logically follows that the true confidence you have in it doesn't come from El Jahiz and them man there.
Right. So hold on, James. Hold on. Here's the problem you're having. There are so many different theories regarding how humans and how other things come about. The problem with what you're stating is that you haven't taken into account that when you put quantum physics on the table, you now get to a point where you can have quantum jumps, all kind of relativity with time and space. So therefore, if somebody says that a human being just morphed out of flipping dust and you know, whatever the hell, some wormhole existed somewhere and human being just formed, just like that, Adam and Eve, or Adam just came out of there, you couldn't disprove that theory. You know why? Because you have some weird stuff in quantum physics that is unexplainable, that they just, I don't know how that works, or why it works.
What are you positing? No, we can maybe. What are you positing?
Bro, listen to what I'm saying.
Can you explain the quantum leap?
Bro, before we go to the quantum leap, let's just stick to the basic thing that James asked.
Hold on.
And I want to read it. I want to read what Darwin said. I've been waiting 10 minutes to see if it ties in, but I've been waiting. I'll wait again for another 20 minutes when people go into another monologue again.
Just go ahead, brother, because obviously James doesn't listen. So go ahead, witness.
What I was just going to read out, which was a while ago, was basically in the book that Darwin wrote. He said the fact that human beings and monkeys have tailbones is evidence for common ancestry, precisely because tailbones are useless in humans. So when someone says that this other guy was talking about evolution, and then I asked, was his idea of common ancestry the same as what people are looking at in Darwin? I then looked at the link you sent. Yeah. And I read it, which says animals engage in a struggle for existence and for resources to avoid being eaten and to breed. He added, environmental factors influence organisms to develop new characteristics to ensure survival, thus transforming them into new species. Animals that survive to breed can pass on their successful characteristics to their offspring. All of that is fine, making sense, but I can't see there where he says it all came from a common ancestor, the way Darwin says it.
Okay, so let me explain how that covers. And this is my whole point is, once you follow everything he said here, right, then you would say, well, the human being has a common ancestor with whatever else you want to say. If you want to say a bloody hamster, apparently some people say we come from a rodent or some kind of stuff. My point to you is the basic summary that he gives there does not rule out this thing where you're saying we have, I think it's the coccyx or whatever it is, the tailbone. That is for what is. I don't see how. Are you saying it contradicts witness or
Darwin isn't? Can I just say to witness? Yeah, not to you, Issa. This is the beauty. This is the beauty of modern of not being tied to any kind of fucking classical period, yeah, of revelation. Because even that sort of homological, I think so, homological argument, even that isn't accurate scientifically. We look like this, therefore we are this, or that kind of moves the same way we do, therefore we're like, no, we have fucking DNA, we have genetics. We can say within a 99%.
Darwin didn't have bloody DNA and genetics.
Am I talking to you? Yeah, we literally have we could be over 99% sure of something's genetic similarity, and therefore it logically would follow that we evolved, they evolved from us, or we evolved from them, right? We have that accuracy. So even stuff like Darwin's work, you and I can dismiss the sort of his scientific method, or let's say the utility in the mechanisms of his kind of methodology. We can dismiss that because we're like, now we've got DNA, and then there may be something more in the future, some, I don't know, retinal scan that fucking tells you how closely related you are to something. This is what I'm saying, like that even Darwin's work can be regarded as ambiguous, or the methodology be insufficient. But like with yours, you're like some 18th century, some 8th century guy's fucking book about the book on animals or whatever. Yeah, it can be vague, ambiguous, can loosely define something, cannot be specific, cannot answer any truths, i.e., or groundbreaking sort of opinion, i.e., we ourselves come from apes, or apes are our relatives, whatever. And yet you can regard that as the bulk of your knowledge when you accept all these other things.
No.
Science. Stupid, bro.
This is the problem with you. No. This is the problem. You don't pay attention. You made a statement about where I get my knowledge from. The first thing was the shapeshifter. I'm telling you about me. So when I'm saying that I've looked at that side of the story, I've also looked at this side of the story. So the Islamic and let's say the modern Western science. Along with the modern Western science are other people that have said that they have found, for instance, footprints where apparently a human sandal is stepping on a trilobite. Now, a trilobite is supposed to be extinct how many million years before humans even existed, before they started making sandals. So because I found all of these pro and con arguments back and forth, I was like, right, how do I observe from myself what I would say is either evolution or we've got the creation thing? Which one is it? The instantaneous creation or evolution? This was my journey in my own thing. So when you're talking about DNA, if I tried to make the argument to other people who are thinkers, they would ask me, how can I trust what they claim is their DNA findings? When other people are saying they're finding humans' existence way before they're saying the Homo sapien and the Neanderthal and all of them are bloody existing.
No, but you can make a DNA machine yourself. I remember the kid made a DNA. You can analyze DNA yourself.
Brother, that's fine. What I'm saying to you is
that's that response. How? That's how you can trust.
We have to trust scientists for whatever they tell us about DNA and these creatures and so on. I'm saying when you have so much information that could allegedly explain how things came about, and you have governments lying to you based upon science and making stuff up in history, and therefore they could be making stuff up now. I'm saying what I'm solid in is what I can observe with my own eyes. And I can definitely see how the environment affects things. I can definitely see how something's affected by the environment, and it can pass on those effects to its genetics, to its offspring. I can see that.
Yeah, like this was we're going around in circles. Essentially, yeah.
No, we're not going around in circles. You need to learn. Hold on. No. I want you to learn so that you stop imposing on me what I'm allegedly saying.
I speak English. I speak English. I'm hearing everything you're saying, and I'm going to respond to it. That's the best I can offer you. If you tell me I agree, I'm like, is there a gun to my head and I have to agree? So
I agree, I'm talking about you.
I'm not trying to remix your position. I'm not trying to. That's what you do. I say one sentence into a thing. You say, no, you didn't fully understand it. I've understood everything you said, and I'm going to say something. If you don't like what I say, there's not much I can do. Yeah. What I'm saying is there's the wealth of knowledge. Yeah, comes from a modern science, and what you're saying is, like, for example, if modern science didn't exist, for example, yeah, you may not have a specific understanding. You may say, well, the Quran says this, so therefore it could be this, it could be that, it could be this is whatever. The fact that you're sort of fitting the modern understanding into the sort of gaps left by the Quran shows you that the actual certainty you have on these topics is the thing that can be demonstrated to you. The thing that can actually be demonstrated to you.
You're doing it again. What the hell you said? Okay,
no, I'm done in there. What do you understand? You just don't agree.
No, because you've just said I am filling in the gaps. What bloody gaps am I filling in using modern science? Tell me one.
Did we descend from is an ape our common ancestor? Great.
I have no flipping idea.
So you don't know?
I have no idea. I personally can believe that and accept it because it looks similar to us. Hold on. I'm saying hold on. Because
it's chimps are cousins.
Sorry?
Our chimps are cousins.
I have no idea. That's what I'm saying. I can only observe, and I think the closest thing to us is these creatures here. That's it.
And
I'm saying to you, no idea.
That's from your eye. That's from the eye test. So
yes, that's what I'm saying to you. Eye test. That's it. I'm not trusting no DNA. I'm not trusting no archaeological finds of bones and all of that crap. I don't.
So will it consequently follow? Do you believe in genetics? Do you believe
genetics works, but I don't trust the people that deal with genetics because
I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the science. So do you believe DNA? You believe we all have DNA? We are all coded with DNA. Yeah, we all have unique.
It's not understood by scientists, correct? But it's not understood by scientists, so therefore
you're not a scientist, so just hold your judgment. You can be. No, you can be. Hold on, no, you can be. So anything, hold on. Don't tell me what you don't trust unless you're actively going out and trying to falsify anything they've said because it's irrelevant. You tell me, hold on. You're unqualified. Hold on, you're unqualified to tell me who and hold on, bruv. Come on, we can't do this. You're unqualified to tell me that. So remove that from the discussion for a moment.
No. I am qualified.
We're not.
This guy,
what is because you like to engage in 5-hour-long debates and arguments. You
don't. This should be done already. You're the only one carrying it on. Let's stop it there. Leave it there. I've made my statement.
Of course you have. And let me finish a fucking sentence. Yeah, there is no way of proving. There's no way of you falsifying him without credentials, without more credentials than them. So that I'm not even going to argue their case because I have no credentials either. So let's remove that to the side. I can only focus on what you do and do not believe in. So if you do believe in DNA, if you do believe in that, and we're saying that there is evidence to support. So let me show you like this. Yeah, if we take, so you use a homological argument to say, we look like this one. We can test it. If you take all the creatures from the locomotive to the bipedal creatures and from the Homo genus. So you can't test anything. No, I'm asking you. But I'm just giving you a hypothetical scenario, bro. Yeah. So let's say if we take from fucking every single one of like through the whole timeline of the Homo genus, yeah, and you take all of the creatures that evolve from locomotive creatures to bipedal creatures, and you do DNA testing with each one of them, and the more closer they are homologically to human beings, the more genetic similarity they have. That would, I imagine, this will end the argument now. Would that provide more definitive what's the word? Evidence for you, sorry. But so if we did the homology which you agree with, which is this one looks like me, therefore it's likely that we evolved from each other or we share some common ancestry. If we took that and then we did it we did it through grades and saying, all right, this one looks the furthest away from you. Oh, this one's the genetically least similar. This one looks a little bit closer to you. Oh, a little bit more similar. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. And then we take another human like a white guy or something and say, look, genetically almost identical, yeah, for example. Yeah. Would you say that constitutes as evidence for you that is very likely now or not?
I would definitely say no, because there's too much other information that I've looked into for that to have so much weight on the scales. But I understand your point.
Yeah, khalas, then you're this is what I'm trying to say. So you actually don't believe in evolution like that. You don't.
Okay, I don't mind you having that opinion. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, that's fine, bro. You're who am I to tell you what you should believe?
Hold on. Let me just put so for any future conversation on this, just so you know, is two options. Either we were fashioned like you mold a statue out of clay, or we evolved. How we evolved, that you can put many different. It's still up in the air for me. Do you understand? If you ask me what I think, I could say yeah, something like that. But then people could say in between that we were giants of 60 foot tall or whatever it is. No, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying all of that could be a possibility because I know the governments that we're dealing with are people we cannot trust. So because that's the case, I therefore can't trust their information when they tell me certain things and then snitch on themselves saying they only know this much about DNA, but then they snitch on themselves again by saying they only know so much and don't know so much regarding quantum physics, which means the quantum information, which makes up the atomic and the molecular information, which makes up the DNA, then you really can't give me any definitive answers on hardly anything that you're saying when you're going back so many thousands of years.
No.
Last point. Especially when apparent scientists are out there, physicists are saying that the moon and the other things that we perceive as human beings is there because we observe it. So I'm saying all these different theories that they've got in regard to the nature of creation is
before you go too far, we do understand this for anyone is we do understand the molecular level, we do understand the atomic level, we don't understand the subatomic level in a way that there are some things, unfortunately, that are too difficult for us to observe, and there are things also that, and I'm not going to go out on a limb and say that, but at least for you and I, the non-scientists of the world, that are brute facts, that are constants, that don't seem to change, and that at the theoretical level will change. For example, some people believe that if the gravity in the universe is reflective of the density in the universe, so that at a different point of density, gravity acts as an opposite force. Now, I don't know if that's true. That's some deeply theoretical shit. I don't know how these scientists came to the conclusion. There's like 50 chalkboards full of fucking calculations, which is how they've got to this understanding of how gravity responds to density or whatever. But this what you and I know, you and me, Issa, is gravity is always going to be a downward force in relation to a mass greater than us. It's going to be an attractive force when there is two masses, right?
Not necessarily.
But just hear me out. I'm saying for you and I, that's all we will ever observe. So when you say stuff like, they don't fully understand it. No, but if you understand on the molecular and the atomic level, then it's not necessary to understand the subatomic level for the interactions of human beings or the interactions of or the what do you call it? The what's the word? Not character, but like character of DNA. But the character of DNA and genetics isn't. You don't necessarily need to understand the quantum level or the subatomic level.
But you might do. Hold on. This is
you don't, because they already understand it. Is what I'm trying to do.
Hold on. This is the bit you missed. With all the junk DNA in DNA, which they can't account for what the hell it does and why it's there, etc. That's the first point, and that's supposed to be the majority of the flipping DNA, right?
No, but now you're changing the goalposts. But you can.
No, I'm not. Hold on.
Hold on.
You missed the link. Hold on. Remember, I mentioned about the guy that said, about the moon and stuff, and the things that things are because we observe them. So they remain as a quantum potential until we collapse the wave function or wave. They remain as a quantum wave function until we collapse the wave function. Observation.
Yeah.
What I'm saying to you is, if, as is a fact, that the quantum particles, they make up the atom itself, and the atom, which consists of the quantum particles, make up the molecule, but you don't understand the quantum particles that you're talking about, then what is it that makes you think that you do understand the atomic and the molecular?
Because of its behavior. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, we have a full anatomical understanding almost of the human body, excluding the brain. Yeah, excluding the brain, we have a full understanding of human anatomy. Yeah, and we also have, we got like a periodic table and shit, and we fully understand how molecules and elements. Hold on. So there is nothing. So when you're talking about the quantum level, there isn't. Like, I'll concede this, yeah. Maybe it will assist with consciousness, maybe a full understanding of. Maybe it will assist with fully explaining the brain. Maybe the fact that we know how the brain is comprised and still cannot understand how it produces consciousness and shit like that. Maybe yes, we would need to understand it at the quantum level to fully understand how consciousness or how sort of conscious matter is created from non-conscious matter, some shit like that. I can accept that. But if you're saying like, DNA and genetics, we must further on it. No, because you can. The beauty of DNA is, irrespective of how these subatomic particles are configured, there is still configurations of DNA, and I'm talking about exactly literally what you said, like proteins in the DNA that don't constitute any what's the word? They're not, as you refer to them, junk DNA that have that are similarly sequenced but unnecessarily so. And again, I'm not super qualified or knowledgeable on the topic to like fully bring this home for you, and I will try it in future. But to the point where it's like, even though this doesn't have an effect, as in the genetic similarity isn't used to describe common ancestry, it is used to give an example of the sort of similar. I'm just gonna find it, man. It's basically protein structures, the way proteins are structured.
I understand all of this.
But the combinations are similar, but it's unnecessary. So like the similarity in the sequence and the combination means that any kind of configuration of this DNA sequence would produce the exact same result, will create the exact same protein. However, the fact that they're identical means that it must have been a result or a byproduct of being being descended from the same ancestor, right? That's just like a side observation.
I understand that, but you missed the perception thing and the observation thing. This is what I'm saying. I say things, and that thing there laid the foundation for everything else, and you literally just went over.
Position. What do you
want me to say? Hold on. So let's deal with now. Let me ask you this simple question. Considering that atoms are made of subatomic particles, and you're saying we understand the atomic world, right, and the molecular world, how atoms work and how molecules work, but we don't understand the subatomic particles that make up the atoms, right? What is the dividing line between the subatomic world and the atomic, considering atoms are made of subatomic particles?
Yo, that is a good question, you know.
Go ahead.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
You said we understand, because you're basically saying we've got it on lock, the atomic and the molecular world, right? How they work, how atoms bond to produce molecules, and so on, and all the different things that we got with the periodic table, etc.
Yeah.
But an atom is only the interaction, if you like, of subatomic particles, and you're saying that we don't understand the subatomic particle world, but we do understand the subatomic particles interaction, which we call the atom. So tell me the dividing line between the atom and the subatomic particles. How does that work?
No, but it just logically follows that, because bro, it's observable. Hold on. It's not observable.
That's a mad one.
Like hold on. What's like the Higgs field and stuff?
Yeah.
It's
like that. It's like if you understand that these things interact this way, and prior to understanding how those things interacted, you also understood elements, molecules, that there was a. So as in, you keep going through levels of like understanding how something operates, and you're like, how does this operate? How does this? You've reached, when it comes to the quantum level, pure theorization, because it's like, we know there must be, but we just don't know how yet. And in the same way that Higgs predicted this might happen, then we build a machine that's able to reveal the particle, and then we know, but we already knew, let's say, something existed at a theoretical level 50, 60, 70 years before we proved it existed. The ability to prove something exists, and to take it outside of just a theorization is to number one, get data, and then develop based on the data, develop some kind of machine or tool or some kind of experiment that will
repeatability test.
So hold on. Let me ask you
something repeatable. That's what you're saying, James.
If five people have a theory for the definitive theory for particle interaction as it relates to DNA, right? That's what you're
No. You're not gonna do. No. Have you not seen how you just diverted from my question? Simple question. What did the device stop? You said we don't. You agreed they don't understand. The Western physicists don't understand the subatomic particle world. And as soon as I put it in this context, and I said the atom is made of,
I didn't say they don't understand it. No, who the fuck said they don't understand it? I never said that.
They don't need all that waffle. Just answer the question. Where is the dividing line?
I'm not saying they don't understand it. I'm not saying they don't understand it. I'm saying it's theory. There's no proof in the same way there is atomic proof.
What do you mean? No, stop. You're talking rubbish. They keep saying If anyone thinks he understands quantum physics, he doesn't. So, for instance, they don't understand where allegedly a subatomic particle makes a choice whether to go through one slit or another. Why it turns out from a flipping a particle into a wave, or why it chooses either or the other. Why you can send two particles in opposite directions and affect A, and the other one will spin exactly the opposite. Bruv, stop with the foolishness. I understand what I'm talking about.
I'm not qualified. Hold on. I'm not qualified to make the statement. Scientists, literally, the only reason you're even talking about quantum level or subatomic particles is because scientists have told you about subatomic particles.
No, we're dealing with you and your trust. Hold on. No. You're not going to do that. You're not going to do that. You presented it as though that's the authority here.
And now
I'm then showing you.
Let me say my sentence. Hold on. Let me say my sentence. You ask your question and then boom, and then you get your answer. Because I'm just trying to clarify one point. You get to clarify every 10 seconds, and I'm just trying to do it once.
That's not true. I was patient as hell, bro. I was patient.
Yeah, you say, James, you're the one chatting bare, bro. Like,
I let you go on and on and on.
Cool. All right, go on. So you talk for ages. I'm not really going to address much of what you say.
That's not true. That's not true.
No, I'm trying to keep it fair still. Like, it's true, James.
You asked me to repeat the question.
Hey, Day, that's some real idiot timing though. Like I've just started to talking, and then you've come in and gone, oh, we'll let him speak more. Now I'm saying let him speak. And
Sorry for being an idiot, bro. Sorry for being an idiot, bro. I didn't mean to, fam.
Brother, wait, please wait. What I'm saying is, James, yeah, you asked me to repeat the question, right? And it was a very simple question. And you did go on a bit, only when you started to say, and this is where I'm getting at in relation to DNA, that I think, right, you're taking a biscuit now, yeah? Because at least with the other thing, you could have circled back and then answered the question. So I'm saying, just to make it simpler, and I've given you examples where it's not just a thing that it's just a theory. It's not a theory. They have no idea why the hell these things behave the way they behave. Okay, they have no explanations for it. So they have.
But this is what I'm trying to say. The reason that they're even focusing on that is because of it would logically follow that if this is comprised of this and this isn't a brute fact, like this isn't just there is potential for it to have a level down from that, for example, yeah. If that just that, like from the atomic level, yeah, there isn't any definitive proof of anything. Yeah, so there is theories.
No, I agree, bro. Wait.
No, but listen to this. Listen to the wickedest thing. So that imagine when they prove something at the quantum level, like something that always reacts in the same way. Yeah, they prove it's not random. Yeah, it's not entropic. It's like there's something at that level that always, reacts. They may say that there's another level after that.
That's fine. No.
I'm saying but you're doing what is.
You have another sentence. You make a speech.
What you're doing is unfair to me. Is you're saying no, but you're saying it as if imagine this is what you're trying to say, as if the line stops at atomic and the dividing factor between them is that one is proof and one is theory, or one is proof and
no, I didn't say, bro. Stop assuming. All these bloody assumptions. All I'm saying to you, bro, is this, right? So I want you to understand the angle where I'm coming from. What I'm saying is why I do not bank or trust on Western science and their opinions, because there are several holes or many holes in what they're saying that allows me to say, right, I can trust them to this degree, but when they're talking about things which affect their agenda, for instance, history, certain things to do with DNA. So for instance, DNA, I can say DNA, let's say, is a fact. There is a science that deals with it factually and properly, but then I also say that they will misuse it for their own agenda. That's my whole point. So
their understanding is far more complete, though. You do agree with that, yeah? Like,
I understand. No. All my point was to say that when you have something, a level where you don't know why these things behave that way, right? But then they make up the next thing, which is the atom, and these next thing make up the molecules. But the things that they really, all of them are made.
No, I'm not having that. You're saying.
Hold on.
Well, I'm getting the point, man. You have to explain it to us. That's unfair, bro. Come on.
Wait, I didn't. Let me finish the end of that sentence, Isa, please. The thing that the atom made of. Wait, finish that.
If we look at what we're dealing with here, we're calling them atoms or molecules, but essentially they're just subatomic particles, aren't they? Really?
No, they're not. No, how can you say that? No, they're not.
Wait, listen. An atom is where you have a nucleus, right, composed of a what?
A proton, a neuron, an electron.
And it has buzzing around it allegedly a bunch of, or a cloud called the electron cloud. So all of them are still subatomic particles, but then because of the sphere or the shell of the electron, so to speak, and the electrostatic charge or electromagnetic charge that goes through, they then bond and form another group of what? The same subatomic particle makeup. Yes? And then they bond and they form what's known as a molecule. So you're still dealing with subatomic particles, but then you want to tell me
you're not. This is what I'm saying. Like, just to go. Hold on, man. You said your thing. Fucking hell.
Then answer the question, bruv.
Hold on, man. What's the question? What's the question in there? They're all subatomic. No, they're not. They're not all subatomic
line between the atom and the subatomic particle. Because we understand one and we don't understand the other.
Is there a dividing line? Well, no, I mean, is there a dividing line in our understanding? Yeah. Well, not all subatomic particles.
Understanding, I'm saying
level. Hold on.
Line between them.
Subatomic level, yeah, is obviously clearly far more nebulous than the atomic level. Yeah, I'll give you that. But you're saying we don't understand.
Nebulous.
There are things we do understand. You know? However,
it's hilarious.
Yeah,
anyway,
stop, bruv. Look, you're just talking and laughing. Like, stop. This is what you're arguing. Oh my god! If you don't stop, please.
And you tried to flip it one way. You Jehovah's Witness or Mormon or something, bro. Seriously, deep down, you sounding real religious right now, and not even religious. You're not even religious. You're coming like a Christian, but how
scared of me talking at this stage?
I got the Holy Spirit. So James Jones now has.
Hey, Day, where are you now? I'm
here. I'm here.
Now, what's he doing now? He spoke a whole thing and then he must speak. That's normal.
James, go ahead.
But yeah, you were saying it's nebulous and that, like.
We don't need you. We don't need you. Take the rest of the day off.
Are you gonna answer it?
Yeah, you can take the rest of the day off.
Yeah? No, let him go ahead. Let him go.
What I'm saying, Issa, is the whole point that you just made is a joke thing because you're saying, oh, you know what? I'm not going to take DNA seriously because we don't know the ultimate, absolute root of DNA. We don't know the absolute root of everything. Hold on. Oh my god.
Wait. Let him finish.
The guy's mad. We don't know the absolute. Just for the fact that there is a theoretical level of science. Therefore, any science that is testable and demonstrable, we're going to reject that. I.e., if I bought a car and I don't fully know. Hold on. If I bought a car and I don't fully know how an engine works, yeah, I don't know every intricacy and technicality of how an engine functions, I'm not sure that if I turn the ignition is the best way to start it.
No, you shouldn't drive it into the ocean.
I'm not sure.
My analogy is
hold on.
You shouldn't drive it into the ocean. There you go.
You spoke for a minute. I'm not sure that even though I honk my horn 20 times, I'm not sure that when you press the button, the horn honks, or that's the button. The horn. All right. Even though I can demonstrate what I'm talking about, I can prove it, I can repeat it, I can quantify it, and it goes by. The fact that I don't know the absolute fucking God particle level or something, therefore it means that it has to cost everything.
This is not looking good, bro.
Amateurist.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, I'm sure everyone listening heard what I had to say, and your refix of that is really, really bad.
Let's stay because he's on your side. He's on your side. He's not on mine.
Hold on. So let me give him the option, and let me give the alternative.
No. Hold on.
Wait. Hold on.
Shut up. Let him talk.
No. Calm down.
Well, what do you want to ask me, really?
Hold on, Jamie, behave. I asked him to be quiet so you could talk. I'm going to talk now and then let him respond. Behave yourself.
Why
okay.
You tell him? So then I got to talk after you.
No, James, we let you speak. Calm down.
What do you mean? Who the fuck are you, bro? What are you talking about?
Calm down.
You're being insane. Hey, Jay, he's going to tell you. I'm going to tell you. Just
Jamie, behave yourself.
Jay, he's going to tell you what his position is.
To be anyway, aren't you supposed to be honking your siren and shit, telling people that?
Can we just set this up quickly? Yeah. So Dave, he's gonna tell you what his actual ultimate position is, and I'm gonna tell you. Well, depending on what he says, if he accurately describes mine, I have no issue, and if he doesn't, I'll just want to tell you what I'm saying. Go, Issa.
Right. So they done. He's just tried to give the example of a vehicle that basically, if you want a car, yeah, you can pick up the car. And basically, if it works, I don't need to know how the engine works and and the horn, etc. I'm saying in relation to what I've said, that's not the example. The example would be that you're buying a car and you don't know enough about a vehicle car for you to say and think that you can drive the damn thing into
I'll
water.
be back.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so the day done, what I'm saying is, with us trusting it to a level beyond, so for instance, we can't see back in the future, but I can deal with DNA right here. Do you get what I'm saying? I can deal with DNA in relation to what, you know, the various things, what they use it for, let's say criminal things or parent testing or whatever it is, you know what I mean? But when it comes to going back in history, where they have political interest in you know, changing the truth or shape-shifting the truth, now it's a thing where I might need to know more. Do you get me? How does that work? For instance, carbon dating. Back in the day, everyone said, you say it's carbon dated, and they all trusted it. Then they're saying, well, actually, carbon dating is not so trustworthy. Do you get my
So
point?
is what you're saying that we should just use what we have to the limit and levels of how we know how to use it, rather than waffling about it?
Trust it to the degree that we can be as sure and confident. So when we look at evolution right now, we don't know whether they found it. We don't know half of the stuff they're telling us, whether it's true or not, especially when there's other information that can cast doubt.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. Like, there's certain things that we can find a criminal and it's repeatable. We can always what?
I'm just saying they have an agenda, just like, for instance, cops.
You can't make the case 25 times. You made the case to me.
No, I haven't finished.
But this isn't, Bob. This isn't genuine. Be honest.
You spoke your flipping garbage.
Yeah, well, I was just trying to clarify with Esau.
No, but this isn't intellectually honest. You've explained something to him, which is, all right, this is how I feel about this. Yeah, 10 examples later is an attempt to convince him. No. Please, I beg you, bro. Please. This is fucking nuts.
Why is it always you beg when I'm talking? You interrupt me.
But it is something that's not easy to understand if someone doesn't.
Listen. No, listen. Just listen, bro.
But do you get his point, though, James? Do you get his point?
Bro, I understood it the first fucking time he said it.
No, you didn't.
All right. Well, what's his point, James?
It's very simple, yeah. It's baby and the bathwater stuff. He's saying because science cannot explain the world to me as confidently as a god or something can, yeah. Because there isn't no absolute at the end of it, and this all came from this, and this is all the reason for this. Then any kind of demonstrable, falsifiable evidence that is brought to me, I'm always going to have the little trick up my sleeve of saying, well, you don't know the subatomic level of it, so therefore you don't understand it. That's what we can.
No, that's not what you're saying at all, bro.
That's what I'm saying. You're retarded as hell, bro.
James, you just said, he said it 10 times. Of course, I heard him, and then you said that.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Wait. Hold on. Let Dave talk. All right, Dave. I said what I said, and he said what he said. You tell me how I got it wrong. Go on.
Bro, what he's saying, is there are some things that you like right now. Did you hear what he said about forensics, finding out criminals with using DNA left at crime scenes versus taking DNA from someone and you can actually find a match? That's a repeatable test, isn't it?
I don't understand the point. Maybe I'm too stupid for that.
Just forget about understanding the point or winning something or losing something. Just try follow me here.
I don't understand it. When you're dumb, I just said I don't understand it.
Bro, let's agree to disagree and done it, innit? Because
no, I don't.
I've done it 10 times, yeah.
Both of you are frauds. I just said I don't understand.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, James. Yeah, forget about all this stuff. Just walk with me here, like. I'm telling you something simple. You literally telling me you don't understand that there are forensic experts that take DNA and match it with people. You don't understand that.
What's your point? No,
they forget it. He doesn't get the point. So I'm saying leave it.
I'm not talking to you, bro. You don't have to be involved in every part of every conversation. Let him speak.
No, but there's a reason. Look, James, you're frustrating him because you're doing what you were doing to me last time as well. I told you about this last time. Like, you can't just make someone speak something if you're not willing to understand.
I'm trying to, bruv. Stop talking about. Don't have these meta conversations. Explain the actual thing.
Bro, I literally just said, there are forensics criminal forensics who can take DNA from a crime scene and then take DNA from a human and match them up and say this human was in this crime scene. So far, I didn't even get any further than that, and you said I don't understand.
I didn't get you with the point you were making. I thought you made you. I swear on my life, you took a pause after that as if you made a point, and I was like, all right, what's that?
No, I was asking you, like, did you hear that what Issa was saying when he said that? Did you hear him say that? Yeah.
No. Tell me, what did he say? What was he saying? Go on.
All right, so he's trying to show you that there are some repeatable tests that you can do with DNA that can help you right now, that you can use practically, actively.
That is a practical one. That is
No. We can trust. I'm saying.
No, yeah, it's a trust. Like you can repeat it with certified results.
Yeah.
Like, so you know that this is the outcome because you've done it and you can do it again.
Yeah.
But there's some things you can't do. Like, if I just tell you, yeah, listen, I'm from some group K21, and like, who made this number and where did it come from? And
in interest of speeding this up, so I gave him an example about homological tests correlating to DNA accuracy or DNA similarity, and I said, would you accept that? And he said no, and the reason he said no is because he said at the subatomic level there's also understanding, as in basically scientists don't even fully know that's
true,
but we can't, there's no repeatability factor
of a human being. You're the most intellectual.
You're a retarded little punk, bro. Seriously,
when we certify these
human
studies
savage.
that you're talking
Why
about.
didn't you do it then?
Go and cry, bro. Go and cry. Go swear and cry, bro. Go and swear.
Hey, ask him why you don't believe it, Hayden. And then I know you move like a fraud as well because you follow it when you do the
clown, bro. All right, just
even dumbass example.
Why do people have argue? We disagree. Leave it there.
Ask him why. But this guy doesn't believe in common ancestry, yeah. He doesn't, and he's embarrassed because he doesn't believe in it, and he's got no proof other than his fucking stupid book.
I accept it. Now what? I said I accept it. What do you want me to do?
You're more of a fraud. Why did you change your mind? Why did you change your mind? Why? Go on, tell me.
He's not saying it as a fact. He's saying look, James. This is what I was trying to stop. Look, I was trying to uproot this from the beginning, yeah, because like, look, what Issa was saying initially, yeah, was based on what you said, and what he was saying is like there is nothing in Islam, yeah, that will stop
look at you. Listen, stop. Ask him why he didn't agree with common ancestry. If I'm wrong, if he didn't use the subatomic bullshit argument as a way of disprove of saying he's not certain for that reason, tell him. Ask him why.
All right. Issa, why did you not? Why did you? No. Issa, why did you not agree with common ancestry?
Did you hear me not agree with it?
Yes. Don't make me bring the recording. Don't make me bring the recording.
I can't with my heart say yes, I did. I can't say that with my heart.
Calm down.
If James is saying he heard it, like,
hold on. This is what I said. Yeah. In relation to what I can observe by myself in regards to evolution, which is summed up by Al Jahiz, I said that's something which I can invest in. I said the other stuff I can believe and accept. I was then asked, do I accept this thing of common ancestry? And I said yes. But I also said, and this is a bit, he might remember now, I also said that some people say there used to be giants and so on, 60 foot tall. And he started laughing. This shows you James Jones's brain is not working. I literally said I accept it.
Don't go nowhere. All right, cool. Maybe you did. Maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll hold my hand up and I apologize for being rude to you. Straight up.
No, you should. Right. So as I was
James,
hold on, Dayton, hold on. What we need to do is find out how we can have conversations where they're less like this shouting match and they're constructive. Do you get what I'm saying, Dayton? So if we disagree on something and we can't get to a conclusion, then we just leave it there and change the subject. It's no big deal. Simple as that.
If someone would allow me to moderate a conversation between them, I think we can cover a lot of ground. I feel like I could be a pretty good moderator. You know, it's pretty simple, yeah. For those who do want to learn how to do this, you just have to repeat what the first person said to the second person and get them to repeat it back. And then everyone's clear that everyone understands what everyone is saying and no one can go back and say, no, that's not what was said because everyone repeated it. You know what I mean? And it gets things actually going. It gets steps moving.
It can do, they done, but this is what I'm saying. These are discussions and they're just general things. They're not actual. You're talking about proper debate.
Yeah.
I'm saying, the basic thing which he didn't need to go on about was, I'm just saying, when it comes to other things which I used to argue for, I'm saying I've learned I can't trust a lot of what the scientific community claim like which people they don't even claim it's a fact, but other people are rolling with it like it's a fact. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm saying that there are things which there are gaps within the evolution thing for me to say bang.
I found a point. So we'll just play it. I'm just gonna play it through. I swear I've just got to the point where you said where I've started outlining whether it's evident, like whether there's evidence of common ancestry. Yeah. So I'm just gonna play it from that point on. If I'm wrong, I apologize. Honestly. Yeah. If I don't
make it clear what you're supposing that I denied it. Yeah.
I'm not trying to win nothing with you. I just want to know what your position was a couple minutes ago. Okay. So there's no wrong. I'm not going to try to beat you with a stick or nothing like that.
See, police stick.
See? DNA testing with each one of that. Fucking every single one of like through the whole timeline of the Homo genus, yeah. And you take all of the creatures that evolve from locomotive creatures to bipedal creatures, and you do DNA testing with each one of them. And the more closer they are homologically to human beings, the more genetic similarity they have. That would, I imagine, this will end the argument now. Would that provide more definitive, evidence for you? Sorry. But so if we did the homology which you agree with, which is this one looks like me, therefore it's likely that we evolved from each other or we share some common ancestry. If we took that and then we did it we did it through grades and saying, all right, this one looks the furthest away from you. Oh, this one's the genetically least similar. This one looks a little bit closer to you. Oh, a little bit more similar. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. And then we take another human like a white guy outside and say, look, genetically almost identical, yeah, for example. Yeah. Would you say that constitutes as evidence for you? That is very likely or not?
I would definitely say no, because there's too much other information that I've looked into for that to have so much weight on the scales. But I understand your point.
Yeah, halas, then you're that's what I'm trying to say. So you actually don't believe in evolution like that. You don't.
Okay, I don't mind you having that opinion. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, that's fine, brother. Who am I to tell you what you should believe?
Hold on. Let me just put so for any future conversation on this, just so you know, it's two options. Either we were fashioned like you mold a statue out of clay, or we evolved. How we evolved, you can put many different. It's still up in the air for me. Do you understand? If you ask me what I think, I could say something like that. But then people could say in between that we were giants of 60 foot tall or whatever it is. No, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying all of that could be a possibility because I know the governments that we're dealing with are people we cannot trust. So because that's the case.
Yeah. So
I would say, but from our understanding of that, I definitely see why I thought what I thought, right? And I would also say, to be fair, you've left enough space there to say within that, you said you're saying that it could have been a giant to a monkey a giant to a great ape to a human being, essentially.
No, saying the monkey.
Saying it could be that.
No. That wasn't a bit. What it was when you asked where it went wrong was when you asked your first set of questions, like you're
cutting up.
Build up, and you asked. Right, you gave a little explanation, asked a question, then you summarized it, by merging like the DNA and the rest of it. So I gave a very straightforward yes or no answer, but then I explained it a bit. So it was because of the answer previously that you got in your head.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah.
That's where you got the rejection from, because that's why I was saying I will go with all of that evolution from whatever else, but I also, if somebody says to me that after the first whatever humanoid type creature, giants came about from them, I'm saying I can't argue and say that didn't happen. I don't have.
So Issa, you're saying you're not arguing for the fact, but you're also saying nothing's stopping you from ruling it out, or nothing's making you rule it out.
Yeah,
also,
I can't. All right, if somebody says to me that some quantum bloody something happened, and whatever it was formed some man called Adam, right? I can't argue against it because of the nature of the quantum world is weird.
But let's focus on the tangibles here. The tangibles are there is evidence to within 99% accuracy, and certainty of genetic similarity. Based on that evidence, can you say that is that the criteria you're going to use to judge whether or not you evolved from another type of?
No. I'm going with the logics that I can see. I'm saying because I can observe that. That's what I believe in, the common ancestry thing. Believe is the
but what my issue is, why are you discrediting genetic science or data? Why?
No, I'm saying that was in relation to, what did you say? What did you?
This is a separate, no, forget that. I'm just a separate question. Why? But why would you reject it?
No, I'm not rejecting. I'm saying the use. So, for instance, the government would have certain scientists tell us things which are not true for their agenda. So, here's an example. If DNA was around 300 years ago, they would have come and said, you know what? Here's proof that the Bible's true and that black people were cursed black and white people were first based on DNA. But it turns out that DNA says the opposite, doesn't it? That blacks were first and whites come later, correct? So I'm saying it's not that DNA is wrong. I'm saying they're willing to lie to us for their agenda. That's what I'm saying. So it's them I don't trust. Simple as that. So there's too much about the world.
So you're saying the reason. So you're saying the manipulation. But the only issue I would say is, I mean, now the scientific method has evolved. Like I will argue, there was a period of time where it was white science, in that, you know, the majority of the sort of what science was monopolized by arguably white people, and a lot of the belief was pseudo scientific, ascientific. But now there is enough independent research, which you must be able to agree on, from African nations, from every nation under the sun, and there's technology that's literally a kid built a DNA a DNA machine, for lack of a better word, in his bedroom. I remember it on like Good Morning Britain years ago. So there's enough independent research and falsification being done that I don't think this is at this stage. And unfortunately, like, the argument is you yourself could prove or disprove to a degree of certainty this shit yourself. Like, you yourself could do that. So,
but James, how come there are genetic studies that are not allowed to be studied by certain genetic groups?
So what's that? Explain that.
Like in the Western world, there are certain people who cannot study the Western genetic studies and rank up to the higher level. Say again?
You can't, bruv, what do you mean you can't study? Were you saying if you're black, you can't work on the Human Genome Project?
I don't know exactly what genetic.
I found a black guy that worked in the Human Genome Project with that.
Do you think an Asian guy is allowed to work with these white people on these genetic projects?
No, but what he's saying is, you could have in these countries.
You have the freedom and independence, and anyone can work on it. So you have a less bias.
But let me just add something which I didn't add earlier on. One of the reasons why, James Jones, is because there are pyramids, there are all kind of artifacts which the modern day science can't explain, right? But they do fit in with, let's say, for instance, giants were the ones that built the pyramids, or people had certain technology to levitate rocks. Whatever it is that allowed these people to put these rocks in place. Hold on. What my point is,
what did you find so funny though?
No, leave him. What my point is that if modern scientists cannot explain how the hell they put these pyramid blocks in relation to each other with such precision, never mind how many. There's over a million blocks.
Can I just say, I haven't ever bothered to look into it. I haven't bothered ever to look into it, but I imagine I'm gonna find theories. So you're talking about quantum level, I'm guaranteed. So you know what I'm saying? You're saying when it comes to the quantum level, or how particles interact, there are theories. You know, this does this because of this. This only does this when observed. Whatever.
Yeah.
Those theories are all less probable than probably theories that exist for the pyramids. So, you know, I remember reading recently when Shift was chatting shit, there's like there was ramps. It was ramps, and the reason that we didn't find the ramps is because it was like degradable material, and all of the materials they would have used had thing. And then it also, I remember reading in the same article, they were like, the secrets of the pyramid were well protected by whatever the monarchies or whoever at the time. So let's say you take those two facts together, that it's degradable materials, and they're obfuscating it intentionally. They're intentionally trying to not. I'm just saying.
You're missing the point, bro.
No, but let me just finish what I'm saying. That is a theory, right? So for you to say it's inexplicable, as if it was by magic, is I believe is a grave overestimation. And I would have to do research to disprove that. And the second thing you were saying.
No, right. So this is how it works. You're talking about that we don't know in the sense of we can't find the materials that they use. I'm not talking about that. That isn't the thing that people are talking about. What we're saying is all of the theories of how whatever ramps, bloody logs of wood rolled, everything. Some say they built a bloody waterway and allowed the flipping flingers on some sort of boat or barge or whatever. Everything they're saying does not fit and explain how they got these flipping things into place. Even people have said they use sand and then they moved the sand from under the blocks and then they settled.
Have you seen a pyramid before?
Bruv, are you nuts? Have you seen how big this thing is, number one?
Have you seen, like, bro, you lot are sick.
Bruv, listen to what I'm saying to you. Each block is a ton. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Hold on. Each block is a flipping ton in weight, fam, or more, right? Hold on. What, did you say so?
Yeah, so you're just trying to say you're acting like, bro. No disrespect, Jay. We have obviously far more innovative tools and whatever, but there were still human beings back then. That means that there's not a limitation. Hold on, there wasn't a limitation. There wasn't a limitation on intelligence. What you observed, they would have observed. Whether or not they would have had the same, whether or not they would have had the same mechanisms in place to do what we can do now. Obviously, that's the argument, right? I would argue they didn't, obviously, but they're still human beings. Like you're making it seem as if it was impossible.
You're not listening, bro.
Can I just show you one thing? Can I just show you one real thing? Yeah, it obviously wasn't impossible because they fucking did it.
Exactly. So you're not getting the point. So listen to the point.
Obviously, everything else. Hold on. Everything else in your lifetime has occurred within a naturalistic framework. Everything in your lifetime, everything you've ever witnessed, had a scientific explanation. However, when you're going back in time to other humans, you're just gonna randomly insert magic, randomly insert levitation.
No. Listen. I want you to listen.
Because levitation ain't magic. Like,
hold on. Wait. Stop. Listen to what I'm saying.
Levitating tons of rocks.
Not listening now. James, just actually pay attention.
Right, go on.
I'm saying to you, with all the knowledge of physics and stuff that we do have today, they cannot come up with a fitting explanation of how these three, especially the major pyramid, was built. Whatever theory they put in there, whether it be bloody water that made it, because it comes from 500 miles away, right? And then you have to get them up there in the most precise alignment that you have them in.
How long did it take to build the pyramids? How long did it take?
So I'm saying they don't know.
Hey, I'm asking you, how long did it take?
I've got no idea, bro. What I'm saying to you is,
wait. You just said them getting water to X, them doing X, them doing X. These are theories, but they fall short. Why would they fall short? Why can't they just have happened over a long period? You said they couldn't get water there because it was 500 miles away. Well,
no, bro. No, you're not, bro. No. Let's say they go with the period. Let's say the 20 years or 23 years or whatever they say is the common. The years isn't the problem, bro. Whether it took 100 years isn't the point. They're saying, could it still be done in that whichever way you suggest, whether it be rolling, the flipping things?
For decades. How the heck did the Egyptians build the pyramids? I can barely build a Lego house.
You know, I shouldn't even be playing videos.
Anyway,
there's a lot of people that would suggest they know. The only difference is
the thing is, the ways that they know they can't replicate, so it doesn't even make sense.
You
know what I mean?
Let me read that Belly said, what, like building blocks do not think they made models before they started.
Hey Issa, you know what it is, yeah? Obviously they done Kurdish, so he fucks with you and your people, yeah. You see, man, you know how you're done out here? Because I heard, yeah, and I was only playing before. The evidence you didn't accept when you thought about it, yeah, in that conference, because I heard it, you were like, okay, no, I mean, yeah, maybe I believe it, and then you just threw in giants to literally say that I'm not going to disagree with science and sound like one of these retarded quote unquote.
No, because brother, I believe
I still believe in magic.
You're retarded as well, bro.
But I still believe in magic.
Did we have dinosaurs? Do you believe we had dinosaurs?
I don't know.
No, do you believe? Forget whether you know. Do you believe?
I don't really thought about it. Do I believe we had dinosaurs?
Is it something that could? All right. Do you think it could be a possibility? Yeah.
Yeah, it could happen. Yeah.
Exactly, and I'm saying to you, hold on.
No, I can give you an answer to that when I've looked. Just because you said that, because I heard someone getting roasted about dinosaurs the other day that they didn't exist. So I'm gonna look into it. The only reason I'm completely reserving judgment is if you bring out some like evidence of conspiracy and I've never ever been aware of, then it may change my mind. So I don't want to lie.
That's exactly what Esau's saying. He's reserving judgment because there's no facts to or against the
But I
fact.
don't know the facts, but I know the facts about common ancestry. So that's why I brought them to him. Listen, why do you think I believe it? I believe it because
How do you know these facts?
hold on, the same thing that proves that you are the father is the same thing that proves that there's a homological correlation between morphology, how something looks and how close it is genetically to me. Similar, like, you know, a child looks like you, similar, like, you know, to this person's from my environment, therefore they're more likely have a similar DNA.
That's definitely not always the case, though.
I know. I literally said I said more likely. I didn't say it was definitely.
Yeah, no, I'm saying sometimes it's even worse than that.
No, but I mean like a cousin or something, not like someone just from the same skin phenotype. Like, I mean,
how do you think they levitated these blocks so
Hold
high?
on. I just want to get
magic. The man's talking about magic. He's literally.
Hold on, wait, stop, because I want to clarify.
I'll ask you later.
Hold on, wait. The thing with the Giants, what I was saying is that there are other things put into place which the current Western evolution theory does not take into account or accept. So all I'm saying is, as opposed to just accepting their linear ape-like creature, half black, half monkey, or whatever it is, then the black man, then the Asian type, then the Caucasian down to the thing. I'm saying I don't put that as the only thing. So I'm saying there could be people that were giants. It could have been humans, normal humans, and giants at the same time. I have no idea. That's my point. I'm just saying, whatever came about, I believe it evolved. So if giants exist,
because you're not self-aware enough to realize you're just presupposing, you're just throwing in magic at random intervals in discussions. But all right,
where's the magic? I want to know where the magic is, man.
James, all right, you know what? Here's a challenge for you, James. All right, let's do this.
Mythical creature.
No, wait. Listen what I'm saying. This is a simple thing for you, James. With all your trust and knowledge, right, in Western science, we want you to bring us a perfect explanation as to how the pyramids were built. This will done the dance, because I'll be honest with you.
How can you weren't there? How can you be perfect when you weren't there? How can you be perfect if you weren't there?
I said, listen, explanation, bro. Listen to what I'm saying to you. A fitting explanation that will work.
Yeah, I need a fitting one. Fitting one now. Yes, fitting. I can get that. I can try to find that. Perfect. Right. Perfect is like, how would you know? Like, you're never going to be able to.
No, as in realistic. So, for instance,
can I just quickly say, yeah, I definitely have faith in the scientific method. I don't have faith in Western science. I have faith in the scientific method. So whether that's in Arabia, whether that's an experiment conducted in Arabia, in Africa, in anywhere in the world, if there is an experiment conducted and they can explain the experiment, the hypotheses, the conclusion, why I don't have an issue with anyone. It doesn't have to be from a white guy. It doesn't have to be from someone who's wearing a toga.
Like, yo, James,
this guy.
Have you ever seen the Temple of Jupiter in Baalbek?
No. Sounds like a demonic place, Baalbek.
It's a place in I think North Lebanon.
Okay.
Look, you two, I got a duck out, but big up. They done. Please wipe the floor with James Jones in a nice way. Don't let him keep talking.
You never ever listen.
I'm always kind.
James, that's fine. You really, James, today you really went off the curb. I don't know. You jumped off.
Wow, this guy went to the subatomic level to say.
All right, James, come on.
Bro, you literally, your crescendo, you finished off with a fucking.
I'm gonna call you Reverend. Listen, you're Reverend James Jones, yeah, you're Reverend.
Giants levitating ton building blocks. That's how you began with the Quran and finished.
He never really said giants levitating ton building blocks.
Hold on, James Jones. Are you saying that is anti-gravity impossible, James? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not saying that. I don't know that. You're saying.
Do you know about cymatics, James?
Hold on. You're saying. Hold on.
Don't get into a conversation with him about cymatics. Leave that out.
Hold on.
Nah, education is important though. Maybe James don't know about these kind of things. Do you know about?
I don't.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Hello.
Can I just finish? Yeah.
Yeah.
Your imagination is beautiful, mashallah. Yeah. Your easy. Your imagination is wonderful. Yeah. Legitimately, I made a statement. You said the guy Al-Jahiz, I think it was, and then subatomic. Don't ever say I don't move things. I move things around, because I made a real simple case, and and whatever you may think in your mind about what you accept and you believe, the fact that you reject the most conclusive evidence we have on planet Earth for genetics means in actuality you're insulating yourself from criticism. Saying, yeah, maybe I believe in it, but when someone's providing you the most definitive thing to say this has to be true, you're going, oh no, I don't accept that though. I don't know, because the subatomic level, they don't know that, so they might be lying.
Like, give me the definitive thing. Wait. What's the definitive thing?
Hold on, that's not what I said. Hold on. Let me just clarify this one little thing. I said, no. What I said was, in relation to the whole theory, i.e., it's just one thing. You've got a common ancestor. You get the human type creatures come along. Then you get Homo sapien. Then you get blah blah blah. And they're saying we all go back to one lady in Africa, right? That's what they say. One female.
No, get that. Do you accept the evidence? Do you accept the evidence for our genetic similarity, therefore shared ancestry? Do you accept that or no?
No, bruv, I've already said yes.
No, you said, oh my God.
Hold on, stop. Accept and believe is different to me saying that it's not the same as me going with all their theories. So like I said, they don't put giants in there. And if somebody comes with the argument of giants, I can't reject it because I have nothing. That's what I'm saying.
That's what that question asks. Literally, simply, we know that we have a common ancestor, irrespective on where exactly, because we don't know who this common ancestor is. So irrespective of on the scale, on the timeline, is that evidence enough to prove it to you?
But I already said I believe in that. What? Are you deaf?
No, bruv, why? Is that the evidence that clinches it or not? Without that evidence, all you have is, oh, we look like monkeys, so therefore we're monkeys. Is that evidence the thing that lets you go, oh, that's true? Is
right.
But all he's saying is he's not ruling it out. That's it.
No, I hear what he's saying. What he's saying is, with all the other, in other words, what he's saying is, if I'm saying I'm using my observation first, that means I'm looking at creatures that are similar to humans, and I'm saying, right, these lot and us have a common ancestor, or we came from them, whichever, you know what I mean, whichever way. So he's saying, on top of the similarities that we observe with our eyes, now they're saying, well, DNA also says that they're close to us based upon the DNA evidence. And then whatever evidence comes along. So he's saying, based upon this, that should make it more so a fact for me, as opposed to an acceptance and a belief. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is I don't trust people. All I'm saying is I don't trust these people with their different things, especially when I read something that we're supposed to come from some hamster or some kind of bloody rodent, and it's just different things. But I'm saying it doesn't change nothing for me. All my point is, James, is that we evolved, and that's
you're answering it. So what I'm trying to say, it is falsifiable. Anyone in the world at this stage. I mean, when was the Genome Project was in the 90s, right? Or the early noughties, yeah, at best, yeah. So
the noughties.
Yeah, people have had 20 years or so, or over 20 years to disprove it, yeah. The sequence in that lets us know that that we share some vital gene with a chimp that we couldn't have otherwise, and that can be proven or disproven. But in any country in the world, there's technology in any country in the world to prove or disprove that. So based on the fact that it's falsifiable and you can look into it, would that be clinching that the way that he said about the police and all that stuff? Would that be the clinching evidence for you or no?
No, that would no. If I could do it myself, maybe. If I could do it myself, then yes. I'm saying just because they say so, then no.
You have true evidence to believe what you believe. Then
I'm saying if I could go into a lab, if I could go into a lab and spend a week, a month, a year, whatever, and learn about how DNA tests and do all these things with butterflies, with this, with trees, with plants, and then I could say, right, let me check the human thing in relation to the monkey thing and da 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 da. And yes, if I could do it myself and observe it and be there, that would be it. You get me? But I'm saying when things come out there,
but you're doing what I said you're doing. You're insulating yourself from criticism of not believing in common ancestry, but you don't believe in you don't believe in the reason for people actually believing in it in modernity. So it's literally like saying, I'm not stupid because I don't believe in what you believe in, but I don't believe in what you believe in. It's like, bro, come on.
You're not getting the point. All I'm saying to you is that I'm saying the thing which makes me believe in it is my observation of the patterns in nature. when you're bringing the DNA thing, I'm saying in regards to anything where these people talk about DNA, where they can shapeshift the bloody thing. How many people of these?
You're just some paranoid guy, man. Just you need to relax.
Paranoid, you damn right. You're flipping right. I think there are some things you need to be paranoid about. So yeah.
Really, Day Dunn's in the back, by the way. Something went wrong. I beg you let him back on because Issa's gonna leave anyway, and slightly I need to hold it down until other people come. But yeah, no, what you say?
Went wrong.
Yeah, no, in all seriousness though, yeah.
Malik.
No, that's Day Dunn. That's Day.
No, there's Malik there as well, Malik.
Your Kurdish friend who's just backing it for you though. MashaAllah though, that's good, man.
No, at least, but I do think you seem to misunderstand. But anyway, you could, because like I said, you claimed at first it's because of the weight of the evidence of science and why I believe in evolution, and I told you no, it ain't. And this is what I mean. Don't make the assumptions. You could just ask me, and I'll tell you, and then you can go ahead and
no.
Make
This is the thing, though. This is the beauty. This is the beauty of because I give you credit for your focus, and now you make the pictures becoming, the resolution is becoming far more clear. Yeah, with a higher resolve, because now I see why you're reluctant to say you accept that evidence, and it's comical because in actuality, what you're saying here, and I respect it because you're being consistent, is you're saying if I accept that, then the earlier premise that I don't accept that I'm not using the Western science is completely going to be undermined. So you're forced into denying DNA evidence in this.
All right, brother. No. Let me explain what Western science is.
For the last statement I just made is also true, unfortunately for you, which is the most definitive and conclusive reason for most people believing in this. I don't believe in that, but I still believe in it. You know what I'm saying?
Let me explain, but you keep getting it wrong. Right. So let me explain what people say when they say Western science. No, it's not the actual science itself. So it's not the actual technology. It's the fact that we don't trust what these people say, because if the government can say, right, you see you over there, who's going to work for me, who's a qualified scientist, who's proven to understand the science, but will tell the masses what I want them to say. That's the point. So for instance, if there's some physicists making certain claims, right, they're going to say, no, we don't want that there, because that's going to throw a whole spanner into the works of what we're trying to put in our education system. That's all we're saying. We're not saying that there is no such thing as DNA and you can't test DNA. We're not saying that. We're not saying that there aren't subatomic particles and atoms. We're just saying they use it for their own agenda to tell their own story. So they will hold some things back, maybe for 10 years, 20 years, 5 years, whatever, for their own purposes, etc. Because if you notice, when we keep looking back, we find that they've known a lot of things for a very long time. For instance, James Jones, you heard of Nikola Tesla, haven't you?
Nikola Tesla, yeah.
Okay, do you know Nikola Tesla already invented remote control items, of the engines that run off electricity? You know about that?
No. Are you a Hebrew Israelite today or something? Because this is all the shit.
Invented wireless
No,
electricity.
Hold on, wait, bruv, come on, you heard of Tesla, yeah?
This is what Schiffer is talking
No,
about.
bruv, this is bruv, everyone, sort of normal people have this information now. So forget Schiffer as an individual, because this has been known for a long time.
You know about him.
Hold on, wait. Did you know AC current? Where does AC current come from, James Jones? Do you know Edison or?
No.
Okay, so Edison come up with the direct current.
Yeah.
Nikola Tesla came up with AC current. Him and Edison were buddies at first, but Edison took the biscuit out of him, and then they became opponents and enemies. And it was an economic thing, whereas Nikola Tesla he said he wanted to invent for the benefit of humanity. So Nikola Tesla saying his inventions, he wants them to benefit humanity, whereas everyone else is saying, no, forget all of that. We want to know how you can make this into a business. So he was trying to produce electricity for the world free, and the guy was saying, no, I need to be able to put a meter on it. Do you understand? So my point is, my brother, is that I know.
I'll say something,
yeah.
Edison.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is, when it comes to trusting the government and science, it clearly is something that can't be trusted, because when you look at the inventions and knowledge of Nikola Tesla back then, and this is 1800s, early 1900s, and then they're talking about, well, we've come up with electric cars and this is all garbage. They could have done electric cars flipping from the 30s.
All right, you're right, cool, no problem. Yes, if you look into like DARPA and stuff, the like stuff like the internet, there's always been proto models that governments have had. So yeah, I'm gonna disagree with that. The point I'm making is though, all right, cool. So you do believe in common ancestry, and you believe it from a like a homological or from a morphological perspective, i.e., I believe we share common ancestry because we look like that. So what Islamic scholar says that we descended from great apes? Because if you didn't get it from that, because that's the Darwinian principle as well.
Yeah. I don't know. Let's have a look. What's his name? I think I quoted
the
him.
Prophet says to gain knowledge from the cradle to the grave.
I don't know whether the Prophet said that, but let me just. I think his name was.
The hadiths I've read of the Prophet.
Isa, I'm not trying to duck out. Give me 1 second, Joe.
No, I just read that these are hadiths that the Prophet has said.
Where is that? I keep hearing. I've heard that the people say the Prophet said that, but I've never found any source for that hadith.
Yeah.
Let me just read this. The 14th century influential historiographer and historian Ibn Khaldun wrote the Muqaddimah on what he referred to as the gradual process of creation. He stated that the earth began with abiotic components such as minerals. Slowly, primitive stages of plants such as herbs and seedless plants developed, and eventually palms and vines. Khaldun connects the latter stages of plant development to the first stages of animal development. Finally, he claims that the greater thought capabilities of human beings was reached from the world of the monkeys. So this is Ibn Khaldun in his statement or belief, and this is the 14th century. But I mean, this is what I'm saying. I just prefer to. I don't think James gets my point. The details of the in between are not the point for me. My point is, did we evolve, or did we come from the magical statue that became alive? That's the only thing that is my point. And I understand the in between can be important, but my whole thing is, did we evolve or did we not evolve? So yeah, deal with that, James Jones.
Sorry, Issa, go. What? Go. Give me the quote.
All right, let's have a look now. Where is it gone, Mr.? So here we go. 14th century influential historiographer Ibn Khaldun, who wrote the Muqaddimah on what he referred to as the gradual process of khalaq, which they translate here as creation, but as I told you, the word means evolution. So the gradual process of evolution. He stated that the earth began with abiotic components such as minerals. Slowly, primitive stages of plants such as herbs and seedless plants developed, and eventually palms and vines. Khaldun connects the latter stages of plant development to the first stages of animal development. Finally, he claims that the greater thought capabilities of human beings was reached from the world of the monkeys. So when you say the world of the monkeys, that would be all the common ancestor, the whole lot. Do you get what I'm saying? So
last little portion again.
Yeah, so he said, finally, he claims that the greater thought capabilities of human beings was reached from the world of the monkeys. So he's actually putting us all in the same category. Do you get what I'm saying? So he's saying that, you know, the human being came.
Give me the reference for that, because I wanna be able.
Yeah,
to...
I'll give you the thing and put it in the chat. Hold on.
Also, they're slaughtering you. They're slaughtering you about the Nikola Tesla thing. They're all saying you're misrepresenting it. I'm being so.
Who's saying that? Which dummies are saying that?
Why? No, wait. He didn't misrepresent what.
Hold on, come on the panel. Whoever said I'm misrepresenting, come on the panel, brother.
I said no. So okay, nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Someone
What
said
is the nonsense?
Shifa, it has to be. Someone says Shifa can do people's voices. Mr. Projectile. Mr. Oh, sorry, no. Mr.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Where are we going? We start with something.
Blatant misrepresentation. Nikola Tesla's work and is getting tired. This is the nature of fools. Is this man even aware of how daft he's coming across? Someone please kill me.
For those who said that he terrorized Nikola Tesla, what did he get wrong? Like,
smile, it's funny. You must endure.
What did he get wrong about Nikola Tesla? Everything he said was pretty much on point.
No, this is the problem. This is the problem. If any of these people were to step on here and we were to discuss the Tesla coil, the Tesla motor, and how it works and why it works, bro, I'll brock you up. This is the problem with you people.
It doesn't even take a lot to like.
This is what you're not getting it. I'm saying it's the basic science of the motor today, right? It's the same thing he was working. So how am I telling anything other
Hold
than?
on. Can I ask you? What is your ultimate claim about? I said wiki Islamic views on evolution. Hey, you know this Ibn Khaldun? Yeah.
Yeah.
Was he a Shi'i?
I don't know. I think he was. What do you like? You get some of them sort of.
Off for a loss. So you're telling me your basic evidence for your theories for evolution, your beliefs hinge upon.
No. This isn't mine. You're not listening.
No, you're hearing what he's doing.
No, I want you to listen. I want you to listen carefully. I'm not saying that I'm basing mine based upon them. I'm showing you that I'm not the only one, because you lot like to pretend that I'm the only one that says these things. So I'm saying to you, there are Muslims. But watch this. Let's check this now. Where's that thing I just saw there?
But on a level though, so
No. Watch this. Listen to this quote. No, listen to this quote. Listen to this quote. You're in trouble now. In his 1874 book titled History of the Conflict Between Religion and Science, John William Draper, a scientist and contemporary of Charles Darwin, criticized the Catholic Church for its disapproval of the Mohammedan theory of the evolution of man from lower forms or his gradual development to his present condition in the long lapse of time. So obviously, James Jones, this guy, John William Draper, and the Catholic Church knew that Muslims, right, not Isa, the black Telek, Muslims had a theory of evolution of man from lower forms or his gradual development to his present condition in the long lapse of time way before me. And this is a contemporary of Darwin criticizing the Catholic Church, bro. So obviously they're hiding information from us because there were groups of Muslims that believed this. Where are they today, bro? Where are they now?
John.
Hello?
Yeah, what's his name? John what?
John William Draper was an English-born American scientist, philosopher, physician, chemist, historian, and photographer. He's credited with producing the first clear photograph of a female face and the first detailed photograph of the moon in 1840. He was also first president or something. Anyway, so he writes in his book. I just want you lot to pay attention to these words. He criticized the Catholic Church for its disapproval of the Mohammedan theory of the evolution of man from lower forms or his gradual development to his present condition in the long lapse of time. Okay? Lower forms. This is evolution. Damn, bro. Yeah? Right. So he said you're hilarious. He's a quote from 100 old and call it contemporary. Let me help hold on, Atticus. And the chat seems like this lockdown has got you lot on retard or something. What I'm saying is that people before me and before Darwin who were Muslims had the theory of evolution from lower forms before Darwin. So I don't need to rely on them. I'm just saying, I'm just using my own brain. I believe we evolved. That's it. Atticus, I'm not saying he's authority, you dunce. Hold on, let me just hold on one sec. All I'm saying, one sec. Atticus now, all I'm saying is that he's an evidence that Muslims believed in the theory. They called it, the Westerners called it the Mohammedan theory of evolution. Now, clearly, Atticus, you haven't evolved, and you still in the lower form.
I'm the one you're discussing with you. What I'm saying is I fucking forgot what I was going to say, man. What was it?
William Draper.
We started talking to my.
You're saying John William Draper.
Oh yeah, no. But the original claim is how you is your rejection of the evidence, as a method of concluding that evolution is the truth, So, but what I would prefer then is forget using him to give an example of some Islamic. Hold on. I would like to know what makes you believe, because you can't say just using my brain, because your brain is is full of revolutions of knowledge that you've gained from somewhere, isn't it? You think what you think because you know what you know. So I'm asking you what was the clinching decisive evidence?
Okay, good. Okay. So I would say the Quran and, let's say, modern science together, both saying something, and my observation, like as I told you before, these were the two options before me. Either you have this statue made by the alleged hands of Allah, right? So if you take the hands literal, then you've got a statue literally, right? And then he breathed into him and a clay statue came to life, like you see in the movies. Or is talking about evolution. And I quoted a verse for you from the Quran that put that.
Yeah, I'm not. We had that discussion. So I feel like that suffices me. If that as a response, you're saying modern science and it being compatible with the Quran. But if I'm going to be honest with you, that the weight of if you said your own observations, if you allow me,
no.
Listen, my last thing, Day, I'm saying, yeah. If you allow me, just remove your observations because I feel like unless they're going to be a bit more difficult to quantify. Yeah. So let's just use the two things that are objective to you and I, and we'll say that the Quran and we'll say that modern science. My initial claim was that modern science holds far more weight, and it becomes a process of you use a vague template like the Quran and you fill in the blanks with modern science. I honestly and I'm not trying to win or argue. It's no win or loss. I honestly still maintain that position because even though you've tried to not accept anything. I don't accept that specific evidence. I don't accept that. You're still arguably the weight of your understanding comes from modern science. And what you're saying is it's compatible. Or, and this is the counterpoint, or you can say that Ibn Khaldun or one of these people is who you've got the weight of your understanding for these the people like whoever Draper is talking about, the Mohammedans. Yeah. But then I would argue then, no, I wouldn't argue anything. Is that what you're saying then? The way
right, let me say it to like this, because obviously, well, let me give you the journey. Obviously, I heard about evolution through the West before the Muslims, right? But what I'm saying to you is there was a battle, obviously, between the idea that we're so similar, we bleed, we have heart, they put in pig frigging heart into human beings, all of these different things. And I'm like, we're so similar to animals, but we're supposed to have come as some special creature, right? So then I'm battling between the idea and interpretation of the verses and evolution, right? So let's say Western science, just the evolution theory, how we came about via nature or what we would call magical process, right? And that was the battle. And I was just like, you know what? I'll go with evolution. And then when I found the verses that said so, which said, and we began the creation of man from clay, that was it. That word being khalaq, meaning to evolve, meaning develop, that was it. Do you know what I mean? So let's say, for instance, I had no verses in the Quran that could put to bed the concept of the magical concept of Adam being created. Then maybe I would still be in that dilemma. I might still be thinking, okay, it's just something I don't understand. It's the quantum gravity. I could, any theory. But I'm saying because the Quran only gives me nature to look at, then I'm saying, well, that's what makes me say this is the way it is. Do you understand? So, because I don't trust the scientists or the government or paid scientists, but I trust science. So if I don't have access to DNA, which I don't have access to any archaeological finds, I don't have access to any of this stuff. Therefore, I say, yeah, I can believe that, and that's cool. But the thing that makes me stand on it wholeheartedly is my observation of nature and logic. So that's it.
Unfortunately, though, for somebody like me, I take one Muslim has the Quran, doesn't believe in science. I take another Muslim who has the Quran, does believe in science, and then somebody like you who makes an explanation for the ambiguous terms within the Quran.
Hold on, what do you say? You take a Muslim that believes. What did you say?
I said I take a Muslim that believes in the Quran fully, but doesn't believe. Sorry, I said science. I meant to say evolution. I apologize. Doesn't believe in evolution. I take a Muslim like you who does believe in the Quran, that does believe in evolution, and then I would say that what you protected yourself from this by saying, "Oh, I don't believe in the evidence of modern science." Well, but even homology, like observation, all of these are scientific principles which led to the confirmation. Yeah, the confirmation of evolution with genetics. So you are still scientific in your, even if you try to reject some aspects, you're still scientific if your ultimate belief is you come to evolution. That is based on science, not necessarily white science, whatever, black science. That's based on science. It's not based on just the Quran. And one of the distinguishing factors would be two people can have the Quran and neither of them would come to the conclusion at the end that evolution is true. but two people that believed in genetic studies, yeah, would definitely come to the conclusion that evolution is true, and that's why the
But he just
evolution.
showed you people who had the Quran who did come to that conclusion.
No, I hear what he's saying. What he's basically saying is, with the Quran,
So, Jay, you probably tipped your hand here, though. I ain't gonna lie. Like every attempt you've had to just randomly agree with my man, even though you fully don't get what's going on.
No, because you just said like you have two people who have the Quran, and none of them will reach the conclusion of evolution. But he just showed you some people who had the Quran who reached the conclusion of evolution.
I literally didn't say that, but because you've revealed yourself to be so biased, I don't care even to explain.
Maybe that's how I understood it. Isn't that what you said? Two people who had the Quran.
Hold on one sec. Wait. James Jones, the problem you're having, bro, is when you say Muslims, yeah, you should be saying. It's interesting. Hold on. It's interesting. You say, hold on. It's interesting. You say that you would take people that deal with genetics, which would have to be scientists, but then you're going to rely on any flipping lay Muslim and their opinion.
No, I didn't. No. I said people that believe in it. I said so. If me and another person agree that DNA testing is real, like is as accurate as they claim, yeah, we don't have to be. But I'll take me and
okay.
Me and Heterosapien, and then you said to us, do you believe that we evolved from common ancestors? And you showed us any kind of research that cited DNA testing, and we both most likely go, yeah. And then if you say, do you believe it absolutely, 1,000,000%? We say, no, we want to witness the experiment. We'd want to talk to the experts. Okay, fine. You take a Quranist who says, do you believe in this 100%? Yeah, cool. And if they talk to one of their sheikhs might say one thing, the other one of their sheikhs might say another thing. So it's going to be the final sort of decision maker. That's not going to sway your ultimate decision. Somebody like you who believes the Quran doesn't contradict it in any way, which I respect. I mean, I can understand your interpretations. I'm not that close-minded. I can pretend, no way, no, how did you get that from that? I understand what you understand. What I'm saying is that I know, because I know you're quite an intelligent man. I know that's not the real reason you believe what you believe. Oh, sorry, I think that's not the real reason, because you've had the weight of knowledge from your time in Kufrdom, yeah, when you was a kafir and that. You've had all your time of doing real learning. Yeah, you had your time of doing. Not only that, you observe true evidence. You're not retarded.
Even after I converted, I was still studying, bro. So yeah.
But the point is, so I know you're not going to ever concede this point, so we can shake hands and walk away. But I still believe that the real reason you believe in evolution is because of the weight of evidence. It's not because of the book. But that's my opinion, I guess.
No, I hear what you're saying. It's not about conceding. It's just, I mean, it's a thing for me. It's a fact, and I'll maintain that the Quran is a science book. And it looks like our brother, the day done, will be part of the team, inshallah, because he's very.
He's the Kurdish Shia, and big him up for backing his brother.
It's not that though. What you have to remember is, brother, is the mindset, like, is the fact that he isn't just limiting himself to one school of thought. Like you, for instance, like. You might just say, right, these lot are the scientists. They produce the most wondrous things compared to every other group. So, for instance, let's say the conspiracy theorists. They can poke holes and so on, and they come up with claims. What have they produced? Now, that would be a fair argument if you're not going to investigate what they're actually saying. So I understand your point. You're saying, look, these lot have said this is how physics and chemistry, and therefore they produce all of these flipping technological advancements. Their evidence is the frigging technology they produce, and it works because it's repeatable, because you keep creating devices which suggest clearly the science works. And I agree. I'm just saying there's a lot more to it than that. And the supreme wisdom of the Quran is...
Like, you know what simple test you can do to verify if someone's serious or not?
Yeah, which is?
What?
Pick a random person off the street and to go with your family member and get a DNA test done somewhere, and then you can see if that place is lying or telling the truth about the
right
the DNA test. And I think that's for all the laymen like me. That's why DNA is sort of indisputable at this stage, because you yourself can practically test, because the claim it's making is genetic similarity, right? So you can actually test that, because if you have anybody that is genetically or is guaranteed to be more genetically similar than you, i.e., you share DNA, you share chromosomes from your parents, whatever, So I'm saying, like, you can test that yourself. But so for it's not about me. Oh, I believe. Oh, because these scientists flew to the moon. You know, it's not that level of faith.
No.
You can test if they're chatting shit or not. You can test if a facility is doctoring their if you know.
Let me ask you this: what's the alternative to common ancestry? Because if I say evolution and common ancestry is something I believe in, and so on, what's the alternative you're going to say? What else could I believe? If I say evolution, what else is it?
What other than God made, isn't it?
No.
Oh, like
in evolution, right? If I've already said I believe in evolution, that's it.
No, you can say we come from another planet. You could say God made us. Like
no. You're not listening. I'm saying to you, God. In other words, I've said the way God made us was through evolution. So the only way is evolution. What I'm saying to you is, when you say common ancestry, do you know
what was that last statement you just said?
I'm saying no matter what, how God makes us, made things is through evolution, right? That's the statement. So I'm saying
that we grow and change over time, that kind of evolution, or do you mean actual like
interspecies? The whole lot of that we change over time, the environment.
Evolution, doesn't necessarily entail speciation. I mean, it does to me, but
no, I'm saying, what I'm saying, all the rest we can observe. The only thing that we haven't observed in that way is interspecies evolution, right? Otherwise, the rest of it's just observed.
It's called speciation, but we have observed it in other creatures, just not us.
No, bruv, we have not seen any big friggin' creatures' DNA change, right? Or even small. What are the small ones?
Now you're changing the goalposts and saying big. No, but we've seen speciation.
Like what?
Things like insects and that. I remember reading it. Hold on, let me find.
Insects' DNA changed through what?
When you say DNA change, what do you mean?
I'm saying we know that something has become a different species nowadays through what? What do they use? They check for DNA change, right?
Some kind of taxonomical classification. Yeah, I guess it would be.
They cannot reproduce. What's the other? There's two things.
An example of speciation is the Galapagos finch. Different species of these bird live on different islands in the Galapagos Islands, located in the Pacific Ocean. So the finches are isolated from one another by ocean. Okay, that's one example. I guess.
No, no one's observed that. They're just telling you an example of it. What I'm saying, anyway, get to the point I'm making.
I'll look for an observation of it then.
Bro, if they had that, bro, they would put that as the main. That would be like just all the time. That would just be evolution, and that would be the front cover all the time, innit? But
it wouldn't be a theory anymore.
No, but I want James. I want just a simple question. I'm asking.
Okay, the European blackcap and Galapagos ground finch are two bird species that have undergone speciation recently, while scientists observe them. we think of speciation as a slow.
Say that again.
Berkeley EDU, evolution, understanding evolution. We often think of speciation as a slow process. All the available evidence supports the idea that different species evolved from a common ancestor, and yet new species don't pop up around us all on a daily basis. For many biologists, this implies that speciation happens slowly. That we need to track a population for millennia or more to accurately see it split into two separate species. However, new research suggests that speciation may be easier to observe than we thought. We just need to know where to look. Where's the evolution from organisms? Central European blackcat spent its summers in Germany and Austria until the 1960s. Has spent winters in balmy Spain. About 50 years ago, however, backyard bird feeding became popular in Britain. We were the ready supply of food waiting for them in Britain. Blackcats that happened to carry genes that caused them to migrate northwest instead of southwest to Spain were able to survive and return to their summer breeding grounds in Europe. Over time, the proportion of the population carrying northwest migrating genes had increased. Today, about 10% of the population winters in September 1900, research confirmed that Germany.
Man, just get to the bloody thing, man.
I'm trying. It's the first time I'm reading it too. Researchers from Germany and Canada confirmed that these migrations and splinter group has evolved. The splinter group has evolved rounder wings and a narrower, longer beak than their south flying.
I'm doing revision for his bloody exam, like while we're waiting.
Pointer wings are favored in birds that must travel longer distances around the wings, which increase maneuver.
No. Tell us the insect, because apparently there was an insect that those DNA changed.
I
And
bet I found a bird, man. They got like.
there is no flipping.
They never really found one, bro.
There is not a bird.
So what we say, we just now you what you asked for is just thrown out the window. Yeah, done.
Where is
Bruv,
it,
Are
man?
you serious, bruv? If there was a flipping bird, like they're doing experiments. James, let me explain something to you.
You didn't even listen to the research.
No, I've heard, brother. I know about the freaking bird you're talking about. Listen to what I'm saying. If there was an evidence of a bird, right, in human history, like recent human history, where the scientists observed a change in their lifetime, or at least in their students' lifetime, they would not be talking about, well, you see, in this laboratory, we tried this and we didn't do that. Have you not seen the debates amongst scientists?
No, so now you're talking about artificial evolution. You're just moving.
No. Not artificial. I'm saying to you.
Leave in a second. Anyway, I have to make this point. What is disputed is human evolution. Is humans coming from monkeys? We don't come from monkeys, mate.
What are you talking? No, my God.
If they had proof of that, that would be on the front cover. They have proof of speciation.
No, bro.
Hold on. If speciation takes 100 years, if speciation would take 100 years, what evidence outside of documenting the size, shape, the morphology of a creature, then finding a completely different morphological creature, genetically testing them in the 2000s, and saying this one.
Where were you reading from?
Hold on, this one was never observed. Yeah, it began migrating here. The observations we have, it began migrating to this place as a result of the adaptation to the new climate. It developed this different physical appearance, and now that we've got the ability, we've genetically tested them both, and there is enough genetic dissimilarity to say they are two different species. How is that not evidence of speciation? But you're going to see too much.
So this is the problem, James. When are you saying? Where are you reading from? Let's check, because I post my evidence. Where are you checking it from? Post yours. Let's read where. Yes, this fraudster is getting his information from. Right, here we go. So he's getting from Evolution, Berkeley, speciation. This is quick enough. My man's reading for half hour.
Serious level, I need to catch the butchers before they close.
Halal. Apparently the halal butcher's gone up, triple the
Man
price.
say halal. To be honest, I wouldn't mind eating halal butchers, but in my area, I'm too rich for all that kind of stuff. That's everybody clad, buddy. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I was supposed to go over an hour ago, but yeah, this is how it works, isn't it? Is this it? Is this what you read? Okay. Boy.
The second article is more specific to you. So critics of evolution often fall back on the maxim that no one has ever seen one species split into two. While that's clearly a straw man, because most speciation takes far longer than our lifespan to occur, it's also not actually true. We have seen species split, and we continue to see species diverging every day. For example, there were 2 new species of the American goat's bird, or salsify genus Trapopogon or some shit, that sprung into existence in the past century. In the early 1900s, 3 species of these wildflowers, the western salsify, the meadow what the fuck am I reading? Salsify, sorry, and the oyster plant were introduced to the United States from Europe. As their populations expanded, the species interacted, often producing sterile hybrids. But by the 1950s, scientists realized that there were 2 new variations of goat's beard growing. While they looked like hybrids, they weren't sterile. That's plants.
So let me get this right. The crux of what you're saying is when they checked the DNA was so different that they said they were different species. Yes.
Yeah, but hold on. So hold on. We know different species. We had tax. Hold on, no. But we had taxonomical distinctions prior to any genetic testing. Genetic testing came in the 90s and that, right? So all the full genome sequencing was in the 90s and that. So we knew that there were different species before then. You can agree with that, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I'm saying, what are you lot calling the species? Is because my point is, with these changes talking about, I'm saying, is their classification of what we generally know to be a species or different species the same? Are we talking about the same thing? I.e.,
Well, to be honest, I didn't fully finish reading the article, but I'll give you an example. Like Neanderthals are a different species.
You what?
That Neanderthals are a different species to us. They can breed with us, but they're different species, isn't it?
Right. Well, no. Okay. So what? This is
How
the
do you
problem.
know they can breed with us?
Hold on. No. Wait, because they've
What
said they
Neanderthals
have. Hold on. This is my point now. When we talk about evolution and species, there are two main criteria. I can't remember the first, but the second one is they cannot reproduce. So what is it you're talking about, and what the hell are they talking about when they say species? Because one of the main things was
you can reproduce with another species. You know,
you are.
You can reproduce with another species.
Like what?
I just told you Neanderthals, or maybe I'm wrong. Hold on.
No. Listen, bruv, listen what I'm saying. You're funny as hell. I'm saying to you, one of the evidences. Listen what I'm saying. One of the evidence, one of the proofs, and the main thing that they used back in the day, right, was the fact that the two criteria for a species. Oh no, species normally is it can't reproduce. I can't remember. Let's have it.
No. You can reproduce another species.
So what is the thing then? What is the thing where they're saying it can't reproduce? The thing that makes two things different. When it evolves, this is what makes it different because it can't reproduce with it. I don't know.
Yeah, it can't reproduce the same.
Hold on, here we go. It's right here. A group of living organisms consisting of similar individuals capable of exchanging genes or interbreeding, right? Which is reproducing. So I'm saying
there's also other ways of defining species include their karyotype, DNA sequence.
Right, right, I agree. Okay, so if we're gonna use a different definition, right? Because what we're saying is, if you can reproduce with the thing, we're saying it's still the same species. Do you understand my point? And this was the main crux. Yeah. So this is why, you know what I mean, there's other animals out there humping. A dog will shag any flipping thing out there, and whatever else you see, man, chicken and all kind of in Wales, they be humping sheep. And if that was the case, in fact, I mean, apparently Wales has got the reputation of them humping sheep, bruv. Why is that? There must be something to it. So how come they're not breeding up the sheep up there? You get what I'm saying? So yeah, so let's go back to what it meant originally. I don't know where this guy's getting his ideas of different on. Let's check what he says when he says species.
Do you mean like same species, but they've adapted to their habitat, so they've
no, because I'm saying as long as the thing, what I'm saying is, my brother, is one of the criteria that we had when we used to discuss this a lot was, can it interbreed? And only creatures that are of the same species can interbreed. In other words, the classification of them being part of the same species.
Yeah. I was asking if see that bird on that
Oh, I see. On the site.
On that link that James that you put, yeah. Are they like the same? Is it the same species, but its habitat has made it
I mean, they're referred to. I haven't read this research deeply. I don't know if you.
No, but think about it. Think of pigeons, yeah, all over the place.
I hear what you're saying. I do fully appreciate what you're saying, and that goes down to how they're defining species. If you're talking about complete removal, so what would be a more interesting question is to say the great ape ancestor that we're meant to have descended from, could we breed with that currently? That would be interesting to know.
No, but they've already said no. You can't even.
Yeah, however long that period would have been, for example, it would be interesting because then you could see, all right, it takes X amount of sort of evolutionary modification for you to be unable to breed. That would be that is a question for someone who knows far more than you and I, yeah, and it'd be good.
But wouldn't they just be able to evolve?
Sorry, brother. Let me just read this. So we go to the wiki, big up wiki, right? And this was another thing which
big up wiki.
Yeah, man. So it says a species is often defined as the largest group of organisms in which any two individuals of the appropriate sexes or mating types can produce fertile offspring, typically by sexual reproduction. So the thing is that not only do you reproduce, wiki species in Wikipedia. Yeah. Oh, did you say Karen reading?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said, where am I reading? Okay, where am I?
Fertile offspring, typically reproduction. Other ways of defining species include the karyotype, DNA sequence, morphology, behavior, or ecological niche. In addition, paleontologists use the concept of the chronospecies since fossil reproduction cannot be examined.
Yeah, the total number of species estimated between 8 and 8.7 million. However, the vast majority of them are not studied or documented. It may take over 1,000 years to fully catalog them. But what I'm saying is, right, if we think about what we're talking about when we're talking about species, yeah, the thing that would make the biggest difference is not only that they can reproduce, but that what they produce can also reproduce. Because what they're saying, you get a horse and a donkey, you get a mule, but that can't reproduce. You understand? Do you get that point? So they're saying they're not of the same. The horse and the donkey are not of the same species because they can produce an offspring, but their offspring can't reproduce. Do you not get that point?
Yeah.
So the
it's
mule,
like a liger as well, I think.
yeah,
Lion and a tiger.
yeah. Big up, yeah. So this is
I do need to fly out, yeah, but I can't remember how to. I don't know how to wrap this last part up because I don't know what the fuck we were talking about.
no. Well, I'll suggest a simple way of doing it is
Say the hybrid, innit?
No. Let's continue this and let's come with our own proper definition of what is species. You get me? Because I think that
I'm looking to refer to the fertile. I only looked at because you made it seem as if there was no examples of speciation, but I knew I had read that there was, so that's all I was pointing.
But not under that though, because I guarantee you these.
Yeah, if you're asking for a specific definition of species, like I haven't witnessed X speciation, then yeah, I'll look into that. But as like you, I don't think I've read of anything in a complete fucking difference. You know, the issue with that is that honestly, using the sort of logic of natural selection, then that many species removed, you would imagine that the reason to evolve that many times is because of the deficiencies in the sort of proto species. So it's almost like the reason
or changing environment.
Yeah, but it would still incur the same exact results, right? Because you're saying, look,
you said deficient. I'm saying if a group move for whatever, let's say for instance,
I don't have to bother repeating it.
Huh?
You get the point I'm making, so I don't have to bother repeating it.
Yeah. I basically get your point, but I can say it a bit better. What I'm saying to you is basically this, my brother. Is simply this. I'm saying that if you have these people here or whatever animals, and something changes their environment, so they have environments, food, climate, and whatever else. Yeah. So for them, there might be some that die out, and others, for whatever reason, they adapt and change. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm saying is, so if we say that the hybridization must occur tenfold for us to see a complete break in species by your new definition, yeah, or by following the previous the prefix part of the definition, then logically what would follow is it would be difficult for us to observe that given the length of time, number one, it would take, and number two, as a result of the stages of this modification and evolution, you would imagine that some of the previous models would have been extinct at this point, because logically it would follow that they couldn't survive, and anything that has survived up until now would only be observable, wouldn't speciate in the same way, for the logical reason that it exists consistently now, and it hasn't had to in the period that we have observed it, the fact that it hasn't been forced to modify. So if we take one of these finches or whatever the fuck it is, maybe if we see enough in the next 200 years, if we see 5 more hybrids and different morphological changes, maybe now we take an original finch from the 60s and we take another finch from the year 3000, and them two can't breed, but there is no reason to believe that it hasn't followed the exact chain of evolution. So that speciation, whilst we're witnessing it, it doesn't happen in the fertility sense, because that literally would take 1,000 years, or in the case of humans, hundreds of thousands of years.
Right. No, here's the problem. The point of them being able to reproduce, if you think of what reproduction is the fundamental issue, because that's part and part of evolution, reproducing. Yeah. So
I'm saying the reason why we won't witness that kind of speciation.
No, but what I'm saying to you is, I'm saying when we talk about speciation, let's stick with the reproduction one, because all the other stuff, you can put down to all kind of other things. People,
Yeah. So let me Google that. That's what I said in the original thing. I said, let me Google. I'm just positing a theory as to why that would be far more difficult than another type of species. Like,
but that's been the argument all the time.
If the genetic dissimilarity is used to distinguish species, for example, and we're saying, well, we don't want that. We want the acid test to be whether or not they can produce fertile offspring. Well, maybe the reason that is too grand a request is because that would honestly take so much time. But the logic would be the way that we can discern or infer from the evidence we do have of minor speciation on the minor level is that maybe that forms the sort of that forms the bulk of what ultimately is the process of the productive version of speciation that we were talking about. So maybe it's like, if I can't provide that for you, you might have to accept that the only evidence the way that evidence is useful is that provides the process in which you go from that kind of harsh break speciation. Maybe, but that's just giving you my opinion.
Right, let me ask you this: what do you think the argument is when people reject evolution or macro evolution? Is because
we don't see where the things are. We don't see where our fucking ancestors are. Why don't we see any?
No. I'm saying not that. They're saying, well, number one, they come up with why aren't they still evolving now? All of that. But I'm saying when they get down to the crux of what scientists are saying, they're saying this thing of we don't observe the change to the degree where they can't reproduce, because we can observe the changes. For instance, the finch bird, the short beak and the long beak. Right? When you look at them, you might think they're a different species, but you can say, well, this one went here and it needed to grow the beak longer because it had to go further into wood.
You need to be careful, Issa, though. You need to be careful because, like I was saying with Neanderthals and that, it is a scientific understanding that species can breed and produce fertile offspring. That is part of a scientific understanding. So it's like, I get what you're saying. You're asking for a specific you're saying the letter of the law, and I'm saying. And I'm saying I'll look for that. Maybe you're right in that. I'm not
confident with anything else.
But listen, like I said, I was confident in the first statement you made that I'd read something, but now the second, this sort of specific type of different species break. Yeah, I would definitely. I want to know that answer. I want to know if that's possible, but I do need to fly out now. So big up, Issa, my black intellectual Shia brother, and big up Dave Dunn, my Kurdish Shia brother. You know, my brothers. You get me? My Shia brothers.
These are all speculations. These are all speculations.
My bad. Listen, my bad. Issa irritates me. Obviously, if you take a side, if you take his side, it's beef, innit? Just know that.
But I take the side of what makes sense to me, innit? Like, and I want to ask, like, how come there's monkeys about and no Neanderthals, like?
you know, for another time we do that, innit? But big up both of you.
Yeah. Big up, man.
How come there's monkeys but no Neanderthals?
Because like there should be like monkeys and then Neanderthals and then humans. Like,
what do you believe? Do you believe in evolution?
Bro, I have some sort of I think some sort of evolution must have gone down, or not must have, but could have, innit? Like, I don't know. I literally don't know. I think we have a lot of similar features to a lot of animals. And I think we have a lot of, like, we can replicate all them characteristics. But I don't know, bro. I literally could be not. Like, I'd need more convincing, innit? Like, I personally believe maybe we could have evolved. Like, I don't have really a problem with that. Same like you, I can't rule it out, but also can't say 100%.
That's the only. See, my point is that is what the Quran is talking about. Yeah, because there's one verse that sort of tips the scales or tips it to one side over the other, and it says, "And we began the evolution of man from clay."
Yeah.
Because now, when you're saying you began, it's a stage, isn't it? Yeah, begin. If I said I created a pot out of clay, I can't say I began the stage of the pot from clay because it is still clay. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's still. I'm saying if I create a clay pot, it's always going to be a clay pot because that's what it's made of. But if I say I began it from clay,
and then
it began as clay, then it was something else, then it was something else. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's where the Quran puts evolution on the map and all else to bed, because it says began.
But doesn't the Quran like say that Adam was made of clay? Yeah.
Saying created from, and the verse talking about man, we created man, we began the creation of man from clay.
So do you think between the creation of clay and Adam there was a like how long do you think of a period that was? Billions of years?
Well, I don't know billions, but I don't know.
Or like a long time like that before
Yeah,
Adam?
yeah. I
was-
mean, it all seems to
or
be.
do you think Adam was not a human?
No, that's a
Or do
single
you
cell,
think
innit?
Adam, like we say atom, it's an atom basically. Would you say?
Do I think what?
Would you like? I was asking, do you think Adam is a human?
Yeah. Adam is human, yeah, definitely, and that's the point.
So, you believe from the point of the clay to the point of Adam
Yeah,
was enough time for evolution to take place?
yeah. So all the clay is is referring to like the origin of the single cell itself.
Say the amoeba, if you will.
Yeah, that came from the clay. But
So
within that is where Adam, all the things that evolved in various ways to get to Adam.
So see when there was, it's a Garden of Eden, isn't it? Like, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Was that Earth? Would you say?
I would definitely say it's on Earth, but the first thing you have to think about is human perception, and that's when everything gets into its context.
So it's a dimensional place. Yeah.
You're getting there. Yeah.
Okay. So but here's some questions I have. When God spoke to Adam,
Yeah.
and taught him all the names,
And breathed in spirit into him. Yeah. Because
and
they're
breathed
parallel.
spirit. You see the breathed spirit into him thing, yeah?
Yeah.
Is that like, so God breathed his spirit into Adam?
Yeah. I mean that's the expression, and it's a metaphorical whatever expression. And that's
So
it.
would you say that Adam, would you consider yourself Adam?
Yeah, we're all part of Adam is more or less the species name. It's his name and the species name. So humans.
And does the Quran specify about the humans' superiority over other creation?
Yeah, you can say we're honored. So yeah, I would say so. Definitely, because intellect is considered the higher aspect.
peak of
So
advantage.
it's in a sense of responsibility as well. It's not just in superiority. It also has the sense of responsibility. So
We
because
have
of
the
that-
responsibility over the rest of creation.
So we also have the command over them. How can I put it? If so we're in charge, and we
We're
can
the
say what
authority.
happens, but we'll be held accountable for what we do with what we're in charge of. Do you see what I'm saying?
And how do you think that will happen?
You reap what you sow, basically. Whether it be reincarnation, the different realms you go and see, that you create with your action.
You were talking about reincarnation last. Actually, you said you'll chat to me about it privately, innit?
Okay.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get to it.
Yeah, this guy, everything says. Notice they didn't say allegedly when God spoke to Adam. Everything is everything. You have to understand what that means. You know, some people could understand that to mean nature spoke, or there's so many different ways. You need to understand what that means, bro. There's different things. There's so much, and this is the thing when talking to James, unfortunately, like where he can't open his mind to understand that, it's not Western science is a good thing to use within this system, but it can't be the be and end all when you're talking about what is out there and what possibilities are there. Because Westerns, if you think of it from the perspective of Western science, they really haven't got time to waste dealing with the things that they don't know and can't categorize and can't measure. Do you get me? You can't build something. You have to be fixed on, right, we've done these experiments. We know this. Based upon that, we're going to know this and know this. And that's the practical. That's what you're supposed to flip into. So I don't oppose them on that. I'm just saying when they come with stuff which, they're going to manipulate, I'm not going to trust them. If they tell me, well, so many hundreds of years ago and we only found this, you went, shut up, bro. You know what I mean? We already know they lie on so much stuff and they will lie from the governmental level down. Why am I just going to trust them on any crap they say? The same people that told us that black people were cursed black. That's how we came about, because we were originally white. White people were cursed black. And that's where we come from. Like, why am I going to believe them? They wrote all kind of crazy science books then on that. You know what I mean?
They got that kind of science without the scientific method as well. Like, there's no proof for it. No evidence.
They had their own, because this, bro, even the so-called, I'm saying, to the degree where what they call the scientific method could be used or not be used. They could say, well, we've done these experiments. How are me and you to know any different? That's the bit. Yeah. I'm saying where they are there, that's too far away. We're not going there and we're not saying here's the kit in your house to do it.
But I get what you were saying earlier about like you can't really trust the scientists to give you all the info. Like, you can trust, there's a scientific method. There are scientists out there who are actually genuinely trying to get somewhere, but then there's an establishment over their heads telling them, go that way though. You know what I mean? Otherwise, we won't fund you.
You have to remember, how this stuff works is that they're rolling with simply this. When you had some
Yo, you cut off. When you had some what? I don't know, maybe it's just me. You've gone silent, bro.
He killed over and died. He drank coffee or something and he died. Yeah?
Yo, say that all again, man. You went silent.
Yeah, so there's a guy who invented a device where you can run your car on water.
Yeah.
And then they said, look, we're going to pay you this much money for the patent, so therefore no one else can use it. Yeah. And he refused because he wanted to, I think, make everyone else run their cars on water.
For free,
this is in the 80s. So obviously, them man are going to say, yo, what are you doing, blood? You get me? And he's like, no, I'm not accepting your offer. And apparently you're poisoned.
Yeah, assassinated, isn't it?
What I'm saying to you is they have vested interests. So, like, here's an example. When it comes to the Jews and the Hebrews, if the Hebrews were black, do you think they're going to show you all the archaeological evidence to relate to that? You get what I'm saying? If
they're going to hide that.
A bunch of black Hebrews everywhere, you think they're going to come out and say, hey, look what we found. Oh, the Hebrews. Look at Israel. The politics relating to Israel on that thing is big, bro. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, if it goes against their interest, they're just going to be like, no, man.
Doesn't mean and the rest of it is untrue. It just means you can't trust them with everything. Look what they did to Tutankhamun, bro. There's a documentary where they was kind of claiming that Tutankhamun was like a European or had big European influence, bro. The way they edited that flipping documentary is neat, bro, because they're sick, bro. It was nasty, bro. Because when you look
at to take the truth. Like I've seen actual, like I've seen documentaries where you can see what they're showing you, and then you hear the explanation, and you're like, "What? Like how?
That was
Where'd you get that from?"
They literally shut that thing, bro. It's nasty, bro. You get me?
Yeah, they'll show you one thing, show you another thing, completely unrelated, and then they'll be like, "See the connection? See." You know what I mean?
Oh, they didn't even do that. They just cut from one scene to another to make it look like whatever was stated here about it being European DNA. Do you understand? When in fact they weren't. But yeah, let me deal with these little
bro.
In the chat. Hold on. So yeah, YouTube it's true. YouTube is sabotaging G Block because I don't get the notifications. And where's it? When I used to go on refresh my page to YouTube, Veli Vision would normally be at the top, Veli. So, you know what I mean? What's going on? Salam, my brother, C-Time, big up. Salam to all my brothers, Hugo and the rest of them.
Yes. Big up C-Time, man. Yeah, who was in the chat earlier talking about saying what was said about Tesla was gas and all that? Like,
Oh, some bunch of these dunces, bro. They don't know nothing, man. But how intellectual, bro?
Well, you're cutting off a bit, Esau. You're cutting up. You're cutting up.
Uses black data from theistic apologist writers. That's not true. These are my own thoughts, logic, reason, and rationality. He said, look, Quran has the word monkey. According to Walter, Quran now talks about evolution. Right. No, Walter, it's not that at all. Yeah.
Oh, the Quran does have the word
This is what I'm
monkey.
saying. You don't need to pay me to teach.
Hello?
No, but he's trying to say that because it has the word.
Yeah, because there's the word monkey, then we evolved from. I know. He's taking a mic, innit?
You what?
No, I'm saying I know he's taking a mic, innit? But what does it say? Be monkeys.
Yeah, be apes and swine. But hold on.
Yeah,
Heterosapien says, I bet this man sells perpetual motion machines.
Hey, get me one. Yeah. No G block. Hey, that's the different with me. I'm getting a G block once. Yo, Issa, if you're talking, yeah, I can't hear you. Or did you? No, you're still here. I don't know what's wrong with the connection, man. Can you lot hear me? Am I cutting out as well? And can you lot hear Issa, or is it just me? Like, cause on my end, it just sounds like he's not talking. But I know there's some connection issues in that. Yeah, this Adam thing is a weird one anyway. Really want to get down to that. You began in stages and it goes on. Everything is everything, says free Esau. I said free Esau. Oh yeah, you hear me, not Esau. I don't know, man. He's still on the panel though. I think it's just his connection. He might be. Oh, he's off the panel. Alright, so it's just me. Like what? Shall I just like bust a rap or something? Like, what? Shall I bust a freestyle? That? What's this? Yeah, I would love to chat to people about the pyramids. If yo,
Got up, mate.
what's going on, man? What's going on, bro? Were you listening earlier what we were chatting about?
Yeah.
Do you know about acoustic levitation?
Nah.
It's basically like they levitate things with sound waves.
Let me see it.
Yeah, you seen it, you said.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, bro.
I've never seen it.
It's basically they just get speakers. Like you could get two speakers, yeah. One facing up or one facing down, basically facing each other. Create a sound force field, sound wave, and like levitate. Depending on how strong your speakers are, you can levitate physical objects in it, like dense objects.
Yeah, I never seen that shit though.
Yeah, if you just write acoustic levitation, you'll find a lot about it. Like there's a lot of new sciences. I think that's where the new sciences are working into. Like we're gonna soon have like the hoverboard. I think is gonna be that kind of technology in it. I don't think it's gonna be magnets and that. You know what I mean?
The hoverboard.
Hoverboard, yeah. You know when like I think when they create the hoverboard, it's just gonna be speakers that just push a frequency vibration that pushes you off, like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Obviously, I haven't worked out the science behind it, innit? But like, it makes sense anyway. Hey, but what do you
Saying about
think the pyramids were
saying
made
about evolution, then it's saying that
evolution?
I heard you say something. I heard you say something like how come there's monkeys now,
But not
but not Neanderthals?
Neanderthals. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like we're here, monkeys
The
are here.
monkeys but the great, it's, you mean you'd need to see a great ape sort of thing, innit?
Great
You're
ape.
saying that, because obviously that's the common ancestor apparently, innit? So
Yeah.
if you need to, so it's and I'm not even sure. I'm not sure that the monkeys come from the same thing, innit? I think it's like apes and chimps.
What is that?
Something else
Did you
like
say? Wait, did you say great ape or did you say great ape?
great.
Yeah. What? That doesn't
Great.
exist anymore.
Not that I know of.
It's
But true story, I don't really know much about evolution or science yet, so I'm not the best person to ask, innit?
Yeah. It's not really my field, but I have delved into it a little bit, like just for my own personal information. But I don't know, man. Like, are you telling me that a dog is my cousin? Like,
Did you do a science degree or anything? So how did you become a science teacher?
I could tell you, but actually, my identity is not public, so I'll tell you, innit? I used to go to universities, yeah. I really like education, man. I used to go to universities. I studied science in college for years and years, and I realized like I could just go unis for free. And I used to go unis for free. Like you could just bop in and no one would really tell you nothing, and you could go to any lecture, anything, and you got a bit more freedom to fuck with the professors and ask the questions you really want to ask and get the answers you really want, because you don't really get punished for it, innit? Because you're not even in the system, like you know what I mean? But man had to do a teaching course. If you want to teach, you have to do a teaching course. I actually started off teaching what I love to teach. I was teaching outdoor survival, wilderness survival, bushcraft and things like that, yeah. And I thought it's really important for kids to learn science, and I was into science, and I said, you know what, bro, I might as well just teach these, because I remember I used to have science teachers that were shit, yeah, and science teachers that were good, like you actually learn something from, and I realized that I know that there are different students, different people that learn in different ways, and I can't just let these dumb people come up and teach all these students in the same way, and like half the class is learning and half the class is thinking, what's going on here? Like, you know what I mean? I think I can teach at like maybe master's level. I could teach at master's level some certain things a bit higher, but I prefer to teach key stage 3 and under, because like look, if you're a doctor, you're not gonna go start teaching doctorates, innit?
Yeah. So what? Obviously. So what's the science? How would you give a science lesson then if you don't fully understand the full? What is it like?
Okay,
Do you
so
understand the
what I
basic
would
science,
do,
or do you understand the advanced science? Like what? How do you explain?
to be honest, if you like, I became a science teacher because I understand science, but you don't really need to have such a deep understanding of science to be able to teach it. You need to just be able to understand what you're teaching, yeah. But what I was trying to say is like, so you got a class, and because I studied psychology, this helps me, and NLP specifically, because even though it's a pseudo science, according to the world of psychology. But still, it's like it's useful. You can see in action. So what you do is you get your class and you teach them using their 5 senses. That's the first rule. You have to teach them using their 5 senses. So you teach them the same thing auditorily. So those whose dominant function is their hearing will understand it. Then you teach them visually. So those whose dominant function is their eyes will see it. So you have to get them to digest the information. Some people digest by feeling, some people digest by seeing, some people digest by hearing. So you give them the whole round so that whoever you're teaching it to has actually worked their whole 5 senses into it. Then you get them to do it now. So it's for them to see that they know what they're doing, and for you to analyze who has actually learned and who hasn't, who's lost. Because, bro, a lot of students will not tell you they're lost. You know what I mean? Like, as a teacher, you have to watch out. Who's the person who's not kind of getting it? They'll be a bit shy. You know, a dumb
bro,
guy isn't gonna.
Listen. I'm asking you, yeah, how you plan a science lesson if you haven't got the full understanding of science? Like, how does that work?
If you haven't got the full understanding of science, I would advise only to teach what you do understand.
So what lessons do you give in science then?
I give key stage 3 and under. Yeah, key stage 3 and under.
They're learning about gravity and that sort of stuff.
Gravity, magnetism. Some are actually going up, learning about forces and motions and certain things, implementing maths into it. But it's mostly forces, strong and weak forces, cell biology, atomic chemistry, how atoms interact with the other atoms around it, teaching the periodic table. And because by this stage, you're expecting the students to have a basic foundation of science anyway. And as the teacher, you should already have that basic foundation. As a teacher, you should have what the students have already and more. So if you've just finished key stage 3, you cannot teach key stage 3, but you may be able to teach key stage 2 or key stage 1.
So teach the audience, yeah. Teach the audience now, yeah, how gravity works.
How gravity works? Well, there are different theories of how gravity works.
What's teach them the latest theory on the relativity of gravity. That's what it's called, isn't it? The theory of relativity.
The theory of relativity involves gravity. So this is Einstein's theory you're talking about. There was 2 versions of relativity. There's general relativity and special or specific relativity. But before we get into that, if you want to see the Einsteinian method, it's basically displacement. So this is actually how I believe gravity works. This is the theory that I gravitate most towards. No pun intended. That the thing displaces whatever space it occupies, and this displacement causes an inward pressure because the space that it occupied has been pushed out of the way. And because it's pushed out of the way, now you have something with the whole space around it pushing towards it. So closer towards it, you'll find the most dense space. And then the further away you go from this object, the density of space reduces. And at the more dense spots, you have a collection of things that are attracted to density, and away from it, you have things that are attracted to lack of density, buoyancy, if you will. But these things, when you say density and buoyancy, it's more of like looking at it from a 2D angle of a 3D plane. But the most popular version of gravity being peddled in schools now is the electromagnetic wave. But here's the thing, both of them go hand in hand. You really need to understand both in order to understand this thing. Like if someone wants to understand gravity, here's what I'll advise, yeah?
Go the other way, baby.
Gravity.
Go the other
Say?
way. How do they make a non-gravitational space? You know, like when they make a room or like a plane not have gravity. What are they doing exactly? Maybe that'll make it easier for all of us.
There's
you know, like
different
when
ways.
they're training. You know, when they're training astronauts how to be in
Okay, yeah. They do
environment.
that on a 0G plane, yeah, aeroplane. So this plane is called 0G. You can actually go book one and experience it for yourself. So the plane flies up, and then it then moves into a parabolic flight. Yeah. So a lot of people think the plane goes up and then it starts dipping down fast, and then it goes up, and while you're going up, the plane slows down, and as it slows down, because your trajectory is still going up, your gravity reduces, and then the parabolic effect comes after when a plane starts dipping, but it still needs to maintain the same speed of 8.9 meters per second to give you that feeling that you are gravityless. But it only lasts. It's like, imagine an elevator, yeah? If I just cut the wires of the elevator, you in the elevator till you hit the floor, let's say it's a bottomless elevator, you will feel weightlessness. You push off the floor, you get to the ceiling, you push off the ceiling, you get to the floor. You and the elevator now are free falling together simultaneously, but that's relativity, yeah, Veli. So because you and the elevator are moving towards the floor relative to the floor, you're experiencing weightlessness. But if the elevator wasn't moving, you're experiencing the weight. All right, I've never really taught relativity to a class, to be honest. I think it's beyond I wouldn't say it's beyond their understanding, but the key stage 3, innit? Honestly, I studied.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
relativity.
give a key stage 3. That's what I was saying to you. Give a key stage 3 lesson on gravity.
Bro, trust me, I need a board,
in
innit? I need a board, bro. I need some sort of visual aid. You know what? I'm getting a computer soon, so I might be able to share my screen and give some sort of lessons soon. Still, gravity. So what do you want to know? What gravity is or how it works? Specifically, gravity, innit?
Yeah.
But that's the thing. I don't wanna miseducate anyone. Yeah. So I'll put this out there right now. Gravity, as a law, is just the phenomena observed. This falls to the floor. This goes up to the sky. Yeah. How it works are the theories. There are many different theories of gravity. The most mainstream theory is electromagnetic waves, but then you're gonna have to go deeper into that, how we're made of waves, and then the understanding of that comes in your thought experiments. But physics, if you want to describe it through physics, it's literally the displacement. So look at it like this. Say there's a crowd, yeah? I'm in Notting Hill Carnival and there's a crowd. When I walk through this crowd, yeah, there's nothing pushing towards me. There's nothing, like, I'm free from all sides. As soon as I go into the crowd, I have pressure onto me from each side, yeah? Because there's other particles around me squashing me in. Anything I put on my body will be connected to me because these other things are pushing it down onto me. Yeah. So it's like that, but 3D. This is like a 2D version of gravity. So you have a closed system. There's X pressure. This is the amount of pressure in this system, and it's equal across the whole board. There's an equilibrium of pressure. When you introduce an object, this disrupts the equilibrium and creates pressure in the place where it is moved. So without a diagram, it's kind of hard to describe. It's like what I was describing last time about putting something in water. When you put a ball in water, it displaces the water level rises, but the pressure is on the actual object that has displaced the water. Now the pressure is coming onto this object from all angles. Due to gravity that we experience on Earth, the pressure on top of the ball will be more. But if you're in a 0G environment and you had this closed system of water and you inserted this ball into it and there's no gravity pointing down up, like there's, you get me? You've now created a point of gravitational force in the water where there's gravity being pulled onto it from every direction. This is actually true whether you have water or not, because space is like light water. It's like a less dense water. Yeah, like move your hand like this, you can feel it. You know what I mean? It's literally wave your hand and you can feel the water. So it's water, just less dense. So when you put something inside it, it has the same properties. It molds around this thing, creates inward pressure. Now, the reason this pressure is created is because of the mass displacement. So the more mass you have, this is the reason why, the more mass you have, the more gravity. Well, this is the theory as to why the reason is that the more mass you have, the more gravity is found. Which is why Earth is bigger than the moon, so there's more gravity on Earth and less gravity on the moon. But there's a question a lot of people want to know is how come the moon don't crash into the Earth? How come the Earth don't crash into the sun? How come, you know what I mean? That kind of stuff, I really need the board to explain it, because I can describe it using words.
I'm back in a bit. Asking if you're a flat earther. Still.
Who's asking if I'm a flat earther?
Skyworks asking if you're a flat earther. But yo, I need to jump off though. Still, I didn't do this boiler service.
Cool. Cool. I'll holler at you if anyone wants to come on. Are you going to be listening? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be listening.
Cool. So no.
Yeah, Veli sees everything, me. Trust me.
Yeah, Bless man. Yeah, I'm not a flat earther, but I wouldn't. I'm open to the idea if you could convince me. I mean, I've looked into it. I've looked into the science, done the maths. If you can convince me further, if you can actually get me something that will go, boy, look, can't deny this, man. Like indisputable facts and evidences. There may be, like, you get me. I'm not gonna be. I don't like to be ignorant, innit? So even if you tell me there's a spaghetti monster in the sky, I will entertain the idea and explore it with you. You know what I mean? So it's fine. No, nothing to be ashamed of, bro. You know what I mean? Actually, you know what? Let me open the chats. Who's that? Walter. Yes, Walter. You don't like me, Walter, innit?
Yeah, it's me. Listen, I just wanted to go on the pyramids. Hi, how are you? On the pyramids, I think they had enough tools there to lift up heavy stuff. I mean, come on, they could build a pulley system. They did have metals. They could probably make a sharp saw to cut the concrete sharp curve if they want to use a jig to cut a big block if they wanted. Then there's the way of leveling, bringing the pyramids up in levels with filling each level with concrete as they go up and building the tunnel as it goes up. I mean, the engineering is there.
Look at that thing that I pointed out to James Jones, the Temple of Jupiter and Baalbek.
What about the Temple of Jupiter?
I would like you to look at it. Like,
yeah, but I would have to get more into.
Right
yeah, but I mean, I would have to go in the inside, look closely at it, see where they cut, where they didn't cut.
It's not even. No, look. You know what? I'll actually find you an image
Image is not
I'll
enough.
try.
You
I'll
have to
try
be
find you
hands-on.
onto scale. Say again.
You have to be hands-on. You can't just look at an image and say, "Oh, this is how they made it." You got to look. You
No,
got to
no,
go
no,
for.
no,
You got
no,
to
no.
go
You're
3D.
going. No, you're going too far. That wasn't even my point. I just want you to. I just want you to see, like, because basically this thing, yeah. What I wanted to point out is this stone, a single stone, yeah,
Yeah.
that is on top of these other stones, and I don't believe that is even possible. But it's done. So, I'm just trying to find the image to scale. I'm trying to find the
Well, it
person
can't be
next to the image.
impossible because it's done.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
The thing is, how was it done?
Yeah. That's exactly what the problem is. Like, it doesn't even make sense that it's done. You know what I mean?
How do they do that?
Copy link. All right.
But
So
then
what?
you look at the Leaning Tower of Pisa in Italy, and it's in an angle there,
Yeah,
and
but
it's
that's
not falling.
nothing, bro.
Someone might
That's
say, "Why is
nothing.
that not falling?"
Okay. Actually, you know what? Let me post this in the YouTube as well, so these lot know what I'm looking at. Did you get the link? Yeah.
Where am I gonna have to? Where do I go to get the link?
Yeah.
In
I
the
sent
back
you a
chat?
link. I even sent it in the chat for people to look at. But let me just make sure it works.
And what do I do? Hit this, and it's gonna bring me somewhere. But after it's gonna cut
Yeah,
out of here, right?
it's gonna take you to the image I'm trying to share.
But will I be cut off?
You shouldn't be. Just copy it and open it in a new tab.
Because I'm on the phone, so I'll have to copy it on the internet.
Do you have a computer next to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you open it, yeah, you can see that these are like humongous stones. And they're built like masonry, at least 3 levels up, yeah. Well, as far as it digs down. And then on top of this 3 levels of humongous stones, there are gigantic stones. And on top of these gigantic stones is an intergalactic sized stone that no man could have ever carried. Like, there's no way anyone could have carried that stone that high. And then fit it in with those stones with that razor sharp precision. Are you seeing the picture I sent you?
Yeah, I'm still typing this out. No. Q-A-C.
Yeah, just write Temple of Jupiter, Baalbek.
Temple of Jupiter. G-U-P.
And the reason I sent you this picture is because it actually has a man standing next to it.
Okay, so it's Temple of Jupiter.
Jupiter, Baalbek, B-A-A-L-B-E-K.
Jupiter. Baalbek. Temple of Jupiter, Baalbek stones, or just Baalbek?
Just Baalbek. Oh, yeah, you can.
It's right now. It's just showing some kind of what do you call it?
Yeah. I know what you're looking at. If you go, like, try find a picture with someone standing
what I'm
next to
seeing
the.
Colosseum.
You seeing a Colosseum?
Baalbek, Lebanon. Is
Yes.
that the Colosseum you're looking at?
It looks like a Colosseum. Yeah, you can see the columns.
A broken down Colosseum.
Yes.
But what's wrong? And you think it would be
So
hard to build?
what
They
you're
built all
looking
kinds of
at is the
Colosseums in
pillars,
Rome.
because I'm assuming if you write that on Google, you probably get the 2, 4, 6 pillars. Yeah. I want you to go to one of these pictures, because the picture I showed you the foundation of this building, and it had someone standing next to the stones of the foundation to give you like a like a perspective shot of how big these stones are. So if you go down, you might be able to see a picture
But
of
this
a
is
guy
in this is in
standing.
the Roman. This is in the Roman time already.
I believe so. This is in
Then
Lebanon,
that's built on the
but it
Romans.
was. Say again.
It was built by humans. If it's the Roman time, it's the way it was.
Or I don't know. I'm not sure,
Of
but
course,
I
I mean we're
believe it
talking
was
about
built over then or
2,000
before.
years ago. Not the pyramids are even longer than that.
Yeah, but these we don't know. These were built 2,000 years ago.
But
This isn't
they're
Roman
Roman.
masonry.
These are Roman structures that were built. I mean, it looks like Roman right away. Just looking at it, you look like it's all
Yeah,
Roman
because of the
architecture.
columns. Because of the columns, you'd say it's Roman. But then again, the masonry is not Roman masonry.
Yeah, but how are we getting that? Because even in our books, it's saying it's Roman. So why would the Romans lie? They built this Colosseum, and then wasn't them who
Just
built
look at
it?
the picture. Look at the picture I'm trying to show you.
Pretty.
Yeah,
That's our.
and
That
show me a
we're talking about, but we're talking about enough
Roman.
time. Yeah, but at the time
Sorry, say that again.
you're talking about, there's enough. People could have been.
I don't know, bro. I'm just trying to show you one picture, innit? Like, have you found a picture yet? I don't know when this was made, bro. But
Brother, you done with your invention?
who's that?
What invention?
The thing
I'm in
that
the
you're
loft, man.
showing.
It's a hot water cylinder.
Oh, okay. Because I remember one time we were talking about your invention.
What invention?
I don't know. You said you was building up something to help everybody. Oh.
Building something to help everybody.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Only thing I'm trying to build is critical thinking, man.
Oh, yo, Veli, do you have access to water boilers?
What like that?
Nah, water boiler where you can fuel it using wood.
No, that's a wood burner.
Wood burner.
Yeah.
What, and it pumps water through it?
It's a hot water cylinder for it just heats water, but you need to have a usually it's an oil filled boiler or whatever. But those are old, man. No one don't really use them no more.
What?
Old
is it
properties.
available
though? I'm not sure. You'd have to look for that. You'd have to look for that anyway. But let me jump off, man. I just jumped on to add Malik in still.
Yes, that's good, man.
What happened to water?
Oh, he ducked out, man. I was trying to show him a picture. He was more interested in when it was made than that, but I don't know, man. Did you see the picture that I shared?
Do it again. Let me just try to.
Let me do it again, man. Do you know about the Temple of Jupiter in Baalbek, in Lebanon?
Not really. I've seen it before, but I'm not sure.
Bro, I don't know if it's just me, but to me this thing looks super crazy. Like,
oh shit!
What?
I just the water on. Yeah, I'm good. Water just came out of my water bottle. Flew out for no freaking reason.
You know what? I'm sharing these images wrong, bro. I should just open the image in a tab.
You have the link?
Yeah, but I was sharing the
have the
Google
link.
link. I said I might as well just share the image link. It's better, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
I can open it real quick and then.
Here, this is the. Braid is in
Valid,
here as
valid.
well.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, Braid is in the chat. Yeah, so this is the image. Yeah. And I'm gonna put it in a YouTube chat again.
Okay, I see the image.
Sitam Globekli Tepe in Turkey is I think that's like the oldest. What would you call it? Temple in history that we found out. But this isn't. I'm not giving this because it's the oldest temple. I'm giving this because of basically when you open this image, I want you to look at the stones, and I want you to look at this guy standing next to these stones, and I want you to look at this fat stone on top of these stones. Yeah. And when you look at those stones on top of these stones, and look at that fat stone on top of them. And someone explain that to me, please.
Wait.
Yo.
Can you say that again? I'm trying to understand I'm trying to understand what you're looking for here.
I can.
Yo, Braiders, have you opened the picture?
Yeah, I got the screen up right now.
So see them little stones at the bottom where the man's standing next to? Are you seeing the man?
Yes.
So you're seeing how big those stones are, yeah?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah. Are you talking about the ones right here? Yeah, I see
the little stones, the one the guy's touching, yeah? There's like 3 layers of them. But those are huge stones. They're like bigger than the guy, yeah?
Yeah.
And then on top of them, there's another layer of stones, humongous stones.
Yeah.
And on top of those is one fat, huge stone. Like, so these stones that he's touching, like we wouldn't be able to lift that, let alone the stones on top of it.
Do you know what the structure is called?
This is called the Temple of Jupiter.
Temple.
Baalbek. Baalbek.
Where's this one located at?
Baalbek, Lebanon.
Thank you.
Okay.
Because we were talking about the pyramids and methods of construction, someone thought the pyramids might have been a little bit simple, you know, little stones, you could pick them up. What about this? This humongous stones. Like 100 people would not lift this stone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm looking up how they built it.
Yeah, this is.
Who do you think built it then?
Bro, I don't know, man. I'm starting to consider that theory about aliens and shit, bro. You know what I mean? But I don't have that low hope or faith in humanity. I think humanity does have big.
Yeah.
That we got power, man. We could do stuff, man. But how? I just want to know that how, bro. And I do, like, personally, I was just talking about acoustic levitation, yeah. Because Isa earlier was talking about levitating the bricks in the pyramid. Someone was laughing. Then I was telling about acoustic levitation, but we never really got to there. You know about that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think maybe through vibration, you could probably do that.
Well, what they're saying right here is that they don't know who built it or who commissioned it. They're assuming that it was began construction around 16 BC, ended around 60 AD.
But they don't have the
No, they're actually describing what you're talking about. The 7 meter, the stone, excuse me. They're talking about the stones you're talking about. They said the heaviest blocks ever used in construction.
Yeah. They're some of the heaviest blocks ever used in construction in history.
Yeah. So I think if anything, we have to look at Roman. Yeah, let's try to look at Roman construction techniques.
That's exactly what I was telling Walter. This is not Roman masonry. They don't have these kind of like big stones like this on top of.
But it wouldn't be too far fetched to believe though. That we're talking, because we're talking at a time in which race doesn't play a role. So it's like if some guy from Egypt is good at doing something, you get him. You know, like look at the Carthaginians. The Carthaginians really just hired Greek from Crete archers just because they were available and they were good at their job. You know what I mean? So it wouldn't be too far to believe that. Oh, good. Here's a.
You know what?
Just need a lot of
Roman
experts to do
masonry
it.
did have. Say again.
No, I'm saying it wouldn't be too far fetched to believe that, they just got the perfect person for the job to get this done. Like, I don't think it would be like aliens.
Hey, okay, I get you.
You know what I mean?
But here's the thing. Look, Roman masonry, like they're a proud people, and they document their masonry, and they document who done it and how they done it and why they done it and what this place was for. Bro, this hardly has any. Like the only information you can really find on it is its name, Temple of Jupiter.
So it was obviously dedicated to, because Jupiter would have been what, Zeus?
I forgot all of that, man.
Oh, here you go. Individual Roman cranes were not capable of lifting stones in the 60 or 100 ton. The larger stones may have simply been rolled into position along with temporary earth banks from the quarry of multiple cranes may have been used in combination, and they may have the size a little at a time, filling in support. So you think maybe, you talked about Roman masonry. You think like they probably sculpted that things like that as the foundation?
I mean, this this has no relationship, is what I was saying, to Roman masonry, because, like, right now, show me any piece of Roman masonry. Find me the biggest Roman building they've ever built, and show me any stone as big as the small ones, let alone the medium ones.
Sorry, Ultra. I said Ultra. Walter's backstage.
Yeah, Veli, if you're there, I think someone else is backstage as well. Don't know if they're still there.
Cool.
Yeah,
And
but no, it
Braden,
says right here though.
Actually, you're in, yeah.
It says that that they rolled it into position, and we're talking about the foundation here. So I can believe. No, like I'm open to believe.
The foundation, as in those tiny stones at the bottom, yeah.
Yeah, they're saying
Which
that it
are
was
huge.
rolled in on top, and then because they might have altered the size a little at time, filling it in to support with underneath each time. So, yeah,
Bro, let me put it this way, yeah. See those stones?
Yeah.
They're actually deep into the building, into the architecture, yeah. So it's not like this is a rectangle. This is like the edge of the rectangle.
Yeah. This
know what I
one
mean?
said right here that they may have altered the size of the sides of it. So they sculpted, I guess, to as the foundation. But then again, wouldn't this be like a common?
Oh, wait. So are you saying like this is one piece of land, and they just cut in lines into it?
Right, like a mountain.
Yeah, like that's what I'm thinking. That's what it seems like it is, because because they said that it may. And this is only, and I don't want to say this is the final answer, but they said this is just what they assumed, because they said the cranes were not capable of lifting those stones. So larger stones may have simply been
I
rolled
think
into
you can
position.
find angles to see that it's actually a big slab in it.
Yeah, because it looked like they just sculpted the outside of it. Because you see the dip that's on the right where above the man is. You see that.
Yeah, hey, that little corner bit, the vertical one,
Yeah. Like right where the man is, like right above it, you see this like little slide dip going into it.
Yeah, I see that. But
It
that
could have
is,
just been sculpted like that.
if you see the other angle,
if you think it was
where it's
something
shot from the other way, you can see where that stone with the carried on.
Yeah.
So I think it's broken off. I'm not sure. You're gonna have to see the other angle in it. You're gonna have to see more angles.
Yeah. And once again, I'm not saying I know this. I'm just that's what.
I know. I mean, like so far, no one knows how this was made. It's still a mystery. We're just here theorizing, isn't it?
Yeah, I've seen a documentary where they said it was with the help of aliens.
I've heard so much stuff about aliens. Like I can't even dismiss it anymore. You know what I mean?
I can't really also, to be honest, I can't, but trust me, man is just a really wonderful creature that we could get away with a whole bunch of shit Even building an airplane is crazy. Building anything is crazy. I ain't gonna front.
Yeah, look, if we never had airplanes and then someone told you, oh, 1,000 years ago, people were flying in this box that had wings like a bird, bro, you think that's aliens. I don't believe that. That's crazy. But we would never imagine that humans could do this. You know what I mean? But here we are flying in metal.
And you know what's so crazy? They had this kind of structures around strategic points in the whole world.
Oh, you mean like the ley lines and that?
Yeah, from Egypt to Mexico to I forgot the whole place, but it was like a whole bunch of places, and they put the lines in it, and every line it's like has a specific number.
Yeah, that's
You're
actually
like,
so crazy. When I found out about that, I was like, whoa, how is it that everywhere where all these lines intersect, yeah, there is some sort of humongous monument? Like, how do these people know?
right?
Around the whole earth.
Yeah, around the whole world. Yes. I
Crazy,
seen a
bro.
documentary
But let's
like that.
let's also consider one thing though. We're talking about a time in which you didn't have workers' rights. You did not have you had people who, if they had the power and the money to get something done, they did it. You know what I mean? Like looking at Kemet, they weren't like commissioning like these people. No, they would tell the architects, "I want this." They get together, put the get the work crew together, and they're done. You know what I mean? Like it. I think it wasn't aliens. I just think they had manpower plus time to be real.
So do you think it was top level architects working on site, or do you think it was low level laymen?
I think the direction was led by, of course, high tech. Obviously, like the labor was done by the men, and obviously.
Yo, check this out. What about like topping up queries?
What?
Topping up queries, like say for instance, if you have a square foundation, and then you keep putting queries over queries, and then it builds up to that level.
Queries.
Yeah, like you building a sandcastle.
Oh, I hear you, but then you'd need a stone structure first.
What do you need?
A stone structure. Because remember, it's built in the middle of the sand.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like if you go to them, where is it, in Petra? There are these huge, like doorways carved into the middle of stones. Yeah.
Right.
And like, bro, these doors are like, I don't know how many humans tall. Just the door, innit?
Yeah, so that would be building up planks, putting planks together, and then filling the planks up with cement, or basically filling it up. And then when it's totally dry, then you take the planks off.
They could do that, or they could have built it from top down. The story that is actually connected with this is some ancient people who.
Can you build from top down?
Yeah, like look, think of it this way: if I'm on the top of a rock, I can build the roof and work my way down to the floor, and I don't need any scaffolding equipment to make this entrance. I just need to break the floor under me, and the more I work down, the lower I go, and then someone looking at this will be like, "Whoa, how did he get all the way up there?" He's like, "I was just standing on it." You know what I mean?
Okay. I kind of get the idea.
Yeah. So it's like, say I wanted to make a 100-foot statue of you, and all I have is a 100-foot column. I will stand at the top of the column
and chisel down.
And chisel down, yeah, until I get to the bottom, and then that's
okay.
You know what I mean?
I was going to say, I was like, yo, how is he going to pull this off? I'm like, yeah.
I was thinking about it too. Like, dude,
Like I
bro,
muted
like,
myself up. I'm like, listen, the brother's very respectful. I wasn't gonna call him an idiot. I was like, you know what? Let's just
exactly.
No,
And he was like
I
a
got a
chisel.
good
Like,
way of getting. I've got a good way of getting my idea into someone's head if they're willing
yeah,
to understand.
I was critically
Alright.
thinking about it. You know, I was like, maybe you hold some. Like I'm thinking, like, all right, you built like one of these like giant like cranes things, and you just have it like it dangling, and you just keep adding pieces to it till you get to the bottom. That's what I thought.
Yeah,
But
look,
no,
when
just
you
simply
look at
chiseling
this
a piece
thing,
of
yeah,
rock. Yeah.
when you look at this thing, you actually like if someone asks you how was this made, your brain will start just firing shots, yeah. But there are a few simple explanations like that can just be like, oh, that was easy. It's like a magic trick. You know, when someone shows you a magic trick, you're like, what? And then they show you how it's done, and you're like, is that it? Like anyone could do that. I could have done that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's how I feel right now. I'm like, oh,
Have you,
just bring
have
a
you,
rock to a
I
place
should
and
have just
start
kept
from the
it,
top.
man. I should.
have you seen this documentary where you know how they have this big statues and then they were showing how they was moving them with ropes from
Yeah.
one side to the other?
What? Where?
I can't say for instance you have a gigantic stone, right, and you're trying to move it.
Yeah.
So you have two sides of people. One is like one rope is tied to one side, and then the other one is tied to the other side, and then they start dangling it like a pendulum. So it start moving, it start moving. You shaking, the more you dangling, it start moving. And they made a documentary about how probably the ancient
Wait, so they create like kind of two pulleys
yes.
and then
So-
two kind of tripods or something.
Right. So like 50 people or 100 people was on one side, and then the other 100 people was on the other side. So they was pulling not simultaneously, but I pull, you pull, I pull, you pull. So this gigantic rock was actually moving. So they was pulling and moving and pulling. So it made it seem like he was walking.
Oh, like that.
Yeah.
Yo, that needs some next level craftsmanship, you know.
And it actually got to a point where the manpower was so low, like you could just, because they was already in a point where they could just pull, and then everybody wasn't using too much hard work. They was just pulling and pulling and
Yeah,
pulling.
you
and
know what?
pulling. You
Pulleys
pull
do
out.
reduce the force you need to
Right.
get something moved. I'm trying to remember when were pulleys invented? Like it's a pretty old invention, man.
But
It's not-
should, if you're thinking about that, that should be like from the early days, because it's all about ropes and basically.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking, was it even around the time of this Jupiter thing? 'Cause it was.
Wait. Can I be real? I'm not trying to like derail the conversation, but I just feel like, do you think we don't really have because we're in the current future with technology and things like that? Do you think we're having a hard time understanding how these things were made because, we
Yeah, it's hard to
we're
see
more modern?
things simply when your mind is so cluttered.
You know what I mean? Like, because I'm thinking like these events, these assignments, they were probably given to these people like under the penalty of death or sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, get this done or die. You know,
Yeah.
human intelligence.
Yeah, you know what?
being
That's a
pushed.
really good point. You know, like
Yeah.
death is a very good motivator.
Yeah, because like look at Greek
that's like
fire. If you look at Greek fire, they couldn't understand, the chemical makeup of it, how it spread, like how on water it could spread fast across like a fleet of ships. You know
As
what I mean?
a naval weapon, yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, and it's like, how does that
Yeah.
work? So, how does that work so perfectly? So I think we have to like understand that human intelligence is usually based on pushing constantly. Like, I think about how like generationally we went from Ataris to Xboxes. We went from cell phones. We really have the whole internet, the entire world's knowledge in our hands. And it's I'll be right back. I got Starbucks delivered.
Oh man. You don't want that coronavirus.
You better spray all your door and everything.
Bro, I ain't delivering
Yeah,
nothing
but
to my house, bro. I ain't touching no delivery. I ain't touching no one, bro. You know what? I was in the camp of this coronavirus don't exist, but now I'm pretending it does.
that shit really exists. I ain't gonna front. That's why people's getting caught up because I don't think nobody's in this generation has ever seen such a thing before. So people's
Bro,
thinking like it's
honestly,
just yeah.
I think it's a normal flu, bro. Like if they never said anything about it, it
Right.
would have spread. People would
That's
have
my
caught the
point.
flu. People who die
People
of
would have
flu would have
died.
died of the
Right.
flu anyway, and
Right.
you know what I mean? Like,
And it would have been blamed up on flu. But this
yeah,
shit is, trust me,
normal
it's a
flu. It
great.
wouldn't even have been anything special.
This is the mother of flu, man.
Mother of flu, because
Yeah,
they
but
made it that way. They advertised it
I
that way.
know.
yeah, but if your hospital is constantly being filled with people coming up with the same problem one after the other, someone starts to ask the question, why is this happening?
Walter,
Usually the
imagine,
doctors would
yeah,
usually the
next
doctors come in,
year
you've got the
around
flu,
flu
they tell you go
season.
home.
But imagine
They tell
next
you to go
year
home.
around flu season, everyone with the flu went to the hospital. Yeah.
Right. It's the same scenario.
And
No,
then they
this is what
decided,
this is what
yeah,
happened. It didn't get here yet. It's in China first, okay? It's in China first. Nobody's talking about this thing, okay? All
yeah.
of a sudden, China gets this flu. Okay, doctors are like, it's the flu, go home. It's the flu, go home. All of a sudden, China freaks out. Like, what the hell's going on? Why are all these people coming here? Okay, all of a sudden, people start dying. Now they got to tell somebody, oh, we got this weird flu here, and it's killing more people than normal.
No.
So
It's
they
not
pass it
killing
along.
more people than normal, Walter.
Well, yes, it is killing more people than
How
normal.
many more
It's
people
not
than normal
the
is it
flu.
killing?
The flu usually could kill, let's say, 0.001%. Every time a person gets the flu, they're not dying.
What? Say that again?
0.001% is usually the flu. When
The
people
flu
get the
killed
flu, sorry,
0.001%.
yeah, this is
The flu,
China's
or a
numbers.
specific type of flu.
Regular flu, common flu.
Don't you think it's because they have a
COVID-19
cure?
is the common flu.
Huh?
Walter, don't
Every
you
year we
think
get a
it's
common flu.
don't you think it's because we have a solution for the flu? But this shit right here, we don't got no solution for
We
it.
don't
No,
have
we
a
don't even
solution
have.
for
No,
the flu.
it's worse. We don't even have the solution for the flu.
Yes, we do.
What's the
No,
solution
we
for the flu?
don't.
People get
When you
flu
get the
shots.
flu, what do you do?
People get flu shot, and the same thing
No,
you
when
do
you get the
to.
flu, can you get a shot and then you'll be good?
I don't think I never will. I just do my
You've
home
never had the
remedies.
flu.
Most people.
No,
Well,
I'm saying I just do my home remedies.
20 years ago, 20 years ago, nobody was getting a flu shot. The only flu shot only started happening now because some people used to die. The elders used to be vulnerable to the flu, so they gave flu shots so less people would die. But the beds weren't full of people with flu.
I think
And
it got
sometimes
worse.
people would die. People would die from the
Yeah,
common
I
flu.
think it
Yes,
got
of
worse
course.
because back in the day, we used to actually fight against live flu viruses that came into our system and bacterias that are alive and kicking.
Yes.
Now
But there
we're
was
immunizing against dead cells or weakened cells. So our
but there
immune
was
system
always a
thinking,
percentage. There was always a percentage of people that died. Do you
yeah,
understand?
always.
Just like
Yeah,
there's
always.
always a percentage of people that die. And the
Yeah.
doctors say, well, how can we save these people?
Yeah.
So they create a vaccine to help,
Yeah.
okay, not a lot of people are dying, but enough to make it a pain in the ass because some family member died or somebody with an underlying condition. So they create a vaccine to help these 100,000 people a year that die. And there's still, even with the vaccine, you still have some people dying. Okay, so now you get this thing coming, this coronavirus, okay, and it's behaving like a flu, but people are dying much faster at getting into a critical state that they need ventilators. It's not common thing that happens with a flu. And that's why when that happened in China, they let the word out. Guys, we got something here. We don't know what it is.
I don't know if it
And
happened
by
in
that
China.
time,
Because look at this, yeah. In the US,
well, that's the
there were
first
5
report.
strains
That's the first
recorded.
part where it came out.
In China, there was 1 strain recorded. In Iran, there was 1 strain recorded. Like, how is there 5 strains in one place, and then 1 strain in
If you're
another
gonna
place,
start,
1
we're gonna start
strain in
going into
another place? Huh?
everybody's
Say that
gonna say
again.
something else. Everybody's gonna say something else. Sorry that I had to change mic because my battery was dead.
Oh yeah, calm. No, but I'm just saying, like, look, this, like, right now, yeah, if I, yeah, have HIV and cancer, not cancer, HIV and the flu and the cold, and I have a bacterial infection, a fungal infection, and a viral infection, yeah. And now 10 girls come to my house, yeah, and then you count the people in the room. I have all these diseases. This girl now has AIDS. This girl has a fungal infection. This girl has a bacterial infection. This girl has whatever. Like, it's pretty clear where the source was. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Also, there was a weapons lab that had a bio
Go
leak
there now.
that had to get evacuated. Yeah, you know about that?
No, I don't. I'm just. These are conspiracy theories that are coming out now.
No, it's not a
Telling the
conspiracy
same thing.
theory. These are facts. I'll tell you my conspiracy theory after I tell you the facts. Or I might just let you
So
put
there
it
was
together yourself. There was a weapons lab, yeah,
where?
that in America.
China?
America. And this lab got quarantined and everyone had to go home. Yeah. So the same people who worked in this lab, yeah, who were sent home after this outbreak were sent to China to join this some sort of a competition. Now, some of these people who worked in the lab, who went to China to this competition, who, by the way, won no medals, some of them visited the Wuhan market. So, like, but you know what? I'm not even going to say my theory. I just gave you the facts. And
I
obviously,
don't see no facts because nobody
you don't
saw
see no
anybody getting
facts.
from this lab. From the
I beg your
lab,
pardon?
they already said where it came from. They already figured out that it was transfer of animal to human.
But
So they already know the
this,
source of
wait,
the virus. And the Chinese
hold
have
up one second.
even the
Hold
Chinese
up one
admitted it.
second. One second, Walter. You just told me they found out that it got transferred from humans, from animals to
From
humans.
animal to human.
Yeah. However, they're telling us that
Animal to human.
from animals to humans, yes, but they're telling us this is the human coronavirus, and only humans can carry it, and there cannot be any animal carriers of the virus. So how does that make sense?
Actually, there could be the animal could.
So are they lying
Actually,
to
animal.
us?
I think that usually the swine flu. There's certain coronavirus that come from animals.
No.
Even though
Look,
the
there's a
animals
reason it's
get
called. There's a reason it's called the human coronavirus, and that's because it only affects humans. Only, we're the only carriers of this virus. You cannot
Yeah,
make
but
your
even though
cat
it
sick.
came
You
from an
cannot make your
animal,
dog sick.
and the animal wasn't sick. We're getting sick because of the animal.
It can't even carry it. It
So
can't
what are you
carry the
saying? You're saying the
disease. It
Chinese are
only
lying
lives
too?
in the human body.
So the Chinese are lying too over there on their side?
Did the Chinese say that this
Yes,
thing
the
was?
Chinese said it was. Yes, it was transferred in this in the yes. The Chinese
No.
said
What they
that
said, is that the first case they found for this virus, they traced it back to that market. But I already told you that these athletes who are who are taken from the quarantine in America to China, to Wuhan, and visited the market
So wait a minute.
and went
So
back
these
to America.
athletes, used to work at a lab and they became athletes.
A weapons lab, yes. It's a military weapons lab. So it's a military weapons facility.
Okay, so they became athletes. They joined up into the athletes, and they went there, or spies. You're saying?
No. They
spies that
they
became
are
athletes.
athletes. They are athletes. They're with the military. They work in a
So
weapons
they're
lab,
like
weapons
they were athletes
development
at the same
lab.
time. So they were been part of the Olympic. Went to
Sorry, say that again. You cut off a little bit.
Hello? Breaking up.
Yo, you're cutting up. Say that again.
Yeah. I don't know. You keep cutting out with this phone.
Is it just me? Hello?
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 Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you.
I think it's this mic that's so good. Is it better now?
Yeah, maybe. Mm.
I'll have to go in and out.
All right, but can you
I'll
hear
have
me?
to
Yeah.
go in and out. I hear you, but I don't.
Okay,
I
so
see
I'll
you're
tell
chopping
you.
too.
Am I chopping as well? Oh, it might be maybe Veli's in a low signal spot. I think that's what's happening. But I'll tell you, it's Fort Detrick, United States Biological Warfare Lab. It was forced to shut down August 2019. U.S. soldiers
Okay,
were
so
infected.
now let's move
300
on to the
came
next.
to Wuhan. Wait, let me just give you the facts in it. 300 came to Wuhan on pretense
No,
of
okay.
taking
Let's
part
say
in the world
you're
military
right. Let's say you're
competition.
right. Let's say you're right, and these guys are they did that. Why?
Why did they evacuate? Why what?
No. Why did they go to China and put this virus?
I told you there was the competition.
Like why?
Why was there a
By
competition?
accident. It was an accident.
Wait, I don't know. It seems like an accident. Maybe it was. You know what? If it was intentional, then you might be onto something there. Yo, hello.
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 You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh shit, my bad.
Yeah. I think Walter can't hear me.
Yeah. You see,
I don't know why that happened, man.
hop out and come back in.
Yeah, I think Veli's not even about, bro.
Oh man.
Walter, you can't hear me, innit? Oh, Walter, I left. Yeah, so for those who did want to know, it was the
Just to inform
Military
everyone.
World Games was held in Wuhan. The US sent a contingent of 350 athletes. They did not win any medals. The athletes toured Wuhan.
Hey, Matt, what are you reading?
I am reading a message that my source sends to me.
Okay.
So it's from the Independent.
Mm-hmm.
I can send you the link. Actually, I have to cross it over. Well, I can read it to you, innit? It's up to you. I can read you the whole thing. Do you want me to read you the whole thing?
Hey, whatever makes you feel comfortable, man. I don't care.
No, just if you wanted to know, innit? I don't wanna.
Yeah. I want to learn. I want to learn what you got. I just walked back.
So you Fort Detrick forced to shut down August 2019. US soldiers infected. 300 came to Wuhan on pretense of taking part in the world military competition. It spread out. in Wuhan, with some visiting the wet markets. U.S. consulate in Wuhan fully evacuated with bioweapon drums left in ground. Weeks later, first victim of coronavirus appeared in Wuhan. U.S. found to have 5 strains. Wuhan has 1. This obviously proves that the U.S. is the origin of the coronavirus. PS further proof in post following in comment below. Let's see this proof in the comment below. August 6, 2019, the US's main biological warfare lab at Fort Detrick was issued a cease and desist order because of violation of safety standards and protocol and leaks. That is on the Independent. September 2019, statewide outbreak of a mysterious respiratory emerged in the US, causing severe respiratory diseases in a few hundred people. This was blamed on vaping, although people had been vaping for more than a decade without such outbreaks. Officials were unable to find any relation to a specific vaping device and addictive. Or addictive? Not addictive. August 2019 to January 2020. The US CDC reported that the US is gearing up for one of the worst flu seasons ever with 12,000 deaths. On 12th March 2020, the CDC director admitted that some COVID-19 deaths were misdiagnosed as the flu because COVID-19 were found when they did posthumous tests. World Military Games held in Wuhan. They did not win any medals. Okay, November 2019, the Chinese press reported that the 5 athletes who had suffered from infectious disease had been discharged from hospital. November 2019, Wuhan locals were detected with COVID-19 with a spike of such terms in local social media. This coincided with the post-incubation period after the Military World Games. December 1st, 2019, the first confirmed case of COVID-19 was detected in Wuhan. Subsequently, more than 80,000 people will be infected. Of the first 41 cases, 34% were not related to the wildlife market. This is what I want to know. How do people, like, are you telling me so many people knew about this before it came out? Like, here's what one person tried to explain to me, yeah? When a lot of people, like, say me, you, and me, Braders, and Malik, yeah, we all say a pig is going to jump out of the ceiling, and we all say it together, and we push this story, and everyone starts pushing this story. That means it's going to happen. I don't think so, bro. I don't think you could just say something, and because so many people said it, it happens. Like, some things maybe, but bro, did we create a new virus collectively? Veli, if you're there, I don't know if what was here actually.
Okay, so here's the thing I'm trying to figure out, but this is why I don't take the virus seriously from my aim.
Yeah.
Because airborne, then that means everybody got it then. If it's supposed to be airborne, it's supposed to mess with your respiratory, then everyone got it. Like, it don't matter how clean you clean your house. If it's airborne, you know.
Yeah, there's not much you could do, man. I mean, you're not gonna wear your mask you're not gonna wear your mask in a shower, for example.
Mm-hmm.
You
And
know
how
what I mean?
are you
Like,
cleaning your mask too? Like, what are you doing? You know.
yeah, like you're taking off your mask with your hand.
Mm-hmm.
The hand that's touching the surface of the mask that's holding all the viruses. Like, but you know what? If everyone is ill, then it's some weak ass flu, bro.
Yeah, I don't see how this thing can progress, you know? Like, I don't see, especially since it seems like it doesn't affect warm temperatures, but it's like in heavily populated areas. I don't know. This is just weird. If it's airborne, then
So wait, see places around the equator, don't they have coronavirus?
Hmm?
Don't places around the equator have coronavirus?
Yeah, but it seems like it seems like it's imported though, because it's like all the cases. Like, actually, I take that back, because now I'm starting to see all these like random ones where black people are dying, but they don't understand the disease. They're talking about like, so a principal in New York died, and then someone in Zimbabwe, a black person in Zimbabwe died, apparently, of coronavirus complications. But like, what are the complications, and how do you define them if this disease is very like new? You know?
Yeah. But you know what? There was the Israeli, so I don't remember which Israeli research lab said that, you know what? We were just researching this COVID-19 strain coincidentally just before it broke out, like, you know what I mean? So that was a bit weird. Yeah. What are you lot saying?
Airborne, then, you know, because I'm trying to figure out if it's airborne, then like everyone has it. It's just, I guess some people will die and some people won't.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, well, yeah, Skyworks 600. I am extremely open to suggestions, conspiracy. I'm not only conspiracy theories. I'm open to any theory.
Knowledge.
You know what I mean? Any theory. If you're not open to any theory, then boy, you need to open up a little bit. Did Islam and Muslims have anything to do with COVID-19? Boy, maybe Bin Laden started it. Do your homework. Body produces viruses to combat intoxicants in your body. Your body produces viruses to combat intoxicants in your body. I did not know that. See, that's you learn something new every day. Do you mean that viruses adapt to your antibodies and the antibodies adapt to your viruses, or what? Please just stay done. Oh, you know what? C-Time, you're right. I thought it was just me, man. C-Time, I thought it was just me, bro. Walter actually is just anti whatever I say. I thought it was just, bro. Like, I'm out here bugging. I'm thinking, like, maybe no one sees this. Maybe I'm bugged. Nah, yeah, you're okay. So it's not just me who sees that then, yeah? Cool. And if anyone knows what Walter's problem is with me, like, please tell me, bro.
No, he don't have a problem with you. I don't think he has a problem with you. He just likes
But like what my mind is saying is,
James
every time I come on, this guy just comes on to try to disprove. Bro, if I told him his name is Walter, he will argue with me about it.
Nah.
Trust me, bro. I came on once to support his point, yeah?
Yeah.
Because he was making a point, but he wasn't really making it good. He was waffling. He wasn't really saying facts. I came on and dropped the facts to support him, and then the guy started like trying to attack me and disagreeing. I'm like, bro, how are you disagreeing with me if I'm agreeing with you? That doesn't even make sense. Like, what? It's like, yo, my name's Brothers. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Is that what? What? You know what I mean? It don't make sense.
Sometimes he is contrary to the T, though. He will stay contrary sometimes, though. I ain't gonna lie, because I've seen him like shift on people and be like, "Yo, Walter," because he's a Christian, I believe. And I sometimes get him mixed up with Rob. Like,
yeah, I think he is. I don't know. Is he a Christian or a Jew?
I think he's a Christian.
Yeah, maybe
he's Catholic or something.
Yeah, bro. So it's not just me then.
No.
Oh, so he's like that with everyone, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he kind of does that. It's not just you, bro.
No, I do remember first time I saw him on the panel, everyone was mugging him off, and I'm like, why are these lot mugging this guy off, bro? And then kind of afterwards, I realized they're not really mugging him off; they were just pointing it out.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, you could have a really good like conversation with him about Christianity, and he would just like, in the time you're gonna contend, like, okay, so I get it is based off faith. So if he has the faith to do it, done.
You know what? I tried to last time. This was actually our last conversation. Oh yeah, you know what? I remember I got mad at him, bro.
What happened?
Because I'm asking him, yo, so what does Messiah mean? And then what does Christ mean? And he told me it means the anointed one.
Messiah. That's
And I asked him, what does the Messiah mean? He said the anointed one. And I said, what does Christ mean? He said the anointed one. I said, so are they in the same language? And he's like, oh, why are you asking questions? I'm like, bro, I'm just trying to see, are they in the same language or are they different languages or what? Like, how can it be two different words mean the same? Oh, what? Asking questions, and you just got to start getting mad. Bro, because I was trying to get somewhere with him and he was being long. So I got pissed off. I said, bro, look, you're trying to buoy me off for asking questions. I'm trying to just learn something. You know what I mean? Like, you're trying to teach me something. I'm trying to help you teach me it. And you're not even trying to help you teach me. Like, I got mad, bro. I'm not going to lie. He was... Maybe he wasn't, but I felt like he was being a bit like of an idiot, bro. And I kind of lashed out a bit, man.
Yeah, but he has there's like a, I call him the anti-Walter, and that's Rob. Like Rob and James Jones. Those two right there. That right there.
Hey, is Rob what's he come on as his name?
I think it's Speaker's Corner UK.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. What? Rob is anti-Walter.
Because I think he's like anti-religion, and like I'm gonna say, of all the atheists that comes on, like him and Dark Magician. You haven't met Dark Magician yet. Dark Magician.
I've spoken to Dark Magician. He's calm, man.
He's really good. Because like every time I have like this reoccurring joke with him, where I always ask him like, "Have you found any evidence of hell?" And he'd be like, "Nope, haven't found hell yet." Like. He literally, like, his thing is, he's so atheist that his thing is he would rather go to hell than go to heaven because he's like, at least in hell, he can like burn on his feet. Like, oh my God. Then live in peace on his knees. Oh my God. I'm like, I don't know if I'm that tough though. Like, either burn for eternity or live on my knees and like chill on a cloud, bro. Bro,
that's right. That's right.
You know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie, man.
I what these lot worship. Have you seen the number 33 times? A combination 33 is used in the media. Wonder why? Oh, you know what, Shiva Jangnarth? I do wonder why. Please let me know about the number 33. Go on. Big up Walter with his.
Oh yeah. Big up Walter though. We always need the contrary. We need the contrarians. Shout out to all the contrarians.
Shout out Walter. Nah, Walter actually makes sure he's. Yeah, see time. Walter does actually make sure he's anti everything I say, bro. I don't. It's funny. They done. Check out man moves 20-ton block by hand. What do you mean 20-ton block by hand on YouTube? What? No tools, no pivots, no nothing. I don't believe this. Man moves 20-ton block by hand. You know what? If I had share screen, I would have. Oh, I've seen this, man. Guy uses tools, bro. It's just simple physics, man.
Yeah.
Wood, pebble, counterweight, manpower.
And that's really that's all my whole point about like looking at antiquity when it comes to construction and things like that. Is that they at that time pushed their human intellect to progress that got us to where we are, you know?
Yeah, that is I was gonna add on to when you were saying that earlier, because right now, we are physically kind of dumb. Like the most physically intelligent people on earth are not even the physicists. They're the people who actually work in physics. You can say fighters and sportsmen and these kind of people. Yeah, they have physical intelligence. They might be able to work something out. But even them, like when they're not physical, they're on their computers and it's the same as everyone else, bro, phone or whatever. You know what I mean? Back in the day, no one had that. You were so bored, you were forced to think of something.
Yeah.
I mean, you're forced to think. You have to. Otherwise, you're the dumbest guy in the world. You know what I mean? And you'll be mocked for it. Right now, today, if you're mocked for being dumb, like a lot of people don't care about like, yeah, I'm dumb. It's a free country. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But them times it was a shame, bro. Like, how can you be proud of? It's weird,
Being
man.
dumb.
Yeah, it's weird. Like now that everyone got computers, and the physical world is kind of getting pulled away from us. Look, we're all being told to stay in our houses. Like, come on, what's the next step? You know what I mean? I don't know, bro. But that is an interesting thought that maybe you just show it to them and they'll be like, yeah, that's easy, man. Is that it? They'll probably say, is that it? Is that it? Well, you put a 1,000,000-ton brick up there, is that it? Big up the magicians fooling everyone. I'm not endorsing or hoping for nothing, but I would want to see that combo between Dark Magician and God. I have doubts it's going to go the way he thinks. That's not to say anything about God. I just doubt the scenario is going to go how he envisioned. You in your imagination see that. Hey, what is he here, Dark Magician?
No.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen him in the chat. He usually says something.
"33 vertebrae." What, Shiva? Is that the thing? Yeah. Is that the secret? Walter is a troll. Bro, Walter might be a troll, bro. If Walter is a troll, he's a really good troll. He's really a troll. He's them trolls that gets paid like £5,000 an hour, like, you know, proper troll. Believe in spirits and mystical forces. I do believe in. What do you mean, spirits and mystical forces? Skyworks, I've never seen you on the panel, man. Jump on and ask me these questions. I believe in spirits and mystical forces, but depends what you mean, innit? You might mean some, I don't know, like I don't know, innit? Yo, what, Braiders? Do you believe in spirits and mystical forces?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think when someone says spirits or mystical? What do you think spirit is?
I can't really even quantify it. Like, I think it's just more like, I believe that there are things that we can't explain necessarily, like, you know, going on in the world. So like when I hear people talk about seeing like loved ones who've passed away and stuff like that, I usually think like from that angle, you know?
Oh, so like a memory or kind of like a awareness.
Yeah, I don't actually think that like the person's back here or anything like that. But then again, I do believe in like.
So would you say it's like the energy of that person or whatever?
Especially like if it's like an ancestor, like if it's like your mother, you know what I mean? Like you were in your mother for 9 months. I would believe that there would be some kind of spiritual connection other than just like her holding you and then letting you go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? That is actually weird. You say that there are mothers that can feel their children. Like see if something happened to a mother's kid, she'll feel that. You know what I mean? I remember coming home sometimes and my mom used to be like I'll do some naughty shit, yeah. Like I'll get into some deep shit, like, or get into a big fight and cut myself and try to hide it or whatever, yeah. And my mom will tell me like, "What did you do today?" Like she knows. Like, how did you know? Oh God, no one knows. How did you know? You know what I mean? Like, I felt it. That's weird.
There'll be one time this freaked me out. I was in high school and it was like the first time I got high, and my mother called me like off the random. She said, "What are you doing about your life right now?" I was like,
"Oh," she felt it in it from.
She was like, "What are you doing about your life right now?" I just like, what?
Yeah.
I just like remember walking away from the circle, dropped 20.
Yo,
I just like had to like pick up and just walk away.
that is, well, that's goosebumps. Like, didn't you feel weird when that happened?
I kind of, you kind of like ignore it, like, okay, coincidence. Like, I think that's the thing I did. I just ignored it. Like, all right, it's just a coincidence, you know?
Yeah.
I'm thinking like, okay,
Think about
in
it,
my
bro.
mind, I'm thinking because I got in trouble at school that day. But as I remember, she never talked to me about anything else that evening.
Jeez. Yeah, these these stories are weird. I remember my mom told me about a dream she had of me. That when I was a kid, I just went out with my friends, and then we basically did something, and it's like she comes to me the next morning and she goes, "You know what? What were you doing last night?" And I was like, "Why?" She's like, "I had a dream," and she explained what I was doing. Bro, it's like she was there, yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Whoa, you never had no dream." You know what I mean? But when I came home, she was sleeping. You know what I mean? So the
Yeah.
morning she woke up and she told me, like, and you know, and it wasn't like she told me it like it was a dream. It's like she told me it like, yeah, this was a dream, but it wasn't just no dream. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
she even knew that there was something different about the dream or something. Yeah, these things bug me out, man. Like I think we're connected. The way I think we're connected causes this, and I think the closer you are in frequency, the easier it is to communicate. Yo, Eric, my source. You can find all this information that you're talking about the stuff about the America.
The U.S.
And,
starting the coronavirus.
yeah. Okay, so you can find all of this on literally. Actually, there's you can find it on the Independent. Furthermore, you know what? Let me. I'm gonna post you something so you at least got some sort of reference.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to just tell you Independent. I'll at least give you a link from the Independent. I'll search it for you. Don't worry. Because bro, I get these in messages in it. Like this guy just sends me messages, and when I ask him where it's from, he sends me 30 links. So
Yeah.
at one point, I stopped asking him where it's from. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
Independent. Yo, Braiders, are you lot being told to stay in your houses?
Yeah. So but see the way
What,
they
like us, or is that lockdown?
yeah, well no, the way they did it is they call it self isolation or like self quarantine isolation.
Yeah.
So like they're trying to make it seem like it's voluntary. So like there's people that, you know what I mean, like you can still go out and about. It's just like you're not gonna you're not gonna be able to go to any stores or anything. You have to like kind of order online and stuff.
What?
Yeah. So like Amazon right now, Amazon, FedEx, they're hiring, they need so many drivers right now, it's not even funny.
Damn. All right, listen.
Yeah.
Don't ever work for Amazon. Ever in your life.
You worked for Amazon before?
Bro, trust me. Bro, oh my days. I've never felt like, actually, I shouldn't even say this online, yeah. But bro, don't ever work for Amazon, man. You'll get treated like a
cattle.
Bro, you see slavery. You see when they say this is slavery, yeah? Like, bro, imagine I come to my brother. He goes to me, yo, you look dead out. I said, yeah, bro. I just came back from slavery, bro. So what do you mean slavery, bro? You ain't done no slavery, no sort of slavery. And I go, bro, trust me, my work was slavery, bro. Like your work is not. And my brother works 3 jobs these times, yeah. And he's go, bro, I just went and done a job, finished this 12-hour job, came to this job, and then the 3rd job, and he's like, oh, you think that's slavery? I'm like, bro, I hear you, but bro, Amazon is literally slavery, innit? And he laughed at me, ha 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 ha, whatever. He comes to me in the morning and he goes, yo, I'm sorry, bro. I said, what happened? He says, bruv, listen, I just opened the newspaper and I literally just read Amazon workers describe the the flipping thing like slavery. You know what I mean? Exactly how I described it. Yeah, he goes, bro, I'm sorry, bro. I didn't know. You know what I mean? Bro, trust me, don't work in Amazon. You got 5 minutes to scan. You'll go sleep hearing teet, teet, teet. Trust me, you don't want it, fam. You don't want to go sleep hearing them sounds. Bugs. You know what I got fired for? I actually got terminated. Yeah.
For what?
From Amazon, yeah, for listening to my boss. So I think that should say enough.
Yeah.
I literally got fired for listening to my boss. Like, welcome to Amazon. I could not believe it. You know what I mean? I could go into detail about the story, but that's long, man.
See, I just been buying up their stocks. Them, Whole Foods. Well, Amazon owns Whole Foods, but I've been buying up, like, right now you just want to buy up retail stocks because, like, their online stores are popping right now.
Bro, I wish I used to work for them years ago, because you know they used to pay people in stocks and shares.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, bro.
You should have took that, man.
I wish, bro, if I knew that this is what they're on, I would have done that years ago.
Yeah.
Like, they used to pay some £8 something plus some shares or stocks or something. Now they took that away, but instead they'll give you like what, £12 an hour to £27 an hour. You know what I mean? So you can potentially get £900 a week, £950 a week, something like that. But you're gonna kill your body doing it. Yo, Eric, I put the link. Independent research into deadly viruses and biological weapons at US Army lab shut down over fears they could escape. If there's any things you want the link for, Eric, man, you know how to contact me, bro. Just let me know. Yeah. So brothers, do you think that they want to shut us down to? Wait, yo, Veli. Yo, Speakers Corner UK, Speaker the Devil. That's who you're talking about, ain't it, Rob?
That's Rob.
Yeah, that's Rob, man.
Speak the devil and he will appear.
You get me?
Shout out to Rob.
Ultra's there as well. So Veli. 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 Yeah. So what do you think about this thing? I think they're trying to lock us down to get us used to it. And then they're gonna just be like, you know what, this works a lot better now. I'll just stay indoors.
Yeah, but it's gonna get, like, you're talking about very important jobs. They're like schools are closed. You know what I mean? Like things that make life are closed. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but imagine like diverting everything to the same way we diverted everything to electricity and computing. We're gonna divert everything to homeschooling.
Like have school be online classes.
Look, it's the perfect opportunity to change the world up, switch it up a notch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it's like you're creating like a comfortable prison.
Yeah, imagine this is the only time in history we're all at home.
Yeah,
all of Earth is at home.
That's smart.
It's weird. Yeah, it is.
Hey, that's right. I don't think that would be a conspiracy theory. I would honestly put that down as a well put together hypothesis. You never know. You know, like that. Like,
you never know, bro.
Investigate
every Malik, you joker. Yes. Speakers Corner. Ultra
Good
fancy.
afternoon. Are we into conspiracy theories? I'm only the devil for those who don't want to think rationally and critically. They will call me a devil.
You want to hear some conspiracy theories?
People who want to believe in conspiracy or spiritual or some other unproven at this stage nonsense. They will
I
see
know
the
there
devil
are
in
many
people who want to
proven conspiracies.
think critically.
But hey, Rondo, did you hear the conspiracy I just threw out? That I'm sorry that Dagon just did. We just came to like on them attempting to lock us all into like a convenient prison where everything we need is at home.
This country runs on an economy with people that are able to move freely and to work. So the last thing I want to do is lock you in. People are dying in very unpleasant ways. If you've listened to some of the people who have survived, who are in their mid to late 30s, this is a very unpleasant thing to get. And you're unlikely to get it to be able to survive on your own. So I think it's an unfortunate safety precaution. So I think let's put the conspiracy theories to one side and let you have good evidence for that. To lock down a Western country that's reliant on its economy to try and keep everybody in prison, so to speak, I think is more far-fetched than believing we didn't land on the moon.
Okay, Rob. Let me come to you with that same energy, Rob. Do you believe in the coronavirus?
I believe there's something that's labeled coronavirus that is infecting people and killing people around the world, yes.
Why
there's
you
first-hand accounts, there's
why
witness
you
accounts of
peddling
that
this
happening.
conspiracy theory? Why don't you bring me evidence and proof?
What evidence would suffice for you?
I would like a person who has coronavirus, and I would like them to die in front of me, and I would like microscopes to be able to see this virus taken out of a blood sample of this said dead person.
So you're chuckling past there. You want somebody to infect you, did you say?
No. I would like to see a person, a subject, who is infected with the coronavirus, and I would like to see them die, and I would like it to be proven that the death was caused by this
There's
virus.
There's
And I
more
would
people
like.
that have been.
Wait. I'm just trying to highlight the proof I would be satisfied with, and I would like a blood sample taken from this person, and I would like a microscope to be able to see it directly.
So if all of that was provided, would you even have a clue at what you were looking at?
Yes.
How? Are you a medical professional that can identify virus strains?
All the TV stations are showing me pictures of what it should look like. So if I look in the
They're showing a
microscope, I should see that.
representation.
Yeah, I should see what that thing
Do you
is
think it's a big
representing.
conspiracy that 16,000 people around the world have died and 480 odd in the UK? Is this a big conspiracy, or they're all dying suddenly of flu or something else? What's your explanation for what's going on?
Hey, you're the one pushing the conspiracy on me. I have not seen one dead person on the street.
Well, they're obviously
I've
not on
not
the street,
seen
are they?
one
They're
ill
dying in
person
hospitals.
rolling around.
You haven't seen
Say
one
that
ill
again?
person walking around, did you say?
Yeah, ever since this whole, that's the funny thing. Ever since this whole coronavirus thing, I've been out and about. I haven't even seen a person who looks ill or coughing or sneezing or anything. So,
Yeah, well,
allow
obviously,
your conspiracy theory, man.
for some people it incubates, right? And for other people, they haven't yet been affected or may not be affected. But for those that have, it's a serious illness, and apparently, especially for elderly people or people with underlying conditions. And by
Yeah,
all
I know
means,
what you're
if
saying,
you,
but
hey, I tell you what, you can disprove this yourself. All you need to do is fly to northern Italy, go into one of those hospitals, go and have a look at the dead people, and go and see the people that are still alive on the respirator. Take a deep breath in, make sure you isolate yourself so you don't give it to anybody else, and then let's see what happens to you.
Look, I would
There we
do
go, it's
that.
falsifiable, right?
I would do that, but they would just tell me, "Fuck off! You're not allowed in here."
Well, you could be a secret agent. You can get in. You can make yourself look like a medical professional. This is all in the name of science, right? To disprove your,
Hey, is that the
disprove this
flexes you're on?
conspiracy
Yeah.
theory by your knowledge. I
Is
hope
that the
you truly,
flexes
because
you're
if
on?
you aren't, you're a danger to society, and you need to be kept indoors
Why? Why am I a danger to society?
because you think that this is a conspiracy theory. People
No,
who think like
I'm
that are
just
dangerous.
pointing out to you that what you're pushing sounds more of a conspiracy theory that has less evidence than what I suggested, not as fact, as a thought to ponder. You're suggesting it as a
You
fact.
mean all the medical
That's evidence.
professionals around the world in 160 countries that have identified that they're all pushing a conspiracy theory, not mine. They are all pushing it for some devious purpose.
I haven't heard it. I don't watch
So
TV.
maybe you need to enlighten yourself, right?
Well, you're telling me, but you get me? Conspiracy theory.
Like I say, go and falsify it. Make sure you have a will before you do it. So don't fancy your chances. And if you do, even those that have, there was a video of somebody who
You know what?
he was a
Rob,
marathon runner. He was in his late 30s.
I will take
and
your
he
challenge
survived.
if you
And
take
he
mine.
was on a
How about,
respirator for 30
how about you falsify
days.
mine and I will
He has a
falsify
kidney
yours?
infection. And he's it's going to take 3 months to recover. He used to run, and he can now only walk 100 meters before he tires. This was somebody who was
Yeah.
38 years old, a fit marathon runner who contracted it and
This
survived.
says nothing to me. I swear this says nothing to me. I'm saying you do that to mine and I'll do that to yours.
What the hell does that mean?
What did you just tell me to do?
Go and falsify it for yourself. Go to Northern Italy. In fact, you can go somewhere in the UK. I'm sure there's plenty
So
of
I'm
hospitals
saying
that
I
are being
will
overloaded
accept
at
your
the moment.
challenge to go and falsify it for myself when you first falsify my conspiracy theory.
What's your conspiracy theory?
So how can you call something a conspiracy theory if you don't know what it was in that to begin with?
Because it goes against the prevailing view that has reasons and evidence behind it and puts forward a view that is either pseudoscientific or speculative at best. That's
Hold
what
up.
a conspiracy theory is.
Yeah, but you called what I said a conspiracy theory, right?
Yeah, if you're claiming that the coronavirus isn't real or that this is all some plot to keep us locked
No,
down,
no.
that's a
Before
conspiracy theory.
oh, yeah. So you falsify that, and I'll falsify what you told me to falsify. Is that fair?
No, that's not fair. That's not how rational people think. We don't have
Why?
to go and
You're
falsify every
telling
crazy
me.
claim out there. Go and falsify for me that
Okay,
my
so
invisible
I'm
dragon in the backyard
literally
doesn't
holding
exist.
you to the standard you're holding me, right?
No, you're not.
What do you mean? I'm telling you that you have a conspiracy theory that you can't prove to me or give me evidence for. You're telling me to falsify it.
It's
Yeah?
at virtually
But
every
you
hospital in the
came to
United
me
Kingdom
first
and
telling me I
almost
have
every
this
hospital in the
crazy
world.
conspiracy theory, and I'm
Wait,
telling
do
you
you
falsify it. If you
do
can
you
falsify that, then clearly I can falsify that. If you can't falsify that, how the hell would I be able to falsify that? You know what I mean? If you can't falsify something that I haven't
Like I
claimed
told
to
you.
be a fact, I said maybe. How would I even start going
Oh my
about
God, Dark
falsifying something
Magician's in
you're
the
saying is
chat.
a fact?
Yo, what is up with this? What is up? This is weird. We talk about these people and they show up. Yo, Dark Magician.
Who? No way.
Yo, he's in the chat right now.
Are you yo Braiders? You got this the summoning force, man.
Oh man, they don't call me. It is what it is. I love to bring G Block together. I'm the
You're
glue
done.
that holds this from across the Atlantic. I'm the glue.
I summon the antibodies for Corona, bro. Summon all the antibodies that fight Corona.
Son, they're busy right now. I ain't gonna lie. I'm working.
Oh, they're busy right now. Okay, bro.
Yeah, I'm working.
Say no more, bro. I feel like you are being unfair to me, Rob, man. I feel like if you can't falsify that, I have no chance of falsifying that then.
I'm just in the shop, but yeah, you can. You can go to any hospital and they will falsify it and they'll show you under a microscope. They'll show you all the ill people and they'll show you the effect. And if you want to get it for yourself so you can have first aid experience, I wouldn't advise it, but you can probably do that as well.
Okay, but I said I'll be happy to if you do first. So I can help you as well. I mean, go to a world government secret meeting and just listen to what they say. Easy. Go see what's talked about at the Bilderberg group. You know what I mean? Then let me know.
Holy fuck! 3,000 people died in New York.
Oh shit! What? Because of COVID-19?
Coronavirus. Shit's getting real. Coronavirus.
How are more people dying in New York than, bro? How many people are dying in China? Because, like, brothers are telling me this started in China, but more people are dying in New York than all of China. This doesn't make sense. 1 second.
Yeah, it does make sense.
Why?
Because China has already started putting out medication. China's recovering, whereas New York, America, the American president has only just ordered a lockdown, which means people have been spreading that shit for weeks amongst one another. New York is so densely populated, you can't imagine. Did you hear about patient 31? That Chinese woman who went to Korea, had a car accident, went to hospital, just a minor one, and then she got a slight fever,
300
temperature,
people.
and then they said, "Oh, let's test you for corona." She's like, "No, I'm fine. I've got no broken bones. I've just had a car accident. Of course, I have a temperature." Right. So she went to church, one of those big mass gatherings with like 15,000 people.
Oh, what, the mega churches?
Yeah.
Oh.
Right. A couple of days later, she went to another gathering. Yeah. And then the rest of the symptoms of coronavirus kicked in. Check this out. Just before she went for testing for corona, she went to a buffet lunch.
Oh my God.
Right? And then when she had the buffet lunch, went to get tested, come up positive. And this one woman, patient 31, is responsible, apparently, allegedly, for 80% of all the cases in Korea.
80.
One woman, bro. One fucking woman.
Wait, 1 second. A correction. 300 people died in New York, not 3,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying, bro. Like,
Damn it, Jan had me scared as shit. It's like, damn it.
Yeah, bro, for a second, bro, you know what? That was genuinely the first second since this whole beginning of the corona that I panicked for a second, innit?
Yo, I got scared too. I was like, damn it.
Yeah, bro. 3,000 people. Wow. Yo.
It's like, damn, Jan. It's like 10% of all the cases have already died.
So listen, in that story I just told you, now I'm gonna do myself a gross misservice here, yeah. But I think I'm correct. I will try my absolute best to find the video again, yeah. In fact, if I can find it, I'll upload it onto my own YouTube channel. How many people do you think this one woman is responsible for infecting? Give me a number between 500 and 5,000.
What, directly?
Yeah.
Like 1-to-1, yeah, not secondary infection.
No. Like she's responsible. No, she's responsible for. So the ones where she touched the surface, somebody else touched it, and then that person gave it to someone else. But she's the fucking jumper.
The whole chain, yeah.
She's the jumper. Yeah.
How can anybody tell?
But remember, this is an estimate of the amount of people she's responsible for infecting. Give me a number between 500 and 5,000. You know what? Spoilers. 5,000.
I was gonna say 5,000, but I said that's the highest number you said. It's not gonna be that. That man said it straight. 5,000. Right.
But remember, take that with a pinch of salt because I literally just woke up. I'm a little groggy. And there's a slight chance it could be 500. There is a chance, but I know it's 5,000 or 500. Either way, it's fucked up. Now, and I'm just saying, whether you think it's a conspiracy or not, I would just urge you to protect yourself. Just take precautions.
Yeah, no. Did you hear what I said a while ago? Yeah, I said either way, I'm pretending it exists, innit? So.
Yeah, that's the best thing to do.
Yeah, just in case it does, bro. Safe.
And then I'm saying, stay home. Everyone, stay home for 2 to 3 weeks.
Bro.
Don't go out unless absolutely necessary. Let's get a fucking handle on this thing. But I'm telling you, when DC Brother said fucking New York, in my head I was like, yeah, Tell a New Yorker what to do.
That's what I'm trying to say that way.
Try to tell a New Yorker what to do. Tell every New Yorker to get off the streets, bro. That's a task in on itself.
Wait, Ultra. There is film of last night of Times Square being completely empty.
Perfect. That's what needs to happen. People just stay indoors, right? Use the internet to communicate with mom, dad, friends, online personalities. Use the internet to get in touch with heroes such as myself. Apparently, I'm a hero now, and I like this title. Yeah, I like this title. I can live with that.
Does it come with a pay
I
grade?
really can.
What are you a hero of, bro?
Apparently, I'm a hero because I'm still out there working, getting doctors and nurses to and from work.
Oh yeah. Oh, sick. That's sick, man.
Yeah.
Are you one of
I'm a
them
hero.
volunteers?
No, I'm a bus driver.
Oh yeah. Man's a hero out here, bro. I would have stayed home if I were you, fam.
The truth is, I want to because I keep telling everyone my wife's pregnant. So the last thing I can do is bring that shit into my yard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you get in contact with people more than anybody, man.
No, that's the funny thing is, Brad, I don't. I'm tucked away nicely in my little cab. It's not like American buses. Like we're literally caged in.
No, yeah, they're doing that now. They're putting that little plastic thing in it. Yeah.
Yeah, like we got like what is that? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we're behind a thick sheet of perspex.
Yo, you see them holes in the perspex, yeah? I'll put some sellotape there, bruv, or laminate.
No. They're covered with cling film now.
Oh yeah, okay.
They're covered with cling film, yeah.
Moving.
Yeah.
Upgrades
Covered
to
with
London's transport.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Imagine, bro. The Prime Minister said public transport emergency services will not stop.
Bruh.
Imagine
so
that.
wait, there's buses and trains and everything.
Yeah, but let me
don't
tell
go
you
out.
something now. Let me tell you something now. Anyone who's using London Underground to commute is a fucking moron.
No. It's not the way. It's not the way.
Bro, listen, there's pictures of people using the tube yesterday, crammed in like sardines.
Nah, bro, look, London Underground is hardly the wave on a healthy day, like let alone a corona day, bro.
In a
Like,
corona epidemic. Do you understand what I'm saying? Also, as well, let me tell you, because I'm not gonna lie to you, today was a much better day in terms of seeing people out. I would urge people use the bus. Yeah,
Bro,
because there's
gonna try out here, man.
yesterday when I was driving in a 9.5 hour shift, I only picked up 17 people.
Wow.
17. Now, bear in mind, the bus is normally packed from the first stop when I first start. Do you understand? So, yes, babe. No, he didn't. I picked them up there on there. Yeah. Yeah. And so there's enough space. You'll be able to distance yourself on a bus and be relatively safe. Do you see what I'm saying?
There's no real threat.
Yeah, like you can sit anywhere on the bus. Like every time someone got on my bus, they were like, "Oh, hello, driver. Is it just you and me?" And I was like, "Yeah, go sit down. I ain't running no jokes on you right now." Yeah,
like it's just you and me, but don't stand here. Like you're not allowed no more.
Yeah. Just don't stand here, innit? Like, I had to chief up some fucking dude in the supermarket, man. The man's all up in my bum. I was like, dude, 2 meters away from me. I had to shout at him to make him know that, to let him know. He's like, oh God, I'm so sorry. But also, though, I don't know what it's like where you are, but a lot of supermarkets have like put in like makeshift distances.
What?
Like, so there's like a black and yellow sellotape, like in 2 meter intervals around the store.
No way.
Yeah. Because, like, it's mad. But I mean, remember, I personally think that's a brilliant idea, and I'm actually quite grateful for that because.
No, that is. But like, it's kind of like you're telling people you lot are kind of too dumb to deal with it.
What do you mean? The British public are a bunch of morons. They voted for Brexit. They can't be trusted. Come on. Come on,
bro. I'm just here crying, looking outside, seeing that beautiful sun, and just like, oh, I haven't had sun for a million years. Now that the sun comes out, like they want to lock us in, bro.
Yeah, because they want to keep us in prison under good weather, huh? Is that the conspiracy?
Yeah, see, Rob, now you're getting it, man.
So when it rains, then we can all be let out.
Hey, Rob, man, tell them to let us out, man. I know you're part of this conspiracy. That's why I'm trying to hide it.
I'm giving you, I hope, more credit.
I don't just expose me like that.
Hey, listen, could you imagine, Could you imagine it? Do you remember there was that meme, this dude would dress up as an Arab, he had a rucksack, he'd chuck it, and then run
chuck it and run.
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, I thought it was a little bit insensitive, but it was funny, I'm not going to lie. However, the meme that's going to be now is people just walking around coughing. It's just going to be that coughing meme.
Oh my!
And the problem is you can't retaliate, because why would you beat up somebody with corona, you fucking tosspot? If somebody who you suspect has corona offends you, you're going to have to suck it up and walk on.
Well, presumably one reason Ultra might be to prevent them from doing it to other people.
People coughing on each other.
No, but even that, bro, you're still losing.
Bro, that's
what I'm coughed on already. Presumably you've already lost. So
if
somebody's coughed on you, then you might have lost already. So to prevent him or her coughing on somebody else, you'd want to use physical force if necessary to prevent them from doing that, right?
Yeah. Guess you're gonna have to, but no one really wants to get like, I don't want to punch someone in the face and his tooth end up in my knuckle and I'm bleeding and I got corona in my knuckle.
Not even that, bro. In order for you to punch somebody, unless you've got arms that are 2.5 meters, you're too close, bro. That's what I'm saying. You're too close.
Also, though, if the thing is airborne, that means everyone's already infected, then, right?
No, well, that's the thing. They're saying if you're in talking range, like those particles, if they get into your blood, then you're fucked, right? But let me just say something, because he raised a good point, right? Because a lot of people are saying that this is sort of, they're trying to slip 5G in. This is all being caused by 5G. There's loads of conspiracies. Like some people saying there's no fucking corona and all the rest of it. The truth is, personally, I haven't seen myself evidence of a corona outbreak. And I think Rob raised also an excellent point is, if I saw a blood sample under a microscope, I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm looking for. All right.
Yeah.
So what I will say is that the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, who is a known liar and charlatan and a cheater, because he cheated on his wife, but we won't go there. That's personal.
Yes, sir.
He had balls big enough to tell me that I'm going to lose people I love. Now, whether he's lying or not, that is cheese on toast. Yay. Whether he's lying or not, that's something that you can't just take seriously. Like, what Prime Minister comes out and says, "Oh, by the way, people you know is going to die," and if you don't want to die, best thing to do is stay indoors. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I get the conspiracies. I really do. The problem is, none of us know. The only thing we do know is that people are testing positive for this virus, allegedly, and other people around the world there's body bags everywhere. And I'm saying, just in case it's true, I am gonna stay in my home. No, actually,
you know what?
I'm gonna be a hero. I'm gonna be a hero and get the doctors to and from work. Yeah.
You know what, Ultra? Yeah, I'll say either way, however way anyone spins this to me, something dodgy is going on. Because you know what? Yeah, even if it is true, and even if the virus does exist, and even if it's killing millions of people, I'll still just come back to you and be like, yeah, well, they made it to kill us, mate, in a lab. You know, bro, have you read the Georgia Guidestones?
I have not. But also, just before we get into that, Veli Vision, if you can hear me, bro, Dark magician, sorry, somewhat dark, or the lightest magician is in the back chat, and he's desperate to get in.
Yo,
I believe also that they've
Yeah.
sequenced this virus. I think it was in New Zealand or somewhere, and suggested that it is unlikely to be man-made because of the evolutionary process was so well adapted. And to the person who thinks that it's floating about in the air, it's carried on micro droplets when you sneeze. So it's not floating in the air per se. It's attached itself to H2O droplets from humans when they sneeze or cough or whatever the case is. So you're quite safe if you don't touch anything. Obviously, it can last up to 3 to 5 days on surfaces. And that's probably your bigger danger. It's not so much people snuffing on you, but you touching a surface that somebody else has touched and it might still be there. So that's probably the bigger thing. So you should be. I've just come back now from a walk. I just washed my hands straight away.
Yeah.
And so
you know what? They have been trying to say that recently. I remember the first time they said it lasts less than a minute outside the human body. And then they started saying days on hard surfaces and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, as they get more data, they update it, right?
Yeah.
That's how science works. It makes a prediction.
What
It
made
gives you a
them say in the
hypothesis, and
first
they'll either
place
falsify
lives
it or
1 minute
confirm it
outside the body?
or update
You
it.
know what I mean?
Where did you get that from?
From some guy who's supposed to have spent 20 years studying this very thing.
Did he study this particular virus? And has his results been replicated by other scientists? That's the sort of things we look for, right?
I believe he has studied this particular virus, and has his results been replicated by other scientists? I don't know. I think he's a researcher, isn't it?
Yeah, so researchers can make mistakes, right?
Came
And the
on
way that we work
BBC
is to
and
try and
spoke with-
get confirmation, independent confirmation of hypotheses or predictions or results or whatever it is, right?
Independent confirmation of hypotheses and results.
Why do babies like take the cheese off the toast and only eat the cheese?
Because
It's
they
easier
know,
to eat,
man.
right? It's soft. The toast is harder, right? On the gums, depending on how old your kid is.
Damn, Rob just knows everything, bro.
Well, I've had a child, right? And she did the same thing.
Effortlessly answer that question.
I don't know.
But this conspiracy theory is very different to, say, spiritual views or religious views, for which we don't have good reasons and evidence. And if we
I have
update
good
ourselves-
reason and evidence for spiritual and. Okay, depends what you mean by spiritual and religious, though.
Well, I
I
don't know.
actually might have
Spiritual is
spoken earlier.
synonymous with the word woo for me, so I have no idea what spiritual means. Everybody's got their
The
own
word
idea.
what? Woo.
Woo, W-O-O-H, if you like, or just W-O-O.
Well, spiritual
In
is
other
connected
words-
to the word woo.
Spiritual and the word woo are synonymous. They carry the same amount of information, i.e. none. It tells me nothing when somebody says I'm
Okay.
spiritual. Somebody said I believe in
would
woo,
you
it
like
tells
me
me
to
equally
educate
nothing.
you on as to what spiritual
Well, I suppose I lie.
or a
I lie.
spirit is?
It does tell me that they very likely don't believe in the world around them. They believe in something unseen, unproven, untested.
Who's
That's
they?
probably what it
I'm,
does.
I'm
One
saying,
thing
would
does
you
it.
like me to educate you as to what a spirit is?
Please do.
Okay, so you see, there are physical things, yeah,
Yes, we've experienced that.
and then you can use a word to make this physical thing manifest into someone's head. So if I say ball, yeah, I've used a word that's tethered to this physical object. Now, there are also words tethered to spiritual objects. These objects are
Hang
not
on.
physical.
Well, stop there. Stop there. Yes, we have labels that represent objects in the world. You then very quickly jumped to we have labels for things that spiritual. What is spiritual?
Yes.
I can touch a desk, a
Yes.
chair. What do I touch that's
Yes,
spiritual?
yes,
How do
I
I
did.
find out what spiritual is?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Wait, just listen to
Hello,
what I'm saying.
Mark.
Good afternoon, Dark Magician. You have been summoned by Braiders.
Yeah.
So,
Can I have an opportunity to?
Good evening, somewhat
Just
dark
give us a sec here
light
because I'm being
magician.
educated on what spiritual is.
Oh, mate, I'm white as anything, brother.
Yeah. Cut my class short. Like, I have a bad student who's
How you doing
interrupting
anyway?
the
Are you
class.
staying safe, Dark Magician?
Yeah, brother, I'm much better now. Sorry, I don't want
Wait,
to.
was you
interrupt.
sick?
No,
yeah,
it's cool.
I had corona, I think. Yeah.
Fuck off!
What, you alright, bro?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I had it for about 5 days. It was pretty rough.
Wait, but when you say you had it, what did you experience?
Well, I suspect.
Yeah, talk about what you go through.
I haven't been. I wasn't tested, and I will hopefully get tested when some of these kits are given out eventually.
Yeah, I was just about to break that news. Apparently, there's a ton of kits on their
3
way
million.
in. Yeah, they're on their way. So, yeah.
How and when and in what way they're going to be dispensed and to who knows?
Probably hospitals.
Yes,
or maybe
NHS staff
GPs.
need to. NHS
But do you know what?
staff-
You know what you should do? They should set up a massive makeshift hospital somewhere.
They are
right.
They're in doing it in the Excel.
in like a day.
Oh, yes, that makes sense.
They're
that
building
makes
it in the
sense.
Excel. 4,000 beds plus. I've heard that.
Oh yeah,
Amir Khan has offered one of his venues to the NHS if they want to put some beds in, and they're requisitioning ventilators, even from veterinarians. They're requisitioning them. So and they've also some engineers have come together to try and put forward an idea of patenting a ventilator that can be cheaply made and made very quickly, so that we can. So one of the this is not a conspiracy, okay? This is serious. The flu virus, which is this being compared to, is usually around about if you have the flu, you can usually infect somebody or pass it on to somebody 1.4 times. The coronavirus is 3, maybe 4 times more infectious. That means
its
that
infectivity
if you
level is
pass
high.
that on to somebody tenfold, you're potentially passing it on to nearly 60,000 people. Right now, the symptoms that you may have may be mild, and the vast majority of people in the UK and around the world will maybe get coronavirus and not have any symptoms at all, or they'll have mild symptoms. But there will be a small percentage of people, and when I say small percentage, I mean 3.4%, 4% of the population. Yeah, that seems like a very small number, but actually it's not. It's hundreds of thousands of people. Yeah, almost 500,000 people. And those people will end up in hospital. Those people, a small percentage of that people will end up on ventilators in the ICU. Now, they will range between 40 to 60-year-olds. There is a 21-year-old who died yesterday, who had no underlying health issues in the UK. There's a 36-year-old doctor who's been
And are you sure it was from Corona he died?
Yeah, from Corona, from Corona. So this is serious, right? Now, you will be okay, most likely, but it's the other people that you have to think about. This is why they at first, the UK were thinking about herd immunity, because they wanted to look at the idea that let it spread through society, and if certain people die, then they die, but at least the economy is saved. Then through pressure from multiple sources and institutions and organizations, this was changed overnight, and they went into partial lockdown and looking to put out huge benefit packages for not only businesses, but also now they're putting it out for the self-employed and for people on benefits. So this isn't a conspiracy. They wouldn't do this if they knew, if this was, they wouldn't spend this kind of money on socialist policies. Yeah, this is for real. This is serious. Every country in the world. Now, the reason why America is going to become the epicenter of this is because they have done absolutely nothing to try and stop this. Nothing whatsoever. So it's going to spread through. It starts off slowly because it incubates in you between 10 days, and you can have mild symptoms, so mild that you won't even think about reporting it. And it won't even bother you at all, but it will get hold of somebody else, and it will.
That kind of bothers me though. That piece of information, like some people will literally have 0 symptoms, and other people will just die.
Because it's how the pathogen manifests in you as a person. Yeah, that can be completely unique to every single person. You could be a person who has absolutely no underlying health issues whatsoever. You could get the pathogen through droplets. Yeah, and by the way, the droplets can last up to 28 days on surfaces, all surfaces, in low temperatures. Yeah, this is from the CDC. So what you have to understand is this is not the flu. This is a MERS. This is a SARS. It's a a mutation of a respiratory disease. It attacks the respiratory system. Okay. Now, for a lot of people who are autoimmune, who have autoimmune diseases or have COPD or have asthma, who have underlying health issues, this is like near to a death sentence for them. Now, you as a person will be okay, but you could potentially spread that if you don't isolate. And you could potentially
someone who might not be
part
okay.
of something that you could. So, what we have to do is stop the curve. We have to slow the curve down. If you look at, there are multiple graphs. I can't show them, but there are multiple graphs from multiple sources showing how we are 14 days behind Italy, but we are on the same curve as them. China have now curved off. They have 3 days without a new case of coronavirus. Why? Because if you phone the government and say to them, I've got symptoms, they send a team to your house, they seal off your house, and they come to your house twice a day and they feed you and look after you until your symptoms have gone. Now, they can lock you in your house and they can put a seal on your door to see whether you've come out of your door. These are all massive measures that have been put in place. There are other countries in South America and around the world, in Europe, they have automatically given froze people's bills, council taxes, tax bills. They've covered it all, and they've told people to go home to isolate, and they're enforcing this too. And you can only go out to the supermarkets or go to get medicines. So the people that work on these essential care, they are allowed to go out. Okay, they are, but we've done that in this country, but we're not enforcing it. Why are we not enforcing it? Because we don't have the police force to do it. Because for 10 years, the Tories have cut police officers. We don't have police officers. When certain people find out how depleted our police force has been, there are going to be serious crime going on in the UK. And I think people are starting to get whiff of it now, because this virus is showing just how ill-equipped this country is to deal with this crisis. But please take this seriously. Okay, if you can isolate, please do so, because you'll be okay most likely. But it's the other people, the small percentage, the 3.4% of people who are likely to get this, who will end up overwhelming the NHS and potentially dying, because we'll run out of ventilators, we'll run out of ICU beds. Okay, this is going to get worse and worse. It's exponentially getting higher and higher every single day. There are now over 7,000 cases in the UK already, and we're only at day 20. All right, so please take this seriously. This is not a conspiracy, okay? To push.
I really want to take this seriously, but I
off.
don't want to, man.
Now, look,
I'll
I
stay
agree.
at home, but I don't want to take it seriously.
You have to, because if you as one individual can pass it on to 60,000 people, you need to reconcile that with you and your spirituality, Dayton. Because if
I will pretend this serious. I said I will pretend this real. I will pretend this serious, and I will act as though it exists.
Real. It is real. Now, understand something. If you can potentially pass that on to 60,000 people, if it's passed on tenfold, how are you going to reconcile that with your spirituality? If you're saying to me,
I can't pass it on to anyone. I'm at home, man. I'm literally dying at home.
That's
out
brilliant.
here.
That's brilliant. That's fantastic.
I'm pretending. At least I'm enjoying this game.
It's not a game, man. Seriously, it's not a game. Like people are. You can go on Twitter and you can see real people are posting all the time. My friend is in hospital. They are dying. They had no underlying health issues. They used to be a CrossFit fanatic.
Do you know anyone who has coronavirus?
I know a lot of people have got coronavirus, yeah, because I work in the charity sector.
And they were diagnosed with coronavirus.
So I'm working from home, right? I'm working from home. I'm dealing with calls from people, disabled people, who are trying to navigate what's going to happen with their benefits, what's going to happen with their housing, what's going to happen with their employment, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And a lot of them have got symptoms, and they're not going to get any help. Because they can't go.
But I don't want you to leave the panel with me going, see how I asked him if they were diagnosed and he didn't answer.
No, they are not getting diagnosed because there are no testing. Now, there's a reason for that. Now, if you want to talk about conspiracy theories, here's one that I will agree with. The government is not passing out testing kits because if there's no testing, there's no data, there's no blame. Now that's real. That can be actually.
See that, Rob?
I can argue that. I can argue that quite effectively. Yeah, there are 3,000 kits that are ready and have been ready for some time, but the government will not buy them and they will not give them out because they know. Now, that's not a conspiracy theory in the way that you're presenting it. Yeah,
I haven't presented anything really. I've just dropped some facts and. But wait. How do these kits come? Like, is it like a syringe? Do I spit in it? Do I piss in it? Do I lick it? Like,
I don't know. I don't know whether it's taken intravenously. I don't know if you can take a swab. I think it's swabs. If I heard rightly, they can take swabs from your mouth and they can run tests.
I'm not doing that,
what the government are saying, and they've said it today in the press conference, they're saying that the rest of the world have used up all the chemicals and components that need to put these kits together, and therefore there's a shortfall, and they're only being able to do these tests in increments. Like, so for instance, every single day they're doing 10,000 more tests until they get to a point where they can do 250,000 per day. Now, we already know from outside sources that there are 3 million kits that are all ready to be used. Now, the government is saying, we don't know the validity of these kits. We need to make our own kits. That's very convenient, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, if you've got no... the rest of everybody, like Germany, are doing free testing. As soon as you say you've got the symptoms, they'll test you. And that way, we can make a bigger model. We can test who has potentially had coronavirus and who has it at the moment, and via that we can start mapping and we can deal with this this outbreak as quickly. Now, one thing I want to say before I go, okay, the longer we do not self-isolate, the longer this is going to go on, and people just need to understand that. If you're listening and you're hearing me right now, the longer we do not listen to isolation, the longer this is going to go on, because the curve of the amount of people that are going to be infected and hit by this virus is not going to start curving off.
You hear that? Everyone stay in your houses, man.
Please take it seriously, because it might look for you. It's not about you. It's about other people who are vulnerable. You could protect. There's no way of knowing who's infecting who. And
yeah, think of the elderly and the mothers and the fathers.
Can you imagine if people could know who's affecting who? There would be riots in the street. They're fighting over toilet roll. For goodness sake, but please take this seriously. I know a lot of people, there's not a lot of different disinformation out there and that, but this is real. Like, people are really suffering from this right now. ICU units up and down the country are saying they are at critical mass. And it's only going to get worse. The longer we don't actually have a lockdown, the longer we don't, self-isolate.
Yeah, Dark Magician. Would you agree with Ultra Sexay's sentiments that I echoed earlier, right? When I said, because we don't know who's infecting who, the only thing, or what we should be doing, is trying to ease pressure on an already strained NHS.
Right, and the only way to do that is to self-distance.
To isolate, stay home for 2 to 3 weeks. And I also said, like, obviously, because there's people just adamant that this virus doesn't exist, it's not true. I'm just going to use my words carefully, right?
Yeah,
I know. I'm just going to use my words carefully. I'm just going to say, if this virus is in fact true, the best thing to do would be to self-isolate for 2 to 3 weeks, right? So that we can get a handle on this thing, right? That doesn't eliminate the virus, doesn't magically go away. But we reduce the strain on an already strained NHS.
Yeah, this is exactly now, after first considering herd immunity, this is actually government official policy, is that they have to contain the stress that's going to be put on the NHS. Now, if any of you are still dubious about this, okay, please go and watch a Dispatches program that was aired by Channel 4 a few days ago, and listen to a guy called I'm gonna look for his name. It's Tim Montgomery.
You never deal yourself first. You always deal left to dealer.
It's Professor Hugh Montgomery. Okay. And he is a professor at UCL. He was in this Dispatches program, and he explains it for anybody who doesn't understand the math behind this. and
So what, you
understand the
believe
significance of it.
dispatches and you don't believe me?
Sorry.
Yo,
Say that again.
back boy, yo, stupid.
I said, what, you believe dispatches and you don't believe me?
I believe the professor of I can't pronounce it.
Epidemic.
Epidermology, whatever. I believe what he is
Epidermatology.
saying because he is a professor in this area. He has worked in this area for many years, and I believe what he is saying because he is an expert.
But
in
you
this
know
area.
what? I can't even believe these lot when they tell me these people are professors. Like,
You can go and
I'll-
check out for yourself. His name is Professor Hugh Montgomery. He's at UCL.
bro.
You can go out and check his credentials. I have his credentials in front of me right now. Would you like me to read them to you?
Yeah, go on.
Hugh obtained his first class BSc in cardiorespiratory physiology and neuropharmacology in 1984 before graduating from Sussex Hospital Medicine in the school of 1987. He obtained his higher research degree from the University of London in 1987. He is accredited in the general internal medicine, cardiology, intensive care medicine, and he has published over 5,000 scientific papers in many different scientific outlets.
Light, somewhat dark magician. Somebody in the chat has asked if you could just give us a rundown on your symptoms. Like what was going on with you personally, and as personal as you can allow.
On the 12th of
and
March,
how long it took you to recover.
On the 12th of March, on the 12th of March, my mum was in hospital in St Thomas's. She had she had a inflamed gallstone, and she was nil by mouth. She was waiting to go in for surgery. So after work, when I finished work, I was going up to see her. I woke up on the Wednesday morning of the 12th, and I knew I was ill. I know my body. I know when I'm ill. I know when I'm not well. Okay, I had high fever. I had aches and pains. I had shortness of breath. The cough didn't come, but I had a sore throat. Now later on, as this went on, I had extreme headache, really like high temperature. Like the highest I had was like 38, 39. And this went on for 5 days. Usually when I'm ill, it only lasts for about 48 hours tops. This lasted for 5 days. It was rough as fuck.
What, even when you got the flu?
Yeah, whenever I've ever been ill, it lasts me 48 hours and I'm done. I'm back again. It's never lasted me longer than that. So yeah, I'm absolutely fine now. But I've been in isolation for the last 14 days, as was the government advice to do so.
You see, before you started getting these headaches and sore throat and that, like, you know, when you said you had a feeling you were ill, what was it like?
I felt tired. I felt really tired. Like I had migraines coming on, and I don't never get headaches.
Okay.
But you just put it down to stress because, you know, apart from the coronavirus, you don't understand how bad it is out here right now for people who are vulnerable, disabled, and elderly. It's terrible. Like, you know, I have people crying down the phone to me every day saying they're going to kill themselves because they don't know how to live, and the indignity of not being able to have, you know. The government used to allow for disabled people who are incontinent they would pay for 4 or 5 nappies a day. I know that sounds crude, but if you are incontinent and you're disabled and you can't look after yourself, you need to keep your dignity about you.
Yeah, it's madness, isn't it? I'm not gonna lie though. Do you know what? I disagree with that, Dark Magician. If you'll forgive me for being so bold, like if you're fucked up and ill, right, and you need to live, like I think dignity should be like secondary.
Yeah, but at the same time, can you imagine being so for instance, you're someone who has MS, okay? MS can come on at any time, right? And it can be completely debilitating. All right, it can be remitting. It can come and go. Now you could be for a lot of people who have MS, they used to be captains of industry. They were very high professionals. Their minds are really clever, but their bodies fail them, and they can't do the things that they used to do, and they're completely debilitating. Now, those types of people they could end up having to wear nappies. They could end up having to have people wash. They can't wash and bathe themselves because they don't have the help for that. and there's no social care for these people anymore. And they've still got their minds. Their minds are still there. As far as they're concerned, in their mind, they're still the person that they used to be, but their body's completely failed them. Now, you know, they want to have their dignity back, and they can't get it. So it was rough before this came. now it's rough for everybody else. And I need to go, but the one thing I'm going to say is this: socialism is saving our asses right now, and I want everybody to remember that.
No,
Yeah.
no. Do you know what? Everyone can laugh, bro. Everyone can laugh, yeah. But look at us now. The most right-wing government in modern history is asking. He's asking, begging for socialism or
Exactly.
aspects of.
So I
Aspects
want
of.
people to realize something. Yeah, never accept austerity
Which
ever
one,
again.
Epicus?
Ever again. We cannot continue to accept austerity and cuts to public services anymore, because there's socialism for the rich, but then when it comes to socialism for the actual people, the actual wealth creators, don't ever let them say ever again that it is the CEOs that are the wealth creators. No, it's not. It's the
I think you
people.
work for them.
It's the people who are the wealth creators, and we're the ones that are keeping the supermarkets open. We're the ones that are keeping the NHS going. We're the ones that are going out to look after the people who are ill in the communities. We're the people that deliver your packages. We
Who's
are
we, bro?
the proletariat, the workers. We are the wealth creators. We are the backbone of society, not the bourgeoisie who own the means of production and set our wages and have high bonuses and then cry for bailouts when everything goes tits up. Yeah, socialism for the rich is fine, but socialism for the poor is never allowed. But remember something, we're never going to be able to go back to the way the things were. Socialism is saving all of us right now, and nobody can argue that with me. It's actually happening. Okay, gentlemen, I have to go. So it was great speaking to you all.
Good to see you again, bro.
Yeah, big up.
Yeah,
Decent, man.
listen,
Great to see you.
somewhat dark magician. Take care of yourself. Stay safe, yeah.
You too, Ultra, and safe to all the family. Everyone
thank
stay
you, man.
safe. Yeah, everyone stay safe.
Take care, mate.
Oh, big up, Rob. Take care, mate.
Yo, big up, Dark Magician, man. But I think you're part of the system still. Like, I think you're one of them, innit? Trying to tell us.
Come on, after all that, come on.
Yeah.
You just being contrary now. Yeah, come on now. He at least gave a very rational answer. Like, it wasn't like, come on now.
No, this is the thing. When you get first-hand experience, right, it's sobering. Like, but the one thing I will take from what Dark Magician was telling us is that he recovered. He recovered, and that's positive. That's positive. He recovered. So it's not all get corona. It's not just get corona and die, babe. You can't put a king on top of a jack.
That's what I was asking.
No, I said to you, you can put a queen or a 10.
What are you lot playing?
I'm teaching my wife how to play blackjack, yeah, because she needs to be able to hang.
The original blackjack, yeah, not 21 and that.
Yeah, this woman needs to be able to hang because right now she's not behaving right.
Hang on a moment, there, Ultra. And we'll get. We're going to be educated on, because we'll go back to the spiritual thing. We won't do that.
Yes.
Okay.
Shout out to the
Dan was going to educate us on what spiritual is and why he believes it's true.
So, do you remember where I left off?
Yeah, you were making a fallacious comparison with the real world. And
What was the
jumped over to
fallacious
spirituality
comparison
now.
that I was making with the real world?
You were saying, hey, here's a chair, and we use labels, we use words to describe a chair, and with spirituality, we do the same. And I quickly pointed out that you quickly
wait, did I say that?
with your spirituality. Yeah, you said that earlier on. You quickly jumped over there without demonstrating what spirituality is. Is it something?
No, do you remember you cut me off and tried to?
I had to
Like,
stop you
I
at
asked
that
you a
point,
question
otherwise
and
you're
you
going a
cut me
long
off.
way.
Say again?
So, can you demonstrate what spirituality is in reality?
Will you be willing to understand what it is I am saying?
I'll do my best. But if I hear you making a mistake, I want to jump in then. Otherwise, you
Don't sound like you're willing to learn anything off me, man. I appreciate if you make me save my voice instead of wasting it. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, is it not easy straightforward to explain? Or was it complicated?
No, I mean, look. If you're telling me, yeah, that you're never gonna believe in the juju man under your bed, there's no point of me even explaining it to you. So,
what is the juju man under my bed?
Why are you asking
You
me
can have
if you
labels
don't
for
want
all
to
kinds
know?
of things that
This is exactly what I mean. Why are you asking me if you don't want to know? Like you asked
Well,
me
I mean,
about you literally told me, yeah, that you would like to get educated about what a spirit is. And
yeah, go ahead. Tell me what a spirit is. How do I find out what a spirit is, and how do I
no,
get in
now
contact
I'm
with
not
this
going
thing
to
or
tell you
whatever?
what a spirit is. Your time for that has been wasted. You wasted it. Now what I'm telling you is I'm explaining to you how you wasted your opportunity. Would you
Okay, well,
like to
that's
know
not
that?
useful. No, I'm not interested in why I supposedly wasted my opportunity. I'm interested in what you believe and why you think it's true.
What the hell are you
Does it
doing,
exist in
guy?
reality, and can I find out too?
No, bro. I speak to people straight, yeah. So if he
Well, I'm
can't speak
hoping
to me
you're going to do that.
straight, I'm still gonna speak to him straight. Like,
Well, he
you
wants
get
you
me?
to explain it. That's what Rob does. He gives you a time to explain it. Then he utterly.
But he didn't. Look. Some people would give me time to explain stuff. Some people wouldn't. I was trying to explain something to this guy. Before I even finished my first sentence, yeah, this guy started saying, "Oh no, you fallacious! This is you chatting bullshit, mixing the physical with the words. He trying to make it." He didn't even understand what I was saying. He didn't even understand where I was going. He didn't understand the first part of my point, let alone my point, because I didn't even make my point. So, like, if he's coming on that, I was gonna explain to him what he did wrong. He doesn't even want to know that. So obviously he's willing to do the same mistake again and not learn. So, like, what do you want me to do? Waste my breath?
I want you just to explain what a spirit or spirituality is, and how do we know it exists in reality. That's what I'd like.
However, when I gave you the opportunity to learn that, I gave you the offer, yeah. I thought you were being sincere and you actually wanted to listen and learn.
Yes,
So
I
you can
want to
be
hear what you've got to
educated
say.
about something you might not know.
But if I
I
think you're
later
making a
found
mistake, should I
out
just let you carry on, or should we
what
stop at each
mistake did
point
I
so you can
make?
clarify?
Like, what mistake did I make?
When you said that, hey, we use this label chair, we call this thing, it's a label, we call something, here's a chair.
Yeah,
And you said in
yeah.
spirituality, we also use certain words. And I said, hang on, whoa.
Actually, what I said was, ball, we use the word, yeah, to signify, tether it to this object. Yeah. So when it comes to spirituality, that is literally as far as I got. That's literally as far as I got before you stopped me and
Continue.
started saying that what I'm saying is stupid, right?
Go ahead and continue then.
No, I didn't say it was stupid. I said that, in my view, you were jumping the gun because you said that we
now in hindsight, don't you see that it was you who was jumping the gun?
I don't think so. Yes, I mean, if you can explain what spirituality is, and how we can find it in the world, then I can probably concede I was jumping the gun. But at this stage, you're equating a chair with a label and then saying spirituality exists. I don't think it exists. So you've got to tell me what this thing is,
never
and not
even said.
words that are synonymous with it.
How can you? Are you telling me spirituality doesn't exist?
I don't know what it is, and no, I don't think it does. So my default position is I don't believe spirituality
That's the whole
exists.
point. Because you don't know what it is, yeah, and you
nobody else
literally
does
just
either,
had the
apparently either.
opportunity to know what it is, and lost that opportunity.
Okay,
How can you
I'll tell you
speak
what,
about
Dan, because
it?
you want to have a bit of a monologue. Go ahead. You have a monologue. I won't interrupt you because that'll make you feel better, and maybe you'll actually explain it to me. Go ahead.
I'm not having a monologue. I'm literally replying to what you're saying. Do you not realize that?
I haven't heard a reply that is substantive yet, so go ahead.
So are you hearing replies based on what you're saying, or are you hearing like just me talking to myself out here?
Go ahead and explain to me what spirituality is in reality and how we identify it.
I think it's very clear that I'm listening.
Hey, yo,
to
Veli,
you listening to me?
Malik's in the back chat. Malik's in the back chat. Go ahead. I'm sorry, guys.
No, calm.
You just explain what spirituality is. He's curious, so he wants to know this. He's just gonna,
I understand that he's curious, and because I'm listening, And I'm even repeating the fact that I know that he wants to know what it is. Like, this shows that I've understood what he wants, and I'm even repeating it. Yeah. However, I've also shown that he's not listening to what I'm saying. So, like, I don't understand why you want me to waste my breath on someone who's not listening to what I'm saying. Do you get it?
Well, he's going to ask,
yes, go ahead.
understand. He's going to ask questions. I mean, I'm not trying to cape for him. He's a grown man, but it's just like, you know.
I get it. He's going to ask questions.
Let's keep the conversation going, you know.
Yeah, but look, if you've already displayed the fact that you're not willing to listen, and then
Come on,
you
Dan.
try to
This is getting
disprove
tedious.
that
Let's get on
by
with it.
not willing to listen, yeah, then like I don't know where you want me to go with this. I literally
How
don't
about
know.
this? How about this? Don't talk. Then just explain it. Then explain it to the people in the chat. There's still like 100 people are watching. There's still like
Those who want to
45 people.
know, they know where
You
to
know,
find me in it.
people.
Those of you who want to know the answer, you know where to find me in it. Come ask me privately, away from Rob, because he's
All right,
boycotted
we'll
himself.
take it that you can't really explain this. Okay.
You take it
I'll
however you
just
like, bro.
tick that off on the list of many people I've spoken to claim spirituality, but trying to explain it in any
Yes,
way
put
other
me
than
on
their
your
subjective
list.
view on what they
You know
think
what?
it
But
is
you
and
should
can't
call
in
that
any way
list.
demonstrate it to be the case. So I'll just add it to the list.
You know what you should call that list, Rob?
People who can't explain spirituality and can't demonstrate it. That's the list.
No. What you should call it is people who I was unable to listen to for more than a beginning of a sentence.
Hold on.
That's what you should call it.
If you're feeling like emotional now because you weren't able to get sentences out, I will allow you to ramble on for 5 minutes. I'll
It's
time you
nothing
out for
about me
5 minutes.
feeling
You ramble
emotional,
away,
bro.
and
Like,
then we'll go
if
back
I
and
was
we'll
feeling
correct any mistakes
emotional
along the
and
way.
I felt mad, I'll be out here lying and chatting shit like you're doing, which I'm not. You're doing that. So who is
Yeah, okay,
actually
let's
the
get
one
past the meta. Do you know what the
emotional?
meta is? It's talking about the conversation instead of the conversation itself. So have you got anything substantive to say?
Yeah.
Or should we just move on?
So why are you talking about a conversation, bro?
Should we move on, and are you going to explain it or are you going to throw in the towel?
If you were listening, you would have already got the answer to that question.
No, I
Wouldn't
haven't got
you have?
anything yet. So I wasn't listening. Go ahead again.
Braiders, would you answer that question? Did you hear my answer to the question he just asked?
No, I just keep hearing this conversation. Like I want.
Braiders, you don't know if I'm gonna answer him or not. Ultra, did you hear?
I know you said you didn't. I know you said because he didn't show, you know, some kind of like drive to listen before that, you know. But yeah.
Did I not clarify? I'm not gonna tell him anymore.
Did anybody in this panel hear anything substantive that they could repeat that Dunn said that is remotely intelligible? I'm all ears.
Did anyone get the impression that I was going to answer Rob's question?
Answer the question of the day. La 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 la. What's up, Rob?
Hey, Malik. Yeah, maybe we'll move on to that. I don't think we're going to get into there. This is a dead end here.
La 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 la.
Listening here this whole time, Malik.
Yeah, I was back and forth because I was on the phone, but I just heard, you know, y'all talking about Rob and he came in, and Dark Magician, and he came in also.
Yeah, Dark
Dan
Magician
was going
works
to
for the
explain
government,
spirituality, and then he made what I thought was an equivocation fallacy. So I jumped in at that moment to point that out. At that point, he decided that he wasn't going to go any further because he wasn't allowed to finish what he was saying. And I said, well, hey, I can let you monologue on, or I can stop you at certain points when I think you're making a mistake, or ask you to clarify something. And we haven't passed that point for the last 10 minutes.
But you haven't even told me the mistake you think I'm making. You literally made up
Let
a
me explain it
sentence I
again.
didn't say.
Maybe
Well,
I'm
go on.
communicating poorly, or it's going over your head, one way or the other. Let me say it again. You said, hey, there's things in the world like chairs, and we use a label, or we call it something. And in spirituality, we do the same thing. And I went, whoa, at that moment in time when you jumped over to spirituality to equate us using certain words with spirituality, I said, hang on a moment.
You
You've
sound
made
so
spirituality as if
salty
it
right
already
now, bro.
exists.
Why do you
You
have
still
to
need
make
show
it
me
up?
that it
Like,
exists like a chair.
you know this video
So
exists.
jumping
We
over that
can
quickly
rewind
is
it. Just if,
problematic. But
you know
can
this
talk
video
over
is
me,
still
that's
here.
okay.
We can reload and listen to it again. Yeah.
By all means, you go ahead and do that when it's finished.
So Rob is
Like,
trying to
you know
find out
on
what
this video, like
spirituality
we can
is.
just reload that and hear the fact that
Maybe
you're just
maybe you
making
can.
something
I
up.
think Dan is still deep in the meta here. So, Malik, if you believe in spirituality, maybe you can explain what you
Wait,
think it is.
this guy's mad, bro. Someone told me why this guy's mad,
Spirituality,
bro. I thought you didn't even believe in it.
that's the knowledge of the unseen, right?
What does
Chemistry,
that mean?
voodoo, all that shit.
Is that all spirituality?
I don't know. I think so. I think it's the knowledge of.
I don't think so.
Can I have a spiritual experience if I'm sitting on the toilet, letting one go, releasing? Can I have a
Yeah,
spiritual
if
experience
you.
like that?
Yeah, if you.
No, be serious. You know
How to
that's
say it?
not a question. That's a fact.
Say again. Can I, Malik?
That's not a question. That is a fact. Of course, you can have a spiritual experience on the toilet. That is the most
That's what I
spiritual.
think.
That
Yeah.
having a good shit, yeah, is like one of the most existentially validating moments you can ever have as a human being. You in that
I kind of
moment,
think the same, right?
you know
I
everything.
kind of agree with you.
where it's meant to be.
You're just letting go of all the stuff that you no longer need, and you're embracing
Oh
and
yeah.
new possibilities of endless reality. I'm sounding a bit like Deepak Chopra now, right? See, I can also speak this gobbledygook
Yeah,
and make it sound impressive.
it's cathartic, man.
You
And
see
now,
what I mean, bro? This guy is not hearing what you're saying. He's hearing gobbledygook, gobbledygook.
biological
They
validation.
don't care what you have to say, bro.
It's like you
Wait till you're
you take a shit, yeah. You know that was how the body was meant to work, and it's a ontological, a teleological. It's so validating.
Who's that? James Jones?
Yeah.
Why you out of breath, bro?
Nothing. I imagine I smashed it today. Yeah. My brethren gave me 2 resistance bands and a 46 kg weight vest. We out here, baby. You know what I'm saying? We out here. I got scaffolding. I got scaffolding. The next business. The next like where I live. The next road. I've got scaffolding. There's like some people got some work getting done. So I got fucking pull-ups. I'm here, bro.
Oh, you're working now. Oh man,
we back.
The whole workout.
That's called spiritual working out.
That's called spirituality. You see that? That's
let me ask you something.
You see that, Rob? That's
Malik,
called
let me ask you
spirituality.
something. Is there something
go ahead.
that you could define? Malik, let me ask you something. Is there something you could define that is not spirituality? How about that?
Yes.
Witness said Elvis Presley had a spiritual experience on the toilet when he left this world.
See, here's the thing, right? If almost anything can be spiritual, then nothing's spiritual because it doesn't explain anything. It's like the word woo. If I said to you, I'm having a woo experience, what am I telling you? Absolutely nothing. That I could be in pain, I could be joyful, whatever. Spirituality is the same. It tells us nothing. It's a superfluous word that everybody has their own meaning to and actually doesn't have an objective meaning that anybody can pin down or can
So
argue.
that would mean that you are spirituality, right?
So if I just said, hey, I believe, I'm having a woo experience right now sitting at this desk.
Why are you ignoring my question?
What have I told you? I've told you absolutely nothing, right?
But I
If
didn't
I told you
ignore
I'm
your
sitting here
question.
at
Why
this
are you
desk
ignoring
having a
mine?
spiritual experience, what have I told you? Absolutely nothing.
He probably can't hear you.
Can you hear me, Rob?
Yes, he can. He's
I can
done
hear
with
you
you.
now, yes. Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you
he's
now.
just trying to ignore me, man. I think, all right, safe.
Well,
man.
you're not saying anything substantive though, so I'm
I
battling
didn't
with
mean
at
for
the
you
moment.
to get mad, bro. I was just trying to get you to
Ooh,
understand
I
something.
don't get mad or choose to. And if I do, it's not your fault.
Oh, good. Because I wouldn't like
It's a
it
choice,
to be
right?
my fault.
Emotional states are a choice, as are psychological states, and we are all responsible for our own.
Yeah,
Or we should be, if we know that that's the case.
yeah.
But anyway, I think so Malik. So, because I asked you, see, is there anything that isn't spiritual? Because you could say anything spiritual, or almost anything spiritual. And if you can't, then what's the differentiation between what is spiritual and what isn't, right? How do we?
Are your Veli witnesses in the back?
Oh, he's trying to jump on. I can't really. I think it's when we look at the word spirit, spirit has to do with something that probably you can't see. So it's like trying to discover something that is that comes from like chemistry, basically certain things that you can't see and you're trying to understand it. I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it, but yes, I believe there's certain things that.
Okay, sure, but can anybody explain it, Malik? Something like dark matter or dark energy. We haven't detected, but they are the labels that are given to dark matter and dark energy are the result of testing of hypothesis of showing that the universe weighs way more than all the visible energy in the universe could weigh. So we have a reason to say there's something like dark matter, and the universe is expanding faster than speed of light, and we therefore have a reason to think there's dark energy. We haven't detected those things, so they're quote unquote invisible, but there's reasons to believe that those labels apply to something that we have yet to discover. In what way is a spirit similar to that?
But also, can I just say, it's based on other rules as well, like a conservation of energy and shit like that. So it's like it follows logically. That's another reason.
Yeah, it's constrained by the laws of physics.
Yo, you kind of cutting off, bro.
Who, James? I could hear everyone perfectly.
No, Rob, Ziriab, that's
it might be just me.
Point of contention for Ziriab right now. So there's an experiment where basically these people have, I guess he refers to it as falsified dark matter, but they've basically proved that that the sort of the dark matter model or the weight isn't consistent with a specific galaxy or with a specific rotation of a galaxy, as in the added mass that dark matter would provide doesn't what's the word, man? It's not consistent with that specific galaxy's rotational speed or whatever, and as a result, they've basically they've made adjustments to Einstein's relativity and created they've got this new understanding of gravity for that specific galaxy, and that's the way sort of the equations are balanced, if you like. But then apparently that sort of remodification of Einstein's relativity, or I think it's actually just gravity. Let me rephrase that. Einstein's understanding of gravity. It apparently isn't scalable, so it doesn't work in the same way that the dark matter hypothesis works within all the models and simulations. So basically his argument is the fact that it's been disproven once, so just in sort of one area, that the current understanding of dark matter and the dark matter that's proved successful in other simulations, the fact that it doesn't work for this one specific galaxy or I guess galaxy you could say, he's saying is should the scientific community should completely do away with dark matter and rubbish it.
No, I don't think that's necessarily the case, because you have one exception.
That's scientific spirituality.
You're going to look to see whether there's a way to explain that exception, especially if dark matter or dark energy explains a great deal of other things. The fact that they don't explain one thing doesn't necessarily mean that one should throw it away. And like you say, it could be that you have to modify something or other. I mean, none of us are experts, and if in fact this is a paper, obviously it needs to be peer reviewed, and if it becomes something that is accepted in the scientific community, then it would have been done so based on very tight scrutiny. I mean, these people scrutinize each other like crazy, man. I looked at one of the sites that Skydive Full uses, and the number of papers and the number of peers that are reviewing these things is incredible. So these sort of things, it would be worldwide news if they, discover that Einstein's theory was wrong, or that gravity.
No.
The case is. It's just at this moment in time, it's simply a hypothesis.
It just sounds like God of the gap.
Paper or whatever.
Yeah, no. What I was going to say to you, your argument that you made, I already made that to Ziria, but obviously because he's not here, I wanted you to hear is the actual reality is that the model that they used to explain that the speed of the rotation within that galaxy, they that their model wasn't scalable. So whereas you can use dark matter at a galactic and almost universal scale, obviously subject to what you can actually observe, their model wasn't. But Ziriab still says that just the mere fact that in this one example, this one simulation has failed, therefore it's irresponsible of science, or it's fraudulent of science to claim this is the working theory. or to claim this is to claim this is like the generally accepted theory.
Yeah, but he just told you, man, the equation wouldn't work without it, so they had to put it in the equation for it to work, innit? So God of the
Well,
gaps.
firstly, I don't think any of us are experts on this, but number two, if there's a particular theory that best explains things, that's the working hypothesis that one has. If there are anomalies to that, then, and if there are enough of them, and again, scientists would explain this better than us as lay people, there'd have to be a certain number of anomalies to say, okay, we have to do away with this entirely, because what you would generally try and do is tweak that hypothesis to take into account that anomaly, or is the anomaly being correctly observed or calculated or whatever the case is. That's the first thing you do, especially if it's explaining many, many other things and you have one anomalous thing. That's the first thing you'll do is go, maybe the observations or the calculations are incorrect, or if they are perfectly correct, how do we best fit that into the model, or does the model need to be tweaked but not thrown away, because then you have to start from scratch again. And that's probably not the way that they would do that sort of thing.
Well,
but anyway, I mean, that's, so whatever it is, dark matter, dark energy, it's just labels for things that we don't yet have measured. But I'm still trying to find out from, I think it's Malik who's still here. How does that relate? Because some people want to claim, well, hey, you guys believe, i.e. you and I, James, or whoever, believe in dark matter or dark energy, and we just believe in a spirit, and hey, it's the same thing. No, it's not. It doesn't make any predictions. We have no way to verify this or in fact falsify this. And if we did, now we'd be talking science, right? If you said, hey, here's an experiment, here's what this is supposed to be, and here's how you can confirm or disconfirm this, now you'd be playing in the same ballpark. But if you're just going to say that the spirit is some sort of non-matter entity that is indetectable, then what's the difference between that and it not existing at all? How do we verify that? Because I can make the same claim. I've got an invisible dragon that's like a spirit in my backyard.
Would you answer the same question about dark matter?
That's the Bob. You need to stop doing that. That's not, because listen, the other day,
Why do I need to stop doing that? He's basically saying God of the gaps, but instead of saying God, he's saying dark matter.
This is what I'm saying.
So like, what?
So listen, I understand what you're saying. You cannot reduce everything you want to some kind of deistic principle. And then when we say, okay, well, we have explanatory and predictive power, then say, and that's the reason why we can believe in whatever, and then say that yours can do the same thing, and then not make a case for your and then not answer the evidence supporting your God. So we can say, all right, cool.
But it's the same thing.
No,
it's the same, like if you're saying, listen, this thing, we don't know anything about it, we don't understand it, but it's there, and you're manipulating equations for it to fit in, and the birds who believe in God are doing the same exact thing, yeah? How can you say it's not the same?
Of course it's not the same, because not only are they tracing back how it's affected the universe, they can predict based on that how it will affect the universe. And the more data that they are able to grab, the more illumination you have. You're saying there's a thing out there that just is. With absolute
like dark matter. There's something out there that just is. Bro, everything you're saying could be said about dark matter. You understand that, right?
No, it can't. No, he's trying to explain to why it can't.
Because it's got predictive and explanatory power. That's what science is. So it explains things, why certain things are the way they are, and then not only that, it predicts how things are going to change, how things will speed up.
Yeah, because using dark matter.
Well, here's a question for. Yeah, it's not the same thing. Here's a question for Malik or anybody else, right?
Wait, but answer my question. It will predict it using dark matter
or shows. What is it that a
I'm
spirit
asking
predicts
the questions
or
now. I
answers or
think
shows?
There are other laws.
Are you saying that because of dark matter you can predict it?
There are other laws, yeah? So energy cannot be created and destroyed, yeah? You understand that, yeah?
Yeah.
Within a closed system, for example, yeah? So if something's causing something to speed up, now, and it's not anything observable that we already know, we assume that it must be energy. It's called dark energy because we don't know exactly its sort of properties or its the complete parameters of its agency. We don't know exactly how it's working. We know for a fact.
Do you believe there's nothing wrong with saying that?
But no, listen, because it works in stages. You test lots of different things, isn't it? So you derive general rules from things that are observable and constant, and then from there has to be some supposition in absence of actual data. But guess what it is? The more data you have, the more things that what were we talking about Higgs the other day? The Higgs field was proposed prior to them finding the boson, yeah? Prior to them finding the actual particle, because of the interactions of particles, the postulation was made, and guess what? In 2012 or 13 or something, it was confirmed. So these are exactly the same principles. It predicted it, it explained something, then it predicted something, and then it was confirmed. And that's how science is going forward. You're right. Maybe something's wrong. Maybe there's been a miscalculation. But what you're suggesting or proffering is just some brute fact that is completely unsubstantiated with no evidence, and you dare to compare the two. Come on, bro, be serious.
It's the bro. So what evidence is there for dark matter? Please tell me.
It's getting long, man. You're just gonna go over anything you hear.
Why because you literally raised the point. No evidence. So I'm asking you, what evidence then is there for dark matter?
There's no evidence for you, for your claims. There's no explanatory / predictive power based on any evidence that you can put forward. And you remember, you asked the original question. You know,
I'm not putting evidence forward. I'm asking for evidence for dark matter.
Do I look? Yeah. Cool. All right.
Okay, so the reason why they predict there's dark matter is because when they've weighed galaxies and galaxy clusters, the weight, because they can weigh it in a certain way with I think it's kind of like with spectral lines. So at least that's the way I've seen the pictures and so forth. The amount of visible matter in those galaxies is 1/10 or 100th, whatever it is, of the weight that you would predict. In other words, when they weigh it, there's a lot more weight there than is visible in the galaxy. And so there is a prediction that there is something else that is invisible that is taking up 70 or 80% of the weight of these galaxies. And that is the label they give dark energy. They didn't just roll out of bed and say, hey, we've got nothing better to do. Let's just make up a word because, hey, we've got nothing else to do. They labeled it this name because there was this inconsistency with the results they saw and measured and what they expected to get. So there was a difference. And the difference is the galaxies weigh far too little to make up the total mass.
So they saw a physical body, weighed it, and it weighed more than it looked. And
no,
so
it weighed far less than it should.
And the speed of the rotation.
Weighed far less than it should.
And the speed of the rotation of these clusters. That was the word I was looking for, not galaxies. Thank you, Rob. And the speed of these clusters. But the main point here, because you're trying to compare the two, yeah, we're saying that we're based on physics.
I'm not trying to compare the two. I'm literally just saying that you're speaking about this dark matter the same way that these religious people speak about God. However, you've mocked them for the same thing that you're speaking about.
You believe in gravity, right? So if you see something rotate in a specific way or whatever, you know that there must be a force acting upon this thing, right? And then we can calculate the force of gravity in relation to mass, right? And if there's no observable mass, then you're going to assume that there is some other mass. Guess what we're going to call it? We're going to call it dark mass or dark matter. Something that possesses mass being matter. We're going to say.
No, but he's telling me that the gravity is less than the matter seen.
I beg you stop cutting me.
Sorry.
Cool. You're saying God created the universe. We don't understand this. God created it. Why did he create? I don't know, but God created it.
Exactly. Why is this like that dark matter? What is this? I don't know, but it's dark matter. So where did this dark? I don't know, but it's dark. What is dark matter? I don't know, but it's dark matter. Same exact thing, bro.
You're bare slow though. I'm not even gonna lie. Word to my life.
I'm bare slow, but you're saying it.
No, you're literally. It's like you know like I don't know if you got like kids or you got little cousins. Like, you know when kids pretend they've seen something an adult does and they just pretend. You've literally heard God of the Gaps. It sounded cool, and now you're just throwing it around. The reality is, no.
That's what,
Rob,
it sounds exactly the same thing.
Rob was giving you a real explanation. I've given you some half-cocked explanation. Both of them are attempts to using your rationality, using things you absolutely observe in the universe.
Rationalize with that. You give me two contrary things, bro.
You're still cutting me off. Reasons that you should, that people should believe in something. Call it dark matter, call it yellow matter, call it whatever. That you should believe that there is something else acting on this force because something else this force is acting on. Because guess what? We see it. We can test it to the highest degree of accuracy on planet Earth, but we don't have the data in all of these clusters. But if we witness their rotation or whatever, and we see how something's operating, and we know certain constants, certain rules are constant. You know, energy can't be created or destroyed.
you know, things don't move, things are at rest until they force acts upon them, shit like that, then we know something should have happened there. You saying God created the universe with no necessary proof that we have here, that there's something that's outside of the universe that created the universe, no necessary proof. You suggesting that is God of the gaps. We're saying that is what God of the gaps is. You're saying this. There has to be something like based on every other rule. There has to be something there. We don't know exactly what it is. We believe it's this. And guess what? Some models, big thumbs up. We're right. Oh yeah, it is right. But then another model, let's say like is what Ziria put forward. Maybe it's not complete. So maybe we don't understand the specs completely or the parameters completely. Two completely different things, bro. And you just posit in that, it just shows that, no disrespect, but you can't be talking about science teacher and these businesses. Come on, bro. How you gonna?
Bro, you know what? If I replaced every time you said dark matter with God, and every time you said God with dark matter, like it will be the exact same case.
No, it won't.
I don't think you're hearing yourself.
All right, I'm done anyway, man. Rob, you take over. I'll take you.
Yeah, but here's the thing: you're telling me this thing increases gravity. Rob's telling me this thing shows decrease of gravity. You're telling me two like conflicting things about the same thing.
No.
You know what I mean? At least all man's told you is that, look, something has created the world. Obviously, this thing must be more powerful than the world. And then that we call it the most powerful. Like, that doesn't make sense, yeah? But there's something that gravity is different.
I'll be honest. So matter has mass, yeah? You agree?
Matter has mass.
Yeah, so that's the and you agree with that, yeah? And energy is agency, yeah? It's the ability to do things, yeah?
Energy is agency, the ability to do
things. The ability to do work, yeah? It's
the
potential for agency and or agency, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. So we believe, yeah, let's say for that the reason that these clusters are moving at this speed, yeah, is because there is matter that we don't have the ability to see, for example. And the force is acting upon the mass of that matter, for example, yeah? That's the hypothesis, right?
Yeah.
God, your suggestion is, no, it's not that, it's God. So why is God doing that?
No, that's what you're suggesting. If I'm suggesting it's matter, you're suggesting it's something we don't know called the black matter, dark matter.
No, I'm saying it's matter. Forget dark anything. I'm saying it's matter, yeah? It's something that possesses a mass, yeah? That's my suggestion, scientist suggestion, yeah? Has to be that. Unconscious matter, just matter. You're saying it's God, yeah? So what? Why is he doing that?
Well, I'm saying what's God?
Why is he doing it? No, why is he making it? No, but why is every other matter observable? All these other planets, all these other fucking comets and shit are observable, and that's what adds to the weight of the galaxy and whatever. So why is your God just acting in that scenario? So it's not dark matter, it's God. Why is he doing
it? The same way, why is dark matter not observable? Why is it invisible?
No, because it's weight. Because it's weight.
Because of its weight.
Mass, sorry, it's not weight, it's mass. And in relation to the gravity.
Observable because of its mass.
No, it's mass. You don't, bro. You're really irritating me now.
It's mass.
It's mass. It's a mass. That's it. That's what we're observing. That's what we believe is dark matter.
It is mass.
Yes.
Are you saying it is mass?
Yeah, and I'm saying to you, that's what we know. No, that's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact. That the reason that, let's say, it moves in that speed or whatever is as a result of force acting on that mass. That's what we believe, yeah? That's what it don't matter now. Don't use that word anymore. That's our argument. Your argument is we don't know what we're talking about. It's God. So why is God working unobservably in that scenario? Why is he making it speed up? For what reason?
Well, I never said that's God. I said what created the universe is higher than the universe. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're done, man.
What created the universe, must be more powerful than the universe, right?
Well, don't answer your own question. I'm asking you a question. Why?
I'm not answering my own question. I'm asking you so that you have the opportunity to answer.
No, you are the theist now, yeah? Why in those galaxies is it moving? Is it difficult to calculate what's going on, but it's easier in this one? Why is God working like that for?
So is this what the problem is, that I'm a theist? Say I said I'm an atheist, yeah?
Oh my God. So
let me ask you the same question as an atheist, yeah? Would you agree that what made the universe was more than the universe?
This is what I'm saying, yeah? To everyone in the chat, listen to what he said. He said, dark matter is God of the gaps. I've given him a reason, a clear reason.
I never said dark matter was God of the gaps. I said you're speaking about dark matter
Yeah.
In the same way,
You said a lot of
that
nothing,
don't,
so you might as
see,
well
bro,
just-
I let you finish everything you said. You haven't let me finish. Like, you've cut me off on every
When
time.
I
Like,
asked you
let
a
me
simple
say,
question so we can move it along. You like to stay on.
all right, when I
raw
asked you
hours.
simple questions, you went on a long thing, bro, and you didn't even let me correct you and tell you that's not what I'm asking you. Like, bro, like, you can't, like, what's this, bro? Double standards, man.
Stupid, bro, because it's just stupid, bro. You said it's got.
Bro, when you were being stupid, I let you be stupid,
But I
didn't it?
haven't know because I've attempted to ask you. When you asked a question I didn't know, I just said, let me go Google and get him a good response. So I'm not. You're just out here. You can just freestyle and waffle whatever you like because you don't care.
Because I know what I'm talking about. I'm literally, I'm up. Look. You and Speakers Corner UK, yeah, have both posited God of the gaps to people who point the same structure of argument that you lot are bringing about. That's all I'm telling you. And you tell these people, bro, listen, if you're not going to let me speak, I'm not like.
No.
Go on, speak,
Do you see that what you're saying is a bold-faced lie? This is what I'm trying to say. Do you see
You
that?
haven't even let me finish what I'm saying, have you? But speak, bro. Finish what you have to say so I can speak.
I'll finish what I'm saying. Everybody in the chat, listen to what just happened, yeah? He said, what you lot are saying is God of the gaps, yeah? I said,
that's not what I said. I even clarified when he said that earlier. I even clarified that's not what I said. But now he wants to say that's what I said again.
He said what you lot are saying sounds like God of the gaps. This is what they use. That's not
what I said either. That's not what I said either. I said, if you don't want to know what I said, yeah, don't say he said.
Then there's no argument then, because that's the only thing I'm responding to. So it's done. There's nothing to say then.
All right. So you don't know what I said, right?
Hala, it's done then, because if that's not what your argument is, and I literally went to Rob, I was like, you see how stupid it is to say that, and I went on this big tirade, then I've got it all wrong. I apologize. Let's wrap this up. Done.
Wouldn't you like clarification as to what I was telling you or not?
If it's anything even similar, I'm not speaking to you again. I'm being dead ass serious because you're wasting my time. I hate this bullshit.
I just asked you a simple question. Do you want to know what we're talking about or not?
Go on. I swear to God, if it's similar, don't chat to me about nothing. Because I'm all stopping what I'm doing to fucking argue with you about this shit. So I beg you.
Bro, I'm here wasting my breath to someone who don't want to know. Like,
I want to know, bruv. You made a dumbass statement, and I'm correcting you on it.
You don't even know what my statement was.
You know.
You
What do you know that I don't know? What do you know that I don't know?
You made up a statement, said that was my statement, then called my statement a dumbass statement that you made up. Yeah, that wasn't even my statement. Now you're just arguing with yourself.
Make a statement now, go on.
Bro, I made my statement. I clarified my statement after you got it wrong. I clarified it after you got it wrong again. You want me to say it again so you can get it wrong again?
Don't say it. And when I said halas, you should have said, yeah, let's move on. You know what I mean? Like, what are you trying to do here? I asked you, do you want to know what I said or not? Go on in.
And you didn't sound like you did. So I'm not going to waste my breath.
Yeah,
you're moving like Rob. You're literally moving like Rob just moved a minute ago.
You're done at it. Are you going to say anything substantive in the next sentence that you got to speak?
Not with someone who cannot cooperate with the conversation he's having.
You got no point, don't worry. Let it go. That's it.
Well, look, if I have no point, I would wonder why you have not let me finish anything I've had to say so far.
Let me ask you this. Do you just
not even this.
Do you just like talking about conversations? Is that what your shit is? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, I would love to speak about conversations to those who don't know how to have one. I have very successful conversations with those who can.
Yeah, all right. I wanted to speak to the chat bare times for this specific reason, so I'm just going to finish up with the chat. This is not about you. Forget your name. Don't worry about it, yeah? Just want to make one quick statement, and then you can go, yeah? I'm going to do some press-ups. Man said God of the gaps, yeah? About dark matter. About man saying dark matter is God of the gaps.
Listen, if you're not going to speak to me about what I said, don't speak about me and chat shit.
I just want to make one statement, and you can say whatever you want. I want to do.
But can I make a statement before you make your statement? Everything James Jones is about to say is bullshit.
Yeah, cool.
Obviously, as we saw in the past few times. Go say your bullshit statement, bro.
Thank you, brother. Yeah. He said that that's basically God of the gaps. He interpolated with that is God of the gaps when Rob was discussing dark matter and when I was discussing dark matter, as if to imply that dark matter is similar to God of the gaps. I rejected that. I wholesale repudiated that statement, and I said the reality is we have explanatory and predictive power. That's what science offers us. When we sit down and read a science book, it gives you a reason for thinking it, the observation, the hypothesis, and the conclusion should offer some kind of prediction for it to happen again, or the falsification will offer some kind of predictive power. Cool. I asked him exactly the same question. Fine. If that is the case, I'll explain to you why someone would believe dark matter existed in the universe. Then I said, now let's substitute that dark matter for God. Yeah, this intelligent designer, this creator who had no creator. Why? Why is observable matter? Yeah, why is these universal laws given to us by God observable here but not observable over there? Why is he in speeding up the expansion of the planet? Why? Why? In the same way that science explains why something is the way it is, yeah? Why is that doing that and we don't notice it or we don't understand it like that, for example? Why is God doing the same thing? Can you answer that? Because if you can, and if it's evidential, if it's based on evidence, then arguably, yeah, I'll agree with you. They are the same thing. Why not? Yeah. But if you can't, if it doesn't have predictive power, as in this galaxy is going to operate and rotate at this speed based on what we learned from this one, or this is the reason why it's moving at this speed. If it doesn't have either of those two explanatory or predictive powers, then how could it be the same? Hello, I'm finished. What's your...
You finished, yeah? So for those of you who are on point, you obviously know I did not mention God except when I said this sounds like God at the gaps. I didn't bring God into it. He brought God into it. I even said as a atheist, he didn't want to go down that route either. I asked him if the thing that created the universe was more powerful than the universe. He couldn't hack that question. God was not involved, but that little speech of bullshit you made didn't make any sense. Except to those who are just your supporters, who listen to your bullshit, bro. Did you really have to make a story up, bro, instead of just answering what's in front of you?
All right, fine. I'll bite. Give me that 2 seconds, yeah? Give me 2 seconds. Carry on talking now. I'll come back with it.
What?
Yeah, I'll quickly chime in. I'm making dinner here, but the reason they're not analogous, and I wasn't talking about God. We were talking about a spirit. In order for them to be analogous with dark matter, you would have to point out what does a spirit answer, what predictions does it make, and why would we hypothesize that a spirit exists? Now, if you ask me those 3 questions about dark matter, I can answer you in all 3, and I think I did. Now, if you can answer those in a substantive way, then you're on the same playing field. If you can't, then they are disanalogous.
No, I wasn't making. I think you were talking with Malik about that, not with me. I was literally saying about what I said about you lot talking about God the gaps thing. Did you understand what I said, Rob?
Yeah, I wasn't speaking about God of the gap. Well, I was listening to that. Saying that you're positing that dark.
Hello.
Is that what you're doing? You're saying, hey, you guys are making up this dark matter or dark energy, and that sounds like God of the gaps.
No. Did you hear what I said?
That's what I heard you say.
All right, let me clarify.
God of the gaps.
Let me clarify it for you. Would you like to hear what I said again?
Around the God of the gaps part. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm saying that you and James are making the same case, and speaking in the same way and using the same structure as the people that you have claimed give this God of the gaps argument. Is that clear, or do I need to explain further? Because I don't think that's clear. I said it a few times.
Yeah, I understand.
Wait, now you're backtracking. Now you're backtracking. Now you're saying that you did say that. Is that what you're saying?
Who? I said what? Is that what you said I said, James?
Bro, I said you interrupted.
No, just yes or no would suffice. Is that what you said I said?
You interrupted.
Yes or no would be good, bro. Is that what you said I said?
Exactly what you said. So wait. You interrupted.
Well, forget that. I was looking for a yes or no question. Did you say I said that? But don't make it long. Don't make it long because we can reload right now. Did you say I said that?
No, I'm answering in it. So the longer it's going to be, the more you keep interrupting me.
Yes or no is the shortest.
I don't have to yes or no. You said.
Allow it, bro. If you're gonna make up some new bullshit, like a whole, you just sat there for a whole 5 minutes explaining what I said, and I'm asking you, did you say I said that? Yes or no?
Bro,
That's all I'm asking you, bro.
I'm not saying yes or
You
no.
can't even answer.
I'm not saying yes or no for nothing. You said you interrupted Rob to say that's the same argument as God as the gaps argument. Is that? Do you not say that?
I didn't say that's the same argument. Rob, did you understand what I said? Rob. Speakers Corner UK, are you there?
Sorry, I'm
Hold
yeah,
on,
I'm
go
trying
back.
to
Go back.
quickly and do
Go back.
two
Go
things.
back.
Did you understand what I said?
Hey, go quiet for a second, please. 1 second, Rob, please.
Basically saying God of the gaps, but instead of saying God, he's saying dark matter. Bro, listen, James, you're a bad listener.
Did you hear that?
If you listen to it a million times, you're going to get the same outcome. I'm going to get Rob to explain it to you, yeah, if he understood what I said.
Did you hear
Rob,
yourself speaking?
did you understand what I said?
Hey. Did you hear yourself speaking just now?
James, mute your mic for 1 minute, yeah? Rob, did you understand what I said?
Guy speaking? Someone tell me that they just heard this guy speaking because I'll play it again.
Why are you trying to shut down what I'm saying?
Did you hear yourself speaking? Stop fucking.
I'm literally going to get Rob to explain to you what I said if he understood it.
I don't care about
you
saying nothing. Did you hear yourself speaking? Are you deaf? Like, did you hear yourself?
Did I hear myself speaking?
Yeah, I'll play it again.
Yeah, I'm hearing what I'm saying.
Listen.
I'm very clear with what I'm saying.
Listen.
God, he's saying, why do I need to stop doing that? He's basically saying God of the gaps, but instead of saying God, he's saying dark matter.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what? So go on. What's the denial now?
That you're not listening.
Rob,
you get me?
Rob, to say his argument is the same as God of the gaps.
Bro, you're literally not. You're not hearing it. You're not hearing it from me. So I'm gonna make you hear it from Rob. Do you get
Man, I had a whole 2-hour argument about what you said and didn't say when you blatantly said it. Why?
You're literally going on a mad one about something you're misunderstanding. Yeah, I'm getting your guy who you understand to explain it to you if you understood what I said. Rob,
Is he
did
my
you
boss?
understand what I
Is
said?
he my boss or something? Do I give a shit what
James, man, allow it, man.
I said,
Like, bro, how many times have you done this, James?
Yeah, you're a proper fraudulent Donny, innit? Like, I'm showing you what you said. What did it matter what Rob said? I showed you what you said. That's what
You're not even understanding what I said. You're not comprehending what I said. Why are you gonna show me what you don't understand? So you're gonna go quiet, but when I ask Rob if he understands what I said, you're gonna start talking now. All right. So Rob, did you understand what I said?
I thought you were making the argument that dark matter is like God of the gaps. It's the atheist version of God of the gaps.
Would you like me to repeat for the millionth time?
Well, that wasn't the argument
Braders
I was
and
having
Malik,
with
I
you
really
anyway.
need
You
you
were
guys to
having a
listen to
discussion
what I'm
with
saying,
James.
because these guys don't want to hear it, innit? I want you guys to explain to these guys what I'm saying, if you understand what I'm saying, because they don't seem to be understanding anything I'm saying. Yeah. So I'm gonna explain it to you again.
Hold on. Let your former self explain it for everyone.
Thing out there that just is, bro. Everything you're saying could be said about dark matter. You understand that, right?
Like, brother, you're actually a funny youth, bro. Like, that's literally what you were saying for a good 20 minutes. You were saying the arguments are exactly the same. And then when I say this is the reason why it's not, rather than address why it's not and answer the question, you've just had a conversation about the conversation.
Sorry, say that again.
For half an hour. You're a mad guy, bro. You're a mad youth, bro. Serious.
Why am I mad?
You're a mad guy, bro.
Why?
Like, bro, obviously, man can't oppress nothing upon you, but anyone that's listening, just try and know. Yeah, I am being rude. I apologize for being rude, yeah, but it's just nuts, bro. Like,
You don't have to be rude, bro. Look, I'm literally asking you. You're right here in front of me, and I'm asking you. Tell me what you understood from what I said. You're telling me what you understood, and I'm telling you that's not what I'm saying. And then I'm explaining again what I'm saying, and again you're explaining the same thing you understood the first time. Do you understand that?
No, it's cool, man. You win.
You don't understand that.
Hey, tap.
Well, no wonder, bro.
You win. You got it.
I don't want to win, bro. I feel like I lost, bro, because like I feel like you didn't understand shit of what I said.
Yo. Hey, they done.
Yo.
You know when James played the recording of you saying it's like the atheist version of God of the Gap? Did you listen to that part?
What? Play again.
Play again.
What did he play?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm doing my press up. No, I'm done. I told you. Like this is the thing though, yeah. This is the thing, Belly. Yeah? This is the thing, Belly. He put like a question was put, like a reason, an equivalence was put. Man, Rob addressed it better than I did. I come with like a more on a level version of it. Like, come on, Rob. Like, this is the reason why you couldn't. It can't be the same. Man dismissed that with exactly the same claim again, like as in you man are waffling. Then man said, "All right, cool. I'll humor you." In the same way that you're gonna say our thing's the same, this is what our thing can do, innit? This is the tricks that my bike can do. Show me yours. What did your God do? Why is your God doing it? How did he explain and predict anything? You get me in this scenario? And
I never even said anything about my God. I never even bro.
Oh yeah, cool. Rather than address anything like a logical argument, man just said, "I didn't say what you said. I said." For a good half an hour, I played 2 clips.
But you're literally saying I said something that I didn't say.
Said it twice, and man will still deny it. Man, let's talk about interpretation. You interpreted it different. It's done at him. What do you want me to say?
Bro, you didn't even listen to it for you to be able to have the authority to interpret it. You know, when you interpret something, first you have to listen to it, then you can interpret it.
Dan, let's just try and clarify this once and for all, okay? So there's this theory of dark matter and dark energy. What is your view about those theories, those hypotheses? What do you think about them? Are they the atheist version of God of the Gaps?
No, listen, I'm not giving you my theory. I'm telling you that you and James, are speaking about this using the same... Bro, you know what? I don't even know why I'm saying this again. You know what I mean? You're using the same template.
Same logic as someone that speaks about a God. But they've given...
I'm saying, see the people they speak to, and then they claim that these people are basically claiming the God of the Gaps. Yeah? They say the same thing that these lot are saying, but instead of saying dark matter, they're saying God. But they call them God of the Gaps. So
Okay,
I'm telling them.
Why?
Say again?
Come on, man. Yeah, but there's a reason why there's a difference. And I think that's what we attempted to explain to you, why there's a difference. So when it sounds to your ear like it's the same thing, in fact, it's not the same thing. Because the God hypothesis doesn't explain anything. It doesn't predict anything. And when it does explain, it can explain everything, which means it can explain nothing. And the difference with the scientific view is that there is a specific hypothesis that is directed towards a specific explanation, i.e. why the measurement, the weight of the universe doesn't correspond with all the visible matter that we can measure. And so there is a reason. Scientists go, okay, hang on a moment. The amount of visible matter in the energy accounts for 5 or 10% of the total weight of the universe. Something else out there that we cannot measure, cannot see, accounts for the rest of the weight of the universe. What is that? We'll give it the label dark matter because we can't detect it. So there's a reason why
it's the same
they
thing.
do that.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, so what prediction? Okay, cool.
You've made a name to something you can't see, you can't
Correct, but
observe.
why-
You
okay,
haven't
but Dave-
studied, and
but Dave,
you
Dan,
give it certain
why are they making that
characteristics,
name?
and then you've told me this thing with these characteristics, we don't know what it is, but we call it dark matter. Same way this guy's telling you this thing with these characteristics. So when a man tells you what created the earth, the universe was the creator of the universe, and you're saying that, you know what, that name is a lot more fitting. The creator of the universe is more fitting to what created the universe than you calling something dark matter. You might as well just call it something we can't see that has whatever effects. Like, it would be the same concept, different name, right?
Does it take one man to build a car, or can 2 people build a car? So why isn't it the creator?
Why is that relevant?
Because the rules are meant to logically follow. So you're going to take a rule within a universe of, when I build a bowl, I can make a fucking, I can build a chair, I can put a chair together. Therefore, there must have been a creator of this universe. That's the kind of extrapolation that you're going to do. But why is it 1? Maybe 2 people built a chair. Maybe 3 people built a chair. So if we use that explanatory power that you're fucking using, that bullshit specious explanatory power, then It doesn't have to be a single creator of the universe. It doesn't have to be a creator in the conventional sense of a creator, i.e., intelligent design, whatever. There's a million explanations. And like
no one even said that though.
Said that explanation, once it becomes so expansive and infinite, then becomes no explanation at all. Whereas this is specific. It follows specific rules. There's a reason for this. There's in the absence of clear data or clear observation, what we can observe, we use all the other rules to build the picture, to finally paint the picture. So it's not that gray area that you describe is colored by so many other areas that we do fully understand, bruv. We fully understand the properties of the observable matter, and it all is consistent. It all is consistent. And
we understand physics, chemistry, biology. We understand some earth, some air, some universe. But we don't understand what brought it into being, but we understand something brought it into being. So we call this something, or we call it the creator. Like you could call it something if you like cool.
Yeah,
but you can't say that is like some stupid mad claim, but dark energy isn't, or dark matter rather.
We've gone off on a tangent here. That wasn't the original claim, right? When I asked about the spirit, there was the view from Malik or yourself.
I already moved off the spirit with you. You spoke to Malik about the spirit. We were not talking about the spirit at this point. I was not talking about the spirit at all. I already told you, that you missed the opportunity.
You were speaking to James.
Say again?
Speaking to James. You were speaking to James because I was speaking to Malik about the spirit, and I asked him, "What is this thing? How does it manifest in reality? And why do we think it's there?" And I've given you, I think, a clear explanation.
I came in when you started speaking about dark matter, right?
Yeah, but Dan, I've given you a clear explanation as to why scientists think there is something called dark matter. There is a prediction, there is an observation, and there is a prediction
and I've given you
about that
reason why people think there is something called the creator, because there is a creation that has been created, and we don't know what created it.
But the problem with that hypothesis is that you are jumping the gun to say there is a creation. You haven't demonstrated there's a creation. No, you haven't demonstrated that. You've asserted that.
You're right here, bro. You're right here.
But that doesn't mean that we were created by an intelligent creator. All that means is that we are here.
No one said intelligent. No one said nothing. Look, you're literally adding words to win something that you're not gonna win anything by winning. You know what I mean?
Okay, so can matter and energy create things?
Can matter and energy create things? I suppose they have the potential to create things.
Like suns, like moons, like planets, like different gases, right? Matter and energy acting together.
Like
us. So matter and energy acting together.
So that's a creation, right? So
that's a creation.
In your view. Okay, I don't like the word creation because it's often confused with a teleological creation. And in fact, what that's called is a teleonomic creation, i.e. that it's quite created.
What is this teleological creation?
It's got purpose.
So there's a difference between, hang on a second. There's a difference there between teleological and teleonomic. Teleological means there's some sort of mind behind it, some sort of intelligent mind, and teleonomic simply means that it's the result of natural forces, for want of a better word, quote unquote, creating. What we mean by creating, though, in that case, is just a reformulation of matter into something else. Right? Okay. So that's teleonomic. There's no mind behind it. If you go to Northern Ireland, I think it's Northern Ireland or Ireland, you will find things that look as if man has chiseled these out. There's a couple of people on here have mentioned it as well. It looks like these hexagonal things that man has gone there with a chisel in the ancient days and chiseled it. No, this has happened through natural forces. That's like what we might call a teleonomic design. It looks designed, but in fact it's just matter and energy, i.e. nature taking its course. Right? That's the difference. So when you say creation, in my mind, I'm going, what you mean by creation is teleological, i.e. that there's a mind that decided that it's all going to be this way. And you haven't demonstrated
that's not what I meant, bro. I meant however way you want to look at it. I just meant the relationship between a creation and what created it.
What about that?
And then the relationship between a matter or lack of gravity and what created that. It's literally that's all I was highlighting.
Sorry. Let me just come in there one sec. Yeah, brother. The day done. Big up to the panel. Big up Black Speakers Corner. Your name again, Rob. Yeah. So basically, what they're saying is, the day done is this: when you postulate or propose a creator, you've already biased whatever's coming next because you've said there's a creator.
especially when you're coming from a theological perspective, because there's a lot of attributes, personifications, and anthropomorphizations with that. Do you get what I'm saying? When you say creator, normally to a lot of religious people, it's kind of like a personality. So if somebody says, for instance, the evolution of energy matter type relationship, if they say that's creation, they're talking about something else. They're kind of saying it's blind. It's just blind forces that are working. Do you get what I'm saying? Like if you plant a seed and it's watered and there's fertilizer and everything necessary, it will just grow. You know what I mean? You'll just see the system working, the system of nature, atoms, molecules, chemicals interacting. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you get
Rob, are you religious?
No, he's proper atheist.
Oh, okay.
I want to ask you when you're done.
Let me just
'Cause
finish
I think
this.
when I said God, he thought of it that way.
One sec, the next part is when you were making a comparison. What the difference is that for some people anyway, I wouldn't say for me, but for some people that have a concept of God or Allah where they can't connect Allah to the phenomena of creation or phenomena of energy matter of what we see around us. So it's just he or whatever's out there, and he's the source and the cause, but they can't connect that to anything that they're observing. Do you get what I'm saying? So the difference with that and when you have dark matter and dark energy, they're saying, well, we're observing certain things, and the gap there, what we're used to seeing, what we can attribute within that gap makes sense with everything else they're observing throughout the whole of nature. So that's why they can say dark energy, dark matter. Do you see what I'm saying?
Just like a closer thing to see, kind of.
Well, go on, people.
Big up. Hey, quickly, Esau, real quick.
Hey, who pissed off my brother James Jones, man? James Jones is today.
I did earlier. I did earlier. I get it real well. Yeah, go on.
I got love for Dave, but I'm just got, I'm training, so I was in. But anyway, fuck that. Long story long, Esau. It's not even that man saying, because you can argue the why will eventually, science will not have the explanatory power to the nth degree. There will be a point where you say, why is something like something? And you say, I don't know. I just don't know why it's like that. Just the isolated example he gave of dark matter or dark energy and God, it's a clear difference there, because you're saying, why do you think dark matter, for example, right? Why do you, and we're saying exactly how you described it really well in the, everything else, everything else, every other calculation makes sense. And we know it has to be matter, right? Because it possesses some kind of mass. Therefore, it's a matter that we cannot currently observe, for example. Yeah. So why is the planet rotating like that? Because of this extra mass, and consequently dark matter, whatever. But you can't apply that to some of these God principles because you don't know the why. Like, why did God create the universe? You don't know fucking why. So you
also don't know why dark matter exists.
No, you can't.
No, that's different, right?
What are you loving?
You don't know why.
You said that you also don't know why dark matter exists.
People, let me say something quickly.
We have evidence. Hold on, no. But we were talking about the evidence. I'm saying he didn't have an evidence for his God. So why do you believe in it? You don't have an evidence. Why do we believe?
No, I'm laughing at his response even after what you said because I'm laughing. No, the day that I'm laughing at what you said because even after what James Jones just said, then you said. And I'm thinking, you're not getting it, are you? Let me give another example. Let me see. Let's say, do you agree we can't see the force of magnetism? Correct? They done?
Yeah.
You can't see it with a naked eye, right?
We can't see, with a naked eye, yeah.
But when you get the iron
not with a naked eye.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, with a naked eye. But when you get the iron
with a ferrocell, you can.
So when you put a magnet on the table, you put iron filings, right? They then form a pattern that lets you know there's a magnetic field, correct?
Yeah.
You can see it in other wavelengths as well.
No, I know that. But, Rob, make this as simple as possible, please. Stop going all the way, right? So what I'm saying is, now you may not know there's a connection between electricity and magnetism, right?
Yeah.
But somebody who does can give you reasons as to why the force in relation to an electromagnet. You're just seeing phenomena around the normal magnet. But an electromagnet, you can say, right, depending on how much current and stuff is going through this and the size of it and etc. That is why, let's say, the amount of iron, the strength of the magnetism and all the different patterns and whatever else is different in relation to what you're used to. So The dark matter and dark energy is like magnetism. So they know, for instance, the nature of electricity in this analogy, right? So the rest of the stuff that they do know is the electricity, and the bit that you can't see is the magnetism, right? So they're saying, well, wherever you've got electricity, right, in this phenomena, you've got the magnetism also, and the magnetism is the dark energy and dark matter. Do you get that point? It might have been a bit confusing still, but do you get the point?
So.
What I'm saying is, because of what they do know, they can speak of what they don't know because they're still phenomena. Do you understand that?
Okay. Yeah. I get you.
Hey, can someone fill me in on what's really going on? And it's my birthday today, so I want people to like.
Happy birthday, my brother.
Happy birthday, man.
Happy confinement birthday, blood. Big up.
Hey, listen, that's some pagan. Whoever wished him happy birthday is a pagan, no?
Happy birthday, man.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
No, thanks, man. So yeah, what one? What's the argument about?
I just kept hearing them go around in circles where I don't even know why God come up in this thing, but basically, apparently our brother the day done must have thrown out that dark energy and dark matter is like the God of the gaps.
No. Wait, let me clarify that. I was saying that the way these lot are talking about dark energy and dark matter, is the same way as those that they mock as the God of the gap theorists talk about their God.
So hold on. So are you saying? Let me clarify this one point. Are you saying that when it comes to the scientist, he might know what he's talking about, but these general public masses are just like the religious people who talk about God. They don't understand it, but they talk about it.
They only understand the lower level things of how it's like if you ask a Muslim in Speaker's Corner and then you go ask the Sheikh in the mosque, that guy will actually give you an answer. This guy can't. But he will still.
Hold on, Isa. That's so disrespectful to both me and Rob attempts. And even like what the question he just asked now.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be disrespectful, man.
No, come on, I'm not saying that. I mean intellectually, because of course, it's nowhere near the same. Because if you ask someone and someone genuinely just said, "I don't know," then that should suffice. I don't know, isn't it? If you're saying someone say they know and you go, "Okay, how? Why?" and they attempt to answer it to you, and they're at least from their perspective coherent, and it is consistent with other laws that you observe, gravity, shit like that, yeah. Cool. That's different to saying, why do you believe in God? Oh, because the creation and there should be a creator. Like that. That doesn't apply. That doesn't apply at any kind of universal scale. Like we're talking, man will give you thermodynamic fucking laws, principles, things that you can observe. Why does this do this? It does this because of that. Oh yeah, I see that in my life. There's bare reasons why you would think that dark matter exists out there, right? That's the why it exists, why we believe it. Sorry, why we believe it exists. The why for you is, because I don't know, I feel it sometimes when I introspect. I get this little warm, fuzzy feeling in my stomach. You might not feel it, but that's not evidence, and we're providing.
On a level, who told you that, James? Who told you that?
I'm giving but I didn't. I asked you. I said, why does?
But someone must have told you that for you to say that, man. You must have heard that of someone, didn't it?
The galaxies rotate at that thing. If you're saying it's the same as God, God of the gaps, then why does God, in your opinion, in this gap? Because remember, you have to explain it, right? We're offering an explanation for why it's like that over there. We're saying, why does God do? Why does that thing over there move faster than this thing over here? Why? Why does God choose for one to move faster than the other? Go on, answer that.
Why does God choose what to move faster than that?
Why does
one thing to move faster than the other?
God choose that to move differently than this over here?
Physics, innit? Like,
physics matter, but physics will say dark matter. So scratch physics now. Physics would argue dark matter is the cause. So what's your reason now?
Why does the Earth spin?
All right, cool.
How did you?
So why does the Earth spin?
What were you talking about before this? Because I can just see this going around in circles for ages, man.
No, it was literally Isa. I was telling him that statement that I just said to Bankway. Yeah?
You see that? Like that is.
You probably heard James's explanation of my statement
an hour ago. And literally an hour before we started having this.
He wouldn't even let me explain.
I kind of heard it, and I think I do partially agree with our brother the day done, because a lot of people do talk about evolution and physics and all this stuff, and they just got sound bites, bro. They don't even comprehend or understand what the hell they're talking about, and then they think they can argue with religious people and saying, "Well, you just believe in this," but I'm saying they're literally just as ignorant as any other religious nut job who's following it based on flipping thing. I'm not saying that even somebody that studies religion a bit more is going to be equal to the scientist that goes into it, because it's been made very clear for a lot of the scientists or people that study science what the connections are and how these things work and how they interrelate. I agree when it comes to religion.
When you just saw that now, I asked him a question to settle this all. He's made a statement that our argument is similar to X.
Your question to settle this all.
Show me, and he literally said, "How does the Earth spin?" Like, why the question was answered with a.
No, wait. You're disingenuous again. You asked me a question, and I answered you. Then I asked you, "How does the Earth spin?"
How did you answer me?
Do you remember your question?
I said, why does God make something do something different to over here? Why can we not observe the something over here the same way?
And then you said physics they done. Then James Jones said you're gonna have to scrap physics because it's dark matter, which you're rejecting. So James then put it back into your corner, saying, look, from your perspective, you have to say why Allah does it. Then you responded with a question, why does the Earth spin?
Yeah, because as far as I saw it, I answered that question. I said physics, that's the laws.
This is so funny.
We living in it. Like, what more do you want me to say than physics? If that doesn't answer your question.
But then how is
you know what, bro? We have to expand this channel, across the world while everyone's in lockdown, bro, so that bare people just get bare jokes.
You know what? Yeah, yo, Veli, if you're gonna shut this down at 12, I'm gonna have to open my channel on. I'll make a new channel called Tinfoil Hat Late Nights.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down.
Oh my
God! Yeah, bro. You get me? No, you know what? That'll make people comfortable to speak about whatever they want.
Just call it G-Block After Dark, bro. G-Block After Dark.
If the explanation is physics at the end of the day, then you agree that it's not the same argument, yeah? Because God of the Gaps literally explains what cannot be explained with anything else. So it's like when you completely don't understand something, you just say, "Oh, God did it." So you can't say it's the same as with physics. You have to.
Physics did it.
No, hold on. Listen, Dayton, do you understand that? Because it sounds like you just said it tongue in cheek rather than a serious way that they took it. But what I'm saying is, God of the Gaps literally is where somebody is stuck with something and they have no explanation, and they just say God did it, and it's sort of left there. It's kind of like, okay, when you start asking questions, they keep referring to the unknowable, i.e., God did it, and you can't go nowhere else. And that's the problem. So this is why a lot of people have just learned to say, well, ask my scholar, or Allah knows best, or something like that, and just save going down. Because what happens is they start off walking down the path with a physicist or something like that, and then when they get to a point where there's something which contradicts what they believe or their religion really contradicts, that's when it's like, well, God knows best or Allah didn't. So, for instance, Adam and Eve story, right? You can't get how Allah, the unknown, the unseen, created Adam with his own two hands and fashioned him 60 cubits tall and then blew into his physical clay body. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't fit with the concept of Allah throughout the Quran. Do you get what I'm saying? Because it's like he also is a big man as well, who created, there's a hadith in the Sunni books that says in his image and all kind of stuff, 60 cubits tall. So the problem there is that they have to go to I don't know, but you're following physics until you get to somewhere else and so on. Do you see what I mean? And that's where the concept of God of the Gaps comes in and just causes bare problems.
But is it bad to say I don't know?
No, you say you don't know, and that's it. Yeah. But I suggest the problem that people are having is science is the Quranic way. It's just the Quranic way is holistic science. That's it. So when these scientists are doing their thing, I'm saying, well, you're just following the Quran, but not in a holistic way. That's all. So simple as that, really.
Yeah.
Woo. Yes. So, how should you react to someone trying to regulate your speech? Well, actually, I've just remembered something.
No, wait, Isa, you shouldn't speak like that.
Hold on. I hear you. But let me just throw out some advice. Specifically, let's use James Jones as the example. Earlier on, James Jones proceeded to make an argument against Isa, the black intellectual Muslim. Not Shia, Muslim, right? So, I'm not saying I'm not Shia, I'm just saying that's the title. Isa, the black intellectual Muslim. Now, James Jones started off with a premise that was absolutely wrong. which was that Issa the Black Tilek relies on the Western concepts and physics and science of evolution to conclude what he does, or to hold on to for Issa the Black Tilek's understanding of evolution. As I tried to correct him, he said, no, just let me finish and then you can correct me afterwards. People, this is the most retarded. I'm not saying he's the only one that does it. There's a lot of other black people and other foolish people that buy into this. No. If you have the person present on the panel, always say, well, your stance is this. Is that correct? Before you go on with your narrative in your speech. Because the person is there to clarify. Why would you waste time making a mistake, saying your position is this, and that could be wrong, and then elaborating, making an argument where all of that is just corrected by the person saying, no, that's not what I meant, or that's not what I said.
I like that.
So this is one of the things we need for constructive discussions, and we have to value time a lot more. That's one of the things that frustrates me, is the fact that people like to waste too much time. So Walter, Walter, you can keep that white Christian going.
I played Dave down a recording of himself saying exactly what I was saying he said, and he still denied it. He said it was just got influence.
But you weren't understanding what I was saying, bro.
You know what? I'm gonna say this. Be fucking clear and concise, yeah? Maybe not, because maybe I'm guilty of not being concise. I accept that. But try to be fucking clear with what you're saying to people.
I was clear and concise. I told you, you and my man speak to people who you claim to be God of the gaps. This part of the sentence seems to slip your mind every single time, yeah? Yeah. In the same method that you lot are structuring. Bro, you know what? I've repeated this a million times, isn't it? Safe, bro. I gave up on it.
No, James, I think you misunderstood the point. He was talking about the general public that talk about it. So, for instance, he's might be putting you in the boat of the religious person that has no clear understanding of Allah and how Allah connects to creation, etc., which at least, let's say, a Sufi or somebody else might be able to explain. He's saying likewise, the layman can't explain.
You're just on the other side of that boat.
You're trusting the scientist and bigging up your chest when you don't know it either.
Isa, hear what I'm saying, yeah? I'm not gonna have the same argument again. I played the man a recording, literally not 2 minutes after I said exactly what I thought he said. I played a recording confirming exactly what I was saying, and he said some weird, convoluted, you don't understand what I meant to say when I understand what who understands when they say what they say about what they're saying.
Watch this, Esau, yeah. Watch this, Esau, watch this. James, can you explain my point, please? I've said it a million times. You should be able to say it by now.
What did I just now say? What did I literally just say? I'm not having an argument. I'm telling you.
No argument. Look, if you say it wrong, I'm not even going to argue with you, yeah? I'm just going to tell you, please explain what I'm saying so I can see that after this long time, did you understand what I said or not? Then, like, you get me? We don't need to argue about this. Bro.
What you said is, I literally said you stopped Rob to...
what was my point? What did I mean? Did you understand what I meant?
What you mean? I care about what you said, and I said this is what you said, and you said you're lying on me. You said anything he says now is a lie on me, and you know what irritates me? I want to be honest with you, and I've realized
because, bro, you said the narrative of me like 5 times,
hold on,
and you wanted to say it again.
You know, I realized about you though, yeah, and Rob said it, yeah. You are on this deeper meta discussion thing, and Issa, be real, my brother, you do it as well, where we spent a good 30, 40, 50%
to clap you up
arguing about a discussion and the techniques used in the discussion rather than the fucking point.
Yeah, but James, if you don't have the proper etiquette of discussion, we can't move forward.
Me in that, bruv, because this is the problem. And James, I've just outlined your problem is that you're not seeking to understand clarity of what the person's saying. Once they said you misunderstood, even after they say you misunderstood, you don't think, all right.
I told this to James, you know, I told him that last time.
No, this is what I'm saying. If somebody says I misunderstood, I'll be like, before I keep going down the road with you, stay here. Let me agree that we've understood each other. I've understood you, and let me argue the point that you've agreed I've now understood. Do you get me? So, James, you've got held responsibility for that, bro. Because you're one of the people that you don't care if you understand what they say or not. You still just argue what you think they're saying, and you demonstrate that today.
You know what? I tried, and I don't. No one can lie to me. Like I don't say I don't know bare times. say, I don't know. I say, I beg you tell me this. Why does this do this? How does this do that? Don't ever say I'm almost the main person that does that.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about whether you know facts. We're talking about whether you comprehend the person.
Let me finish. So you, as a person that has rejected, you 5 or 6 times have rejected things I've asked you. What does this mean? I'm not going to tell you. What does that mean? I don't tell you why I think this. This is just why I think this. Yeah, you are a person who is not clear. You are not clear. And everybody says it to you, and with you, there, you're not clear, people. So don't. It's
Are you dumb?
Yeah, I'm responsible.
Oh my gosh! Listen, you lot remember when he played me back? Yeah. Hold on. He played me back earlier on, yeah, in relation to whether I accept or reject the concept of a common ancestor, and he said I rejected it. He played it back, and then clearly I said I did accept it. And
all my days, Esau. You see what he did with? Bro, I was there. Remember?
Yeah, it's alright.
I remember that as well, bro. Same thing.
Hopefully, but it will change it. What my point is,
you're such a fraud. You know, you're such a fraud. Imagine I was so nice to you. You got scared. You were like, let's redefine the terms. Let's redefine the terms. Now I said, don't worry. I'm not. This ain't like I'm not trying to catch you. I want to remember.
In relation to what? What species?
No, that's when I played back that thing yesterday. I said, I want to know what you said. You said, let's redefine the terms. I was like, nah.
Who? Oh, is that Day Done?
James, man.
Hey, Day Done, is that you he's talking to, yeah?
No, I think he's talking to you about the
yesterday.
Not yesterday, it was today. Yo, James, it was today in the morning still.
Yeah. Afternoon, yeah. And I'm saying he agreed where he misunderstood what I said, misunderstood what I said, because I clearly said I accept and believe, and then I inserted in there because also there could be giants within that thing, but I do accept common ancestry. Simple as that. But he blatantly said I didn't. But anyway, what I'd like to do is finish off
stick to what people, the words people are using instead of what they're using those words to say or to mean.
This is what I mean. That's what I'm saying. This is, and Day Done. Let me and you continue with our evolution talk. In fact, Rob, what do you understand by species? Just to clarify some of the points. This will be an interesting thing, possibly. Rob, are you there? Come in, Rob. Oh, la 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 la.
Rob.
La 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 la.
Speakers Corner UK.
James lost signal. He said back in 2 minutes.
Species.
Rob said he'll be back in 2 minutes.
Oh, he said he'll be back in 2 minutes, yeah?
Yeah.
I think species could be put on to any level, man.
So are you saying that 2 individuals in a family can be a species?
You can use it that way, but
so can 5 children of the same parents be different species to their parents?
No.
Exactly.
If you're talking about accurately scientifically, no, you can't say that.
That's what I'm saying. So there must be something it means.
Yeah.
And what my point is that I think, in relation to the discussion we were having of speciation, that we should be able to pin that down. Because
I don't think it is pinnable down though. It's a pretty broad term.
No, brother. Listen, there's a reason why, you have the term species in the first place. So when somebody was talking and they said this is a different species to this, they meant something.
So say right now you and your brother was born, yeah, and you got 3 brothers. You and your brother got long arms, and your other 2 brothers got short arms. Would you say you two are 2 different species?
No, that's my point. I'm saying.
First. Yo, Esau, what would you?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to get to.
Species as what would be your definition of species?
Yeah. So what I was rolling with was the basic classification where, amongst other differences, but the main factor is that they cannot reproduce. And so these 2 go together
to create offspring that can reproduce.
If they can reproduce, the thing that they produce cannot reproduce. Example given: a donkey and a horse can have a mule, but the mule cannot reproduce. So you still say that the horse and the donkey are 2 different species. Do you understand my point?
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So whereas James was talking about like speciation is different DNA. So for instance, you had the finch bird with a short beak and a longer beak, and there's different DNA, which would make sense because you would probably need different DNA for the longer beak, the program for the longer beak, for that to continue with the children or descendancies of those birds, for them to have longer beaks, the DNA would have to be changed. Do you get what I'm saying? But those birds with the longer beak can still interbreed with those of the short beak. So that's what I would say. They're not different species.
Like a liger or a tiger, basically.
Exactly. Well, that's exactly what someone else said earlier on. So exactly, the liger will come up, but that can't reproduce. Otherwise, they would, because remember, they tried to do all of this stuff. They've been trying to do all of this stuff from way back when. You get me? And, you know, James Jones said he would look into it. I don't know how far he's got. But, yeah, this is something I think I've got smashed down to, you know. Walter, you keep saying Isa getting this from the Quran. Not everything Isa is saying is in the Quran. Walter, let's just agree that the Quran is a book where the wisdom is too superior for a mind such as low level as yours, especially for someone that believes in the unholy Trinity, or shall I say? Well, he's in the chat, bro. He's there chatting nonsense.
Oh,
the chat.
All right, Walter, where'd you go, man? We were conversating, man, and you just disappeared.
No. Well done, Walter. Thanks for unfortunate beliefs. Yeah, bro. You can't be, you know, holding them beliefs in 2020. You know what I'm saying? In a minute sense, God sacrificed himself, committed suicide, beat up himself. Come on now, you can't come with that foolishness. Oh, anyway, where were we? So yeah, Bank Boy, do you believe that we evolved, or do you believe something else?
Yeah, I don't believe in evolution. I don't deal with Darwin and anything there.
Yeah, forget Darwin.
Even if it's not Darwinian evolution, do you still believe in some sort of evolution?
No. No, I think we are the way we are, and we've always been the way we are, and everything else is the way they are. A chimp has been a chimp, a gorilla has been a gorilla, and you know, and humans have been humans.
Okay. So do you believe in a God, yeah?
Yeah, I believe in God, yeah. I'm Christian.
Okay. So why do you think...
What kind of Christian are you?
You believe in the Bible, yeah?
Yeah.
So why do you think this God made everything in the order that happens to be in the order of evolution?
When you say it happens to be in the order of evolution, what can you explain that?
Okay, so you've got the light at the beginning, then you've got the sun, moon, stars, then you have the separation of the water from the dry land, then you have the plants coming about, then you have the animals, and then you have human beings.
Right.
Yes, you didn't have human beings before the animals, did you? Do you get what I'm saying? I'm saying in the order of the creation in the Bible, the animals, and you didn't have human beings before the plants. Now that wouldn't make sense because they wouldn't have nothing to eat, correct?
Right. Okay.
So I'm saying that just happens to be the same sequence in which humans evolved according to evolution. Yeah?
Go on.
Yeah, so there you go. So my point is that you know, when you're saying what you're saying, yeah, so when you're saying what you're saying, I'm saying, well, you know, are these coincidences, or is your God trying to tell you that evolution is the way that he creates?
So you're saying that basically because like everything was created before man, that proves evolution.
I'm saying to you that your concept of God creating is something you've inherited from other people, rather than just using your brain and saying, well, there is a sequence here, and your observation of how God does things is via what we call nature.
Right.
So
my observation has shown me that everything is the way they are, if that makes sense. You know, everything has been the way they are. Like I don't know about things changing, like from like, are you trying to say like basically we came from apes and like we changed and then we stood up one day and our backs were straight? Is that where you're coming from?
Well, let's say I'm going with that, and the evidence would be things like having the leftovers of a tailbone. So for instance, if the Almighty God
I'm
decided,
not tailbone, brethren. Like I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe some people on the planet have tail
No,
bones.
I'm
but
saying, bruv, you have a
I don't know.
coccyx. Do you have a coccyx bone, bruv? Do you know what that is?
Right, is the bone at the end of your spine, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So that there wouldn't make there wouldn't be no sense in having that if wherever you come from didn't have a tail. In
So
other
what
words,
you're
you don't
saying is
you
like,
don't
so
have
you can have
leftover wings. do
so
you?
if you had a spine, you wouldn't have the base of the spine. Is that what you're saying?
Well, why would your base of your spine look like that? Just think
Look like
about it.
no, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like I ain't got like anything. The base of my spine is just normal. It's not sticking out like on some random thing. Like I don't
No,
know.
you
Maybe
you're
some
thinking,
people on the planet have that.
but you're thinking
Like,
within a box. I'm saying to you, if you're going to originate the cream of creation,
Right.
why would you make it anything like anything else? Why is it so similar? Why have we got hands similar to monkey creatures? Why would it be similar to any of these things?
What do you mean? Why would they be similar? So your argument is basically because we've got hands like monkeys, or monkeys got hands like us, so we must come from them. Are you okay? So what ape did we come out from?
What
Tell me.
ape? No, if I just go with the common ancestor, no, the focus is evolution itself. Because what I'm saying to you is, if you look at the insects and stuff, we don't have, 4 legs and 4 arms and stuff like that, like the Hindu gods or whatever. So, just thinking about the Most High God and how He creates, we're not like a centipede, millipede, and all the rest of it. So, how come we are similar to these other creatures? And the closest one being the ape monkey type creature. Why is that?
It's like asking why a tiger is similar to a lion, bro.
No, it's not. The reason being, they're not the cream of the creation. Human beings are. The bit you're missing is when I'm saying the image of God. God made man in His own image, right? And in this wonderful image, He made His image to be similar to a flipping monkey, right? He didn't make it similar to a horse or a centipede or a bird. He made it too similar to a flipping monkey. Now what?
No, but I'll ask you a question. So can you tell, okay, what in your opinion, what is the what is our ape ancestor? What would you say?
Ape ancestor? You mean as a species?
Yeah, humans. As in what ape did we come from in your book?
No, all I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. I don't follow the Darwinian concept. All I'm dealing with is that we evolved as opposed to some kind of magical, miraculous thing. So for me, evolution in and of itself is miraculous. I'm saying that's awesome.
Okay, I mean like physiologically, people change, innit? Like depending on environment and and time. So people are going to change naturally, yeah. But I still maintain that humans have been humans. I don't believe that they were crawling and
Okay, so how did they come about?
at any point.
The first human being.
It was
because
created, isn't it?
Okay. Okay, brilliant. So you agree there was a point in time where there were no humans on planet Earth, correct?
Right.
Okay, so how did the human beings come about?
Said.
Yeah, how?
I just said we were created.
Yeah, no, bro, that's just a word. How?
How were we created?
Yeah, how, bro? When you say, if I say I created a table or I created an engine, that doesn't tell you how I created it. Do you get me? I just told you I created it. You keep saying you created it.
Right.
When somebody asks me how I done it,
I'm not the creator, so I don't know how he created Adam. I can't tell you like this is.
No, I'm not asking you to be the creator. I'm saying with an understanding, yeah, you can give some breakdown if your book and your creator wishes to enlighten you. So, for instance, the problem with your perspective is that your God appears now to be more ignorant than His own creation. Because, for instance, if we follow your narrative, you might have all kinds of theories on how reproduction works, but then you've got human scientists that do investigation and that can tell you how it works on a much deeper level. So then you'd be in problems, wouldn't you? Because people would say, well, your God is actually very ignorant, and you following an ignorant God, you're therefore ignorant.
My God is ignorant because humans reached the point where they could understand how reproduction works.
Not just reproduction, but many aspects of the creation of the creator.
Okay,
it just wouldn't make sense.
Because humans have reached the point where they can, get some understanding of how things work. and how things are done, that now makes the creator ignorant. Is that what you're saying? It doesn't
I'm
make any
saying
sense.
that would be the case if.
How? Explain it.
Oh no, it would be the case if we followed your narrative, because if you claim you've got a book from an almighty, all-knowing, wise God, surely that all-knowing, almighty, wise God, when it's telling you about creation and about himself and how he does things, he must know more than his creation, correct?
Right.
Okay, so it's very simple.
So now, so what you're saying is that what humans have reached the point where they know more than the creator. Is that what you're alluding to?
No, I'm saying if we follow the narrative that you're going down, yeah. So in other words, by you saying, well, you know, we don't know, the creator just created, and you're not following what science, i.e., what your logic, reason, and rationality can show you. Yes. And if you look at science, what it is, it's made to appear to. They always try and put it against religion. When you look at what it is, it's basically what the human being mind is doing anyway. You get what I'm saying?
I'm trying to follow you and trying to follow the point, but I'm still not getting the point.
What I'm saying is, if you didn't have a religious book and it was just, let's say, just you, right, by yourself, you didn't know anything about religion, but you just concluded there was a one God. That's fine. But as long as you got the concept of a one God sending down a book with information, and this book talks about creation, yeah, there should be some enlightenment about his creation, about the all-knowing, all-wise God giving you some information. You don't have to necessarily be in full detail.
You're Muslim, right?
Yeah.
You're Muslim. All right. So that means you believe in the creator as well. So what does your book tell you about it?
Yeah, evolution is what the Quran teaches.
That so explain it a bit more. Like what? That came from what and how? Because
clay.
That's what you're saying.
So basically,
from mud.
So you have black mud, you have clay, you have sounding clay, you have dust, you have water. So basically, these are the original things. So you can basically say the single cell or whatever it was at the beginning is where all the other living creatures come from. So it's basically I would say the common narrative of evolution in general follows what the Quran is saying. But I'm trying to get to you and your perspective.
So does the Quran say like what? Like man was created from clay, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Evolved. It says we began. One of the verses say, and we began the creation of man from clay. So when it says began, that would mean it's not necessarily out of. Like if I make a clay pot, there's no stage at which the clay pot is not clay. It's always going to be clay because it's a clay pot. So I can't say I began it out of clay because the next stage would not be clay anymore. You see what I'm saying?
You know when you're making that clay pot, you also use water.
That's fine, but it's still clay. So I don't say I began it from clay, because if I began with as clay, then it would mean it changed into something else. You get me?
No, I could just say I began with clay because I'm starting out this thing with clay. I've not put water in yet.
Bro, clay, don't you understand what clay is? Clay has water naturally.
I know, but you've seen how clay pots are made, man. You know, it needs water still. So I can say how I began making this clay pot. I took clay. Yeah. Right. And at this point, I've not added water yet, so I began using
No, but it's already said water, bro.
Okay, you understand where I'm coming from, though?
No, because at no point is clay not there. This is the bit you're missing. Even if you want to add another 10 different things
to it. Did they say that they added something else then in your Quran? Did it say that?
Yeah, bro. Did you not hear what I said? I'll say it again.
You said black clay and this clay and something else.
Black mud.
Dust,
black mud, dust, sounding clay, water, and this other type of clay. So my point to you, very simple.
And that's the evolution. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying there are various verses. I'm telling you, like there's various verses. What my point is, the only thing you can grasp from these clear sentences is that evolution was the process, and then you would. For flips, I'm telling you.
No, creation is the
Isa, are you saying that we evolved from clay?
I'm saying that all life forms. I'm saying all life forms evolved from the substances being described.
Okay, from clay and water and certain things.
Yeah. So I'm saying that they all. You could. Let's just say you got a cup or a metal jug or something or a clay pot, and you put all of these substances together, mix them up, and you put them out somewhere, and then some single cell something appeared out of it. Yeah. So I'm just saying these things were all there together. They're all part of the same process. But it's saying it began the creation of man from clay. So the word began is the fundamental term. You get me? So that's the point I'm making. But Bank Boy, let's not divert to me in the Quran, because we were talking about you, and I'm saying because you can argue me what the Quran's saying, but you know, I've studied the Quran.
The same thing I'm saying. That's why I asked you the question in the first place. You know what I'm saying? The Quran is saying that man was made from it was created. Yeah.
Bruv, all right. What word? Hold on. What word does it say?
Clay too.
Nah, bruv, you're not getting it, because if we're created out of sperm, are we still sperm when we reach 9-month period?
That's called metamorphosis. It's not evolution, bro.
No, brother, I didn't ask you whether it was metamorphosis or evolution. I asked you a very, very simple question. If a
I know
child,
what you're alluding to, though. So go on.
Forget what you think I'm alluding to. I'm saying sperm meets the egg, and it's something, and then it changes to something else, some other creature, some tadpole-looking fish and frog and all kind of bloody creatures. Then it ends up a baby. Do you agree? When you're 33 years old, you're not a sperm? Yes or no?
When I'm 33 years old, I'm not a sperm.
Yes.
Yes, you're a man.
I'm not a sperm from when I fucking meet the fucking egg.
Thank you very much. So my point to you is there, when it says, and we created you from sperm, you're beginning like we got you from clay. I'm saying you're no longer sperm. Likewise, the word began.
Yeah, but I'm not created from sperm, though. You're not created from sperm. We're created from both things. Like that analogy is
brother, you're not getting the point. Let me explain.
Yeah, because
the sperm that travels.
You're
Hold
not
on.
explaining it properly, bro.
No, but I am. But you're missing the point. It's the sperm that travels to the egg.
Right.
It fertilizes the egg. That's the bit. It's not the other way around. The sperm is the one that's on the journey to travel to the egg. Do you get the point? I'm saying this is where that process, that fusion happens, and from there you have that development. So say, all right, let's just say the zygote. Let's say both of them. Whatever you want to say, you're not either or, are you? You're not a fetus. All right, you're not a fetus.
So
Agreed?
bring this back to how you're relating it to evolution, bro. Are you saying now because the sperm has now met the egg, it's it's grown into a baby, and that's what evolution?
No, bruv. Oh God. So I'm explaining you. No, I know, but bruv, I want you to listen. This is why you keep getting lost. The word began. I want you to focus on the word in the sentence began. So when we say we began as, let's say, a sperm and an egg, and after that we began as a fetus. At another stage, we began as a fetus. You are no longer a fetus. Likewise, you began as clay. Whatever the hell that process is, whatever it was that mixed together to form the first single-celled creature, we're saying that was originally clay, black mud, water, and so on. So these various elements were there that produced that single-celled creature that then evolved into many creatures, and the ultimate of them was man. Do you understand that?
But no, you just said the word evolve again. You know, but you're still not help me to understand whether a egg, that's been fertilized by a sperm, changing into a baby, is that evolution? Because I don't understand the point.
Bruv, do you understand what the word began? Bruv? All right, tell me what you think the word began.
So what you're saying is because they use the word began, that means like that proves evolution.
Bro, you know what? Okay, let me try and
He's
break
saying
down
it's
even
used in the same sense when it's talking about the clay and the water and the dust and whatever. It's spoken in the same sense of the sentence as when it says you began from the clay, from the sperm.
Sperm and the egg.
So
thank you very much. Thank you
so
very
obviously
much.
there's a connection.
So what? So now that proves evolution. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that proves that the Quran. Hold on, you're missing the point. So I'm saying that the Quran, therefore, is saying that this is how you began, and you're different now. Do you understand? But also, there's other verses which says, "And verily, we created you in stages." Okay, so you have to understand what it's talking about with all of these verses collated together. What the end point is evolution is the process, but the one that actually hammers it down.
Let me show you another example, bro. Okay, so imagine, the baby starts from the sperm and the egg and comes out as a baby,
yeah,
and still goes through stages. It becomes a toddler
of development,
a teenager, and a full-grown man. So Is that evolution?
Yep.
Hold on,
That's
you can
that's evolution.
hold on. You can say it's evolution, but hold on. The
It's
difference.
fucking change, bro.
Hold
It's
on,
just
brother,
change.
hold on, wait. You need to.
It's growth.
Hey, Veli, listen, Veli. I'm gonna start charging your black ass. Sorry, I'm gonna start charging you, Veli, for these lessons, yeah. Because, bruv, you got to stop with the 1 minute I'm teaching university level, then it's freaking sub primary school and toddler level. You got to stop this.
Isaac, can I ask you a really quick question in between? Why do all them Quran verses start with verily when it's all a pack of lies?
This guy's an idiot. This guy's dumb as rock. Anyway, it's flipping joker. But anyway, the reason why, James Jones, because if it wasn't for the Islam and the Quran, and your Darwin brethren and all of them didn't come across the Muhammadan theory of evolution, you now, James Jones, will be believing in what the Christians be telling you, all kind of craziness, just like Bant Boy believes. So behave yourself.
Because we would have had genetic, because they would have sequenced the genome. There would have been genetic
No.
testing.
From where?
What do you mean from where? There's other benefits to understanding DNA other than just matching.
No. Listen, you didn't hear.
Isa, are you trying to? Isa,
I said if Darwin and his boys did not come across the Muhammadan theory of evolution.
You said today we would be dealing with some Christian whatever, and I'm saying no, we still would have, out of necessity, would have been forced to understand genetics, and as a result, and through genetic testing, we would have seen. What do you mean? How do you not? How much?
If you didn't believe in evolution, you would be going through that.
Hereditary illness. Hold on, hereditary illness. There's so many other requirements, or there's so many other benefits for understanding or the genetic sequencing that we've benefited from. It's not just finding out who's the daddy, who's the father.
No, you're not getting the point. I'm saying the even the approach to DNA, right? You wouldn't be thinking that on those lines. Unfortunately, James Jones, because you think the illness is from, no. I want you to behave yourself. Hold on. Before you had the concept of evolution, bruv, the way the human body was examined and looked at was very, very different. The inquiry into the cell and the way things work is fundamentally based upon evolution, right?
No, but evolution in the conventional sense would have always been observed. That has nothing to do with being related to other creatures, homology, or you know what I'm saying. That has nothing to do.
No. I'm saying the approach, James. Right, I'm giving you the two options you had. Right, was either what Darwin got from the Muslims, right, or you had the Christian.
What do you mean Darwin got from the Muslims? Shut up, man. I'll
say it again for you. No, you need to calm down. Hold on, wait. I want you to calm down.
I don't care what some random guy.
No. Stop.
Can I speak?
No. Because you just said something. I'm replying to it.
Let me say something. Let me just clarify what I'm saying. Let me clarify what I'm saying. Listen, I am not a Muslim. I do not appeal to the authority of some quack from God knows where saying something, and therefore it is. I don't need no shit to tell me what.
You're not listening. No. We're talking about history, right? You can cry. Hold on, James Jones, please.
Crying.
Listen. Stop. Behave yourself, okay? I understand that.
Hold on.
I understand the lockdown is creating a lot of stress for. Hold on. I understand the lockdown is creating a lot of stress for people. All I'm saying to you, James Jones, is when you check the history of Darwin and his boys. When
Darwin and his boys.
Hold on. Listen what I'm saying. In other words, around a period of time when Darwin was coming up with his theories and blah, 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 they were studying, I'll quote it for you again, the Muhammadan theory of evolution. In fact, let me get it up and read the whole goddamn thing.
No. If you drag out that same quote from earlier, I'm not. You're saying Darwin. Hold on.
Don't cry, brother.
Hold on. You're negating.
James.
Hold on. You're negating. 1 second, Bank. Yeah. You're negating all of his years of research. His fucking magnum opus. The origin.
No, I'm saying he got that from.
And you're saying, hold on, man. Shut the fuck. Come on, bro.
How do you calm down? Calm your mouth down, bro.
How do you do this every 2 seconds? Like, you know what? I'll go on.
All right.
Yeah. As I was saying, in his 1874 book titled "History of the Conflict Between Religion and Science," John William Draper, a scientist and contemporary of Charles Darwin. I'll say it again, a scientist and contemporary of Charles Darwin, criticized the Catholic Church. This is John William Draper. He criticized the Catholic Church for its disapproval of the Muhammadan theory of the evolution of man from lower forms, i.e. Sunnis, or his gradual development to his present condition in the long lapse of time. So this is where you can clearly see that they had and they knew of a Mohammedan theory of evolution of man from lower forms, or his gradual development to his present condition in the long lapse of
Yeah,
time.
that's great. So now give me, hold on. Darwin has many works, right? So now give me where Darwin cited that the reason for his hypothesis was based on Islamic study, and we're done.
Hold on.
Fine now.
The point I'm making. No. I want you to understand something.
I don't like, listen. I don't like operating on these terms. It's just way too hostile. I'm saying very simply, that is an appeal to an authority that I'm not even aware of. I don't know Draper, so I'd have to research him. What would make sense is somebody who's got a lot of literature, has a big body of work. If he cited anywhere that the reason for his hypotheses were based on Islamic studies.
I'll explain.
I don't want to listen. I'm not against you. I want to outside of that. I literally said before you started this, don't just go to that random quote. A contemporary means what? You're my contemporary. What does this mean?
I heard you. So I want you to understand how things worked in 1874 and those times there. There was a lot of pressure from people, from the government, from the church, and so on, against these people. So a lot of them literally had secret societies. They were literally seen as the.
I'm not accepting any other evidence. I don't.
I hear you. I hear you. James Jones, calm down. You're not the only person speaking.
There isn't any evidence like that. So just please promote.
Are you serious?
Just put that. You're just going to give me cultural context and say, therefore, this quote.
No, I'm not. I'm going to
the future, man.
It's just Islam, bro. Like, just stop. It's Islam. You're just doing Islam.
James, hold on. One of the things. Don't interrupt. Flipping hell, bro. Grow up, man. You love bloody talking so much. So as I'm going to say, whether I'm addressing James or the people listening, for the man himself to say there is a Mohammedan theory of the evolution of man from lower forms, for him to call it Mohammedan theory in the first place would mean there is something well known. And my point is, where the hell has that disappeared to? Where did that go? Because from what we know, we would have never known in this day and time that there was a Mohammedan theory of evolution. So whatever flipping conspiracies or whatever the hell's gone on, they've suppressed that information, but we now know that there was something called the Mohammedan theory of evolution. Now, there has been searches to try and see if Darwin in his secret society was trying to translate or using stuff that was translated to Arabic. There has been suggestions of this. I don't have the quotations from this Muslim scholar or the Arabic. All I'm saying to you that I do have is the evidence there where there is mention of a Mohammedan theory of evolution, and it was clearly known to these.
You said Darwin got his thing from
that's
Islam.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
that's a lie. Yeah, you haven't brought anything to substantiate that.
Hold on. Let me just.
You're saying that it predates it. That's what you're saying. You're saying that a form of evolution, a form of theory of evolution from lesser beings, predated Darwin. All right, fine.
And it was known. And it was known. That's my point.
I'm not saying that's not true. I'm not saying that's true. I'm not saying it is true. I'm just saying, all right, fine. That aside, but notwithstanding any of that, what you said, that isn't evident. What I asked you, I said, what would make sense to me, is somebody that was either A, involved intimately in his research, or B, the man himself saying, what's that? What do you call that shit when you?
I understand that, James. I totally understand that, bruv. Don't you think I would have thought about this long time before? And we looked for it, bruv. There's the same guy I played with, what's his name, Usama, whatever else. They had a conference about Islam and evolution. Have Muslims misunderstood evolution? Big talks on this, bruv. Yeah. What I'm saying to you is, with all of the research they've done, they haven't found books where he constantly quotes Muslim this and Muslim that. And I'm just saying to you, it wouldn't have worked at the time for him to have done so, because at the time, Islam was the Mohammedan enemy of these people, right?
So say one thing real quick. You see El Jahiz,
yeah?
Yeah, he's African, bro. Like man's talking about African evolution. Man, I know about this Muslim bullshit. You know what I'm trying to say? So there might be a one Arab and there might be a one African, but don't be putting that on your made out of clay Islam. Don't be doing that.
All right. Let me just deal with the reanimator who says it's not in the Quran. It was a Persian scientist called Tulsi who suggested evolution. Isa is a liar. Reanimator, I've just said to you lot to please understand, what are you suggesting, Mr. Reanimator? Is the Quran referring to when it says we got every living thing from water, and it's saying we began the creation of man from clay? When it says began, it means the first stage. That means not the second stage, not the third, and all these other stages towards man, the first stage. Like I said, if I'm creating a pot out of clay, it is always clay.
Is man an ape? Is man a cell?
Is man a cell?
Yeah. What are you saying? When you say man, what do you mean? Because the classical interpretation of that is that there was nothing that antedated Homo sapiens. That it was Homo sapiens was the first sort of extant living sentient creature. That's what the classical understanding is. So, and I've done this with you before. You can argue to people in chat. This isn't my argument.
No, what's that? What do you mean by that one there? The Homo sapien. What was that? What were you saying there? The what?
That the argument is what? Did God create any animals before man? I don't know.
Yeah. So what we're saying is all the living things, all plants, all of this comes from water, and they're all coming from this clay.
I'm asking you in the classical story. When you say like man come from clay and that in the Garden of Eden type scenario, is it generally accepted that other animals were created first, or that humans were created and then other people were created?
No, it's all the animals were created first.
Oh, like what animals created first then? Or like how does it describe that?
In the Garden of Eden, it just says it created all the flipping the plants of the ground, and then it created all the animals, and then made man and put him over them.
So then why would there be any kind of distinction made between why would there be any distinction made between animals and man if we accept that animals came from man?
Right, there you go. This is what I'm saying. So the thing is the intellect. That's the whole point. That's the whole.
No, but just if we can just narrow that down, are you accepting that there is a verse that says animals were created and then man was created?
No, but bruv, you just said it.
Just stay with me for that. Just quick.
Yeah, that's just.
All right, cool. So now, hold on. So now man is Homo sapien. So did man come from clay?
Man came from whoever came before him, but
did man from clay?
Yes, he began from clay. There you go, began. I'm stick with that word.
No. Did he make man out of clay?
Bruv, the word began. What you think I'm gonna throw away the word because you don't like it? It's in the Quran, bruv. Deal with it. But that.
Right, give me the verse. Then we'll see a translation.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna get you the verse.
This was what I was trying to get at this afternoon with the common ancestor thing. Where did man come from? It got lost in translation.
But what we have here, witness. That's my fault. Witness.
Hold on. Let me find the verse.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I just want to make quick two distinctions. So Isa's accepted that animals came before man, yeah, but that there's a distinction, and the reason we are aware of that is because there's a distinction made between animals and man. He's also saying that man began from clay.
Yeah, I know. This is where I'm like, how does that tie in with evolution?
See, the problem you have here now is the distinction's been made between animals and men. But if you're accepting the evolution theory, then you're accepting that we came from animals. And if you're accepting like abiogenesis or single cell, a single cell.
32:7, verse 32:7.
Wagwan, everybody. Yes, Shakara. Yes, witness. Yes, they done.
Hey, what the man? Hey, listen. Do you hear what he tried to do to Africa?
Who?
Isa, yeah. Imagine one of the first scholars in the 8th century to talk about fucking evolution was a man called Al-Jahiz, yeah. Al-Jahiz is from East Africa. Man try to say it's Muslim, it's Islam. It's the Islamic scholar. That's an African.
No. Hold on, James.
Tell him, M.A.
I said a Muslim was a person. I never even said to you it's because of him. But what I was showing you was because you lot keep saying I'm making stuff up. So my point was when you find there's other Muslims that are saying that evolution is the way that we got here, I'm saying, well, it's not just Isa's way, then is it? Because that's what you lot tried to put on me. That it's only me.
What do you mean? But let's deal with this now. So he, okay.
Yo, James, you love twisting people's words, innit?
He can't help it, bro. It's the only way he seems to appear to refute the opponent by twisting what they say.
I don't intend to.
I'm trying to figure out whether it's the fact that he's not listening properly or whether he fully understands and he's like intentionally.
No, he does have. He does have a bias here. What it is, because in his head, if you're religious, right? If you claim to be of some form of religion, then his head always has to reinterpret what you say to fit back within what he said.
Bro, relax. The African
Oh, that's why he kept bringing it back to God with me. All right, James, I get it. Okay.
So you know what you two are like. You two are like, you know them mutes.
That's fine, bro. Let's get to the
verse. Hold on, let me, bruv. You've been talking, right? I'm saying you two are like the mutes. You know you bullied, yeah. You know you bullied two youths, and they bond over the fact that you bullied them.
James bullied me.
As long as James Jones admits that you were corrected and you admit your correction, that's fine. So,
I always do. What do you mean? Yeah,
so there's no bullying, bruv. You're the one that had to freaking apologize for your mistake again. But anyway, let's
when were you talking about?
James. Earlier on,
why'd you bring it up? Go on.
To help you out because you're saying bullying, but obviously the bully doesn't apologize. Anyway, let's get on.
He beat you up.
In fact, should we just go to the actual website which talks about even? You know what, blood? Let me just.
No, but anyway, let's listen back to what we were saying. Listen, I
need an apology for being bullied by you, bro.
Okay, sorry. So, all right, cool, man. So let's go back.
Okay, let me bully you into an apology, bro.
Please.
No, let's get on with this. Come on.
I'm joking.
Right, so there was a distinction made between animals and men, correct?
Yeah. You asked me in relation to the Garden of Eden, right? Yes, that was your question, and then I gave you what this book says and the sequence and the order. Yeah. Right. So in the biblical story, it has the sequence that's described, and that's relating to the Garden of Eden and so on and so forth. So the Quran and the Bible match on these issues, but I don't.
No, you're going all over the gaff. I'm
saying to you, animals came first.
Bruv, you have to respond to every line of every sentence, please. Just let us go through.
Bro, just please stop the book.
You've said, all right, man. Just relax, man.
Go ahead, hurry up, bro.
All right. You said, that there was a distinction made. We know that animals came before man because God described animals as animals and men as men. But then we're saying that men began from clay. And what I'm asking you is that's not the same as saying all life came from clay. That's saying men came from clay. And seen as there's a distinction being made, i.e. God created animals and created men, then it's actually far more logical to infer that God created men separate from animals.
You finished?
Say that again, James. Just say that again.
I'm saying if a distinction was made, so God created animals before men in the Garden of Eden, if that distinction is made, animals and men separate, then there is another verse that's saying God created that men began from clay. Then it logically would follow that given that animals were created before men, so almost separately from men, a distinction is made between them, and men are said to be created from clay, that men wouldn't have followed on from animals, that they would be distinct, that would be separate, that would have a divergent origin story or creation story.
Yeah, they come from clay, innit? That's what they're saying.
And animals come from God knows where.
Okay.
Is that not? Would you not logically infer that if you're a Muslim reading the Quran and you're like, animals come first than that, and then men come, and then men were fashioned out of clay, but no one else, but animals.
Shall I explain to you why that wouldn't be the case? Let me throw something out. I want to see what you say to this now. Would you agree that whatever man is, right, however he came about, he has in common with these mammals that they have a heart, they have blood, they have eyes, they have a mouth, they require food, all of these digestion system, all of these things in common, and therefore you would naturally conclude this common source. Would you not agree with that, James Jones?
Can I answer that? I would assume that that's the case, but Islam doesn't sound like it agrees with that.
Yeah, Islam doesn't say that. That is an assumption.
Hold on one second. There's nothing wrong with having logical assumptions. So when you said M.A. Brown, what did you say, and why did you say that? What did you say? Islam doesn't sound like something. Hello? M.A., you said Islam doesn't sound like something like that.
No, I was saying and I can't pinpoint any verses or anything, but my understanding of Islam suggests to me that they wouldn't necessarily have that share that position. It seems like it's more of a like, you know what I mean, like a magic thing, like when Islam.
Yeah. I hear.
What? That the animals are made of earth as well.
No, one sec.
That humans come from
one sec. This is why I keep quoting the verse where it says, "And we began human beings from clay. The word began, or we began the word khalaq is what I'm focusing on. So if you began from clay, then like that's one stage, isn't it? Like, and I gave the example. Human
like no, but at what stage are we saying began? Because is the human creation story subject to the earth? Are we talking about just a cell, like some kind of abiogenesis? Are we talking about organic compound creating? Are we talking about consciousness? Are we talking about sentience? There's so many questions when man said we created. You can't just point to clay and say, all right, we fashioned man from clay, unless you're saying I made you out of clay. Therefore, this combination of clay and what the spirit of God creates man or creates life, or are you saying that there was a period where there was clay and a cell was forming within the clay, or the primordial soup? It isn't a straight step, like a next step. But
James, you have this way. You come up with this really good point, but then you overcomplicate it with extra stuff. You made a great point. You made a great point in saying that when Isa was claiming that humans came from animals, the way like evolution says, you then pointed out the clay part. And that's it. That's all we have to state. It says man came from clay. It doesn't say man came from animals. So that's why if he claims that, it's just an assumption. He has no proof within the Quran.
It also says God created animals and created man, as if to say there's a distinction between the two processes.
Yeah, you pointed that out as well. Yeah, true. Yeah.
And Witness is my OG, just letting everybody know. Yeah. So anyone wants to meet him in Lagos, I'm there too. So
hello, can you hear me?
Hey, if you go Lagos, I might want to try to come. I'll come in too. Yeah, I can hear you.
No, could you hear me before?
Yeah, I can hear you. Like you said something but Witness was speaking that time, so I couldn't make it up.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I have to go, but I want to come back. So James Jones, what I wanted to get was the species thing. So let's put aside the Quranic thing, because I accept that you lot don't accept that, and I'm just gonna have to really
no. Show us where in the Quran it blatantly says that Adam comes from the animal.
No, it doesn't. So I never said it did. So
you accept that you were wrong with that assumption then?
No, I did. You right? Witness, I want you to listen to the words. Yes, I said, based upon these verses, the only conclusion you can come to is evolution is how we got here. So don't tell me I'm saying something and I was wrong about.
I don't agree with that.
No, that's fine. No, I'm saying we've already got that, because I'm saying if every living thing come from water, then we're created from black mud, we're created from dust, we're created for all these things, and we began. And I've already explained it, just like we began as a sperm, and we're no longer a sperm, etc. We're no longer clay either. So all I'm saying is I want to get to the point of species, because this was, to be honest, this is one of the reasons I came on. Did you manage to check anything regarding species, James Jones?
No, I left my yard. I literally went to
Okay. So let's put it this way. There were two types put on the table, yeah? So literally I want to try and do this in 5 to 10 minutes, and then I got a jet. So would you agree that the definition
before you go, can I just say Veli, Ziriab wants to come on, and you know what he's going to be saying to you, innit? Just to let you know. But carry on.
Okay. Yeah, so what I'm saying, James, would you agree that what I presented is the most logical shame that it would have been is the most logical when it comes to talking about species, i.e. that it must be able to reproduce, and what it reproduces can also reproduce. Would you agree? Rather than the one
I was trying to read a comment one more time last time, sorry.
Yeah, so I'm saying in relation to what belongs to the same species,
that
it can reproduce, and what it reproduces can also reproduce.
Yeah, the fertile thing. You want me to look that up still? Yeah, that's it.
No. Forget look up. I'm talking to you right now. Use your own brain. So I'm saying between the other one, where they're saying that's a different species, right? But it can still reproduce. I'm saying that let's deal with a different species, meaning it cannot reproduce offspring, which also can reproduce. So, for instance, the horse and the donkey produce a mule, but the mule cannot reproduce. The horse and the donkey are not of the same species. Rather than the one which, let's say you came with, where the finch on this bird has a shorter beak than that one, and they have slightly different DNA. But they can reproduce. So I'm saying they're of the same species. So I'm saying
What
rather
are
than
you asking me? What are you asking me to say or do?
So I'm saying to reject the one, which is just the DNA change. I'm saying when we talk about species, evolution, yeah, we're talking about where they can no longer reproduce and produce an
Yeah, I get
offspring.
it. I'm saying, what are you asking me to do? To show you an observation? I don't think that will happen
No,
in my
I'm saying
lifetime.
to you,
Alright?
I said at the beginning to agree on
Yeah.
one or the other, and if you disagree, then we'll look at why. That's the whole point I'm making.
Oh,
Because
as in, well, I mean, I don't think I'm qualified to disagree with a scientist who makes that kind of taxonomical distinction. But for the sake of an argument, yeah, you are like for a layman, it would make more sense to use a simple criteria like the one you're using. But why specifically they have such a complex criteria? I'm just going to assume that they know best. Allahu alam.
all right. So this is what I'll give you. Yeah. So this layman is going to give you some of the supreme wisdom. So let me stretch your mind beyond the so-called scientists.
Yes,
Would
sir.
you agree that evolution is fundamentally, when we at least go back to that level, right? So let's say the most basic of insects and whatever else, right? Is to preserve the survival of genetics. Yes or no?
Yeah,
And that is done via what mainly?
breeding.
Reproduction, isn't it?
Yeah.
So therefore, the fundamental thing that you must be able to do is do what, James?
Reproduce.
Thank you very much. So therefore, I would suggest when we're dealing with this idea of what a species is and so on, we therefore stick to the concept of that they can reproduce.
No, I ain't got an issue with that. I don't know because earlier on you was like, there's never been no evidence of speciation. I found proof of it, but you're saying
I didn't say that. No. I'm saying they haven't observed. I'm saying that there is speciation, but they haven't. I said the reason why a lot of religious people reject it is because they're saying we haven't observed it.
Yeah, but even if I was to show you that in like some kind of insect or some kind of amphibian creature or life form, there would still be people that would be like, "Where's our common ancestor, bro? We didn't come from why are the monkeys still alive? Why are the monkeys still alive? And we're still alive?"
I hear that, bro. You can't keep bringing that. I'm saying to you,
you're making it seem you're making it seem as if let's say I found some proof. Let's say proof exists. Yeah, just assume for whatever. You're making it seem as if that on the front page of fucking Nat Geo would be like, oh my god, everyone will believe in evolution.
Well, bruv, I tell you what, it would be a very hard argument if you went along and you found various other, let's say, animals that changed literal species that couldn't interbreed and they changed majorly.
How would you know? You don't even know.
Listen, bro, listen. I'm saying within 40 years or so, right? So in certain people's lifetime, I guarantee you there would be a big debate to be had. And all I'm saying, bro, stop arguing. All I'm saying is, in relation to the thing where the species is so different, where you have proper different species that they cannot interbreed and produce offspring that can also interbreed, that's the whole point. I'm saying this is what, when we're talking about evolution, that's what we're talking about, speciation. Yeah, so that's basically it. So in other words, the common ancestor for the horse and the donkey, right? Maybe both of them might have been able to reproduce with their ancestors close, but whatever they are now, they cannot reproduce and produce offspring that can reproduce. That's the whole point I'm making when it comes to evolution and speciation. So thank you very much.
I would need to fact check any of that, and I have no issue. Like I said, from a layman perspective,
it makes sense, though, innit?
Yeah, it's fair. That is a far more sort of solid understanding of species, yeah, of the distinction between amongst species. Quickly though, I'm gonna have to do this because Veli, if Ziriab's not here, I'm gonna have to make his argument for him.
What's that? I can't see. What's his argument?
His argument is as follows. Yeah, is anyone MA or Shaka or witness? Are you lot still here?
Quick.
His argument is gonna be.
I'll go back to
his argument is gonna be.
Yeah.
The Ibn Khaldun, the one, the Muhammadan, the Sunni Muslim.
Okay.
as was Al-Jahiz, if I'm not mistaken.
Al-Jahiz, the African.
No. Al-Jahiz was a Mu'tazila, and they claim that. Well, people claim that the Shia actually come from Mu'tazila. It's actually not true. But anyway,
that distinction is futile because Al-Jahiz, he certainly wasn't a Shia. So he was an East African,
I agree he was
broadly Sunni, because even anyway, it doesn't even matter. But even that distinction between Mu'tazilite and Asharite was only formed like in the late 8th century. There was this whole flare up and like Islamic version of the Inquisition, limited to a certain period of time. which was due to the Sultan taking a fancy to a particular ideology. But regardless, any of it, yeah. No, the point, that point aside, that point of Ibn Khaldun and Al-Jahiz being Sunni Muslims and coming way before Charles Darwin and reconciling the perceived or observed phenomena of evolution in the natural world and writing about it, right? Kind of it pokes a massive hole in the idea that Muslims who have had no problem with evolution are somehow apologizing or trying to retrospect, like basically fit
Can you repeat that
modern
bit?
science into Islam. Now the problem is here. The problem is here now. The problem is here. So that obviously that the presence of these people pre-Darwin points a big hole in that idea. But the problem here for Isa is that he's basically trying to point towards supposed links or supposed evidences for quote unquote evolution in the Quran. But as has been pointed out already, those verses don't really match up with what we see or what we observe in the natural world. So that I think is fundamentally problematic, and it's not usually how people would reconcile it.
All right, which verse? Which verse?
I noticed this claiming of the Sunni heritage thing, but I was actually being. I was gonna leave it alone. I was gonna leave it alone, yeah. And Ziriam just covered.
It's been said several times. It was said last time I said it, but I'm saying
I said it earlier. But hold on. Is this the logical? Is this how the sequence goes? It goes. We wouldn't have modern understanding of genetics without Darwin, or evolution without Darwin. Darwin wouldn't have it without the Mohammedans. Therefore, thank Sunni Islam for evolution. Is that what we're doing?
Let's not be facetious about it. Let's not be facetious about it. No, the presence, and this is what you have to deal with. You can't deflect from it, James, especially someone like yourself. The presence of these people pre-Darwin coming up with ideas of broadly on evolution, right, as an observed phenomenon, points a big hole in the idea that Islam has a problem with evolution, basically. So I don't know how you're gonna deal with that.
Yeah, I disagree with you on one point. In fact, my disagreement is kind of irrelevant, to be honest, because I don't really have a problem with the idea that people in Islam can, who are Muslim, can appreciate the theories of evolution. A sincere question. This is not a question to try and poke a hole in anything or have a dig here. But my understanding of Islamic history is that this period is quite significant. The 9th century onwards is pretty significant in terms of Muslim scholarship and its development, and the whole Baghdad era and the absorption of knowledge from
the Greek
Persia, and the Greeks and so on and so forth into the fold of Islam, the translation movement and so on and so forth. Is this obviously, like I said, this is a sincere question. I'm not trying to take anything away from the people there.
So
but yeah,
are you saying?
I'm not saying anything.
Ibn Khaldun lived in a different period of time to the translation movement in Baghdad that you're speaking of, and a different geographical location. So if you're either of them two,
I wasn't limiting my thing to Khaldun, because there's two people on the platform.
No, I'm saying Al-Jahiz was living in that area of of the era. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying, for your knowledge, the only link is that he was around the vibes. Not that.
Of course, no, yeah, of course. Naturally, the output of that translation movement, what they were translating, so whether it was Hellenistic thinking or Indian thinking or Persian thinking, naturally had some type of impact on the general intellectual activity of the time. But in specifically to the ideas of evolution as proposed by Jahiz, I don't think he's lifted it from those areas. It was, as I say, it was evolution as an observed phenomenon. He kind of broadly wrote different books in the field of zoology, and it was an extension of those writings. But what I'm saying is you have independent things. Now, anyway, this is just a side point, but obviously it's all outside of it's all outside of the orbit of any imam, isn't it? Because obviously, it's totally within the non-Shia realm of Islam.
Oh my god! I swear, like the guy's a little like a. Bruv, you got to stop the obsession, bruv. It's been obsessed with me, bruv. You know what I mean?
Meanwhile, in 12 Shiism, the whole universe. Meanwhile, in 12 Shiism, meanwhile, in 12 Shiism, the whole universe is contingent upon the Imam.
Oh, hey!
Is that what you really coming there to do, bruv? My gosh, you're obsessed.
Let's talk about evolution and them things there, but these times the whole universe is contingent upon some Imam.
You got to stop the
Upon some guy.
Ziriab, is there something to be said though?
I beg you 1 second. Hey, world or universe? World or universe? Can we decide this?
Universe, brother, universe, man.
Isa, you gonna challenge this?
Yeah, it says world.
He's saying universe. Can someone?
Is the 12th Imam though analogous to dark matter and quantum theories?
Where you getting that?
Wait, what? The same dark matter that doesn't exist, James Jones.
Before we go too far,
this is actually quite fitting because you know the dark matter, yeah, it's akin to the Imam in that it's an arbitrary figure that you just put in arbitrarily as you see fit. You get me?
I think that's unfair. I think well, maybe we need to go into this a bit differently, but I understand the theory of dark matter to be different than that. I don't understand it to be arbitrary, but although it is accepted that there are many things that are unknown about it, but in terms of calculations, when you calculate in physics and astronomy in relation, and you factor in dark matter, there is your calculations are said to come out correct. So I think there's more. Yeah, there's more than arbitrary. You know.
But do you want to hear a cool equation? Universe minus Imam equals destruction of universe.
Another question. Another question. Because the Shia movement, though, is heavily linked to the Persians, and the Arabs of this time were translated.
Yo, I'll be back. 1 sec. Yeah. So
no, hold on. When are you talking about? What's his name? Shakra. When are you talking about?
Thing on Ziriab. Get me the quote so I can prove it to
the only point I'm making is the fact that the Arabs were translating from the Persians as well as the Greeks and other people. Yeah?
No, because remember, the Persians. Hold on, brother. Iran became a Shia nation about 500 years ago. It was Sunni before that. Do you know what I mean? So,
no, I know.
Yeah,
but I'm saying that. All right. So correct me if I'm not correct here. But Iran becomes a Shia nation 500 years ago.
Yeah, it was Sunni before that.
Yeah, but I'm saying that were then. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. But weren't the Persians heavily linked to the development of Shia Islam prior to that point?
Shall I put it to you like this? How many of the Hadith collectors were Persian of Sunnis? Basically, they say Persians invented the Sunni religion. So you get me? Like, how many of their scholars were Arab?
That means
I'm aware of that.
Evolution.
Okay. So what I would say to you is this: at the time when we're talking about Al-Jahiz, you still had the Imam who was a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad and was clearly a black Arab. Do you get me? So you still had black Arabs as the main groups of people. Do you get what I'm saying? So
that can't be correct. Because you done told me already that, but by the time it gets to the Abbasids, the thing has gone over. This is
no, because you didn't. Again, you were corrected. Then I'll correct you again. The ruling elite, as I said, they were the ones that were boasting about their complexion. I never said the general populace were all changing in their complexion. That's not what I said, and I corrected you before, and I'll do it again.
What you just said is that the main people then were black. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, the Imams. No, I'm saying they would have been a mixture, right? But I'm saying the Imams were definitely black. The descendants of the Prophet amongst them were dark skin and light skin. But I'm saying the Imams still carried the 12 Imams. All 12 of these Imams were known to be black. So the Hadith in Bukhari and Muslim mentions 12 caliphs.
So when
And
you say
12
the main people, are you referring to the 12 imams?
No, oh no. When I say that, I'm talking about the general followers of the Shia, so they're supporters. Yeah.
So
they're
you're
supporters
saying at
of these
this
Arabs.
time, yeah, basically the main people among Shia Islam are black people, or the main people among the Arabs, or the main people among Islam in general.
No, I'm saying at the time when I'm talking about basically Al-Jahiz's time, yeah, and I'm
Yeah.
saying when
That's
you
it.
have these black imams, you
Yes.
also have black followers of you have, let's just say you had a
What
rainbow
you're
of
saying is that the white people there was in the Sunni thing, and the black people there was in the Shia thing. That's what you're saying.
no. Both had a rainbow of group. All I'm doing is opposing what you said of it being a Persian thing. Do you get me? So I'm saying within both Sunni and Shia, you had all mixture of people. So it wasn't like the inventors of the Sunni religion were majorly Persian writers. They're the ones that classified and concocted their hadith, etc. But what I'm saying to you is, while they're compiling their hadith, you still have the imams. Do you see what I mean? So you don't need a hadith book because the divinely appointed imam is still there. It's like having the prophet.
What impact did the 12 have on the rest of what the hell was going on with it?
Well, they were still teaching. I mean, some of them obviously were in prison, so they, in fact, quite a few of them were imprisoned and poisoned and killed. So they were still teaching. That's big. When you talk about impact, people were still going and learning from them and so on. So
can I ask a quick question? If the 12th one gets like injured or whatever, like sustains any kind of fatal injury upon his return to planet Earth, yeah, would God create a 13th one just to save the universe? Or
he might just turn you upside down and bury your head, bro. But yeah, clown. But yeah, So yeah, what was your point there, Shakara, about the?
No, I was just asking a question in relation to the extent to which the Persians, influence.
Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, I would definitely say, you can say later on. To be honest, a lot of Persian minds seem to be a lot of the authors of all of it. When I say authors, what I mean is commentaries and the writers in general, like the people that write so much, they're generally coming from that area. Do you get what I'm saying? So
can I swear? Can I steer this in a slightly different direction?
Feel free, MA Brand.
Looks like I'm going to be half an hour rather than 10 minutes. Yeah, go on, bro.
Are you about to leave?
No, I was, but go on. I'll say this thing and then go on.
Are you of the like your position on Muhammad and the revelations and stuff? Are you of the same? Well, I suppose you must be in it, but you're of the same opinion that it was all revelation and there was no he had no pre-existing educational exposure to certain things.
No. Definitely, he would have known the traditions of the Jews, the Christians, the pagans, Sabians, all of that. So he would have known like the story of Moses and Abraham and all of that, Jesus, etc.
You're like the only Muslim I've ever heard say that.
No, but I apparently the Shia don't believe that he was illiterate though. Isn't that the case?
Yeah. That's what we're saying is that we're saying the term means that you know, like you have a writer, like someone who can read and write, who is a scribe, who's a script. You know, it's someone you have in the village, someone that does something and he writes. So everyone goes to him, can you write me this letter? For those who can't read and write, so if somebody who can't read and write gets a letter, they'll go to him and he will tell them what it means. Do you get me? So we're saying he could read and write, but he was not taught, what's the word, officially. So they would have, you know, specifically people that are taught. You would have like the priesthood of the what do you call them, blast, of the Jews, which were definitely writers, and you had people that write contracts. So him specifically, he would write things like 5 camels, 10 sheep, blah blah blah. Do you get what I'm saying?
Is there any Quranic writing in Arabic? Is there anything in classical Arabic that predates the Quran?
Is there anything? I think there's inscription. I mean, on wall. You mean? Yeah, I think there's yeah. There's inscriptions somewhere. I can't remember exactly where it was.
I've heard people say that the original language that Muhammad, peace be upon him, would have spoken would have had to be in Aramaic or Syriac or some shit.
Syriac. Yeah, they keep trying that, bro. But the easiest blow to that, bro, is that if the Quran was in Syriac, right, written in Syriac and spoken in Syriac, the revolution to then change it in the time of Abdul Malik, bruv, it would be, the ripple effects would all be felt all now. You couldn't just come along and say, right, you know what, the revelation was in Syriac and I want to change it in Arabic. That's not going to happen, bro. Or at least if it does, the split is not going to be Sunni Shia. It's going to be Syriac and Arabic.
No, but why wouldn't so who speaks Syriac to this day?
It's a small. I think it's some priests in like the Aramaic community, like some Christians.
But so it managed to dissipate somehow, yeah. The speakers.
Yeah. Like it was.
How come? Like, given that, imagine there is some like Semitic connection between the languages. Why is it so hard to believe that classical Arabic was mandated by the government of the time and just subsumed all Syriac?
Oh, what, let him off the hook, yeah? Let him off the ropes and that.
I'll tell you how, yeah? Because if you're praying 5 times a day in Syriac and your imam is giving khutbahs and speeches in Syriac and you're got
no. But what if like, let's say, There's
been minor mistakes in that, and people have big war over them.
But I'm saying, what if the Quran change the language of the Quran? No, but that's if the argument is the Quran was in Syriac, right?
Yeah.
But what if we're saying that Muhammad spoke Syriac, or peace be upon him, whatever? But let's say,
as well as Arabic.
Let's say assume Muhammad didn't exist, and that let's say assume that he didn't exist, and that the Quran isn't a work of God, and it didn't come from God. And it was mandated by the government of the time that we're going to move towards this sort of reinvention of the language, and we're going to create a society around this constitutional work, and everybody that learns it learns the language. So they always would have put it in Arabic.
Right. So you're saying that prior to the people making up this book and this religion, they spoke Syriac and then he changes to Arabic. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, not he, like they.
But you would still have a history that would represent that transition because it'd be massive.
Wait, who's they?
I don't know. Whatever the government at the time, isn't it?
So let's deal with what you're saying, which is the theory that Abdul Malik.
I missed all of this. How did you get to this point?
No, he was talking about he was talking about Muhammad being illiterate. He was talking about Muhammad being illiterate, and I just remember hearing that apparently that people like the conscious community basically say like the Quran was truly in Syriac, Arabic's a made up language. And I just asked him that question, and then we're just going through that. But there's no real point.
I want to ask you a question as well. The same thing I asked you, Ethan. When after you finish it.
No, it's done. Go on, ask it now, mate. It's done.
Okay, yeah, Zaria. What's your position on whether Muhammad had any pre-existing education in some of the things that were revealed in the Quran, so exposure or formal education?
Exposure to what?
Oh, Christianity. Well, not Christianity. To the Torah. Maybe some types of sciences. Yeah, them kind of things.
Not in there. Not to the final point. So what I would argue is that illiterate means unlettered in those previous scriptures. So whilst there were Christians and Jews around him, I would argue that he was in contact, he knew of them and whatnot, as you know, naturally in societies as it goes. But as to the finer points on theology, I don't think he was privy to the finer points of theology, which would be in liturgical language. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Okay, whatever that may be. Where would you not draw the line without, like, if you take your religious hat off for a second?
Impossible.
Where would you draw the line, or even make a distinction between revelation and knowledge with regards to
Between what?
A distinction between revelation and knowledge, where Muhammad is concerned.
Okay, let him answer that, and then I'll give mine.
You know what's an equally interesting question? Yeah, can you get to revelation or the outcomes, goals, if you will, of revelation through knowledge?
Yes,
that's an equally interesting question.
Yes, you can.
Well, let's answer Emme's first one first, and then we can get to the equally interesting one. I like both of them. So go ahead.
Yeah. So rehash it again.
Ask it again.
You don't know the question, innit? Like, what's the the first one?
What's the line between revelation?
What's the separation? You know what I feel like is a useful, for me is a useful kind of tool, is perhaps it's this distinguishing the roles of the prophet. Like any one of us at any one particular time may have different roles, innit? So you're the simple one is like you're a son, somebody's son, somebody's brother. Do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. or your role, like if you value like jobs and whatever, then your title or whatever. But in this respect, the question, I think it's useful to distinguish between prophethood and messengership.
Yo, you're making a lot of noise, man. I don't know what you're saying.
Let me repeat that.
It sounds like you're dragging a dead body.
Let me repeat that. What I was saying is that I think it's useful to distinguish between prophethood and messengership. So in the sense of when you ask me the question of where's the distinguishing line between knowledge and revelation, the straight answer is it's a blurry one. But what is useful to know is like the prophethood, elements of prophethood, elements that are time constrained, elements that the prophet, peace be upon him, was reacting to in terms of his place in society or in terms of social interaction, and reacting to time constrained events basically would be attached to the prophet for his life, right? And then you've got the messengership, which is more like the ethical side to it. So you could argue that whilst the line is blurry, you could argue that one of those is knowledge and the other one is revelation. You see what I'm saying? As in,
so what's the distinction then between scientists and socialists and psychologists?
Bound or...
So what's the difference between a social scientist and a psychologist in what you said, and a prophet? So somebody's saying this is what the problem is.
Those people study it. Those people study it.
Yeah. So who says if Prophet Muhammad is an intelligent person?
Yeah. So we're not. So when you're asking me what's the separator, what's the difference? I didn't say that the prophet is studying stuff or anything like that.
No. I'm saying clearly the Quran it emphasizes the use of the intellect, right? And it shows the people that don't use their intellect are going to be those are the worst. The deaf, dumb, and blind, or the deaf and dumb who don't use their intellect, they're the people that are going to be in the fire, etc., etc. So obviously, the Prophet Muhammad would have to be of that status. Also, he was already a problem.
The unbelievers, the unbelievers.
No, brother. It don't say unbelievers. It talks about those who do not use their intellect. So anyway, let's not go in there.
Doesn't talk about unbelievers and disbelievers.
Well, but it talks about those who cover over. But brother, let's not go astray from what I'm saying. All my point is what he said could be said for anyone who seeks to, who's got a brain and is looking at something and saying, well, I don't like seeing the wickedness that I'm seeing going on. So basically, trying to solve the problem. So in relation to revelation, I'm saying, where has he made any distinction? And he's claiming it's blurry.
All right.
But the Quran is making it clear that this is revelation from Allah, and there ain't no blurry lines. The Quran is.
All right. So then give us the superior black intellectual answer.
No. Let the man carry on because I might have to go anyway. But let's. I want to hear what he's got to say about that.
Bro, you interrupted him, so how are you going to carry on now?
I didn't. I asked him a question. I forget that, brother. I asked him a question before he went to another subject because.
But you said you're going to answer the question.
Yeah, you asked me a side question of a question. You asked me about social scientists and whatever's. It's got nothing to kind of bring back the conversation to where it was. Yeah. Emma asked a specific question, which was, what is the difference between revelation or knowledge and revelation as it pertains, or taking your religious hat off, right? And as it pertains to the personage of Muhammad, if I'm correct. Emma Brown, is that a rendition of your question?
Yeah. And then remember your additional question as well. Don't forget that, yeah?
Yeah, I am gonna. Yeah. So, but the way I was answering that question with my religious hat off, that's why I said it was blurry. I could get into the specifics, but then I would have to put my religious hat back on. Do you know what I mean? And explain why it's a blurry line between knowledge and revelation. But why is there a blurriness between situations where the prophet is reacting, right, in terms of his own knowledge and in terms of knowledge which is revealed to him? It's a distinction that would open up the question about Sunnah, what that entails, and if Sunnah is also revelation, right? Whether it's in the Shia understanding of the Imams and their actions, which obviously Isa would argue for, or whether, as the Sunni says, the example of the Prophet, peace upon him, and the three generations that come after him, that their classical understanding. But in any way, as I say, I didn't want to get into that, but that was just a brief, I just put this on real quick.
I'm not gonna lie. That was a positive answer, but I've got what you were saying in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, yeah, so taking it half again. That's what I said. Like, it's a blurry one, but it's helpful to kind of think about that personage of Muhammad in history, right? And look at those two roles of prophet and messenger. And I would argue that the messengership is the ethical cause towards like taking care of the orphan and the needy and the wayfarer and being good to your parents and preventing harm and aggression and so on and so forth, right? It's justice, revelation as a means of justice, as in like the whole point of revelation in a chapter entitled Iron. There's a section which says, and we sent down the revelation from on high and the prophets in order that they may establish justice. So the whole point is that we're talking about these high ethical principles. I think that's timeless. But the prophetic aspects, things to do with his biography, are necessarily time constrained, isn't it? So it depends on the limitations you feel like that historicity can be extended or used in one's life is the extent to which one uses that corpus or that which says it's
Can I just ask what the other
reflecting that
important
corpus, the
question
hadith. The hadith. Yeah, let me finish. Or use of that corpus which claims that it's representing that historicity, namely the secondary sources like the hadith and all of that.
What was the question you said was more important or something? What was that?
As important.
Or as important?
No, you got to answer that this question
I just wanted to know what it was, because I was trying to work. But go on. What was that? I'm going to answer now. Simple.
Can you get to revelation or the goals of revelation through knowledge?
Oh, okay, got you. That's brilliant. Yeah. So the basic dividing line is that clearly, when it comes to somebody that has knowledge, you can do your research, as I said, like social science, psychology, etc., politics, and then you can devise, right, based upon how humans think and behave, etc. You're going to legislate this law. You're going to legislate these types of sunnah or these behaviors and cultural phenomena. Now, when you do that, you don't have knowledge of the future destiny of the people, and you generally won't have knowledge of those people you're dealing with, never mind the other nations that are around you and what they're going to do and the outcomes of their wars, etc., etc. So that's where the Quran comes in. You obviously had the Romans and the Persians, which were major influences of the destiny of so many people in that area. So obviously there's a big line there where on one side the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, could not have known what these other nations around him were doing, especially in his time, or a normal human being couldn't have known, but especially you could never know what's going to happen in the next 1,400 years. So there is a clear dividing line. So on that basis, revelation would incorporate the choices and actions made by those various people in their nations, etc., etc. So it would legislate and send down the information based upon that. Hopefully that's clear.
So you're saying that revelation is fundamentally political.
Yeah. How is it not? What else would it be? Sorry.
No, well, it could be anything. So it could be a number of things. So I'm asking you to specify. I'm asking for clarity.
Yeah. No, I mean,
but are you drawing the same distinction though between messengership and prophethood that Ziriab is drawing?
I mean, I wasn't sure where he was going with that. Because generally in Islam, how it works, generally you can have a prophet who's not a messenger, and what that would mean is, let's say Moses brought the Torah, and there were prophets who come after him who weren't messengers because they didn't get a Torah, so they would be implementing the Torah, and they would be guided by Allah into how they taught aspects of the Torah based upon knowledge of, let's say, destiny and the future of that nation.
So a prophet gets a new message.
No, a messenger generally is one who gets a revelation that's going to make a big impact. So the Quran, the Torah, the Injil, do you get what I'm saying? They would be messengers. This is a general way that we understand it.
Medjugorje,
yeah. What was that?
Sorry, I said I was just adding the Medjugorje to the list of.
Well, of course, the Medjugorje. That's clearly from
but
the.
That should have been first. That should have been first on the list.
No. I'm saying in relation to your question, I can presume that.
I'm playing. I'm teasing.
Yeah, and I hear that. I just didn't want any other questions to go offline if I mentioned that. Yeah. But anyway, so as I'm saying, that's like the distinction. So if both are getting revelation, it's still the same. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So if the messenger's getting revelation, they're both prophets at the end of the day. So the messenger is a prophet, but the prophet doesn't always have to be a messenger. But they're both prophets.
But
So
check
they're
this,
both-
check this. This is where it gets. This is where like it gets interesting. Check this now. Yeah. So you've got situations where Allah reprimands the prophet, not the messenger, mind you, the prophet in the Quran. Like for example, the verse that Isa always loves to use in his script on Aisha, yeah, which I thoroughly debunked on the video that he gets.
Yeah, you got the virus.
That verse makes use of the point in question, isn't it? So when you actually I'm saying when you actually consider it, I don't think it really stacks up in your favor, at least. Anyway.
I see what you mean. So you're saying
question, because you said that Allah scolded the prophet, not the messenger. So in the personage of Muhammad, is the prophet and the messenger the same thing? Like they're the same person?
No, that's the point. They're distinct roles. I said this is what I'm saying. I'm talking to you. Just remember, because I'm the one that posed those ideas. He's just regurgitating what the standard views are like. He clearly hasn't got no original thought here. I'm trying to.
Really? I haven't presented it yet. Calm down. I made sure I made that distinction, bro.
No, go ahead, man. I'll give you the way if you want. You know what I mean? If you want to if you want to take this one,
all right,
you did excellently with evolution earlier. If you want to take this one as well.
Can I clarify something? Because so what you're saying is that when Allah told Muhammad, yo, where you going with, he was speaking to him as prophet in that regard, not as messenger.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Sorry, boys. I'm confused now. I'm a bit confused now.
let me explain.
No. Let me ask a question first.
Are you gonna
go on?
So
you can't be explaining my ideas anyway, man.
So it's not your ideas, bro. This guy's a oh my god. Your idea.
Yeah.
This guy's dumb.
All right. So are you saying that the prophet, that Muhammad is both prophet and messenger and they're distinguishable?
No, there's three, bro. Let me give you the three. There's Muhammad as the person.
It's our Trinitarian right now, still, you know.
No, you
get me? He's trying to ride on the coattails. You get me?
That's fine. So there's three designations. He's referred as Muhammad, literally by name. Then it says the prophet and messenger. So the messenger is generally where, let's say, the Quranists, where they continuously say, well, he's here to deliver a message, right?
Whoa. No, wait, stop. He's a messenger because people are saying that he's here to deliver a message.
Huh?
No, you just said he's a messenger because people are saying that he's here to deliver a message.
Oh no! I said the Quranists.
He came
did I break up?
Point in time.
Did I break up? Sorry. Yeah. I was saying that the Quranists, when they limit it, in other words, so you may get familiar with the distinction. That the Quranists are the ones that really emphasize that distinction when they say there's no hadith. They're saying the message is the Quran and not the hadith. So when it says obey Allah and obey the messenger, it doesn't say obey Allah, let's say, and obey the prophet, or obey Allah and Muhammad. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they're saying the reason why it says obey Allah and the messenger is because it's saying that the Quran wouldn't come except through a messenger. So they're saying the message is the Quran when it says obey him. So therefore they're saying once the Quran is finished, you don't need no hadith. You have the Quran is the best hadith.
So can I clarify this? Yeah. So what you're saying is the messenger aspect of Prophet Muhammad is what is revealed through the Quran. Yeah, like his role in terms of revealing the Quran. But the prophetic aspect of Muhammad is his own example as the revealer of the Quran.
That's part of it, although we would say both the Quran and the
who are you talking to, Shaka? You're asking Isa or me?
I'm asking in general. So
all right, let him deal with it. Bro, let me mute up and try and come back when I can. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's distinctive roles. Obviously, I don't know, man.
You know what? Maybe this might be helpful. It might not be actually. But
you know why though, Shaka? Because I wanted to pick up that dark matter conversation with you, innit? So just
it was a joke, bro. It was fully a joke. That was fully a joke. But yeah, you can pick up his quality. But yeah.
Okay, no, cool. No, stay on. All right, yeah, carry on.
Hold on. So Shaka, you actually didn't read that, you actually were taking shots at the 12th Imam and Shia, yeah? All right.
We talk about. Sorry.
The dark matter thing. That was you taking.
Oh no,
shots.
yeah. What I said was a joke. It was totally a joke.
No, I literally thought that you read some esoteric something.
No. Sorry. So what I said, no. Yeah, that was a joke. What I said afterwards in terms of how scientists use dark matter in calculations, that is my understanding of how to use dark matter. That was serious. But anything other than that was joke business. I'm getting it now. So Isa was impressed. He thought I was coming forward to the
No.
The truths of the Quran, the true science. You know what I'm saying? Trying to ring the way there. You get me? You know what I'm saying?
No. All right. Listen, me go on.
I was about to initiate man to the brotherhood in that, and I'm just trying to, drop the whole vibration.
I'll tell you the science of, the numerology behind the letters in the Quran and that.
Indeed. It's most unfortunate. I should look at my mouth. I could have been in for some new knowledge. But yeah, it's all good.
You know the numerology thing. Yeah, I think James is interested as well. Is, what do you use that stuff to like conjure up demons and shit?
Say what? I'm confused. How did we get here? Sorry. Okay, come again.
Numerology. We're talking about numerology, innit? Because he was hinting at this secret science of numbers behind the letters in the Quran or something like to that effect, innit? So I was just asking him if what does he use it for? But yeah.
Oh man, just get back to your explanation of Messenger, Prophet, and Muhammad, man. Yeah, I'm listening, but I can't talk too long.
About the calculations and the scientists using those calculations and that.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying M.A. Brown asked a question, so you can take over because we might have some similarities with those distinctions. So I got Jet.
Can I be heard at the moment?
Yeah, I had to come back in the room because I couldn't hear nothing, man. What's going on?
I'm thinking. So I just asked a question. Ziri have dropped off. James is still here. Issa's still here, but Issa can't talk. He's, sorting out the Mukhtar situation.
I'm just getting my dinner. I'll be back in 1 minute.
You man are lucky, innit? So yeah. So Ziri wanted to continue the conversation. Now he's dropped off, which is unfortunate. What your name? Veli, the good Makdi, Iramon Shele. Apparently he's backstage.
So the semi-evolved midget imposter Mehdi is in the back. Bloody, what's his name?
This man's got some. This is certain time. Semi-evolved midget.
Bruv, this guy was disrespecting hard yesterday.
Very PC.
No.
Where he comes from a Muslim.
Did you hear what he said yesterday?
Not really.
All right. Yeah.
I doubt he's a semi-evolved midget though.
he can't call me. How can he call me midget? Like, anyway. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, Veli, you got and Benny. Who's Benny again? Oh, Benny's a Sunni Muslim, isn't it? Where's Benny from? Is he Nigerian? Oh, I'm coming up. I gotta go.
Yeah. So right now, yeah, man, I just said go, So yeah, Veli, once again, people in the back chat, and come in. Apparently the Caliph is backstage.
Yeah, man. What happened? Ziri Abdas, yeah?
Yeah, but he has a tendency to drop off anyway. I think it's just his internet connection, so he'll probably be back in 5.
Yeah, man. That the conversation. Well, I don't know if you got changed the conversation, but yeah, the questions that I was asking and the one that Ziriab asked as well. The conversations I've had with Muslims around that subject, like it always seems to be a shutdown in terms of they don't allow for any consideration for his knowledge before revelation, innit?
No, because for ultra Salafis, the mirror, that's part of the miracle that he've never known nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
you know, he have no exposure to the scripture. You know what I'm saying, and the knowledge of the Most High and all them something. Like he's got to be totally ignorant of these things, totally illiterate, and so that has the mystique of the revelation.
The way they chat about him, like man was dribbling, like he couldn't walk, you know what I mean, all these things, and then.
Do you lot know why they have to put that thing up? Do you lot know why? What the background of that is?
I can guess, but yeah, go for it. I can guess. But
actually, give me your guess. This would be interesting. What would you think it is?
Oh yeah, because it I don't know if the word is imbues, but it infuses the miraculous in it into the story even more.
Okay, yeah. I would suggest it's a lot more practical than that. What happens is this: if you have a person who's normal like you, who's contemplating information like you, who's going to a cave and meditating on what is the truth of all of this that I'm hearing, then he gets a vision. And not long after he brings his Quran, there's other people who are claiming that they also are prophets. There's other people going into mountains and caves and whatever else, meditating and saying they've got revelation. Do you see what I'm saying? So this is where it becomes narrowed down to, all right, no. The difference between him and a normal human being is that he was basically just herding camels and blah, blah, blah. And bam, an angel just come to him. Do you understand my point? That's where, let's say, us and the Sufis and others have a lot in common, where we're saying, well, the example doesn't just begin with the Sunnah. It begins before he became a prophet. He was a normal human being and he was interested in righteousness and spirituality. Do you get what I'm saying? So the example is his whole life. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's where I see it as I understand the need for that safeguard amongst them, because that's the problem with their blooming religion. It was just juggling from one side, one extreme to the flipping other, and that's what you have there. You got the flipping Sufis, the extremist Sufis, who went as far as saying that they should indulge in all the haram so that they will, extinguish the desires or experience the full knowledge of it, and even down to homoism and all kind of things. I mean, yeah, bro, there's actually pictures that they've got that represent that kind of thing, where they drew pictures, you know what I mean? So they really had to do with something. So I can see where the Salafis come up to try and patch up them many holes.
Okay,
But then,
do you also again, you said that you're kind of a different religion than them, man, innit? So I'll ask you anyway. So the idea that so Muhammad is the final messenger, right?
Yeah, and prophet, final prophet, so messenger as well. Yeah.
Is it, if he hadn't have said that, would it be feasible to imagine that there's more than
After.
Yeah.
Because it says seal of the prophets. I would suggest no. What I would say is this: that we can say you can, like the things that a prophet can see, like the future, miracles that they can do. Generally, humans can do that. You just can't produce another revelation like the Quran and stuff like that.
So why did you say human and prophet? Like,
yeah. So in a sense of, if we had someone else in, imagine a community where, for whatever reason, some youth from 8-10 years old is having dreams, and then this child's different, and maybe, I don't know, this child woman is almost dying, and then for whatever reason she miraculously recovers. So obviously the people around the community can put some attributes on this picnic. This child's going to be something to that community, and this is what's allegedly happened in various other places, isn't it? So I'm saying it's not unknown or unfeasible for that to happen after Prophet Muhammad.
But the only difference, But so there's no
just
so,
text for how to. Oh, who's broken? Is that me broken up?
yeah,
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Me. Yeah. Go on.
So you're saying that you assume that there's not going to be any other human being that is going to be recognized under the criteria that you were just talking about ever again, that and then grow into prophethood. That's basically what you're saying, yeah?
No, how can I put it? I mean, because when we say prophethood, I'm saying you can still communicate with Allah.
Right.
I'm saying everything, but you're not going to come with a revelation and have that role. Do you get my point? Like whoever's come with those.
Is that a prophet? Is that so you can still be a prophet but not a messenger? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying you can be on the level of a prophet, but you won't be. So it's similar to the Imams, you can say. They're not prophets, but they're prophet-like. So imagine the 12 successors of the prophet are superior to Jesus, to Moses, David, and Solomon. Do you get what I'm saying? They're superior to them, but they're not prophets. They're 12 divinely chosen people, etc. So.
And do you believe in the what was it? How many prophets were there again? Thousands, isn't it?
124,000, they say. But I mean, that's just a hadith, so there's just supposed to be many. It says, yeah, I don't think there's a number like that to really rely on, so to speak.
And so it suggests that there were prophets in different languages, different.
Oh yeah, that's established in the Quran. Yeah, that's every group of people was sent a warner and a guide, etc. So yeah, that's the easy part. What was it? The thing that Ziriad posed? What was the question that you lot were saying was? Because I wanted to hear that as well. And now I'm here bloody discussing it. Flipping out.
You said, what did you say again? You said, oh, sorry, Walter.
Shakra, you don't remember?
Sorry, I'm eating chicken bone in my mouth. He was saying, because I asked the question about the line between
revelation, knowledge, and revelation. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he said, flipping up. What did he say?
Something like a more interesting question would be, flipping out. Can you? I don't know.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Can you evolve from having knowledge to becoming a prophet, like through knowledge, basically?
Okay. Was it being a prophet or the prophet level or status, or was it?
He didn't distinguish. He just said prophet in it.
Yeah. I mean, I personally believe that there used to be a system of producing prophets.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, somebody was born with the potential, and then they would make sure they guided them to that level. Do you get what I'm saying? So they would train them and help get them up to that level of what they would call whatever they in that system, wherever that was, India, Africa, various parts of the world. That was their way of doing things. So yeah, I would definitely say that's part of human nature, initiation and the rest of it. Oh, let's see.
I had another question. Was there any other prophets that you know of that didn't have any knowledge of, or had a lack of? In fact, you're probably not the person to ask, because you believe that there was an element of knowledge.
No, but I can give you their answers too, because I was amongst most of them groups, innit? So
what would they say, in terms of other prophets and knowledge prior to?
What, other prophets having knowledge before or not?
Before revelation,
To be honest, most Muslims wouldn't even give that much thought. Like, because it's like they wouldn't, in the sense of, if you said they were learned before in a general way and then they got revelation, because it wouldn't take anything away from Islam if they did, it would only take away if you said Prophet Muhammad. Because, for instance, the miracle of Moses is his stick, right? So regardless of whether he's learned in Egypt or whatever else and had all that knowledge, do you know what I mean? The point is he come with a stick, and that's abnormal. The difference is the Quran is supposed to be, or the Quran of Prophet Muhammad is the miracle. So therefore, if you're learned and you've produced the Quran, now there's a question. Is that revelation as a miracle, or is it stuff you've learned? So with Jesus, the miracle, he was going around using his hands to raise the dead and heal the blind, etc. So again, if you said, well, his knowledge base, unless you're saying the knowledge he learned allowed him to then somehow produce the miracles.
Which could be possible, right? Because there's obviously stories and accounts of people all over the world kind of having supernatural powers, so to speak.
Well, that's my point where I was talking about initiation. So, for instance, so you would basically it's there in Islam where the 12 imams are known to have taught certain people how to create fire produce fire on the earth. Literally, they would whatever it is and make a fire literally through recitation, etc. So, yeah, all of these stuff is part and parcel of Islam. It's just supposed to be a normal thing. It's just you won't be a prophet or a messenger.
So imagine that, Moses did learn how to turn the stick into a snake or whatever it was, Would that not suggest, because again, you're not necessarily the person to ask, because I know that you have a appreciation of the African histories before, you know what I mean?
Right.
So I really want to ask someone, another Muslim who's maybe.
No, go on. What was the question? Just so I.
No, obviously, I would then contend that, if.
Oh, I see what I mean. You take the argument further.
Yeah, if it's possible.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. It becomes, and that's the problem, and that's where it becomes rigid, and you sort of get to a point of lying to yourself, and that's where it is. It's just and you sort of squeeze yourself in this thing of denying reality, denying evidence, and that becomes the problem. And this is where I'm talking. I'm saying this is a problem. Where I've known people that have studied stuff with me and black stuff and history and evolution and and next minute they're just narrow-minded. I don't believe in that stuff anymore. I don't do. And I'm like, bruv, what happened to you? Do you know what I mean? And it becomes a problem. Do you know what I mean? Because where somebody says no, obeying Allah and the Messenger. Well, Allah and the Messenger not talking to you. So who are you really obeying? So-and-so scholar from over there, so-and-so scholar from over there that doesn't consider your people nor your liberation, etc. Do you get my point? So that's where, boy, trust me, it's a big problem.
Other question on that then, where are the black liberation scholars?
Turn up your mic a bit, Chakra.
Hold on.
Chakra?
One second. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a bit better. Go on.
Where are the black liberation scholars?
Boy, east of the black to because you're the one I know. No, I don't. They don't exist, bro. Apart from everyone I've met, for instance, let's say that's on the other team, because I know of a next brother who's is a 12er, right? And he seems to have kind of he was in the thing years ago. So he was around. Do you remember when what's his name in the park? Dan Juma told you about Umar, the big massive boxer guy, that used to come and literally knock out Shia. Yeah. So alhamdulillah, when I got there, he wasn't there. So there wouldn't have been a madness for me to have to deal with such a devil. But the point is that at that time there is when this brother was doing his Black Power 12 Shia thing. It's the same time. I don't know if you lot remember. There's a guy that used to have Nawabian Dr. York thing on what's that bloody road? Oxford Street. Does anyone remember that? He used to have the Dawah table right outside is it Regent's Park?
Vaguely remember, I vaguely remember.
So he used to be selling them Dr. York books. So it's around them time there. This brother also was doing his thing. He was actually on TV. So he was, trying to do the Black Power 12 movement and Riyat. But the Sunnis, obviously, they were coming with their thing. They had the backing, they had the money. And I guess a lot of stuff was not translated from the 12er side. Do you get me? So the brother didn't know Arabic, you know what I mean? So there was issues. So basically, on the other side, you had people like Bilal Phillips, who's one of the biggest sellouts, Saudi money, etc., but very famous. Like his books, to be honest, they were, well written. I'll give him that. Black American, well written, very clear for the Salafist movement. So it's very easy to brainwash a lot of blacks because obviously we were looking for something clear instructions. What am I supposed to do? What is this? Who is Allah? You want your questions answered very simplistic as much as possible. And how am I supposed to live, especially before the year 2000, where the day of judgment is supposed to happen or whatever it is. You know what I mean? So
would you say that Like you mentioned the Nuwapians and that. So would you say that any Nuwapians, I don't know if you regard Nuwapians as Muslims, isn't it? But like, would you say that in fact, Shakara, would you say that a Nuwapian could represent Black Liberation Imam?
Yeah.
Used to. See, the problem with that is that the Nuwapians have been through so many different schools.
Mm.
And it depends. When they were in their Ansar phase, their Holy Tabernacle phase.
Ansar green light.
Maybe. You know what I'm saying? Maybe.
Mm.
Yeah.
What would you say, Ismail?
What about the cowboy stage? The cowboy Thunder Eagle or whatever. I would definitely say, when he was in the Ansar stage, the green light or whatever it was, bro, they were like, I mean, look, right, because he was proper like Nation of Islam type of, seriousness when it comes to any others. Like it's quite funny some of the stuff he wrote still. But yeah, definitely they were definitely pro-black for a time. I think what happened was there was a change and shift in how people were reacting, and they probably realized they could make, whether let's say it's a money thing or inroads, where if black people are saying, look, you're being too extreme in relation to how, let's say, white people and others are changing towards us, then maybe he toned it down a bit and said, all right, let's be a bit more inclusive or whatever else. But to be honest, it does seem he kept his pro-black stance in whatever way till the end. That's what it does seem from most of the writing.
You see the nation, yeah? The nation as Sunnis.
They're a mixture of a bit of Jainism, Buddhism, Ismaili Shiism, Sunnism, Ahmadi. They're like flipping up, but they put some work into it.
Okay, so in terms of the leadership, would you say that the Islam that's being promoted and put forward by the leadership of the nation is closer to true Islam than Sunni Islam, or further away?
Because Elijah Muhammad he doesn't seem to really care about Abu Bakr, Umar Uthman, or any of that, the Sunnah, and do you know what I mean? Like he's prescribing the Sunnah, innit?
Yeah.
Based upon that, you could just say it's a new religion using various elements. You get me? So I could say, in principle, you could say it's closest to Shiism because he dealt with, the line of justice that he was facing, or he used justice to deal with the extremity he was facing. But you could say, they leant towards the Sunni because that's what was there, i.e. the Ahmadis. Yeah, so the Ahmadis are a branch of Sunnis. But I mean, they used Ismaili on a bit of an esoteric.
Lisa, can I ask you a real quick question?
I was just about to say I'm going, but yeah, go on, quick.
You know how you keep saying about Elijah Muhammad, yeah, that a lot of black people wouldn't know about pro-black or whatever, or the white devil that changed the paradigm for a lot of black people, yeah.
Go on. I didn't quite say it like that, but let's see what you're saying so I can. Go on.
So before you found out about the Nation of Islam and Elijah Muhammad, how did you feel about black people and white people?
Well, I was a church guy for a while, but then I think I was more into Rasta. Yeah, I think Rasta was more or less the thing. So it was my own version of Hebrew Israelite. I think Rasta was more to what I was, 14, 15. Yeah, I was leaning towards Rasta. I was hearing different things.
Or was you pro-black though?
Yeah, I was quite an extreme. Yeah, bloody hell. I think if I was in America, I would have definitely joined the Hebrew Israelites. God, I would have been on the street. You going into slavery? Lord have mercy, boy.
From a personal perspective, the nation did nothing personally to shape your view.
I would say no. What? Because Farrakhan tapes, I'll never forget. Was it 1980? Whatever it was, I remember there was
1985, Madison Square Garden.
Oh,
classic stuff. Very,
1985. Did you say 95 or 85?
Is that a million man?
85.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you got it, man. I said that's the one.
When he was surrounded by the Vanguard, the Sisters of the Vanguard.
Jeez.
Yeah.
It is.
gonna Google that straight after this, man.
Man used to watch that so much time where the tape you have to rewind the tape with a flipping pen or your finger, the VHS with your finger because it all screw up because you watch it so many bloody times, bro. Yeah, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's the same one. Madison Square Garden.
YouTube, MA, it's on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it.
But that was, yeah, I gotta say, yeah, most definitely, because I had aunties and stuff in America, and apparently he used to. I swear they said he used to be on the radio every week or TV something like that. They said, and I find that strange. Huh?
In the 70s, he was on the radio every week.
70s? I thought it was 80s. No, I think it was 80s as well, bro.
I'm relatively sure that's not quite correct, but
okay. Either or, what my point is, regardless of when it was, I'm quite surprised that Farrakhan would have been on the radio. But yeah, definitely the Madison Square Garden. Never forget that. Is that the same one where he held up the hand of a Native American Indian, and he said, or is that a different one?
What is it? I can't remember that, but a Native American Indian did speak at the event.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure that's the one. And he said, "Never shall we be divided," or something like that. They're basically saying they got the same. But yeah, that was a big influence. So I gotta say, James Jones, yes, most definitely hearing those words, the white man's the devil, because the Rasta man kept saying, they're lepers. That's the common term that I used to hear from Rastas. Or shall I say certain Rastas, because others didn't subscribe to that. But there's certain individuals, yeah, they're this, they're that. They come from, of course, all kind of different, let's say, not too nice wordings. Yeah, so that's when you have to research for yourself, innit? You get me? But yeah, I definitely can say Nation of Islam was very impactful.
Because when I saw he was a rat.
You thought what?
When I feel like the first thing I ever saw about Brother Malcolm was like the movie and all of that stuff, and I always thought Elijah Muhammad was like a rat, like he looked like a rat. And I'm not trying to be incendiary. I'm just saying that's how it came across to me. And then as a result of that, I didn't really ever respect for the movement. But I feel like I've always respected myself in that regard. But I didn't really need their teachings. Me personally, but I grew up in a different era, I guess. So.
No, definitely in them. I mean, I don't think I wouldn't have come across. I can't remember. Oh yeah, I remember now. There was a next. Yeah, bloody hell.
Are you in your 20s? James Jones? Are you in your 20s?
I'm at the end of it.
Yeah. I reckon, because I even now when I look back at some of these figures, yeah, and obviously I'm looking at I'm in 2020 in it, and I can imagine if I hadn't been exposed to certain ways of speaking and just the male figure standing up, kind of, commanding certain things and whatever, I would be put off by a lot of the stuff that I've seen from the past. Now, you get me? Like it wouldn't register. There's no reference point. So I think it could easily be taken to be something else. Like, to be honest, even now, I don't really like the idea of Mandem standing up and preaching and that. I don't necessarily really go for that. Even though I came up seeing that kind of stuff, you know what I mean?
What do you mean, like the auditorium, like big speeches and things? You don't like?
No, just the man on the mic. I have a problem with, generally speaking. The man on the mic, any man on the mic that is preaching or providing a kind of monologue and stuff. I'm always, because my dad was like that, innit? He was just a monologue king, bro. Like,
no, but I'm saying if they're spitting wisdom for people, like
no, but it's like the thing about Muhammad, innit? It's like there's gonna be wisdom in there. There might even be revelation, but then there's also gonna be stuff that's coming from the man, innit? So
no, I hear that. I'm just saying that if there's a lot of gems, if 95% of it's going to be beneficial gems, I mean, for me anyway, that was, because to be honest, a lot of the things couldn't relate to or couldn't grasp, especially couldn't work out in one sitting of the speeches, you know what I mean? So it'd be something you have to watch.
No, but that's see, with my man, I didn't really want to get involved, but one thing I agreed with Shifa, I don't know about the making money and all that, because that's kind of extraneous, but the when he was talking about him abusing the women and like the girls that are coming, I guess, for edification and leaving with fucking babies and shit,
that stuff, like I do kind of agree with him that that's some real false prophet, false idol shit, right there. Like you're telling me this pro-black shit, but then you're abusing black sisters just like the white man did.
No, but I'm trying to work out, is all of that true though? Because when they came up and they spoke with Farrakhan, I think there was at least 3 of them, who were described as his wives, and they spoke for themselves. So
saying what?
I think one of them said that Malcolm was, what is it, hypocrite? Well, they're basically saying he was a hypocrite. He died lost and something like that. Lost and a hypocrite, I think she said. So I think she said he lied. I think one of them said he lied as well, something like that. So I'm just saying
that whole group is very confused. The woman that you're talking about is Mother Tanetta Muhammad, and she.
Oh no, I'm talking about the one that actually had the children, like the dark skin one.
Tanetta Muhammad did have children for him, but
no, sorry, yeah, that's the light skin one, the dark skin.
That's about Evelyn.
Okay, what did she say then?
She said the thing about him being he was lost, and yeah, she said that. Mama Tanetta said
he's a hypocrite,
more harsh things, more harsh movements. But the fact is that the whole story is convoluted by the fact that there are members of the nation as well. There are people, who are ministers under Elijah Muhammad who consider Farrakhan to be a hypocrite for even accepting the idea that these women were wives of Elijah Muhammad, because of the fact that when Elijah Muhammad was alive, this was not the case. This wasn't a story. Malcolm was the vilification of Malcolm X was infinitely predicated on the fact that he was lying about the existence of these women. And so there are members there are people that were ministers under Farrakhan, under Elijah Muhammad, and students of people that were ministers under Elijah Muhammad who deny that these women were involved with Elijah Muhammad at all, and that these children are the children of Elijah Muhammad. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear that, and because I always wondered, is it a case where, like he wanted to keep it a thing where if it was put out that they were his wives, so let's say there was any, Islamic marriage at the most basic, do you accept? Yes, you got your 2 witnesses and done. Is there a thing of he could be brought up on charges for bigamy? Was that part of the reason to keep it secret, or was it as it's presented, as in here's a man who just liked young gal, or he just liked more women?
That would make sense if that was the case among the quote unquote believers. You could have told the members of the Nation of Islam anything, and they would have heard it. Yeah, in that regard.
No, but then it would have got back to the government. That's what I'm saying. So in other words, they would have arrested him on the basis of that.
But the point is that people were being put out of the nation for speaking about these things. It was kept a secret and them kind of things there. So it was already talk among the membership. Yeah. So like the idea that to keep it under wraps and them kind of things there. You know what I'm saying? The way things played out, if it was just that, there would have been a number of other ways to deal with this situation than how.
Well, let's look at that, because I mean, this is one of the things I wanted to talk about anyway. Because, all right, do you accept that Malcolm X actually liked one of the girls, so it was more of a personal feelings for him?
No, I don't accept the argument. There is evidence of the fact, or it has been suggested that that one of them, Evelyn, that specifically was a prospective wife. However, this would have been before.
So the time when he chose to marry, when they heard he was marrying Ting, they ran out of the place here crying and Ting.
Yeah, I don't know about William's story there. Like,
really?
No. What I'm saying is that the story. I'm familiar with the stories. I don't know the extent of the truth in them. Is the point I'm making. I understand. Yeah. I am made to understand that that he had not a relationship, but Evelyn was on the list. Yeah. But then after Betty, that was it. You know what I'm saying? This is a man who is known to not have touched. He wasn't woman that he wasn't on the them in the mosque, innit? He was known to be very standoffish with the women.
So and then it was but people were surprised when he, to the point that people were surprised when he got with Betty Shabazz. Yeah. So it's not like he was running down the Gallim, and these things. So yeah, the idea that that his motivation was because one of the women was Evelyn is joke business to me. And I don't think there's really anything to go on except for to try and impugn the character of Wally Malcolm X.
Of Malcolm X, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I do understand that would make sense that they would try to throw it back. I mean, but I do think there's more to the story anyway, because there's certain other things like, all right, let's talk about it now. Considering he knew so much about the way the media works, why would he want to make a statement regarding, what's his name again? Kennedy, publicly like that, with the media and everyone, ready to hear what he's got to say on this issue? So, in other words, even if Elijah Muhammad didn't tell him don't speak on it, he would have known the ramifications towards them from the blacks and the whites. So, what would you say is his real motive there?
His motive was he had been doing that anyway. Malcolm X had been tearing up John F. Kennedy for the entire time that he was in office, and he considered the nation to be becoming too conservative and too soft, and not willing to stand up and lead the movements of the people. Yeah, and so he disobeyed direct order. And I think in the realms of being in an organization with a military command, you don't disobey direct order, even if you consider yourself to be correct. And I think that it was a miscalculation, but I think that what he actually said was absolutely correct.
No, but we know that would be the mindset of the people in the Nation of Islam, right? That would be the standard mindset, and they would probably be happy it happened. The point I'm making is, as a person that's thoroughly aware of the effect of statements in the media and when they should be said and how they should be said, I'm saying, like, how would that benefit him or the nation? Like, what was that intended to do? Do you know what I mean? Was that to bring heat to the Nation of Islam for whatever reason? Like,
no, I don't think so. I think I think he was battling with forces in the nation who were resistant to the more political hardline that Malcolm X was taking, and I actually don't think that he was actually necessarily aiming his defiance at Elijah Muhammad, but at his inner circle. Yeah, because you have to understand. So there are people in Elijah Muhammad's inner circle who are very anti-Malcolm, and who Malcolm X considers to be ultra conservative in their leanings. They're getting lazy because they're making money, and they're corrupt. Yeah, and they don't like him, and he knows it. Yeah, and so because there were already tensions in the Nation of Islam, because Elijah Muhammad was more because Malcolm X wanted to be more on the front line of the things that black people in the streets were fighting for and campaigning for, and then kind of things there. And the Nation of Islam had a more standoffish stance in relation to those things. Yeah. And so Malcolm X tried to champion a thing. And one of the things that he was doing, because the whole civil rights movement was rallying around John F. Kennedy, he was tearing up John F. Kennedy for his entire time in office. Yeah. And he didn't think that it was the right time to be silent. Somebody need to speak out and speak and tell the truth about this man's burst the illusion, basically, and this Jesus complex that black people had in relation to John F. Kennedy at that time. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So what he said in the speech was nothing drastically different to what he had been saying all along. The only thing that made it significant is that he was told not to say anything at that moment.
Sorry, say that again?
What he actually said in the speech is nothing different to what he had been saying about Kennedy all along. Like,
no, but I'm saying he hadn't been assassinated before, so you couldn't say.
No, I know. My point is my point is that what made it significant, is the fact that one, Kennedy was assassinated, and two, he was told not to say anything. Had he not been told not to say anything, it would have been just another Malcolm X speech.
No, but this is my whole point is, as a person who knows what going, like the only argument I've seen you bring forth that kind of puts a context is to bust the bubble in that sense. But I'm saying even he would have had enough sense to know that that's not going to happen at that stage. Do you get me? This is a big emotional time. Man didn't just die of some disease. Man got assassinated.
Yeah, but you're considering the idea that the president of the United States of America is somebody to respect in the eyes of people who are on a revolutionary path. No. I'm saying that it's a growing thing that you've got here, right? So not only are the white people against you, there's many black people that are against you. Many black people are accusing him and the Nation of Islam of being troublemakers. So if, let's say, a group of Christians or whatever else get beat up, they're going to blame people like Malcolm X and say, oh, it's because of people like you continuously winding up other white racists and here because you're calling them the devil. Do you get what I'm saying? They're going to blame them. That's how it works. As soon as you want to fight your thing, they're going to, instead of turn to them and say they're devils, they're going to say, we're trying to make peace with them. And because of people like you calling them devils, So I'm saying Malcolm's fully aware of that. By saying that. Right, he is fully aware of it. That's why he said it. That's the point I'm trying to make. In his mind.
What's the benefit? All right, what's the benefit?
He's birthing the civil rights movement, that the Nation of Islam is in constant conflict with, right? Is leading people into acceptance, and integration into American society. John F. Kennedy is a symbolic white savior of the hopes and dreams of integrationist Black America. Malcolm X, who's preaching separation from America and white America in particular, is trying to sever this wanton desire that Black people have for integration. So he's tearing down the idol of John F. Kennedy in this regard. He was doing it consistently. There's a speech where there's something happens in the Southern States, something like that, and he's exposing the hypocrisy of John F. Kennedy, because when John F. Kennedy sent in the troops to deal with one situation whereby some white people were in danger or something or another, but when it was Black people in the Southern States of America, he talked about what he couldn't do. He was consistently doing it, tearing the man up completely, right before he was assassinated. So in the furor surrounding his assassination, yes, you're right. He does know that he has a media ear, and when he says something, Black people across the country are going to hear it. So he says it.
Okay, so the other part of that is, because it's so controversial, that would even make it go even further, because he said it and he's put out the Nation of Islam. All right, so then would it not be a kind of idea? In fact, this actually lends to the idea that he was planning to either take over or to maybe start his own movement because of his dissatisfaction, and that would have been a move to get more supporters.
I don't buy the argument. I think that Malcolm X, as he said, was pushed out of the Nation of Islam. I think he was dedicated to the Nation of Islam, and he tried his best to forward whatever agenda he had on the table, and whatever the right course of action he felt the nation should take through the Nation of Islam. And I think if he could have done that, he would have remained a member of the Nation of Islam. I don't think he had any personal aspirations for his own organization at that point.
No, I'm not saying I don't know, like maybe to cause a reaction for then Elijah to change his stance. Maybe, I don't know, because I'm just saying with all the knowledge he's got, I'm saying it's not going to be difficult to work out. That's not going to work. It's just not going to work. You're not going to get your thing, your message across. You're not going to have this magical change where they're all going to see this guy. It's just not going to happen. He knows the way the media works. It's simple as.
No, but that's not the case. That's not the case. The Black masses at that time were becoming more and more radicalized anyway. We saw that happen after Malcolm X was assassinated with the Black Power movement and the Black Panther Party, the US organization, and the movements that came after him. So that he was on the pulse of this increased radicalization in Black America, and because he was among those who were inspiring it, and he knew this. But beyond that, what his contention is the fact that there are Black people being brutalized on the streets every day, and the Nation of Islam has the most well-trained paramilitary unit that is able to have some effect, in terms of protecting the people, but the organization itself was very standoffish and hands off in regards to putting its hands in the mud, so to speak. Yeah, in that kind of way. Yeah, that was Say again?
Who's responsible for for them having the greatest paramilitary I can't remember how you described it.
Who's responsible for it? Well, there's a lot of people that are responsible for it. Elijah Muhammad is obviously the head of the organization. A lot of the chapters were established by Malcolm X in his position as the national spokesperson, and a lot of the men were trained by him or trained by people who were trained by him. So you have to respect the entire chain of command in that regard. The FOI existed before Malcolm X came into the nation. He was responsible for allowing it to grow in the way that it did.
But talking it's crippling unification. So according to I think I've got a Jacob Upper Notch TV, Elijah wanted to strategically ally with black civil rights leaders, but talking against JFK was crippling the unification with black civil rights leaders.
Wait, where'd you read this?
Yeah, brother, what's his name? Got a Jacob in the chat is saying that.
Oh, someone shout out. Day one wants to come back on the channel, Billy. Day one.
Well, you know what? How many times do I have to cancel things because of you lot? Rich Porter, where's the black select? Look, you've come for blood. Yeah, you better stay in the chat laughing as usual.
We're your family, Issa, man. We're your black brothers and shit.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. I've got to make the sacrifices for people like you, innit? Yeah. Well done today. You actually learnt some self-control today, and you've evolved some of your argument ways. So brilliant, man. Yeah, but I think we need to pin down the evolution thing.
I agree. Shaka, make sure you're listening. That's some sound advice he's just giving you. Yeah.
I missed it. Sorry.
As I was saying, James. Yeah. No, because I want to get down to the evolution thing. And trust me, I think the concept of or what exactly is a species is fundamental to the understanding of that thing. But not now. But I'm saying at some point.
The world has gone.
Huh?
Let's tell them a single 30 kg dumbbell on Amazon for £470.
What are you talking about? What's going on?
What?
A single fucking dumbbell on Amazon is going for £470.
Oh, right, because people need to exercise at home, yeah?
How fucking retarded. How late am I? I'm so dumb. Gumtree, everything. My brethren sold, he's got some little gym set, yeah? He sold his gym set today. He bought it for like, I think 150 or something, 180. You know what women use, them barbells that come like you don't add weights to it, it's just like a straight barbell with a weight on it, yeah? He sold like 5 of them for fucking £750, bro.
Hello, James. Hello, M.A. Brown. Hello, Shakara. Hello, Witness. Shakara, I was going to ask, and anyone there, how do you deal with the Nation of Islam's theology? Their belief that they are from the tribe of Shabazz, which was an ancient tribe led into Central Africa by a man called Shabazz.
Yeah, it's not something that I adhere to.
Okay, that's cool.
Did you say Central Africa?
Yeah, apparently they were led from somewhere into Africa by this guy called Shabazz.
I thought it was Mecca, but all right, maybe that's another story. I don't know.
No. There is a narrative, and you can hear Farrakhan speaking about this, whereby they believe that basically part of the reason why we have woolly hair as black people is because
God, the dust catcher.
No. That's a different speech. Part of the reason why we have woolly hair as black people is because we rebelled against God. So like our hair used to be straighter basically, and the kinky hair.
Like the eyebrows.
Yeah. That speech there. Yeah, the hair on our head used to be like the hair on our eyebrow.
Hey, Shaka, you heard that Paul Mooney joke about God? Why do I have such woolly hair? I
probably have, but I can't remember it though.
And the end group, God, why am I from Detroit?
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
And it's interesting that with these groups in America that were created going back to the 1920s, they all had similarities in like the Israelites. They believe that they come specifically from the Israelites. Then you have the Nation of Islam. They believe they're descendants of the tribe of Shabazz. Then you have the